Ghouls are the bottom feeders of the monster forest, scraping by on carcasses every day. When they run into stronger monsters, they basically get smacked around like punching bags. But one day, these frail ghouls suddenly became insanely powerful and started hunting other species, climbing straight to the top of the food chain. What's even more surprising is that the person behind this shift is a human. Hanso was a promising young powerhouse in the South Korean sports world. During a competition, he tried to deadlift 10 tons just to flex for the crowd. Well, that stunt went south fast, and our guy ended up getting reincarnated into another world. As soon as he opened his eyes, Hanso saw a flock of birds with totally derpy faces. He honestly thought he'd eaten so much chicken breast in his past life that even in hell the chickens were coming for him. But these birds were way out of their league trying to mess with Hanso. He beat the crap out of them in no time. That's when Hanso realized he could see their info and stats, just like in a video game. Turns out, despite their goofy faces, they were packed with high-quality protein. Since he was starving, the man just went ahead and inhaled the entire flock. After finishing his meal, Hanso realized the harsh truth: he'd been reincarnated into the body of a guy as skinny as a rail. All those years of grinding at the gym and chugging whey protein for a six-pack, poof, gone. Luckily, Hanso's raw strength stayed with him. He literally ripped a massive tree out of the ground with his bare hands and hauled it onto his shoulders to start training and get his physique back. 3 months later, Hanso's body was looking beefy, but it was still nothing compared to his former glory. Seeing those fat, juicy chickens again, he decided it was time for another protein boost. Suddenly, something loomed behind him. He turned around to see what it was, and holy crap, he nearly jumped out of his skin. It was a massive, freaking huge chicken. Since Hanso had devoured its entire brood, it had come back for some serious payback. Knowing he was no match for this beast yet, he booked it immediately. One hit from that thing and he'd be nothing but a grease spot on the ground. Even while running for his life, Hanso couldn't help but feel jealous of that chicken's rock-hard pecs. I swear, gym rats who spend over 180 minutes lifting weights are seriously obsessed. So it was a man and a chicken playing a deadly game of tag in the woods. While Hanso was fleeing, 2 derpy chickens popped out from the bushes and actually had the nerve to mock him. Talk about karma for eating their buddies the other day. Hanso was fuming, but he couldn't do a thing because a crazed giant bird was right on his tail, hungry for his blood. In the middle of the chase, Hanso suddenly unlocked a skill called Eagle Eye. He saw that the giant chicken's name was Kocatras, and it weighed a whopping 1.2 tons. If he ate the Kocatras's breast meat, he'd unlock a rare skill called Muscle Recovery. Seeing that Hanso stopped running, he was ready to go toe-to-toe with the beast. This guy really values his gains more than his life, doesn't he? Most people think muscles grow just by working out, but that's not quite it. In reality, muscle fibers get torn down, which actually decreases your strength temporarily. But when we get the right nutrients and enough rest, those damaged fibers start growing back even bigger and stronger than before. That's called muscle recovery. Hanso figured if he could bag this bird, he'd finally get his old physique back. During the fight, Hanso accidentally triggered a powerhouse technique. With just one punch, the giant chicken's head literally exploded, and he successfully took the beast down. Time to soak up that protein and bulk up. A warning popped up saying his muscle endurance was shot, so muscle recovery kicked in to fix him up. That night, Hanso enjoyed a delicious feast of grilled chicken. Man, if only he had some of that how lime salt, it would have been absolute perfection. But Hanso had no idea that in the nearby woods, greedy eyes were staring at him, drooling with pure hunger. Actually, it was just 3 local residents. They hadn't smelled meat in so long they were practically losing it. They'd realized Hanso was the one who took down the legendary Kocatras. The Kocatras was the terror of the forest. Initially, the trio didn't dare approach Hanso because they thought he was dangerous. But they were so hungry that they eventually just sat there waiting for scraps. Talk about having no pride. When Hanso asked who they were, they told him they were ghouls from the Alamai region. He immediately used his eagle eye skill to check them out. Sure enough, they weren't lying. Hanso was pretty curious since this was his first time seeing creatures like ghouls. One of the ghouls mentioned they were looking for whoever defeated the Kocatras and asked Hanso if he had any leads. He confessed that he was the one who killed it and apologized, thinking the bird might have belonged to someone. Hearing this, the 3 ghouls were overjoyed and started explaining the situation. Since the top predator was dead, a massive territorial war had broken out among the species in Alimai. The Kocatras wasn't very smart, but it was incredibly aggressive, which kept things in check. Their goal was to beg Hanso to help the ghoul tribe. However, he turned them down because he was way too busy training to get his old body back. The 3 ghouls were crushed, so they said their goodbyes to head back to the village. Seeing them leaving empty-handed, Hanso told them to take some of the chicken meat with them. He couldn't finish it all by himself anyway. The ghouls were incredibly grateful for Hanso's generosity. They hadn't tasted meat in forever, so they were over the moon. Just then, one of them bent over to pick up a huge chunk of meat. Hanso couldn't stand watching his terrible form and immediately stopped him. He started explaining that lifting heavy objects with bad posture is a one-way ticket to a serious back injury. The ghoul just stared at him, totally clueless about what our main man was talking about. "Don't any of you know what a deadlift is?" Hanso asked. What now?" they replied. "That's the first time we've ever heard that name." "No wonder your arms and legs are as thin as twigs," Hanso thought. He suddenly remembered something his elementary school PE teacher once said. "Hanso, you only truly master something once you can teach it to someone else. If your muscle growth ever hits a plateau, try coaching someone, it'll help you too." Hanso felt his teacher's advice actually made sense, so he decided to help the three ghouls carry the meat back to their village. Inside the ghoul settlement, Hanso was personally received by the Ghoul King. The king thanked Hanso for providing food for his people, but while they were talking, Hanso was fixated on the king's bizarre physique. He had stick-thin limbs but a massive gut. It was a classic case of obesity caused by a lack of exercise. "This guy probably spends all his time drinking and eating greasy food just like my old boss, with the big mouth and beer belly." Cutting the small talk, Hanso told the Ghoul King to get straight to the point. He asked what the king wanted from him. The Ghoul King revealed that they were in deep trouble because of the death of that giant chicken, the Kocatras. The Ghoul tribe is the weakest power in Alima. They have neither physical strength nor any skills, so they have to eat rotten corpses to survive. When Hanso said he knew nothing about this, the Ghoul King was furious. He immediately ordered his subordinates to escort the three ghouls back to the village. Soon the three were tied up and brought before the Ghoul King. He asked them, "Still don't know what you've done wrong?" Then he ordered his subordinates to bring that thing out. Being loyal to the strong is a law of the jungle that has existed for a very long time. So I wanted to lure the one who defeated the Kocatras and make him loyal to me. But you dared to deceive me, so pay with your lives. Skill heavy mace doubles the power. Just as the Ghoul King was about to punish the three, Hanso stopped his mace with just his bare hands, wasting other people's time and bullying the weak. "Is this the culture of this village? I already activated my skill. Maybe I didn't use my power correctly. Otherwise, how could a weak human block my attack?" The Ghoul King thought Hanso just got lucky, so he started boasting that he would show him his true skill. "My skill is heavy mace. It can increase the weight of a weapon from 2 to 10 times. With his current mana, he could increase the mace's weight 4-fold. The mace weighed 32 kilograms, multiplied by 4 is nearly 130 kilograms, and with the force of the Ghoul King's swing, the destructive power was even more terrifying. But Hanso just blocked it with his hand without doing anything, and the mace shattered before the king's horrified eyes. Afterwards, Hanso easily subdued him. With just 2 fingers gripping his weak point, he was too scared to even move. While trying to look cool, Hanso didn't forget to show off. It was thanks to his bodybuilding exercises that he was so strong, but the whole group had never heard of the names of those exercises. Hanso challenged him to a deadlift competition. He wanted to explain to the ghouls what bodybuilding was all about. If Hanso lost, he would have to become the Ghoul King's subordinate. Hanso reminded him not to forget to maintain proper form, or he'd injure his back. At that moment, the Ghoul King suddenly flashed a sinister smile. It turned out he had another skill called Heavy Blank that could reduce the weight of objects. Once activated, the barbell only weighed 14 kilograms. Just like that, the Ghoul King successfully lifted the 200-kilogram weight, but in reality, it only weighed 50 kilograms. Now, it was Hanso's turn. He told everyone below to watch his movements and posture carefully. Before lifting, Hanso had to warm up. Stretching the muscles prevents cramps during workouts. The deadlift, or the lift of death, is a full-body exercise that primarily uses the lower body. The first step is to stand straight with your feet shoulder-width apart. Second, puff out your chest and keep your posture straight by putting the weight on your back. Next, centering your gravity in the middle of your feet, slowly lift the weight up past your lower body and through your whole body. Finally, lift the weight to about knee level. At that moment, the Ghoul King secretly pulled a trick, causing Hanso's 200-kilogram barbell to multiply in weight many times over. But no matter what tricks he used, Hanso wasn't fazed. Not only did Hanso lift the weight, but he also threw it into the air. The villagers watched in awe. The entire village, including the Ghoul King, immediately knelt down and begged him to be their leader. From then on, Hanso officially became the leader of the Ghoul village. He learned a few important things from the former Ghoul King. This place was a completely different world from Earth, but there were also legends of transmigrators who could return to their original world. This world was called Laisa, and it had a strong belief in the concept of big fish eats small fish, quite literally. The Ghoul King's name was Gulo. Gulo led Hanso to the Ghoul tribe's warrior training ground. Calling it a training ground was a stretch. It was really just an empty lot. Hanso ordered everyone in the village to gather immediately. Although they didn't understand what their leader wanted to do, they still obeyed. Hanso believed that ghouls were weak creatures who could only live off the scraps of other species, but that was about to change, if they had strong bodies. Over the next 3 months, he would train everyone to become true warriors. If they could complete the training, they would no longer be looked down upon. The first exercise in the training course was the push-up. Although this exercise is very simple, doing it with the correct form isn't easy. It will help strengthen the chest and arm muscles. The ghoul's task was to learn how to do a push-up by the end of the day. 3 hours later, the whole group was exhausted from the workout. Everyone had done about 700 push-ups under the midday sun. Meanwhile, Hanso had done over 20,000, with a boulder on his back. He felt it still wasn't challenging enough, so he told Gulo to make the rock heavier. The ghouls watching were sweating bullets, amazed at what a beast he was. By now, everyone in the village was completely drained. Some even wanted Gulo to be the leader again, because this kind of training was pure torture. Hanso overheard their discussions and became furious. It's because you have such a pathetic spirit that you're the weakest. Are you really content with being called the weakest? This is a wilderness where only the strong survive. Are you going to run away like cowards when your loved ones are being slaughtered? If you're that kind of trash, then get out. I refuse to train you. But for those who dare to stay and continue doing push-ups, I will grant you the strength to protect what's important to you. After Hanso's speech got through to them, the ghoul village finally understood the importance of training. Everyone decided to stay and continue. The more you sweat in training, the less you bleed in battle. Hanso inspired everyone. The best coach is one who can revive the will to fight. At that moment, Hanso's eagle eye skill also leveled up to level 2. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months of training had gone by. He immediately ordered the hungry ghost warriors to get into their battle positions. This was their very first real fight after 3 months of intense training. By now, the lizardmen had already marched right into the narrow canyon. Suddenly, a massive barrage of boulders rained down from above, catching them completely off guard. In an instant, several members of the group were crushed by the falling rocks, left severely injured and unable to stand back up. It was only then that they realized they'd walked straight into an ambush by the hungry ghosts. The village youths were no longer the weaklings they used to be. Every single one of them was now packed with rippling muscles. The lizardman leader knew he had to come up with a counter-strategy fast, otherwise their defeat was only a matter of time. Sensing Gulo's mana, the leader assumed he was the one in charge of the hungry ghosts. Desperate to turn the tide, he decided to challenge Hanso to a one-on-one duel. Hey you hungry ghost, get out here. Stop hiding like a coward behind your subordinates. Come down here and face me man-to-man if you dare. Now Lord Hanso, how are you going to respond to a provocation like that? Hanso couldn't help but reminisce about the time he kept a pet crocodile back in the day. Those things have a terrifying bite force of up to 2 tons. Even that crocodile couldn't pierce through his well-trained muscles. In fact, it lost its entire set of teeth trying to take a bite out of him. You've been playing the role of my pet for a little too long now, haven't you? Recalling how to deal with reptiles, Hanso immediately leaped down and pinned the leader to the ground. Rule number 1, you've got to flip these lizard guys over and leave them exposing their bellies. Rule number 2, look them straight in the eye. When animals are small, you have to show them exactly who's boss. And sure enough, when he came face to face with Hanso's terrifying gaze, the opponent surrendered instantly, probably wondering if this human was about to bite him back. In the end, the hungry ghost secured an overwhelming victory against the lizardmen. Not too far from Alimai sat the Duchy of Gudo. It is truly an honor for a small nation like ours to have such outstanding talents like yourselves. I am assigning you the mission of investigating the disappearance of the Kocatras. We obey your command. Pardon me, Count Gudo. General, is it really all right to entrust such an important mission to these young warriors? Haha, don't worry too much, Count Gudo. Despite their young age, they are rare geniuses. Labor uses flashy swordsmanship to toy with his opponents. He's a true master of the blade. Henda, on the other hand, wields a heavy greatsword. It has the power to blow away any weapon an enemy holds. If those two fight together, nothing short of a dragon could ever take them down. Then I assume the plain-looking warrior standing in the back must also be an extraordinary individual, right? Well, that one is a bit hard to explain. I'm not really sure what he's capable of myself. Labor and Henda had insisted he come along because the 3 of them had been friends since childhood, and simply because the 2 geniuses liked having him around. Later, the trio entered the forest to investigate the mysterious Kocatras disappearances. Up in a nearby tree, a goblin was drawing its bow, aiming right at them. But Labor was faster, skewering it with a single thrust. Meanwhile, the other 2 were surrounded by a pack of goblins. Henda didn't flinch immediately, swinging his massive greatsword. Since it was a heavy weapon with incredible destructive power everywhere, it swung a group of goblins ended up 6 feet under. As for the other guy, he had the easiest job in the world. His 2 best friends finished off all the goblins before he could even move. Block felt pretty envious of his friends. After all 3 of them had been trained by the very same master. Yet he was the only one who remained weak. Perhaps this was the harsh reality of the gap between a genius and an ordinary person. Back at the Hungry Ghost Village, the lizardmen were actually participating in Hanso's intensive muscle-building program. Thank you for everything you've done for us. Don't mention it. If you ever want to train more, just drop by. The Hungry Ghost even told the lizardmen they needed to get fired up if they wanted to get as buff as them. Eventually, the lizardmen headed home, scratching their heads over how the once weak Hungry Ghosts could become so massive. It's unreal. Even I was shocked by how ripped their bodies became after that training. When you train, your muscles get sore and then grow through the recovery process. However, if fatigue builds up in the central nervous system, your training performance drops and you risk getting injured. To prevent this, taking a break to minimize post-workout fatigue is what we call reloading. As the hungry ghosts hit their 9th week of training, they were starting to feel the burnout, so Hanso gave the whole village a day off. Surprisingly, the next morning, their bodies showed significant growth. Not just in muscle mass, but their height had increased too. Hanso used his eagle eye skill to check them out, and discovered their body fat was incredibly low, only 8%. Even he didn't expect the hungry ghosts to progress this fast, especially since there wasn't any whey protein to chug around here. After the lizardmen left, Hanso told the village to prepare dinner. One of the young men asked if they could go out and hunt for themselves today. It wasn't that they wanted to skip a workout or anything. It was just that they never got a chance to go toe-to-toe with prey, because Hanso always did all the hunting himself. Gulo was curious if a beefy hungry ghost powerhouse could actually beat Hanso. Hanso flat out told them they weren't even on his level yet, saying that when it comes to weightlifting, he could take on the whole village at once. Afterward, everyone packed their gear and headed out to hunt. Even while walking, the hungry ghosts had to train their leg muscles under Hanso's strict orders. Suddenly, one of them turned around too quickly during the exercise and ended up spraining his ankle. Seeing this, Hanso immediately called for a halt to check the injury. That night, Block was practicing his sword skills alone in the forest. He desperately wanted to get strong so he wouldn't have to hide behind his 2 friends whenever trouble started, like what happened this morning. That's why, while everyone else was asleep, he was working his tail off. Labor suddenly walked up and reminded Block to put more pressure on his thumb so his strikes would be faster and more powerful. It turned out the sound of his training had woken his friends up. Henda warned him that it was late, and if he didn't get some shut-eye, he'd be exhausted tomorrow from the lack of sleep. Right then, out of the dark woods, a group of lizardmen suddenly came charging toward them. But their target wasn't the trio. It looked like they were running for their lives from something absolutely terrifying behind them. Following close behind was a flock of crazy chickens that also seemed to be panicking. As it turned out, they were all being hunted by Hanso and the hungry ghost village in a desperate search for protein. From that moment on, a whole new ecosystem emerged in the forest, with Hanso sitting right at the very top of the food chain. Going back to earlier that afternoon, the group was hiding behind some bushes, watching their prey. Those were some plump chickens. Their meat was not only delicious, but also packed with nutrients for lightning-fast muscle growth. Still, the hungry ghosts were a bit nervous about facing the crazy chickens. Just then, one of the chickens was out hunting when it got stuck between 2 tree trunks. Unexpectedly, the crazy chicken let out a deafening crow. Its whole body suddenly bulks up, and in the blink of an eye, it knocks down 2 trees with ease. Seriously, when hunger strikes, even a chicken becomes a lethal threat. No wonder the hungry ghosts were too scared to hunt them. Witnessing the strength of that crazy chicken, one young hungry ghost went to find 2 other trees to test his own power. He couldn't believe that after months of training, he still wasn't as strong as a chicken. But no matter how hard he tried, those 2 trees didn't budge an inch. "I'll wait 1 minute and try again. I'll give you a full 3 minutes to rest, kid. No need to overstrain yourself. Just pay attention to your heel movement." With Hanso's guidance, he followed the proper technique. But the roots seemed to be buried too deep, and he still lacked the force to knock it over. Right then, Hanso's attention shifted toward the flock of chickens. While observing them, he realized the difference between the crazy chickens and the hungry ghosts. Their muscle growth had been so steady that he hadn't noticed this before. "Is something wrong, Lord Hanso? I'm sorry, it's my fault you guys can't perform as well as those chickens. Is our form wrong? No, it's not that. It's just that your muscles have grown too accustomed to my routine. Starting now, the hungry ghost village must change its training schedule." Hanso told everyone to gather around and began introducing a new exercise. "The thing behind me is a cable crossover. It's specially designed to break your current physical plateaus. From now on, you'll use these to train your inner chest muscles. If you perform this exercise, you'll be able to crush those chickens easily. As expected of our leader, he always has the answers." The cable crossover. This exercise is used to stimulate chest muscle growth. It will take the trainee's physique to a whole new level. This exercise is only effective if done correctly. It's one of the more difficult movements for beginners. First, lean your upper body forward slightly and bend your knees. Second, spread your arms out wide and keep your body firmly centered throughout the set. Try not to move. Third, position yourself right in the middle of the machine. Pull the cables with steady force like a bird flapping its wings, then cross them over. Fourth, changing the angle of your hands will target different groups within the chest muscles. Make sure not to shake, keep a firm grip, and don't rely on the cable's momentum. Having been taught a new routine by their leader, the hungry ghosts were pumped and started training immediately. By the time they faced the crazy chickens again, everyone's chest muscles had grown significantly. Little did they know, upon seeing this, the chickens began to level up as well. The birds grew much larger than before. However, the hungry ghosts showed no fear and charged forward, fueled by the confidence their new training had given them. Both sides clashed right there in the forest. Hanso stood back using his eagle eye skill to monitor the situation. He discovered the crazy chickens had evolved into Kocatras. With a protein mass of 132 kilograms and a body fat percentage of only 12%, the hungry ghosts were no match for them. If we want to stop these chickens from evolving, we have to make sure their breast muscles can't develop any further. Meanwhile, back at the village, Ghoul had been left behind on guard duty. Guarding an empty village might seem boring, but Ghoul didn't think so at all. In fact, he felt incredibly happy and free. Hanso is a great guy, but our tastes in food are completely different. That is why I prepared this myself. Today's menu: crispy fried chicken skin. The ingredients include cleaned chicken skin, flour, chili powder, oil, and salt. The first step is to take the washed chicken skin and slice it into even pieces. If you fry it right away, it will have an odor, so you need to season it first to get rid of the gamey smell. Next, add the chili powder to the flour and mix well to create a magical coating. Finally, toss the chicken skin in the mixture and drop it into a pan of sizzling hot oil. And just like that, Gulo's golden, crispy, and crunchy fried chicken skin is done. Back in the forest, the hungry ghosts were being completely overwhelmed. Even though they trained their inner chest muscles exactly as Hanso taught, they still couldn't beat the birds. Hanso simply explained that they had only been training for a few months, while these crazy chickens had been developing their chest muscles since birth, just to survive. Building a chest like that isn't easy. But that doesn't mean there's no way for you to win. You have to remember how you made it this far. You must train your foundation first, before you can unleash your true power. The source of muscle power comes from the roots. Finally, they realized it. You might have used only your chest muscles and lost. But what if you combine that with the power of your legs? Show me your effort. Show me your spirit. Fired up by the protagonist's words, the hungry ghosts charged like beasts, but the result was the same. The crazy chickens sent them flying with a single hit. It turned out that carrying heavy loads all the way here had already overworked their leg muscles, leaving them exhausted. Hanso realized this just a bit too late. After securing their victory, the chickens looked down on everyone with pure disdain. Like you guys really thought you had a chance. It was time for Hanso to show them who really sits at the top of the food chain in this forest. Seeing someone still dare to provoke them, the chickens lunged at him in a rage. Facing the onslaught, Hanso remained perfectly calm. He simply extended one hand. As the crazy chickens charged, their lives suddenly began to flash before their eyes in slow motion. From the moment they were tiny, newly hatched eggs to being taught how to hunt by their parents. As they grew, they constantly had to compete with their own kind. That grueling process is what made their chest muscles so powerful. However, today, the opponent they faced was Hanso. The end result: he threw the whole lot of them into the pot without missing a single one. Eat up, get that protein in. Tomorrow you guys better catch one on your own. Yes, leader. Anyone caught holding a chicken leg had to do 300 push-ups. The next day, following Hanso's orders, the hungry ghosts went out to hunt again. He warned them to be careful, because if they got injured, they couldn't train. Hanso wouldn't be joining them this time since he was busy with his own chest workout. Without their leader to direct the fight, the hungry ghosts had to come up with their own plan. According to their math, Hanso had caught 27 crazy chickens all by himself yesterday. So their goal for today was to catch at least 50 of them. They decided to split into 3 teams. If any group ran into trouble, they would signal the other 2 for backup. And so the Hungry Ghost Village's second hunt officially began. Meanwhile, 3 young humans discovered the skeleton of the Kocatras that Hanso had cooked up. Its skull was missing and it looked like it had been obliterated by high-level magic. Someone who could kill a Kocatras with a single blow must be as powerful as a great mage. Can we really take on this mission? Don't worry. Even though you're the weakest in the group, we won't let you get hurt. While the 3 were talking, they suddenly felt the ground shake. It turned out a squad of goblins was herding chickens nearby. Soon, the goblins spotted the 3 young humans. They were also surprised seeing a group of strange 6-pack abbed monsters for the first time. Stop. Humans are a vicious and bloodthirsty species. We don't know how they'll act. A reckless decision could endanger everyone. What are those goblins doing? Is that some kind of pose before they use a skill? Go call Squad 1 and Squad 2. We need to overwhelm them with numbers. The goblins had devised a way to use their chest muscles to send signals to their comrades. Unexpectedly, this action infuriated the chickens, accidentally helping them level up. The dorky chickens evolved into Kocatras monsters, and their faces looked less dorky. In a rage, the whole flock immediately charged at the goblins. Squad 3 thought to themselves, "We're so screwed." However, just in the nick of time, the captains of Squad 1 and Squad 2 quickly arrived. Reinforcements had arrived and the goblins were no longer afraid of the Kocatras. They could now use the secret ultimate move they learned from Hanso. Bench press with proper form. You're doing great. When you can't maintain proper form, you need a spotter. But what should we do if we want to safely feel our own true power? The answer is Hanso's secret bodybuilding ultimate move. 4 goblins coordinate to form a unit. With this, the attack of the one in front carries the power of the 3 behind them. Relying on this battle formation, the 4 goblins successfully beat up the chickens. However, there was one extra goblin in the group who was about to get picked off by a Kocatras. The three young humans decided to help him, moved by the goblins' unified way of fighting. The two sides had just joined forces to take down the chickens. Just then, a new threat appeared, a supersized giant chicken. Its eyes glared at everyone, filled with rage. This Kocatras reminded them of a dragon named Long Yi. That dragon was famous for its greed and cruelty. It feared that other dragons might surpass it in the future, so it took some extreme measures to disperse its power. This is also how the Kocatras, a species closely related to dragons, were born. Although this chicken isn't a dragon, it's still extremely dangerous. At this moment, Hanso was still busy training his chest muscles, unaware of what was happening. Although his muscles were developing much slower compared to his previous life, but he still had plenty of time to adapt to this new world. 3 months had passed. In the beginning, they were as skinny as anchovies. I had to teach them step by step, like teaching a newborn how to walk. They nearly gave up, but that was just a fleeting thought. In the end, they tried with all their might, and no one quit. That's why their bodies have developed more and more. Chief, we're in trouble. The chickens have developed too quickly, and now everyone is in danger. If this keeps up, we're done for. Shut up and show me the way. Warning: energy output exceeds muscular endurance limit. Danger imminent. Do you wish to cancel this skill? How dare you touch my boys? Confirmed. Continuing skill activation. Hanso stomped his foot to build momentum, causing the ground around him to crack. Then he launched himself into the air and vanished in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Labor and Henda were fighting the chicken. One drew its attention as a distraction, while the other aimed for its weak spot. Although their attack strategy was sound, the chicken was just too strong. Quickly, Labor was sent flying by a flap of its wings. Despite being seriously injured, the young man signaled that he was still alive to reassure his comrade. Seeing this, the goblin team had no choice but to use their secret battle formation. The ultimate technique of a bodybuilder is the human pyramid. But the chicken's attacks were too fierce, and soon their combined formation was broken. Just as the goblins were in peril, something descended from the sky. The dust quickly settled. The one who had just appeared was Gulo. As for Hanso, he had jumped a bit too hard and landed in the wrong spot. Just then, a flock of giant chickens swarmed in and surrounded Gulo. Unafraid, he taunted them. Is that all you've got? That goblin must be their demon king. That long-range attack was pretty impressive. What are you all looking at? You think I came here with no plan? Could it be that the Demon King already has a plan? I've drawn their attention. Take this chance to wipe them out. Master Hanso, please appear. Chief, why aren't you showing up? Where are you, Chief? The Demon King's big talk is gonna get him killed. There's no saving him now. Unlike the other goblins, Gulo didn't participate in the bodybuilding training sessions, but his status remained unchanged. Why was he able to maintain his position even as the other goblins grew stronger? It's because Gulo was given an important mission by Hanso. Gulo was tasked with controlling the weight levels for everyone. He had no choice but to keep casting his weight-increasing skill. Gulo's heavy blank skill had reached its maximum level and was growing even stronger. Previously, Gulo was able to destroy a giant chicken with just a single boulder. However, now they've called for backup, so he was getting a little nervous. Seeing this, the goblins started cheering for Gulo. If he can defeat the chicken in a single blow, then he's truly as strong as Hanso. No one can defeat this giant thing in just one hit. Perhaps I truly am a genius. After all, I've been different from the other goblins since birth. Get out of my way, you chickens. This great demon king will defeat all of you. But right after that boast, Gulo got smacked by the chicken and was sent flying. We're really done for this time. Henda Labor. I'm sorry, I could never understand your jokes. To have friends by my side in my final moments. At least I won't be lonely. We too will fight to our very last muscle fiber. Thank you, Chief, for teaching us. The training was hard, but we were able to feel the joy of becoming stronger. If there is a next life, please guide us once again. Hanso found the location where Gulo had fallen. The goblins were in danger. Chief, please save them. Activating Calm Skill. An emotion overriding the Calm Skill has been detected. Calm Skill has been cancelled. What's going on? Where are the chickens suddenly running off to? It turned out the chickens sensed the threat from Hanso, so they ran to surround him. That's enough, all of you. I'm trying to stay as calm as I possibly can. An emotion surpassing the calm skill has been detected. The user will be reviewed. The calm skill will be cancelled for 1 day. This tremor in my chest. It must be Sir Hanso. Who is this Sir Hanso you all speak of? He is our teacher and our leader. His muscles are far more sensitive than any of ours. Is that all? Words can't possibly convey the full extent of it. You'll understand once you meet him. Why not just say it simply so people can understand? Sir Hanso is our new demon king. I still have no idea what these guys are talking about. At that moment, Hanso was single-handedly facing a flock of giant chickens. He unleashed a barbell suppression strike that sent one flying into the sky. Seeing this, 2 others immediately leaped high into the air and stomped down on the ground where Hanso stood. Despite being driven deep into the earth, he wasn't scared at all and used a weightlifting technique to toss them aside. While jumping out of the hole, Hanso took down another chicken. My ancestors taught me that your kind can grow muscle through vibrations in the chest. That's why I brought you all here. This is the right place. I can develop my own muscles with just my own chest. What about you all? Can you do it? Hanso just placed his hands on the ground and the image of a barbell with infinite weight appeared behind him. Hanso's muscles suddenly expanded, and it was as if he'd turned into a giant. Then he unleashed his ultimate move, the divine squat palm, and absolutely dominated the foolish chickens. The others arrived just in time to witness Hanso schooling the flock of chickens. So this is the demon king the goblins were talking about. Going this far. Is he even human? I've used my legs too much. I can't afford to waste any time. I don't know how much longer I can maintain this form, but if I give up now, Sir Hanso, at this rate I'm going to die from exhaustion, but it's better for only me to die than the entire village. If I give up now, I won't have the face to see the former demon king Gulo, who voluntarily helped me train. I have to finish this in one blow. Barbell suppression, maximum barbell. Activating super muscle recovery skill has restored 15% of my muscle mass. Warning, the muscles of the four limbs are in a pillar state. The muscles of the upper body. The limb muscles are extremely weak. Relax the upper body muscles immediately. A risk of muscle damage has been detected. Requesting relaxation of upper body muscles. Sir Han, we will all lend you a hand. After that, the chickens were taken down by everyone working together. That's enough training for today. Gulo, I'm going to miss you so much. Before Sir Hanso came, he was always so grumpy. But now, after meeting Hanso, he's suddenly a good person. So who's gonna help me up now? Don't you dare turn your backs on me, you ungrateful brats. Get back here and face me. You worked hard today, Sir Hanso. Gulo's sudden appearance made everyone freeze for a good 5 seconds. What's wrong? I wasn't feeling well, so I took a nap before coming here. Gulo, you're still alive. What is this? Don't all rush at me like that. Stop it, or I'll really give you all a beating. Welcome back, Gulo. From now on, let's protect and care for everyone together. He wiped out all the Kocatras by himself. He's the one who killed the Kocatras, isn't he? Yes, I'm quite certain of it, Lord Gudo. That demon king is nothing to worry about, but that kid is definitely dangerous. We still don't know when they'll show their true colors. I'll have to think carefully to find a way to deal with him. Speaking of which, where's Block? Didn't he return with you all? Excuse me, what are you doing? Hey you brat, are you trying to hurt him? Wow, look at that. He's got a pretty nice build, no joke. Stop treating Block like an object. Do you want to become stronger than you are now? That's not important. What's important is what's behind you. So, do you want to or not? I'm sure there have been times you wanted to try. Right, if you want to, then stay here and train with me. We had no choice but to let him take Block like that. Boss, please rescue Block from those damn monsters. We still don't know what they're training in. It could even be black magic. I'm very sorry that someone was taken like that, but we can't take such a risk when we know nothing about them. Besides, your boss isn't the type of person who would do something so reckless. No, today we're going to teach them a lesson. You two get ready to fight. Why are you suddenly so fired up? This isn't like you at all. Now, move aside. That old geezer dared to touch one of my students. We have to save Block from those goblins. At the Goblin Village. We have a newcomer today. To start things off, let's practice squats. Excuse me, what's a squat? I'll teach you. Come here. Squatting is the best exercise to tone your body and also to build muscle. What's wrong, Block? Why are you about to sit all the way down? Alright, you can stop. Honestly, the way you're doing it, it just looks like you're standing up and sitting down. Instead, you need to put the force into your thighs. Doing it that way won't harm your body. Spread your feet shoulder-width apart, Block. Like this, point your knees forward and go up and down as if you're about to sit down. You can do whatever you want with your hands. You have to be decisive. Put the force into your thighs and hips. That's called a squat. For a first-timer, you're doing pretty well. Have you ever trained anywhere before? Well, I've studied swordsmanship. Really? Then try squatting again. Remember to be decisive. Can you raise your hands? Let me place this weight in your hands. Get into the correct posture and squat. Alright, very good. Everyone, let's give Block a round of applause. This guy. Even while squatting and lifting a weight, he can still maintain a stable posture, just as I thought. I really do have a good eye. Now that's what I call physical training. Block, you followed me because you wanted to get stronger, right? Yeah, that's right. I want to be as strong as my friends. I'm just afraid I won't be able to do it. To be honest, I know full well that no matter how hard someone like me tries, I'll never be able to compare to someone with natural talent. But I'm still very grateful to you, Hanso. With your guidance, I think I'll at least be able to handle things on my own. What did you say? You'll become strong in a different way, strong enough to protect your friends. Block, you have a lot of potential. This is the first time anyone has ever acknowledged my talent. Alright, don't cry, your muscles will go soft. Requirements met. Eagle Eye level 2 skill has been upgraded to level 3. Sir Hanso, why did you bring a chick with you? We can hunt the chickens, but we can't hunt them indiscriminately, because if we do, there won't be any left. We should stop that before they become extinct. Mr. Hanso, these chickens grow very fast, so there won't be any problem raising them. There aren't many monsters in Imai capable of wiping them all out. and right now we're stronger than those chicks, but if they evolve, no one will be able to kill them except for Mr. Hanso. You can't defeat them. You really can't. Actually, that's not quite right. We can. I knew it right. Why are you looking down on your own kind? I was almost disappointed. You guys use the femur area, the main muscle groups to hold the weights. Heavy blank, 110. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's do this. Alright, then I'll activate the skill. Heavy blank, double the weight. You can do it. While everyone was training, a stranger suddenly infiltrated the hungry ghost village. Are you the monster who kidnapped my disciple? I think there's been a misunderstanding. I don't know who you are, and I'm no longer the chief here. Your answer is either yes or no. We do nothing but train. What do you mean by that? Whoa, he can block one of my sword strikes with just his bare hands. Did she just injure my muscle? This old woman. She's dangerous. Hey, you two, is this the one who kidnapped Block? Yes, that's him. Block, our master is here to save you. Block, where are you? Answer us. I'm sorry for interrupting your little training session, kid, but kidnapping someone else's student isn't a good thing, is it? What's this all about, Block? You already have a trainer. This wouldn't have happened if you had told me beforehand. But bodybuilding is more fun than swordsmanship, isn't it? Be honest. Why are you stuttering? I'm sorry, master. I like bodybuilding more than swordsmanship. You came all this way. I'm so sorry, master. I have a new master now. Is that so? Well, then there's nothing more I can do. I'll have to use force to bring you back. After saying that, the strange woman unleashed her heavenly sword ultimate skill. Hanso also quickly tensed his muscles to block his opponent's attack. This is hurting my pride. I could only scratch you, Block. Do you want to train to achieve this physique? Yes, master. Hanso is so damn cool. Then let's do it this way. This kid and I will duel for the right to be your master. The winner's martial art will decide the matter. You may not know this, but bodybuilding isn't a martial art. It's a set of exercises to train and improve one's own body. I heard you killed a Kocatras with this so-called B-building. That was for protein supplementation. Everything I did was for survival. So, bodybuilding has no use in a fight. What? What did you just say? Why are you so angry? Did that hurt your pride? What's the point of training your body if you can't fight? In other words, it's just garbage. I'll show you what training is for. Activating chicken leg muscle compression mechanism. I wonder who would win in a fight between Mr. Hanso and that girl. Just look at the physique difference between them. You should know the answer yourself. Body size doesn't mean anything. Our master is one of the 10 strongest people on the continent. Activating Eagle Eye Skill Level 3. Species Human. Profession Sword Master. With that little muscle mass, how can she injure me? Humans can't use a sword to inflict damage on muscles. You alien, what kind of martial art are you teaching? The type of swordsmanship I teach can mince my enemies with sword aura. Let a senior like me teach you a few things. Do you know why I call you an alien, even though you look human? It's because your mana is red. The redder your mana, the purer your demonic bloodline. And that technique you're using, no human can change their form during combat. You can change your form just by having enough determination. Don't act like you know everything. That only happens with aliens like you. Humans can only use internal energy like this to compensate for their shortcomings in battle. One sword divides the world, 10,000 swords pierce the heart. Even if you try to spread your martial art here, it's useless. Do you understand now? To humans, your kind of martial art is just scrap. And you think you can defeat me with that shameful martial art? Is this how your opponents were defeated, the opponents you faced? Were they stronger than me? Why should I care about that? If someone is my opponent, they don't get to live. We bodybuilding enthusiasts always strive to surpass those stronger than us. I'll show you that right now. Block, is it alright if I say this? I'm sorry. Because we thought we'd never see you again, we went to our master. We know doing this would make you hate us, but what are you two talking about? Why would I hate you guys? Because you left when we were forcing you. What I came over here, because I wanted to learn more about bodybuilding. I was planning on coming back later anyway. Hanso gave me permission too. Block, what kind of martial art are you going to learn? We want to know too. I just got here, so I'm not really sure yet. Demon King, can you guide us? Alright, follow me. Do you remember what our master said was the most important thing in swordsmanship when we first started? It's the lower body's center of gravity. That's right. With the exercise we're about to do, we'll be using our entire lower center of gravity. We're going to focus on the quads with the squat movement. Hanso said we have to learn the proper form first, but if we want to make the exercise more interesting, isn't using weights right away really dangerous? It's fine, I'll support them. Elsewhere, Hanso was still exchanging techniques with the three youths' master, but it was strange. The two kept pushing back and forth as if they were lifting weights. Why are you withdrawing your power? I'm not. I'm concentrating my power. Technically, it's called the contraction and squeeze technique. Is that Labor and Henda groaning over there? So those two were also lured into the life of a gymmer by their friend. What the hell are they training? Oh, that. They're doing squats. It's part of the workout. Excuse me, could I possibly incorporate your exercise into my training program? Really? Why the sudden change of heart? I perceived an intense passion within it. I have found happiness in watching those sweat-drenched bodies, forming an alliance of unity through training. As he was seeing the three youths master off to Hanso, noticed one thing: shaking your hand is no joke. How exactly do you train? Haha, are you curious? Fine, I'll tell you. To be honest, there's nothing to it. My job is literally swinging a sword all day. Did you really think I had some special workout routine? But I'm actually curious about something else. Are you really okay with teaching everyone advanced training methods without asking for any payment? It's fine. The more people who train, the better. Why do I think that? Because gyms could be everywhere, plus you'll be much more productive. Once you've learned more training methods right, it could be feasible across the entire continent. I want this culture of health and fitness to spread far and wide. You're funnier than I thought. I've taken a liking to you. I'll grant you a favor whenever you want. That evening, while everyone was eating dinner, Block had something he wanted to say. Forgive me, Mr. Hanso. You might not know this, but the city where I live is incredibly discriminatory. They don't just look down on mutants, but also on warlocks and so on. Even the human leaders have their own biased priorities. Young people like me don't care much about that stuff, but I'm worried that you and your friends here might get hurt. Hanso, who was gnawing on a piece of chicken breast, realized this was a serious issue. Should we take it slow and think about the trip? Then Hanso didn't answer Block's question. Instead, he was focused entirely on a bucket of horse feed. The texture is perfectly crunchy and sticky. No doubt about it, this is the main ingredient for oatmeal. Do only horses get to eat food this clean and nutritious? This really is a serious problem. Look at that kid, he's even eating livestock feed. It doesn't even taste good. After all, monsters really are pathetic when it comes to food. A monster would be pretty sad if they heard that. I've tried the military rations you people usually eat. Honestly, they're pretty bland. But would you like to taste my food? Is this monster actually inviting us? I think it tastes great. It's sweet and light, with just a hint of spice. And that spice is added so cleverly, it's magical. I had lost my sense of taste before, but now I'm actually enjoying this. I'll give you guys the recipe. Once we're almost there, so stop bad-mouthing us monsters. Got it, poor thing. What did you say your name was? Rayona, something. We'll move out tomorrow morning. Do you remember saying you'd grant me a favor this morning? Of course I remember. Well, I've decided what I want. I want your help with the grain supply. Isn't that just livestock feed? You heard what everyone said. I heard you were planning to raise chickens. Are you going to feed them the grain? Not them, we are going to eat the grain. It doesn't really bother me, but it makes me sad to see you eating animal feed like that. Exactly, Mr. Hanso. She seems like a high-ranking official among the humans. Besides, we aren't exactly used to eating grain. What did you just say? Say that to me again. They're not wrong. If you want something bigger, just tell me. You could turn your tent into a log cabin. You could wear a warrior's set instead of those civilian clothes. And for food, all you need is chicken breast. Mr. Hanso really loves his chicken. That's not it. Eating nothing but protein is terrible for your body, especially your liver. But if we eat just enough carbs, glycogen will help us build muscle. Actually, oats are a complex carb that slows down digestion. They're low in calories and packed with nutrients, which is why they're known as the king of grains on Earth. So, what better reward could there be than oats? Everyone was speechless after hearing that. They had no clue what this guy was talking about, but the ghouls were actually getting hyped. What does it show us? I bet that's the secret weapon he's using to deal with Lady Rayona. You think so? We can't lose to those monsters. We're eating it too. Even Block is eating it. Let's all give it a try. But as soon as they ate it, the whole group started gagging. Damn it, this tastes like crap. Block spit it out. It's disgusting. Even the meatheads were spitting it out. But it tastes good and has a nice chew. Don't you guys agree? He's even got a talent for eating. He's going to get strong in no time. Look how excited he is. I don't really get what you're saying, but you seem to know your stuff. I'll start production to meet your request. Are you serious, Rayona? You're the best. At least we're not losing anything. General Rayona returned and opened the city gates. Mr. Hanso, do you remember what I told you? This is a nation of eccentrics. The strongest nation on the continent, and a deeply discriminatory one. The judgmental stares from the people here made the ghouls feel incredibly self-conscious. What's wrong? Keep your posture straight. They're only staring because you guys have such great physiques. Is that really it, boss? I'm pretty sure that's not why. So right under everyone's judging eyes, the whole group started confidently flexing their muscles as they walked. Why am I starting to like these monsters? Meanwhile, at Castle Gudo. So you've been teaching my soldiers how to train, and you've been feeding them livestock feed too. It's not livestock feed, it's oats. It's like oatmeal for eating. What an insolent brat. My general suggested bringing these special monsters to the castle, and if it weren't for that, I wouldn't have let you set foot in here. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Just don't cause any trouble. Just teach our soldiers how to train and then leave quietly. If you're done with your work and want to learn too, I'll be your personal trainer. I don't need it. Just get to work. How shameless. These generals are so famous that I'm worried about how I'm going to change the public's attitude. This is a good opportunity. Guards, bring the mercenary, Tutu La here. General, your guest is about to show his true colors. At the training grounds. Everyone stop what you're doing. Today we're having a special training session. The man standing next to me is the special instructor General Rayona brought to the castle. The ghoul master Hanso. The ghoul master. So isn't he a monster? Why is a monster becoming our instructor? I know you don't like the new instructor, but if you disobey his orders, you'll be in violation of military law. Hello everyone. I'm Hanso, and I'll be your special instructor today, guiding you through your training. I don't like the way you're looking at me. So everyone get down. Why are you looking at me? Do what Mr. Hanso says. Get on the ground and tighten those cores, you bastards. Are you not going to follow orders? What are you waiting for? Get to it now. This is hilarious. Everyone, are you seriously taking orders from that monster? Cadet, if you call Instructor Hanso a monster, that act will be considered disrespectful to the general. Is that what you think? Instructor, do you think an order from that monster is the same as an order from the general? Everyone get up. Are you really going to follow a monster's command? Have some dignity as humans. A military order is absolute, so what's the problem? There are plenty of problems. First, we're human. We don't listen to monsters like you. Second, this so-called training of yours. We have no reason to practice anything other than swordsmanship. The final problem is that we don't want to learn the training methods of uncivilized monsters. Wait a moment, Sir Hanso. I think I can resolve this. Regarding the first problem, the person standing over there can teach you on behalf of Sir Hanso. That should solve your issue, right? As for the second problem, I don't know if swordsmanship is more useful, since we've never compared them. How about we find out with a duel? And for the final problem of whether it's civilized or not, let's just see who wins, you humans. Are you ready? We're ready. These guys are unbelievable. Alright, I accept the challenge. Instructor, this is allowed, right? I'm on the human side. Where's the other team? Hey, you foolish monsters. But I'm sorry I'm no cadet. Let me show you the fear brought by the Asura mercenaries that the Count himself personally requested. The battle begins. This guy had just rushed forward when the ghoul knocked him out cold. Hey, are you okay? Is he dead? I see him twitching, so he's probably still alive. Don't go so hard on them. Are you showing off? I'm sorry, leader. Forget it, you didn't mean to. Now that you've lost, you will follow my orders. Yes, instructor. But unexpectedly, the young man had woken up and was secretly activating his power. The moment the ghoul turned away, he suddenly lunged for a sneak attack from behind. But before his sword could even come down, Hanso sent him flying into the wall with a single blast. The next day, Rayona came to the training grounds to visit everyone. Sir Hanso, how are you? He obviously used magic. I agree. I'm sure he used magic during the fight too. This is why you can't trust monsters. Instructor, I don't quite understand the situation here. Explain what's going on. Yes, General. A fight broke out because some of the men refused to follow your orders, and our soldiers lost, but some are claiming the monsters used magic. Sir Hanso, did you really use magic during the fight? I wouldn't stoop to something like that. You believe that monster, General? I was just passing by, and some interesting things reached my ears. Tell me what's happening here. General, are you on our side? You're siding with these monsters. Of course I'm on the side of the humans. If that's the case, who are you listening to now? Are you here to train? Get off your horse first. Sir Hanso, I don't think he's here to train. I'm not. Our general is very unhappy. The guests you brought back are causing some problems for our people. A soldier was injured, and that is a very serious matter. How can a lord like myself simply ignore this? As the lord of the Gudo Duchy, I will exile General Rayona for 2 years. However, upon seeing Rayona's murderous eyes, the lord immediately got scared and didn't dare say another word. Sir, that can't happen. Just let us kill those monsters. Please withdraw your order. I nearly wet my pants. Sir Hanso, I apologize for bringing you here and not being able to take proper care of you. Don't worry about it. It's not like we're always welcomed. Sir, can we at least let them stay here for the promised 3 months? I will keep my promise. Good, the preparations are complete. Everyone be silent. How dare you talk back to the Lord like that? Can you even call yourselves soldiers of this country after this? But General, I told you to be silent. You brats. I thought you only discriminated against monsters, but it seems you know how to talk back to your superiors too. I should step back, so the future seeds have a chance to grow. I wonder how this event will change them. It'll be fun when I return. What's wrong with her laughing like that? That evening, the man who had caused trouble with Hanso secretly left the city with some reward money. Just a little more of this, and I'll have enough money to stop doing these dirty jobs. This bell looks like a flower. Should I open a flower shop? My dear wife and daughter, just wait a little longer. Daddy will be home soon. However, this man had no idea that the village where his wife and child lived was already engulfed in flames. What a beautiful welcome home. Princess, would you care for a dance with me? The next day, 2 ghouls were in the slime forest. Didn't you just break your arm? My arm is perfectly fine now. Hey, what are you kids doing with all those slimes? It's Sir Block and General Rayona. Didn't you say you wouldn't come back after leaving with her? Well, you still haven't answered my question. Sir Hanso said, we need these slimes. What for slimes can't even be used as medicine? Come with us. You should probably see this for yourself. Sir Hanso, we're here. Block, you're here. And Rayona too, I just stopped by to see everyone before I leave. I'm also quite curious about what you're all planning to do next. Use your chest muscles to push them into a corner. What on earth are you planning to do with all those slimes? When I watched my students on the training field, I realized that training to build muscle or lifting weights isn't very effective for these kids. In this case, training them like athletes would probably be more useful. But we don't have enough equipment, so I have to make it myself. Making equipment from slimes. Is it like the scarecrow you use for fast slashing practice? No, it's not like swordsmanship. Bring a slime over here. First, once you have the slime, you do this. Take this core out. It'll regenerate in just a few days. So we can take it out and do this. I'll make a hole in the middle of the slime now that the regeneration core is gone. These slime monsters have incredible elasticity. Next, I'll use my hands to stretch them like this before they shrink back. And there you have it, a training band. This is what it will look like. Rayona, I'm sure you don't know this, but you can do a lot of exercises with it. The elasticity depends on their color, so we'll order a few more, named them and had them do many different exercises. Sir Hanso, thank you, and I apologize. For what I guess you don't know, but I used to doubt you. I thought you were just pretending to be obsessed with training to get close to us, but you have been truly sincere with us. I'm a real failure as a teacher, unable to prevent the Gudo domain from becoming a failing state. That's why I put up with the Lord's unreasonable behavior. But you're different. I believe you can change this country. Change, let me see. That's my specialty. Just not that kind of change. So it's like this, not quite like that either. That's the change I was talking about. The monster trainer, let's see what he'll teach first. We didn't come here because we lost a battle or anything. Don't start with any weird moves like lying on your stomachs. Sir Hanso, can I leave these kids with you? Of course. The number of new members has increased again. Meanwhile, it wasn't just things around Hanso that were changing. Our enemies are immortal monsters. The scary thing about these zombies is that we'll also turn into monsters if they bite us. Be careful. Don't let your horses get bitten and be careful yourselves. Warriors, charge them for me. Beat 'em, no wait. If we show up now, we'll get others involved. Just wait a little longer. Beat 'em, those zombies are just props. The Gudo Domain Training Camp. As I was saying, a person's usable physical strength for the day is limited. That's why we train the necessary muscle groups. Do you all understand what Sir Hanso just said? Everyone start stretching to prepare for the bench press. No, today we'll be doing CrossFit instead of the bench press. Sir, what is CrossFit? CrossFit is a training method invented by Greg Glassman. It's a method of continuous non-stop exercise, with high performance and high intensity exercises. This means it's a workout for various muscle groups and requires us to be flexible. If we form teams and set goals, it will build teamwork, and thus promote competition. I've already made a list for each group, so ask Gudo if you have any questions. Everyone, let's do our best to complete the workout. During the training, Hanso occasionally heard strange sounds. I've heard that sound a few times now. What's it for? Our Lord has been personally attacking the zombies lately. After they started appearing frequently in the villages around the castle, they've been sending signals to request more aid. It seems the enemy is stronger than they anticipated. You guys, your cores are collapsing. Lower the weight and train properly. Just as I thought, he doesn't care. According to our scouts, we've determined that the enemy base is at the end of this road. This time we will annihilate them and bring peace to our homeland. All troops advance. My lord, I fear we've gone too deep into the zombie horde. Zombies have no intelligence, so they can't form strategies. All we need is the strength and manpower to destroy them. Look, our soldiers are advancing steadily. All troops don't slow down. Keep moving forward. War is all about momentum. Don't stop until we've wiped out the enemy. You, the one who orchestrated all of this, have you finally shown yourself? Soon enough, the enemy commander revealed himself. It was Ben Gudo's old friend from years ago. He was shocked to realize that even though decades had passed, Ben hadn't aged a day. It turned out that during that time, Ben had been researching and experimenting on his own body. After injecting vials of blue liquid into himself, he transformed into a giant monster. His strength and speed were increased to their absolute limits. With just a few basic moves, Gudo was completely beaten down by Ben. Ben claimed that Gudo was weak precisely because he only focused on swordsmanship. What he was doing, however, was using research to develop and elevate civilization to a new level. At that moment, Ben's experimental monsters were furiously slaughtering the soldiers. He confidently claimed this was proof that his research was correct. This world will always have great men who pioneer something. But that person isn't the standard for an ordinary man. Just as Ben was about to finish off Gudo, his subordinate Ivan appeared just in time to block his attack. He yelled at the Lord and the soldiers to retreat while he would stay behind to hold off Ben and his cronies. Seizing the opportunity, Gudo fled the battlefield on his horse, but his loyal subordinate died heroically under the fists of the brutal monster. Gudo was frantically spurring his horse, his breath coming in ragged, worried gasps. Pant, pant. At this rate, we're finished. Images of Ben and the terrifying monsters flashed through his mind, making him wonder how they could possibly be defeated. Meanwhile elsewhere, Hanso and his army of muscles were training diligently at a terrifying intensity. He continuously lifted giant stone weights, muttering the count. 152,123, 152,124. Hanso's face remained incredibly calm even though his rep count was over 150,000. He continued counting 152,000, 140. Back with the retreating army, Gudo shouted, demanding a report. Isn't anyone going to report on the army's status? Immediately Lumi approached and spoke up. I am Lumi, captain of the 20th squad. Gudo ordered report. Lumi delivered the grim figures. Of 400 soldiers, 347 were killed or infected, 27 were injured, and only a mere 26 remained unscathed. Hearing this, a stunned Gudo did the math. In the castle, there were only about 100 reserve troops left, most of whom were trainees or wounded. He shouted in anger. Damn it, how are we supposed to wage a war with only 126 men? Lumi suggested, recalling General Leon. But Gudo immediately dismissed the idea, saying it was too late for reinforcements to arrive in time. At that moment, Lumi offered a bold idea. Then how about we borrow the power of the monsters stationed in the castle? Gudo asked in surprise. The monsters, Lumi explained that their leader Hanso once had strength on par with General Leon. Since the army was providing them with food and shelter, they could use that as leverage to demand that they join the battle. Gudo nodded, agreeing with the plan to use monsters to control monsters. He made up his mind. Good, we'll do it that way, and spurred his horse galloping forward. 3 days later, at the military training ground, Gudo charged in on his horse and roared, "Stop the training." Everyone assemble. Hanso and his muscle army were still standing there, bewildered with purple weights in their hands. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and obey the count's orders. Gudo looked down at the people, slowly gathering around him, and asked, Hey, commoner, is your name Hanso? Hanso just smiled calmly and replied, Yeah. Are you here for a personal training session? Gudo's face immediately hardened with a serious expression. No. I'm here to give you monsters, your orders. He suddenly roared in anger. It's time for you to repay the favor of being given food and shelter, you lowly creatures. Gudo raised his fist and declared loudly. From this moment on, by order of Count Gudo, I command you to annihilate the zombie horde advancing on the city. Faced with the silence and dazed expressions of the muscle army, Gudo thought angrily to himself, Tisk, just a bunch of low-level monsters. Don't they understand human language? Look at those clueless faces, he continued to shout. You have the honor of serving as my cannon fodder, especially you, their leader, Hanso. I will grant you citizenship in the great Gudo kingdom. Seeing that his opponent still wasn't reacting, Gudo roared with excitement. Isn't this the best possible deal? Go ahead and show off that freaky bodybuilding of yours. Hanso suddenly shouted, Pose front, double biceps. It was less about war and more about flexing. Immediately, the muscle army all tensed up, confidently showing off their rippling muscles. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Gudo could only exclaim in exasperation, What in the world are you doing? Hanso, still looking proud, explained that this was bodybuilding, a concept that falls under the broad scope of the gym. Pointing towards his comrades, Hanso asserted that showing off their physiques was exactly what he was talking about. However, Gudo had completely lost his patience. He roared, There's no time for chit-chat if you don't obey my orders immediately. Gudo threatened that if they got injured or died, it would all be over. This statement seemed to hit a nerve with Hanso, who instantly erupted with a terrifying aura. His red eyes glowed as he growled, You won't be able to go to the gym anymore, you idiot. If I lose my muscle mass, can you take responsibility for that? Faced with the suffocating pressure and the giant phantom that appeared behind Hanso, Gudo's face went pale as cold sweat poured down. He stammered, I don't know what you're talking about, but it seems I need to apologize. The count was completely subdued. He quickly bowed his head. No, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Stop flexing. You're scaring me. Seeing that his opponent had learned his lesson, Hanso gave a slight nod, accepting the apology. Gudo didn't dare to linger any longer. He quickly spurred his horse and left with Lumi. Hanso immediately returned to his training, shouting enthusiastically, All right, that's enough rest. Let's start again from number 1. On the other side, Lumi worriedly asked Gudo if they should try to persuade them again, but he flatly refused, saying they couldn't have expected anything from them in the first place. Gudo ordered the general to be summoned immediately. To Lumi's surprise, Gudo stated that, although the man's personality was a bit rotten, his strength was undeniable. He could easily match General Leon. The two of them silently spurred their horses forward. Gudo ordered all forces to assemble before the city gates. He was determined to show the zombies the power of humanity. Outside the city, the horde of undead was relentlessly screaming and closing in. On the city wall, General Ox, with his imposing physique and distinctive nose ring, was ready for battle. Gudo watched nervously from inside. As he saw a sea of zombies surging forward like a tidal wave, General Ox suddenly roared. Stop, he shouted towards the enemy. I've received a report that you have a leader with intelligence. Ox continued proposing. Don't you intend to talk? Ben and his minions approached. Gudo was stunned when he recognized Ben's presence. The man walked forward, casually cleaning his ear with a look of disdain. I was in the middle of cleaning my ear. What's all the shouting about? Standing high on the wall, Ox boldly declared that even with their massive monster army, breaching this fortified wall was impossible. He issued a challenge. So how about the representative of the monsters and I settle the outcome of this war with a one-on-one duel? Ben burst out laughing excited. Sounds interesting. I accept your offer. Seeing that the enemy had taken the bait, Ox smirked triumphantly and suddenly leaped straight from the wall to the ground, creating a massive impact. Amidst the dust and smoke, Ox growled, "Who's stepping up?" Immediately, a gigantic muscular monster with a black mask covering its face stepped forward. It let out a deafening roar and began to tense up, flexing its muscles. Ox looked at his massive opponent and remarked, "Not bad size-wise." He immediately charged forward, intending to see what his opponent was really made of. After a heavy collision, Ox smirked. "Tough are you." He continued to pour on the pressure, unleashing a barrage of punches that made the monster's flesh ripple violently. Suddenly, the monster spat a volley of black liquid from its mouth. Ox quickly flipped back to dodge and thought to himself, "That's definitely an ability to dodge." Looking at the corrosive liquid on the ground, Ox sneered, "What's with this rotten corpse? I've never seen an undead like you." The monster trembled, the only thought in its mind being, "He's dangerous, too strong." It immediately turned and fled for its life. Ox shouted in amazement, trying to run. He pursued it relentlessly, roaring, "No, you don't. This won't end until one of us is dead." Ox quickly closed the distance and grabbed it. Gudo yelled a warning, "General, watch your side." Ox only had time to lean away narrowly, avoiding the attack. Ox roared in fury at the interruption. He immediately channeled power into his legs and charged straight at the meddler. Suddenly, a thunderous punch slammed into his face, sending Ox flying. He coughed up blood in pain. Ben appeared with a crazed smile. "Who cares about honor? A win is a win, right?" He laughed as he flexed his muscular arm, which was bulging with veins. Ben stared with cold eyes and asked, "Do you know why I accepted this duel?" He snarled, asserting, "Because you are the only variable left in this country." The dry sounds of repeated impacts echoed, signaling a tragic outcome. Witnessing the scene of their strongest general being tortured, Gudo and Lumi could only stand frozen in horror, their faces pale at Ben's brutality. Ox lay gasping on the ground, his body broken. He whispered in desperation, "I'm sorry, please, spare me." "You want me to spare you? All right, of course I'll let you live." To the general's absolute astonishment, the monster used its terrifying strength to hurl him straight into the sky. The orc general fell from the sky, his face a mask of shock at the sudden attack. He screamed in despair as he saw himself plummeting straight into the middle of a siege of thousands of screaming zombies below. A horrifying thud echoed, followed by the gruesome sounds of flesh being torn apart. From within the crowd, a monster with listless white hair and a beard emerged. It was the mighty orc general, now completely transformed. Witnessing this horrific scene, Gudo cried out in shock, "We're screwed. My prized warrior is a zombie now." Ben watched with a triumphant look and made a tempting offer. "Gudo, why don't you just give up and hand over the city peacefully? Do that, and I'll spare your life." Gudo roared back in anger. "Don't be a fool. You think I'd hand over the kingdom of Gudo to a monster who's abandoned his own humanity like you?" Ben just laughed sinisterly. "All right then. Negotiations have failed. Not that I ever intended to let you live anyway." His face instantly turned cold. Ben gestured to his army of the dead. "Advance." The horde of zombies charged toward the city gates like an unstoppable flood. Gudo panicked, shouting orders to his soldiers. "Archers, fire your arrows now." But the soldiers on the wall could only tremble and reply helplessly, "We've never shot a bow before. How are we supposed to aim? What a reliable army." Seeing the incompetence of his troops, Gudo ground his teeth in frustration. He slammed his fist on the battlement and cursed, "Damn it." Lumi anxiously rushed to his side, asking, "Count, what should we do?" Gudo stood frozen, his face drenched in sweat. He whispered in utter despair, I don't know." Before Lumi's bewildered and questioning eyes, Gudo suddenly flew into a rage and screamed in her face, "I already told you I don't know." The Count had completely lost his will to fight. He turned and fled for his life deeper into the city, ignoring Lumi's shocked calls behind him. Gudo just kept running. He ran frantically through the streets, leaving everything behind. In his mind, cruel taunts echoed relentlessly, "Gudo the coward." The mocking laughter of children still haunted him. Gudo is a coward. Even those close to him had once looked at him with contempt. "Running away is what cowards do, Gudo. The young master is too timid, that's why he failed." Another acquaintance jeered, "Running away is your specialty, isn't it? It's safest to follow you when you're running away." The image of a captured woman and her cries for help, "Gudo, save me," flashed in his mind like a knife to the heart. Gudo ran sobbing in anguish, "I'm so tired." He screamed in desperation, wondering if anyone could understand the weight of the word responsibility. Or had anyone ever been in his position? Even as a cowardly leader who couldn't bear his duties deep down, he still yearned to protect those who were important to him. Gudo used every last bit of his strength to shove open the door in front of him. He yelled through his tears, "Of course I do. Please save me." The demonic count collapsed, sobbing, and calling out. Boss Gudo was filled with remorse. I was wrong. The gym is truth, weights are life, he cried out before the unfazed Hanso. Gudo pleaded desperately. You can kill me for all I care, but please save my people, save my soldiers, save this country. He buried his face in the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Surrounded by the muscle-bound army, Gudo kept bowing his head to the floor. Please save me. I'm begging you. Hanso looked down at the pathetic man at his feet and calmly concluded. So, to sum it up, you want to work out right. Gudo looked up, completely bewildered. Hanso flexed his massive, rippling shoulder muscles and declared, Gudo, I don't need your life, but my personal training fees are going to be expensive. He flashed a confident smile. A group of soldiers rushed over to Hanso and pleaded, We'll join you, but Hanso immediately shouted, Newbies, get out of the way. He flatly refused help from anyone with a total lift under 400 kilograms and forbade them from participating in this battle. Hanso and his muscle army marched forward majestically to everyone's amazement. Gudo broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, they look absolutely ridiculous. But as he watched their brawny backs, which seemed to radiate a sparkling aura, he couldn't help but wonder why they looked so incredibly cool. Hanso led his troops running through the streets as their rhythmic counting echoed. 13, 14, 15, 16. He pointed towards the city gate. Realizing the situation was extremely urgent, Hanso commanded, We're switching to interval training. The entire army responded in unison. Yes, sir. Then they began to accelerate at a terrifying pace. The counting continued fast and furious. 28, 29, 30. Hanso roared for them to maintain high intensity. The muscle army charged forward with all their might, like arrows shot at wind-tearing speed. Even though they were so tired their tongues were hanging out, they didn't slow down for 1 minute and 30 seconds. Witnessing the incredible sight, the people on the street could only exclaim in astonishment. They're unbelievably fast. The muscle army just kept charging. They left clouds of dust in their wake. Amidst the rubble, a mother was clutching her young child surrounded by bloodthirsty zombies. The child screamed in terror. Mommy, instantly, a devastating blow landed with a thunderous cry of press, crushing the monsters in a heartbeat. The child stared blankly at their saviors who had just appeared, then reassured his mother, Mommy, it's okay. Those men saved us. These heroes are a little weird though. The mother could only stare in shock at Hanso and his muscle army as they ran past engrossed in their counting. 16-17. The boy asked excitedly, Mommy, if I learn swordsmanship, can I be that strong too? The mother watched the moving masses of muscle breaking out in a cold sweat as she replied, Honey, that's not swordsmanship. After the war is over, let's ask them what kind of technique that is. Okay. The situation at the front gate was chaotic. Just then, Hanso's level 3 Hawkeye skill activated, allowing him to see everything clearly. Looking at the screaming zombies, Hanso wondered. Zombies. Why do they just scream and charge like that? He clicked his tongue and commented, they're all skin and bones. They probably don't even know what whey protein is. A member of his squad struggled to explain about that. They're called zombies. Seeing his subordinate hunched over from exhaustion as he spoke, Hanso immediately reminded him, Hey, you have to keep your back straight even when you're resting or you'll mess up your spine. He really is the most dedicated personal trainer in the solar system. The guy quickly obeyed and went on to explain that these zombies have no intelligence at all. They're just walking corpses driven by pure hunger. Hearing this, Hanso's face lit up with relief. Thank goodness, that means I don't have to feel guilty about taking them out. The man beside him asked breathlessly, Huff, Master Hanso, what's our next move? Watching the zombies swarm toward the city gates, Hanso casually made a shocking suggestion. How about we just use our chest muscles to blast them all away? Faced with the other man's stunned silence, Hanso snapped. What's with that look? The guy frantically waved his hands in fear. No, sorry sir, that's a brilliant plan. Hanso let out a hearty laugh. Right, he immediately turned to ask for permission. In that case, would you mind if I took command of this operation? Seeing Hanso's determination, Gudo replied, Go for it. Orders were barked out instantly. A member of the muscle squad shouted, Everyone scatter. Units 1 and 2 fan out across the village and protect the citizens. He continued coordinating the forces. Units 3 and 4 get up on the walls now. The members worked in perfect harmony, supporting the soldiers while fighting back the undead. Unit 5, support Hanso in pushing the zombies off the walls. Right at the city gate, Hanso was unleashing his terrifying physical strength. All by himself, he held back a literal sea of zombies pouring in. Witnessing this impossible feat, everyone nearby could only stare in wide-mouthed shock. Whoa, is that even possible? However, the situation remained incredibly tense. Gudo roared out orders to block the gate. He worriedly realized that even if Hanso could push back the enemy, the village would be doomed if even a few slipped through the gaps. Gudo continued to urge them desperately, so, please someone block that gate. Hearing this, Lumi shouted back, Count, the gate has been completely destroyed. She pointed toward the gaping entrance where Hanso was straining to hold the line. There's no door left to block. The way Gudo gasped in shock. How could this happen? Right then, a confident voice rang out. I knew this would happen. Heavy footsteps that shook the ground approached. Together they were carrying a massive metal object shaped like a giant kettlebell engraved with Hanso's name toward the gate. Gudo was stunned to recognize a familiar face. That scrawny kid from back then got that jacked. Lumi couldn't believe her eyes either. How on earth are they lifting that thing? In the middle of the chaotic battlefield, Hanso was casually doing weighted lunges. One of the members struggling with the kettlebell shouted, "Sir, you go on ahead." The swordsman, dripping with sweat and breathing heavily, asked in bewilderment, "What is going on here?" He gritted his teeth in pain. "My quads are totally fried. I can't move my legs anymore." "Don't give up, senior. You can definitely do it." A member of the muscle squad spoke up. "I know you're always looking out for your seniors' bodies, but if you push yourself past your limits like this, you're going to get injured." The man trembled as he gave his final words. "Don't save me. I'd rather die than be told to skip a gym day." With that, he collapsed to the ground in total exhaustion. Seeing this, Gudo cried out in agony, "Senior, no, it's not supposed to end like this. How could the remaining people possibly lift this thing now?" His vision began to blur from fatigue, but seeing the silhouette of Hanso, single-handedly holding back the sea of zombies at the gate, snapped Gudo back to his senses. We can lift it." Another member rushed over to support Gudo. He shouted to coordinate the forces. "Unit 5, cover the kettlebell team. Kettlebell team, move up and block the gate now." The massive kettlebell began to glow with a brilliant purple energy as it started moving toward the entrance under heavy footsteps. Gudo let out a thunderous roar, putting every ounce of his strength into pushing the metal mass forward. From above, voices urged them on. "Move it, kettlebell team." The entire squad shouted in unison with unwavering resolve. The giant weight was brought right to where Hanso was standing, ready to fill the gap in the city gate. With all their faith and sheer willpower, they screamed, "We can do this." Gudo gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, his breathing becoming incredibly heavy under the massive weight. They moved carefully inch by inch, cautioning each other until the multi-ton weight was finally set in place, creating a solid shield against the sea of undead outside. Seeing his subordinates' effort, Hanso cracked a satisfied smile. He looked at the exhausted Gudo and said, "Taking good care of the gym equipment, that's my boy. You have my approval." Praise from their leader was like a spiritual tonic, making the Muscle Brothers burst with joy. "Good, the gate is blocked. Kettlebell team, take a break." Immediately, another leader pointed forward and shouted, "Except for units 1 and 2, everyone else push back those zombies in Master Hanso's name." The muscle squad charged out all at once. Thunderous footsteps echoed across the walls as they dove down to meet the enemy. They dived straight into the middle of the horde, using pure physical strength to sweep the enemies away. Their massive hands grabbed and hurled the monsters back, forming a solid wall of muscle. One warrior straining against the zombies turned back and asked, "Am I doing this right?" Hanso calmly observed the battlefield and reminded him, "Squeeze those glutes a bit more. Fighting is all about the aesthetics, you know." The muscle squad shouted back in unison, "Sir, yes sir." The hulking men easily slammed and tossed the monsters around like toys. Watching from above, Gudo screamed in panic, "No, stop. If they get bitten, they'll turn into zombies instantly," he warned fearfully, as he saw a member get bitten on the shoulder. Suddenly, a muscular warrior froze, his eyes glowing a deep red. His teeth were clenched tight, and his whole body shook violently, as if he were undergoing a horrific transformation. He threw his head back and let out a thunderous roar, angry red veins popping out all over his massive frame. However, his comrade beside him casually remarked, "Stop pretending to be infected just so you can slack off. We were already undead to begin with, remember?" The guy immediately went back to normal. Heh, oh right. Witnessing this clumsy performance, Lumi stood there, frozen, completely speechless. She looked down with a gaze full of annoyance and muttered, "They've got to be kidding me." Below, the members of the muscle squad were still laughing and joking, even daring each other to try faking a transformation. Just then, the horde of zombies charged forward again, screaming frantically. Hanso silently stepped forward to face the bloodthirsty monsters. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at him, sinking its teeth deep into his shoulder. Hanso's face darkened, and a heavy, murderous aura began to radiate from him. He exclaimed angrily, "You got my muscles all dirty." Immediately, a radiant golden energy burst from his body, sending all the surrounding zombies flying in an instant. From a distance, Ben watched this unbelievable sight in astonishment, wondering what it was. He sat on a hill, squinting as he analyzed the scene. They looked like demi-humans and monsters, but why were they helping humans? Ben covered his face and laughed with glee. "Well, this is fun. Looks like some weightlifting freaks have shown up, huh?" Ben pointed towards the city gate and coldly ordered his minions go tear them to shreds. Monsters with sharp teeth and eyes glowing in the dark began a frantic rampage. A soldier could only watch in amazement as enormous beams of energy swept past. He cried out in bitterness, "That's General Ivan's attack." Hanso watched with a sharp, cold gaze as another purple beam shot through the air. That was the attack from the completely transformed general. The ferocious monsters lunged forward, biting and tearing, creating a scene of utter chaos. Gudo ran frantically, shouting, "Get out of the way!" As soon as he saw Duhanso, he scrambled to the city wall and yelled, pointing towards Duhanso, "He's over there." Gudo pointed to a tree in the distance, insisting that the guy over there was the mastermind behind all of this. However, surrounded by the army of muscle, Duhanso's view was blocked, so he couldn't see anything. Gudo continued to shout directions. "Just go straight, keep going straight, there's a guy with blue hair there." Duhanso gave a confident smile and replied, "Got it." He turned to his subordinates and said, "I'm going to go have a little consultation with that blue-haired client. You guys keep training on your own." A member of the muscle army replied clearly, "Yes sir, we can do it." Duhanso's expression immediately turned grim. He clenched his fists, radiating a fierce killing intent, and murmured, "Good. In that case..." Duhanso suddenly executed the reverse pec deck fly technique with earth-shattering power. The swings of his arms created continuous afterimages at maximum speed, causing Gudo to gasp in awe. This is a miracle. A miracle is happening. A colossal pressure wave from Duhanso's movements swept away the entire zombie horde and all the debris. In an instant, it left a completely empty space to Gudo's utter amazement. In the distance, Ben was sitting leisurely under a tree with a mysterious figure. He clicked his tongue with contempt. This bunch or that bunch, they're all equally useless. Villains always love to preach. Ben looked worried, sweat dripping down his face as he bit his glove and asked his companion, "Isn't that right, Elize?" Elize stood silently in the shade of the tree, merely giving a slight nod in response. Ben showed clear annoyance at the appearance of an unexpected variable, forcing him to show himself. He leisurely stepped out from his hiding place, preparing for a fight. At the same time, the incredibly muscular Duhanso was also striding closer. The two opponents faced each other in the middle of the battlefield, and the atmosphere grew intensely strained. Duhanso tensed, showing off his massive back muscles as he walked with a powerful stride, sensing the pressure from his opponent. Ben immediately unleashed his dark power, transforming his body into a pitch-black monster with glowing yellow eyes and sharp horns. Duhanso didn't flinch. He began to accelerate, putting power into his legs and charging forward like the wind. An earth-shaking collision erupted in the center of the battlefield. Both men grabbed hold of each other, using pure physical strength to overwhelm their opponent in an uncompromising test of power. Duhanso's eyes blazed with killing intent amidst the glowing red dust clouds. His face showed a clear determination to destroy his enemy. Facing him was the twisted, ferocious face of Ben in his monster form. He bared his teeth and laughed maniacally. Duhanso and Ben strained in a breathtaking power struggle, the ground beneath their feet cracking from the incredible pressure. Ben gritted his teeth, trying to resist, but was completely overwhelmed by his opponent's extraordinary physical strength. Duhanso roared furiously, "You dare touch my VIP client, how do you like that?" He used his powerful hands to crush Ben's hand, leaving him completely unable to resist. Ben cried out in pain, cough. Without letting his opponent catch a breath, Duhanso grabbed Ben tightly and roared, "So it was you, the blue-haired punk who loves to crash the party." He immediately lifted the monster up and slammed him straight into the ground with immense force. Ben's eyes went wide, his mouth agape in utter shock and agony. Duhanso followed up with a fatal blow, pressing Ben's head firmly into the deep crater he had just created. Pinned to the ground, Ben wheezed in terror. "Ugh, what is this power?" He struggled and screamed, "Let go." This bastard stood imposingly with glowing red eyes. Duhanso asked coldly, "Are you done?" He looked down at his crumbling enemy and declared, "Now it's my turn." Duhanso ground Ben into the dirt, activating the technique known as mountain climber. Duhanso's continuous stomps created terrifying explosions, tearing the ground open into a long, deep trench. From a distance, Elise silently watched the battle with a completely emotionless face. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the army of muscle and the soldiers were also frantically wiping out the remaining monsters. Powerful slashes and punches rang out continuously, clearing out the last remnants of the zombie horde. Observing from afar, Eliza assessed the situation. Ben is a real danger. Immediately, a cold command was issued to eliminate the dangerous element. It shot off, racing through the forests at terrifying speed to provide backup. A girl with long brown hair suddenly appeared, using her sword to block the killing machine's attack. The stranger asked coldly, "Who are you?" The girl replied clearly, "Take a good look. I am of the Leon bloodline. I'm not one to be trifled with." The harsh clang of metal on metal rang out continuously as the two engaged in a high-speed sword fight, watched by a growling black wolf. The robot ordered its accomplice to go to Ben's location and then immediately accelerated, dashing away like the wind. She smirked defiantly. "You think you can stop me with that level of swordsmanship?" The machine replied calmly, uploading opponent's swordsmanship data. "You have no chance of winning." It began to spin its blades at maximum speed, creating a fierce whirlwind of attacks that surrounded her. In another corner of the battlefield, a member of the muscle army, his hands glowing with a bright pink light, shouted, "Pull." The whole group put all their strength into pulling a giant energy rope attached to a purple weight. When the elastic force reached its limit, a shout rang out, "Now's the time, release." The massive energy weight was launched at a terrifying velocity. The heavy blant 110 technique was officially activated, turning the weight into a purple fireball that shot across the sky. Below, both the kingdom's soldiers and the army of muscle looked up in horror as the purple glow enveloped everything. Suddenly, the orb exploded into a barrage of deadly light beams. They rained down upon the earth with terrifying impact, creating towering pillars of smoke and fire that wiped out the enemy legion in the blink of an eye. Amidst the dusty battlefield, the members of the muscle army quickly coordinated their forces. One person pointed and yelled, "Reload now." The next command was issued loud and clear. "First, squad check if there are any zombies left in the village." While one group focused on protecting and assisting the civilians inside the fortified walls, the battle cry rang out with full force again. Chest press practice is over. Switch to comprehensive combat training now. The hulking warriors simultaneously charged into the horde of the living dead, using their steel fists to crush all resistance. Witnessing this seamless coordination, Gudo watched in silence, making a private assessment. At first I thought they were just a bunch of idiots, but now I realize I'm traveling with legends. It felt like he was observing the entire battle from high above. Gudo recalled his grandfather's stories about an ancient legend that among the monsters, there was once a brilliant strategist who sided with humanity, the hero of the Fourth Great Demon World War. Looking at Gulo's back, Gudo was stunned, wondering why that name had just popped into his head. Meanwhile, at the center of the ruins, Hanso used his oblique muscles to lock down his opponent's attack, leaving Ben stunned and confused about what was happening. Ben tried to struggle, but realized Hanso's hand was like a steel clamp, squeezing the life out of him, making it absolutely impossible to escape. A resounding bark cut through the air. Immediately following was the appearance of a technique called the Bornado. This was an advanced technique of Bowman's, a perfect combination of wind magic and dark necromancy. The bones spinning within the cyclone possessed a terrifying hardness no different from refined steel. This brutal attack was strong enough to crush the head of anyone, without protective gear in an instant. However, against Hanso's ironclad body, this bony cyclone was nothing more than a gentle meridian massage. When his opponent's ultimate move was only enough to scratch an itch, witnessing his signature technique being so disrespected, the wolf bomb could only whimper in disappointment. But it immediately perked up when it heard cheering. "Nice one." Ben was being choked so hard by Hanso that his eyes were bulging, and he was foaming at the mouth. In his extreme agony, he decided to resort to his final desperate measure. A series of syringes filled with a bizarre green liquid were jabbed straight into his intensely flexing bicep. Ben gritted his teeth and threatened, "Everything that happens next is your own damn fault." A blatant case of juicing mid-fight, yet Hanso remained calm. He was confident that no matter how strong his opponent became, he could never overcome the grip of his hands. Suddenly, a hand from behind reached out and grabbed Hanso's shoulder, startling him. The phantom of Ben, with glowing eyes and a sinister smile, whispered right next to his ear, "Is that what you think?" An earth-shattering collision erupted, and Hanso was sent flying into the sky. Ben's maniacal laughter rang out again, "Kihaha." A barrage of energy beams began to fire consecutively, crisscrossing at dizzying speeds. Ben shouted triumphantly, "Your eyes can't even keep up, can they? Kihaha." The deadly streams of light continuously swept through, tearing up the ground around Hanso's position. Standing at the epicenter of the attack, Hanso calmly thought about the contractility of muscles. He analyzed the fiber characteristics of skeletal muscle as the light beams continuously exploded around him. Ben roared in anger. "I didn't want to use this move because of Leon. Why did you have to butt into other people's business just to get yourself killed?" Despite the threats, Hanso continued his internal lecture about how muscles are divided into white and red muscle, with red muscle playing the role of storing oxygen to ensure continued activity. Amidst the enveloping rain of energy bullets, Hanso focused his strength, tensing his abs and thigh muscles, and shouted the name of the pose, abdominal and thigh, using his six-pack to stop the apocalypse. The high myoglobin content gives the muscles their characteristic red color, helping to slow down muscle fatigue. Hanso immediately executed posing technique number 5, causing his entire back musculature to ripple and tense up. Although this type of red muscle has the advantage of endurance, its contraction speed isn't very fast. On the other hand, what about the white muscle fibers? Unlike the red muscle, Ben started to feel doubtful as his attacks seemed to have no effect on his opponent. He wondered, "My fists are tired from punching, so how is he still just standing there flexing?" Hanso stood imposing and grim-faced, his eyes glowing brightly in the shadows. White muscle, though having low myoglobin content, which causes stamina to deplete quickly, makes up for it with a completely superior contraction speed. Inside, the monster form hiding in the tree, he gritted his teeth and decided, "If this isn't working, I just have to hit him even harder." He madly charged down with the simple intention of just attacking. A horrifying impact exploded right in the middle of Hanso's body. Yet, amidst the brutal storm of blows, Hanso had realized the only way to win this fight was to endure all of his opponent's attacks. Hanso gritted his teeth, executing the pose known as the side chest. He tensed every single muscle fiber, letting the energy beams continuously collide and explode on his gargantuan body. Hanso patiently waited until his opponent was exhausted, because he understood that this was in fact a battle of endurance. However, at this moment, Hanso was still unaware of one fact. Ben's body was not created through natural means. The discarded syringes on the ground were proof of this twisted transformation. Seeing the pitch-black entity with glowing red eyes before him, Hanso exclaimed in shock. Ben had completely lost his humanity. He opened his mouth in a crazed laugh, ki-ha-ha-ha-ha, revealing a terrifying set of sharp teeth. Hanso unleashed a powerful press, creating an earth-shattering explosion that caused the ground to crumble under the immense pressure. Witnessing this incredible power, the monster form Ben was so shocked his pupils shrank. He cried out in terror. What kind of punch destroys the whole map like that? Sweat poured down his contorted face as he gritted his teeth, trying to resist in desperation. Realizing the immense power gap, Ben told himself he had to absolutely avoid a direct clash of strength with Hanso. Hanso smirked with a confident smile, calmly explaining that no matter how superior the muscle fibers are, controlling the nervous system under extreme pressure is still incredibly difficult. Hanso's entire body suddenly glowed with a fiery red hue. He flexed, showing off his rippling muscles, and admitted that even he himself wasn't entirely used to the constant changes in his own body. At that moment, the enemy's blue light beams continued to zip around Hanso at dizzying speeds. But he stood firm as a rock and calmly wondered, when is this nimble guy gonna get tired? Meanwhile, on another corner of the battlefield, the massive monster Farron is going on a wild rampage, sweeping through soldiers with incredibly powerful swings of its arms. The clashing sound of metal rings out continuously as it suddenly spins its arms like a giant windmill, creating a vortex that crushes and flings away everything standing in the human army's path. The monster looms over the wreckage, its glowing red eyes looking down at the defeated soldiers as it spits out words of pure contempt. Weak as hell. A few spins and you're all wiped out. Despite that terrifying display of power, a young warrior still bravely stands his ground. Facing death itself, he calmly admits, I know we're weaker than you. But then his gaze suddenly turns sharp and cold. He grips his sword tight and screams with absolute determination, but the power of our friendship is on a whole different level. The young man shouts with confidence, I'm much stronger than a creature like you. Instantly, a brilliant blue fighting spirit and sword aura erupt powerfully from his blade. He wears a smug smirk, but it's quickly extinguished as his face twists in shock. A massive impact sends him flying, accompanied by a scream of pure agony. Call that a sword? Watch me show you how a real blade dances. In an instant, a flurry of rapid-fire strikes infused with a vibrant purple aura is unleashed. The monster casually remarks, too slow, as its opponent stares in shock. A massive blade tears through the air, diving down. Because the momentum is too high, the attack can't be stopped, slamming directly into the body of the man lying on the ground. The blade stops just an inch from Rapier's face. He gasps out, Am I strong? A cold voice replies, weak. A giant shadow with glowing red eyes emits an overwhelming murderous intent looming over the scene. But before the monster can even move, it's sent flying by a sudden blow. Everyone on the battlefield stands there dazed, having no idea what just happened. Hanso slowly walks out from the cloud of dust, casually spits on the ground and remarks, Man, you've really been hitting the weights, haven't you? Are we here for a fight or a gym session, boys? The story shifts to a small village on the distant border. Amidst the peaceful scenery of cliffs and a flowing river, a man in a cloak runs frantically up the stone steps, constantly calling out the general's name with a face full of panic. Using every bit of strength he has, he slams open the door to the room ahead. Seeing the man barge in the general, a woman with a powerful toned physique sitting at the dining table casually asks, barging into a lady's private quarters without knocking, that's a bit lacking in class, don't you think? She doesn't miss the chance to tease him, leaving the village head frozen in shock. Drenched in sweat, the village head screams that there's no time for jokes and reports some earth-shattering news that just broke out in the White Kingdom. General Leon tells him to calm down, mocking the fact that he's only 40 years old and already out of breath. The village head slams his hand on the table and wails. A horde of zombies is attacking the White Kingdom right now, he pleads. We truly need the general's strength. Hearing this, Leon bursts out laughing. She nonchalantly figures the army can handle something like that on their own and goes back to eating. But when the village head reveals the one behind the zombies is Ben, Leon's movements stop instantly. Her eyes turn ice cold. At the mention of Ben's name, Leon gives a faint mocking smile, revealing a back with rippling powerful muscles. Ha ha ha. The female general's hearty laughter echoes throughout the room. The mustached officer beside her, dripping with nervous sweat, cries out, General, this is no time to be laughing. Leon smiles cryptically and asks, if I don't laugh now, then when? Poor Ben. He really picked the wrong fight this time. Seeing the confused looks on her subordinates' faces, Leon holds up 2 fingers and asserts that the White Kingdom currently has 2 invincible shields. One is their reliable ally, Hanso, who is using his extraordinary physical strength to crush enemies with a single devastating punch. and the second shield is her beloved niece, the #1 hope of the continent. Lai glides with incredible speed before immediately dropping into a predatory crunch position. Her bright yellow eyes flash with a dangerous sharp glint. Lai was born during the continent's dark ages when wars were constant and never-ending. Because they were too lazy to exercise, the elves were almost wiped off the map. To help them, a human doctor named Joseph Pill Lai researched and spread a training method combined with meditation specifically for the elves. However, the current Lai has moved far beyond the scope of a mere exercise routine. It has been adapted into a high-level combat technique. During her time staying in the elf forest, Lai tirelessly refined this martial art. Every one of her movements exudes grace through the point-and-flow technique, leaving her opponent stunned as she lightly lands and stands right on top of his weapon. In just 7 years, Lai has completely mastered this technique and made it her own. She leaps into the air executing a wrist chop exercise move with terrifying power. Facing her enemy, Lai coldly declares, "Your existence. I will erase it." A massive surge of energy erupts, aiming straight for her target with immense force. Lai continuously shifts through squat techniques, then into a Zotman curl, completely overwhelming her enemy and leaving them frozen in shock. She coldly tells her opponent, "You are no match for me." To her surprise, the robot stubbornly talks back. It's not over yet. The machine is broken, but its mouth is still working fine. Instantly, Lai begins the circum technique, spinning her blades to create a continuous attacking vortex. The sound of clashing metal rings out repeatedly as the two engage in a breathtaking duel. While fighting, Lai nonchalantly tosses out an insult. "Keep spinning, you look just like a washing machine." She watched as the robot frantically unleashed a barrage of sharp blades surrounding Lai from all sides. An earth-shattering collision explodes moments later as two massive forces clash head-on. Lai activates her fighting spirit known as powerhouse. She raises her sword high, which is now blazing with golden flames. Looking at her robotic opponent fumbling with its clunky weapons, she mocks him. "Now what? It seems having too many arms is actually making you lose your balance." The robot trembles helplessly under the terrifying pressure coming from the other side. Lai coldly declares, "This is the end," and unleashes a powerful hyperextension strike, sending her opponent flying in a blinding flash of light. Amidst the smoke and dust, Hanso, though his breath shows signs of fatigue, still stands firm as a rock, making his enemy wonder in shock. Shouldn't he be exhausted by now? Ben can't believe his eyes, because according to his calculations, there should have been an overwhelming difference in power. He moves frantically at maximum speed, creating streaks of light that surround Hanso from every direction. Witnessing his opponent's unbelievable endurance, Hanso also starts to wonder, why isn't he tired yet? Ben gritted his teeth in pure resentment, seeing that all his efforts to attack were completely useless. "Why isn't anything working?" Ben screamed in a total fit of rage. What on earth is that body made of? He wove an inescapable net of energy surrounding Hanso. Ben lunged forward, his eyes burning with killing intent. He roared as he threw punch after punch, but the man wouldn't go down. "Are you even human? Or are you made of iron?" Hanso fired back coldly. "I was just about to ask you the same thing." Ben went into a frenzy, revealing that the drug he just took was specially formulated. This drug targets the dragon, granting him a massive surge of dark energy. Ben claimed his current power was now on par with an elder dragon. He plummeted from the sky like a lethal arrow. But Hanso just let out a defiant roar. "Maybe it's just because I've trained harder than you." Ben writhed in agony as the drug's side effects kicked in. He gasped, "The side effects already quick. Give me the neutralizer. This is what happens when you use black market steroids." Hanso watched as the man's body deformed into a bruised purple mass of flesh, his bones bulging and veins popping out. He stepped closer, completely unfazed. "What kind of twisted transformation are you trying to pull this time?" Before him stood a grotesque, towering beast yellow slime dripping from its maw. Suddenly, the monster began to vomit up a disgusting greenish-yellow liquid. Hanso wondered, is it malnutrition? Or maybe he's got a case of gout. A system notification popped up to confirm that wasn't the case at all. Out of the pile of slime, Ben's gaunt, shriveled form slowly emerged. He trembled, pleading in his mind, "Hurry. Just give me the shot." Wait. Why was I even fighting that monster? He looked up at Hanso, eyes streaming with yellow tears, and wheezed for him to stop. Ben continued to whine in utter despair. "Fighting is so exhausting. Maybe we should just go grab a coffee. Especially in a beautiful world like this." Hanso crossed his arms and shot back. "I didn't want to fight either, but you're the one who started this mess." His killing intent began to flare. Hanso gritted his teeth and roared, "Do you have any idea how many beginners couldn't make it to the gym because of you? The ultimate sin is stopping someone from working out." Faced with that terrifying expression, Ben was paralyzed with fear. He sobbed uncontrollably, begging for mercy. "I'm sorry I was wrong. Why did I even do this? Please stop looking at me with that scary face." Ben collapsed into the puddle of slime, sobbing and muttering, I just wanted to save Elise." Hanso stepped closer, repeating the name Elise with a hint of suspicion. Ben wheezed in confirmation. "Yeah, Elise is." In his memories, the haunting image of a black crow perched on a wooden post returned. Elise was dead. She had been bound tight while a crowd looked on with cold indifference. The unbearable pain of loss twisted into a burning fire of hatred. Ben roared, "Revenge, I'm here for revenge." His face contorted into a wild, maniacal grin. His hands shook as he held up a syringe filled with a glowing green liquid. He muttered, "This stuff is agonizing. It drives you completely insane." He screamed in fury at his opponent. "I was almost weak enough to forgive you for a second." With that, Ben plunged the needle deep into his chest. Forcing every drop of that dangerous drug into his system, he gritted his teeth with resolve. "I'll take one last hit and send you straight to hell." Ben's body exploded with a surge of dark energy. It turned him into a colossal monster with razor-sharp teeth. "I'm ending this once and for all." A blinding flash of light erupted in the heart of the forest. The shockwave from the explosion was so violent it forced everyone to shield their eyes in shock. Amidst that light, the silhouette of Elise appeared, making Ben choke out her name. Elise. The story shifts back 32 years to the county of Gudo. Under the bright sun, a young man was tirelessly practicing his swordsmanship. The rhythmic sound of wood hitting wood filled the air. That was Gudo at 17 years old, while his best friend Ben sat nearby on a bench, relaxing with a book. "Hey Gudo, why are our people so bad at magic?" Gudo snapped back while delivering sharp, decisive swings with his sword. "Am I supposed to know every little thing?" Ben gave a gentle smile, reminding him that since Gudo was the heir to the county, he needed to understand these things. Even though Gudo claimed he didn't want to hear it, he knew his friend's personality too well. He grumbled as he continued his drills. "You're going to keep talking even if I tell you to shut up, aren't you? Ha." After a session of intense training, Gudo stopped leaning on his wooden sword and gasping for air. "Whew. All right, fine. Tell me." Ben agreed, excited to explain. Unlike battle aura, magic is incredibly delicate. The stronger your emotions shift, the smoother the flow of mana becomes. He held up his book, The Principles of Magic, pointing out that the core issue was that the people of the Gudo County were always stifled by rigid rules. Worrying too much about what others think leads to constant emotional suppression. That suppression is like a rope tying you down, preventing mana from circulating. However, 17-year-old Gudo insisted that magic was just a witch's curse. He believed that unlocking one's own physical strength was their true identity. Ben teased him, "Oh, you sound just like some old-fashioned politician." Gudo immediately lost his temper and threatened him. "You want to die." Ben just sat back down on the bench. He hugged his book tight, muttering about how studying things like magic was a waste of time. He looked at the wooden sword on the ground and challenged him to a spar. "How about it?" Gudo smiled and agreed. "Fine by me, let me warm up a bit." But talking big usually leads to a bitter end. The match began with a series of rapid-fire strikes. The final score was a staggering 123-43. Just then, a girl appeared and called out to Master Leon. She walked over and started scolding him. "Ben, you're always so lazy. With your talent, why are you like this?" Ben walked away silently, muttering under his breath. "Swinging swords is so boring. I'm going to go study." The female master smiled and explained, "That's only because you haven't reached that level yet." She turned her gaze to Gudo and advised, "Look at Gudo and learn. See how much he's enjoying himself." She gave him a playful tap on the chest to encourage him. But Gudo thought to himself, "I don't find swordsmanship interesting at all either." Ben turned back to his master and said, "I only train for fun. I already know I'm just dead weight." Much to Gudo's shock, the master pressed him. "What did you just say?" Ben's attitude suddenly shifted. He stared straight at the visitor with a cold, piercing gaze and asked, "Who are you?" The purple-haired girl smiled and explained, "I'm here for this child, but I suppose I'm a bit late with the introductions." She boldly announced, "Your training partner for today, who also happens to be my favorite disciple, is Elise." Elise appeared, looking full of confidence, her white hair neatly braided and a long staff held firmly in her hand. Tilting her head with a bright smile, she said, "If it's just those guys, I think I could take them both on at once and still win." Her words made the two boys' faces turn red with anger. One of them barked, "What did you just say? You're just a girl. How dare you?" Gudo and his friend immediately took their combat stances, but Elise's expression shifted instantly. She growled, "Oh, so we're doing the sexism thing. Eat this staff, you jerk." Elise lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a barrage of strikes that left her two opponents in utter shock. Powerful blows rained down one after another, leaving them wide-eyed and stunned, unable to even put up a defense. After that absolute beatdown, Gudo and his friend lay groaning on the ground. "Huh. She's terrifyingly strong," Elise declared. "From now on, don't you ever use the phrase 'just a girl' again." Gudo could only nod in bitter agreement. "Fine." As he watched Elise walk away, the other boy thought to himself, "Elise, she's nothing like those fake nobles." He watched her silently, feeling a simple yet powerful charm radiating from her. In his mind, he pictured Eliza's radiant smile and thought, "She's actually really pretty too." Under the glow of the sunset, he turned to his friend and said, "Gudo, I finally have a dream." Gudo asked blankly, "What dream?" The boy declared firmly, "I'm going to marry Elise." Gudo jumped in shock and yelled, "What?" The boy just looked back calmly and asked, "Why are you so surprised?" Gudo, still stunned by his friend's declaration, stammered, "No. It's just, that was so out of nowhere. You're weak as a snail. Elise wouldn't even give you a second look. Your swordsmanship is pathetic. You should just give up." But the young man remained determined. "From now on, I'm going to take my sword training seriously." The two of them dove into relentless practice sessions. As time passed, they faced off against each other over and over again. Ben continued to improve, and his hard work finally paid off with his first victory. Seeing Elise standing nearby, he asked, "Are you really not going to join the competition?" Gudo lowered his head in silence, staring at his lonely sword on the ground as he watched his two friends walk away. Gudo thought to himself, "I want to go with you guys too." But when he faced them, he forced a strained smile and said, "Yeah, I've got too much work to do, so I can't go." Immediately after he faced his father's fury, the man roared, "I let you train in swordsmanship, and yet you can't even beat that low-born brat." A loud slam on the table echoed through the main hall. Gudo could only stand there, hunched over and taking the heat. He whispered in despair, "Father, perhaps I simply have no talent for the sword." "I don't want to hear it." A glass was hurled straight at Gudo's head, wounding him. The count looked at his only son with nothing but pure contempt. "Tisk tisk, my only son, and you're this useless." Gudo trembled, bowing his head to apologize. "I'm sorry, father. I'm sorry, my lord." Amidst a torrential downpour, Gudo sat alone atop the high castle walls, staring down at the rushing waterfall in utter hopelessness. A soldier approached and warned him, "If you keep sitting out here like this, you'll catch a cold." "Master Gudo." Gudo replied wearily, "I'm fine, just leave me be." Suddenly Elise rushed up from behind, grabbed him tightly by the neck, and shouted, "What do you mean you're fine?" Gudo gasped. "Elise." She snapped at him, "Your face looks like you're about to die, so how can you say you're fine?" Elise didn't hold back as she started dragging Gudo along. "You really don't know how to enjoy life, do you? Come with me, young master." Gudo could only stumble along, completely helpless. Watching Elise smile so radiantly in the middle of the city, Gudo wondered, how can she always smile like that, as he watched her excitedly try on new dresses. Gudo's face turned red as he thought, is she really this happy to be with me? She definitely has a crush on me. There's no way that guy Ben stands a chance. He told himself with newfound resolve, if that's the case, I'll make sure to love her more than anyone else in this world. Later, at the military training grounds, Gudo accidentally overheard some soldiers gossiping. "Did you hear Ben confessed his feelings to Elise and got rejected?" Another soldier asked in surprise. "Wait, weren't those two dating?" Hearing that Ben got dumped, Gudo was shocked, but a spark of hope ignited in his heart. So, that means I still have a chance. Convinced that Elise had feelings for him, he began sprinting wildly through the streets. As he ran, he screamed in his heart, "Elise, I like you, I love you." Gudo was ready to risk everything. He told himself that even with his father's oppression, even if he had to leave his family behind, he didn't care. He was completely head over heels. With his mind only on his beloved, he resolved to focus only on her and make her happy. Gudo stopped in front of a room, his breath heavy from exhaustion and nerves. He reached out to pull back the curtain, his heart pounding as he prepared to face the girl of his dreams. Gudo swallowed hard in tension and peeked inside, but the sight before his eyes left him completely frozen. Gudo's face distorted with horror. Tears began to stream down his cheeks as he weakly whispered Ben's name. The night before, under a star-filled sky, Ben had painfully gripped Elise's hand and pleaded, "Elise, why are you rejecting me? You said you had feelings for me too." He desperately reminded her of everything he had done. "I worked out until I was breathless at the gym, because you said you liked six-packs. How could you dump me like this?" Ben looked at Elise with pleading eyes. "Don't do this, please. Just think about it one more time." Suddenly, Ben's eyes widened, in pure amazement as a brilliant blue light began to envelop Elise's body. She floated into the air, radiating a massive surge of magical energy, and began to pour her heart out. "I've possessed a body overflowing with mana since the day I was born." Elise looked at her glowing hands and explained that if too much mana builds up, it will destroy her very being. That's why she's forced to find secluded places to release it. Elise's face darkened as she thought about her future. "Right now, I'm secretly venting this mana to hide from everyone's eyes, but one day, this will all be exposed." She looked at Ben with a distant gaze and gave a sad, bitter smile. "I'm still not brave enough to turn the person I cherish into an accomplice." Ignoring the danger, Ben suddenly lunged forward and hugged Elise tightly, right in the middle of the exploding energy. Elise screamed in panic, "Watch out, you'll be electrocuted. Why are you hugging me?" But as the kingdom's only magic scholar, Ben held onto his love firmly. His eyes burned with determination. "From this moment on, your problem is something only I can solve." Ben pulled Elise into a deep embrace and made a solemn vow. "I swear I will spend the rest of my life loving you." Amidst the shimmering glow of love and magic, Ben softly whispered her name, Elise. Behind the slightly ajar door, Gudo witnessed the entire scene with a shattered heart. Tears of anguish streamed down his face, twisted in despair. He gritted his teeth, swallowing the bitter resentment that surged within him as he watched the woman he loved in another man's arms. Gudo hopelessly whispered Elise's name, while Ben silently vowed to do anything and everything to protect the only woman in his life. In Ben's memories, the beautiful days with Elise and their little dog were always filled with laughter. But for Gudo, they were long, dark nights. Drowning himself in alcohol, he would hide behind a tree, secretly watching Elise practice her magic in solitude, forced to witness the woman he secretly adored being happy with someone else. Gudo could only collapse in front of an old photograph, sobbing his heart out. But that happiness was short-lived when Elise suddenly coughed up, blood staining her entire hand red. The heroine was in immense pain, and Ben rushed to her side in a panic. "Elise, are you okay?" Between her relentless coughs and the sound of a dog barking, Elise tried to reassure him. "I'm fine. My magic has just gotten a little stronger lately, so this happens sometimes." She even forced a smile, teasing Ben about losing at swordsmanship to lighten the mood. But Ben's face was filled with nothing but shock and utter terror. The fear of losing the one he loved drove Ben to lock himself away in his laboratory. He told himself, "Watching you fall, I felt like my whole world was collapsing." Ben was determined to keep his promise to protect her. "I will not leave this place until I find a way. I think it's time I fulfilled my promise to you." He pleaded with Elise to hold on just a little longer until the day he returned with a life-saving cure. Ben began to study the newly discovered physical enhancement compound. He hoped she would give him the chance to cure her so they could spend the rest of their lives together. But the trade-off was brutal, as terrifying mutated creatures began to appear from his insane experiments. Back in the present, Gudo staggered toward Elise, clutching a bottle of alcohol, which made her question him. "Gudo, why do you reek of alcohol from all the way over here?" In his drunken state, Gudo yelled resentfully, "Didn't you used to like me too? We had something good, we were happy." Faced with his hysteria, Elise remained calm and replied bluntly, "I have never had romantic feelings for you. I apologize if I gave you the wrong impression. But let's put that aside for a moment." A brilliant blue magical aura began to envelop her body as she posed a grim question. "Gudo, even assuming we had been together, could you truly love someone like me, someone who is forced to use magic and become a criminal?" Elise looked at Gudo with eyes full of disappointment. She bitterly rebuked him, saying that he knew her situation perfectly well, but deliberately pretended not to. Gudo, still holding the bottle, with sweat pouring down his face, screamed in anguish. "Because I was a coward back then, I have to be drunk to have the courage to say it now." He tried to say more, but a choked sob and overwhelming fear seized, his mind leaving the Count able to do nothing but open his mouth and scream in despair. Seeing that his cowardice hadn't changed at all, Elise quietly apologized and turned to leave, leaving Gudo behind, covering his face in shame and agony. "It seems you're still just as scared as ever." Elise's words twisted the knife in Gudo's old wound, and the memories of the past came flooding back. Those were the days of a barren drought. The cracked earth had driven the people to misery. An angry mob carrying torches and farming tools gathered before the castle gates. They shouted, "Hey Lord, come out and play Messiah for us and make it rain." Looking down from the high walls at the enraged crowd, Gudo's father spoke coldly. "Son, take a good look at what they call the people." He nonchalantly admitted that it would be nice if it rained, but he himself was no god. Gudo could only bow his head helplessly and ask his father what to do. Instead of worrying, the old lord asked his son if he thought those people truly hated him. Not at all. What they need right now is an object for their anger, someone they can pin all the blame on. The Lord spoke while grinding his teeth and clenching his fists sinisterly. He gave a terrifying smile and revealed that he had already found someone to bear the people's wrath in his place. When a trembling Gudo asked who it was, his father's eyes suddenly widened in a crazed laugh as he uttered the name Elise. The very one you confessed your love to. Gudo was utterly stunned. He stood frozen as his father placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke with mocking gratitude, saying that his useless son had finally been helpful for once. Count Leonard spoke coldly to his son, "Thank you for tattling now. Your father has a scapegoat for the people." Gudo was horrified and protested, "No, how could you do that to the woman I love?" Immediately, a powerful slap sent Gudo to the ground. His father roared, "You fool! How can the future ruler of this land be swayed by personal feelings?" The Count pointed a threatening finger. "If I leave you to your own devices, you'll surely mess things up." He bellowed an order to his soldiers, "Hey, take Gudo and lock him in his room for me." As the sun set, Gudo secretly climbed the wall to escape, thinking to himself, "Father, I'm sorry. Even if this is your wish, this is one time I cannot obey." Gudo rushed through the crowd. "Even if she is a woman I can never have, I don't have the courage to stand by and watch the one I love die." Gudo finally found the scene and shouted, "I found her, Elise." Seeing Gudo, Elise, who was being held by the soldiers, cried out desperately for help. "Gudo, save me." Murmurs began to spread through the hostile crowd. Lord Gudo, could he be an accomplice of the witch? Their anger erupted and they roared. "Even if he is the Count's son, if he's an accomplice, he must be punished. That's right, we have to destroy all of them." Under the terrifying pressure, a frightened Gudo pulled his hood down, completely hiding his face. The most cowardly second male lead in history turned and fled for his life. He abandoned Elise, who watched him go with an expression of sorrow and ultimate despair, surrounded by her executioners. Ben clutched Elise's lifeless body. He screamed in absolute agony at the loss of his love. Broken mementos fell around him just like his own shattered heart. Back in the present, the monstrous form continued to roar in a mad frenzy. No, Elise, the powerfully built Hanso shot forward like an arrow. Ben roared with murderous intent. Get away, you bastard. Hanso didn't flinch. He concentrated all his power into his arm and unleashed his one-armed shot put technique. Ben roared in a frenzy. Let go, he begged in agony. Let go, let me go. But Hanso coldly pressed his attack, forcing his enemy completely to the ground. Hanso clenched his giant fist, preparing for his next move, the hammer curl. Light flared in his eyes in the darkness as his overhead swing technique activated. It created a massive blow from above that shattered the ground, giving his opponent no chance to breathe. Hanso performs the cable pushdown with a terrifying intensity. 15 reps per set for 10 consecutive sets without any rest. A continuous barrage of hammer fists rained down, making the scene incredibly brutal. After finishing the punishment, Hanso looked down at his hand, stained from the battle. He calmly brushed off his shoulder, his face returning to its composed look as he thought to himself, now time to wipe out the rest of these zombies. In the distance, a massive vortex of energy called the Boninato suddenly erupted, sweeping everything in its path, watched by a mysterious creature hiding in the shadows. Hanso stared into the distance, looking totally annoyed, and muttered under his breath, "That damn dog is at it again." Looking up at the sky, he asked casually, "Are you planning to take your family with you?" Hanso smirked slightly and commented, "Cute." Instantly, tornadoes of bone and debris began to shoot up into the sky. Lai, with her fiery red hair, stood defiantly before the roaring whirlwinds. Hearing a bark, she turned her head coldly and declared, "Go ahead and take them. I have no interest in losers." Witnessing this, a horrified Gudo screamed, "No, you can't let Ben go like this," he yelled frantically in desperation. "He'll come back for revenge. Lai, go after him now. Eliminate him completely, or it'll be my head next, Lai," muttered Count Gudo's name, then suddenly drew her sword and shot forward. She roared with killing intent. "I'll kill you." Gudo stared blankly at her advancing figure, worried. Wait, what? Why does it look like she's charging at me? Ignoring all the astonished looks, she closed in with a face of absolute fury and screamed at Gudo, "You! What did you dare do to my lady?" Terrified, Gudo scrambled to run for his life, shouting orders to his soldiers. "Stop her. Someone stop Lai, for me." A blonde girl standing nearby could only sigh in exasperation as she watched the Count's retreating back. He's running away again. Suddenly, 2 members of the muscle squad appeared, blocking her path with their swords and advising junior sister Lai stop. "And it would be best if you did." Unfazed Lai leaped over their heads, declaring, "You can't stop me, senior brothers." Knowing full well she was right, she didn't slow down at all. There are times when one must act. She assumed a tabletop position to maintain perfect balance in mid-air. Immediately after, she lowered her center of gravity with the stagnant spin technique, channeling all her energy into her legs before executing an explosive extension. Lai glided as smoothly as a flowing river, leaving Block frozen in astonishment at her impossible speed. The sword in her hand pointed straight ahead, carrying with it a steely declaration that no one was allowed to touch the Count. Lai made her enemies let out a single pained cry and performed a graceful somersault in the air to escape the encirclement. Block quietly approached. In a low voice, he asked his junior sister to stop. Seeing a familiar face, Lai was stunned and called out her senior brother's name, Block. She sheathed her sword and stood proudly sizing up the man before her and remarking that he had gotten more handsome, and his muscles looked good too. However, Lai immediately poured cold water on the moment, wondering aloud if any enemy would actually stand still enough to take a slow attack like his. Block looked down at his hands in a daze, breaking out in a cold sweat, as he admitted, "So all this time I've just been training for show." Before his senior brother could explain, Lai swung her sword again, launching a relentless assault. She roared, demanding he take responsibility for the fall of her clan. Faced with her deadly sword strikes, Block could only dodge, apologizing profusely in a panic. Lai lunged forward, swinging her sword fiercely. "Don't apologize, just die." The razor-sharp blade stopped just inches from the Count's face. Hanso suddenly appeared, grabbing Lai's ankle with his bare hand and stopping her dead in her tracks. Gudo cried out in joy. Hanso Lai was lifted into the air, screaming frantically. "Hey, let me go, let go," Hanso coldly announced the technique, cable pullover. He used his terrifying strength to slam Lai into the ground, creating a massive impact. Hanso continued the exercise for 10 reps, relentlessly smashing his opponent into the ground without mercy. Looking at the motionless girl, Hanso suddenly remembered and chided himself. "Damn, I got too carried away with the workout. I wonder if this punching bag is still breathing." He worriedly wondered if she was dead. Hanso silently grabbed her by the leg and began dragging her away, explaining to Gudo, "Our warriors are naturally very durable, so..." Gudo quickly tried to reassure him. "She's probably not dead." As Hanso walked away, Lai, lying face down on the ground, cheered internally. "I'm alive." The scene then shifts to Gudo's majestic castle. Lai suddenly shot up in bed, screaming Gudo's name. She looked around the unfamiliar room and wondered, Where is this? A young maidservant entered and asked gently. You're awake, the girl explained. This is a guest room in Count Gudo's castle, Miss Lai. I was asked by Mr. Hanso to take care of you. The girl even politely asked if Lai needed any more help. Lai looked at the girl and asked, Hey kid, can you tell me where Count Gudo is? The girl thought to herself that Lai definitely wasn't going to let this go, but still answered honestly. The Count is receiving something called a PT from Mr. Hanso. Would you like to come along? Seeing the girl's enthusiasm to lead the way, Lai gave a slight nod. The two of them headed deep into the forest. Lai asked skeptically, Is the Count really here? The girl confirmed that he was. The deeper they went into the wilderness, the more impatient Lai became. Is this a workout, or are you taking me to dispose of a body? The girl just smiled and told her to be patient and trust her a little longer. Lai silently cursed herself for being naive enough to believe that someone who had just tried to assassinate the Lord would be led right to him. Suddenly, the little girl cheered. There he is, there's Hanso. Lai was shocked to see that she had truly been brought to the right place. She saw Hanso's figure and rushed forward. Before her was the sight of Gudo crawling on the ground, his breathing ragged and pained. Hanso stood behind him and grandly announced the new exercise. Santa Claus Bear walking Gudo screamed through his tears. Just kill me. Hanso flashed a radiant smug smile. Immediately, a system notification window appeared, inspiration received from Gudo's scream. Another line followed, confirming that a new skill had been formed. Receiving inspiration from Gudo's scream, the system announced a new skill is being created. Below, Gudo was forced to crawl on the ground with the muscle squad pulling heavy carts like slaves. He screamed in desperation. Lai, kill me. I'd rather die than do this set. Instantly, Hanso acquired the coach's mind skill and fused it with the calm skill. Hanso beamed, looking at Gudo with excitement. Kill you. You like this exercise that much. An epic grade passive skill called Perverted Coach officially appeared. Hanso's expression suddenly changed, his eyes rolling back in excitement as he yelled, It feels amazing, doesn't it? Let's crank up the passion. Gudo screamed in horror. What is this madness? Gudo kept shrieking in pain. Lai, you said you were going to kill me. But in stark contrast to Gudo's suffering, Lai had her hands clasped near her face, her eyes closed, enjoying the moment with a look of pure bliss. Pilates and the gym have finally found common ground. Sparkling trails of light surrounded her as if witnessing a magnificent sight. Meanwhile, the group of people had to continue pulling the cart under harsh supervision. In the main hall of the castle, an important meeting was underway with all the officials present. Gudo sat at the head of the table, his face stern as he announced, Since all the key figures are present, we will begin the meeting. An official with a distinctive mustache unrolled a scroll to announce the first item. Due to Ben's invasion, many of the country's important figures have been killed in battle. The council began discussing how to compensate for the personnel shortage. After General Leon refused to return to the kingdom, the official continued by asking how to handle the vacant positions. Gudo made a suggestion. Anyone with muscles and notable achievements can become an official. The ministers unanimously agreed, thinking it was a great idea. Next was the second item on the agenda. The official announced that after witnessing Hanso's activities, many citizens had flocked to the training center to learn bodybuilding. Therefore, a new force called the Army of Bodybuilding, Swordsmen, had been officially formed. A mighty army with rippling muscular warriors. Wearing sturdy helmets, they swung their swords in unison and roared a powerful slogan. The official announced the temporary appointment of Gold Builder Gong as the training head and asked if everyone agreed. Gudo beamed with excitement. Agree, of course, that's wonderful news. He turned to express his deep gratitude to Hanso for assisting in the national defense. But Hanso suddenly held up his hand, signaling that titles and money could wait. It's time to work out now. He silently turned and walked away, leaving the Count utterly bewildered. Gudo anxiously ran after him, asking frantically, Wait, Sir Hanso, is something bothering you? Before him was a gigantic back with massive rippling muscles. The pressure from Hanso was immense. A powerful impact occurred. Hanso suddenly destroyed the castle wall, sending Gudo tumbling backward in terror. He cried out helplessly, What is it this time? Gudo trembled and pleaded, Is something not to your liking? Hanso's face was now seething with killing intent. Behind them, the army of bodybuilders had already lined up, ready to begin their training. Seeing the tense situation, an official quickly prompted the soldier next to him. Hey, put the spear away, you're just making Hanso angrier. Hanso looked directly at everyone in the meeting room and asked, Do you all want to join the personal training session too? Gudo slumped into his chair, whimpering in despair. Sob. Why is it always me? To end this torturous training session, Gudo immediately clasped his hands with a serious expression and ordered his ministers, We will conduct this meeting as quickly as possible. Summarize all proposals and report at top speed. Witnessing their lord's decisiveness, a member of the muscle army was moved to tears and cheered. The Count is amazing. Immediately, an official rushed in with a scroll to report the next development regarding the plan for the third route. In the main hall, Lai was facing judgment for the crime of assassinating the Count, but thanks to Gudo's mercy, her sentence was reduced. However, she was still stripped of her citizenship of the kingdom. Looking directly at Lai, Gudo said in a low voice, Lai, I know you still hold a grudge against me. If this displeases you, I will grant you the right to kill me. His words left all the surrounding soldiers in a state of shock. Gudo began to tremble violently. He roared in desperation, No, you really should just kill me. Yet Lai simply smiled a radiant, satisfied smile and replied, I refuse. Gudo collapsed, clutching his chest and sobbing uncontrollably. Lai, please kill me so I don't have to do PT with Hanso. He screamed frantically, begging for anyone to step forward and judge him. Just then, Hanso suddenly appeared behind him and announced, Good news. You don't have to be the count anymore. From now on, it's weights and more weights, 24/7. His opponent was startled in terror. Hanso's excitement was obvious. Hearing this, the mustached ministers began to whisper and plot amongst themselves. Is he planning to hand the country over to us, or maybe we should take this chance to make a move? The Count's power is weak, we can probably do it. I never imagined becoming a lord could be this easy. Witnessing this, Hanso was moved to tears once again. I never knew you all thought so much about the gym-goers of this country. I'm so touched. Hanso immediately burst out laughing, flexing his rippling muscles and declaring, I'm so happy. No matter who becomes the Count, I will personally help that person improve their physical fitness. When the reward was more terrifying than any punishment, they quickly changed their tune, laughing cheerfully and showering Gudo with praise. Thank goodness, I'm so glad Sir Gudo is still the Count. I am very satisfied with my current position. The person best suited for the title of Count can only be Sir Gudo, of course. After the meeting, the Count promised to craft any training equipment Hanso requested. Everyone sat back down in the main hall to continue discussing the kingdom's next steps. Although the kingdom had agreed to help, the training equipment Hanso desired was beyond its technical capabilities. It was said that only the Earth Spirit King Behemoth could craft them, but the tricky problem was that no one knew where this king was. At that moment, Lai suddenly spoke up. Even spirits show some respect for my Pilates. She explained that because she had lived with the elves, she could communicate with spirits. Overjoyed, Hanso immediately grabbed her hands and pleaded, Thank goodness, please take me to Behemoth. Lai looked at him with a serious gaze and stated her condition. It won't be difficult, but in return, will you help me get my revenge? Hearing this, Gudo's face went pale, fearing she was targeting him. But Lai immediately corrected him, not the Count. Her true targets were the ones who had massacred her clan, a dark mage organization called the Illuminati. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, a henchman was screaming in fear. The variables are too great. He trembled and promised I won't make a mistake next time. A little girl with orange hair and a twisted smile immediately sneered. Kiahat Ben is very disappointed in you. A round monster beside her also chimed in with a taunt. The orange-haired girl muttered coldly, Would it really be better without allies? Suddenly, a giant arm, with glowing green veins, swung a massive death scythe, delivering a thunderous blow to the enemy. Witnessing the surprise attack, the faces of those in the cave contorted in terror. A terrifying explosion erupted right at the entrance of a cave, marked with a red triangle symbol, sending debris flying everywhere. The loud noise startled a flock of black crows, which scattered chaotically throughout the dark forest. Below the entrance, a warning sign with a skull on it lay forlornly on the ground. A pair of heavy boots stomped on the weeds. A determined voice rang out, hiding so well. It took me forever to find a good spot to do my squats. The target had appeared right before her eyes. Illuminati, a female warrior with an extremely muscular body and short red hair, flashed a confident smile. Her hand gripped the hilt of her sword, ready for a purge. Witnessing this, Ben screamed wildly in a fit of absolute rage. I'll kill you. Observing the rubble from a distance, the girl in the green dress covered her mouth, smiling with amusement. She looked at Farron and said, Let me add a little fuel to the fire, shall I? The monster Farron beside her also let out excited cries. Suddenly, the girl's gaze turned sharp and cold. She muttered, All right, I've made my decision. The girl lifted the hem of her skirt, her crimson eyes revealing a cruel intent as she declared her plan to eliminate Elise. At the same time, Ben frantically jammed green vials into his intensely flexing biceps. Glowing green veins began to spread across his body. A dark power exploded, transforming him into a fearsome entity with bright yellow eyes gleaming in the darkness. From a crack in the ground, a pitch-black entity emerged with a sinister grin. Kihaha. At this point, this could be considered a betrayal, couldn't it? The shadow monster immediately chimed in. A betrayal. A betrayal. The orange-haired girl laughed triumphantly, her voice echoing across the battlefield. Kiahaha. I will report this choice of yours to him. Ben was completely exhausted, sweat pouring down his weary face. As a giant arm reached out from the void, he only had time to let out a desperate scream before completely vanishing into the rubble. Chapter 32 of Jim's Dungeon begins with the girl in the green dress and the monster Farron hurrying through the dense forest. The girl laughed with glee. Ben really did betray them. He must have known beforehand, which is why he sent him right. Farron firmly asserted that there was nothing that he didn't know. The girl grew curious about the fate of Ben's research journal. Farron immediately declared that it would belong to him, even though she warned that many other members were also coveting the journal. but the monster remained confident, asserting that he would definitely win it. Farron declared arrogantly, "What's Ben's is mine." Right under the full moon, Lai instantly activated her aura and foresight sword skill. An earth-shattering collision erupted, creating a chain of explosions. The explosions tore up the ground and blew away everything nearby. Amidst the smoke and dust, the girl only had time to scream, while Farron let out a loud roar. Lai moved with extreme speed, gliding smoothly like a ghost through the deep forest. She landed softly right behind her opponent, catching him completely off guard. Farron turned around, stunned, and exclaimed in shock. Lai stood menacingly behind him, looking coldly at the monster and mocking him. "The weeds have grown quite thick, haven't they? Now that's what you call a stone-cold diss, folks." Farron immediately flew into a rage, his entire body glowing with a dark green light as he roared furiously, "Weeds!" He activated his Song of the Rotten Forest skill, releasing a brilliant green energy that enveloped the entire battlefield. Farron swung his scythe, creating surging waves of magic that relentlessly chased Lai among the trees. Ancient tree trunks were chopped down one after another. He continued by unleashing his Symphony of Decaying Wood technique, transforming into a massive, terrifying entity. Lai was forced to channel all her strength into her legs to dodge. She continuously avoided the devastating attacks raining down from above. The giant monster swung its glowing green scythe in pursuit, but Lai managed to activate her aura in time. Radiating a golden aura to protect herself, she fought while calmly lecturing. "Let me teach you the proper traditional way to pull weeds, honey." Lai stated in a strained voice that, to complete this ritual, she would show no mercy. Farron's face contorted in terror as he saw Lai closing in. With murderous intent radiating right before him, Lai affirmed she was still old-fashioned and immediately activated her aura, along with her ultimate sword technique. She lunged forward like a whirlwind, delivering a series of brilliant golden slashes that crushed the green monster. The powerful swings of her sword made her opponent scream in agony. He was completely engulfed by the light. Meanwhile, Gudo was diligently clearing the bushes on the side of the road with his sword. "I told you not to cut the grass. The spirits hate that." Gudo quickly explained that he was only doing it to make it easier for Hanso to walk. Hanso suddenly appeared from behind. He placed a hand on the Count's shoulder and said gently, "It's all right, just go to the back and do some walking lunges. Even in the forest you can't escape leg day." Gudo immediately obeyed. Hanso turned to Lai and asked for directions, feeling as though the team had been walking in circles this whole time. Lai calmly explained that the path of the spirits is completely different from a normal path. After walking a bit further, Lai stopped and pointed, confirming, "Here." Hanso did a little bounce and remarked, "The ground is so soft it'd be a waste not to do jump squats." He immediately shouted an order for the whole team to perform 20 jump squats on the spot. Lai began to perform L's breathing technique. She closed her eyes and calmly regulated her breathing. Amidst the peaceful space, the sound of Hanso's counting rang out clearly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In her state of tranquility, Lai could clearly feel the birds chirping on the branches and the leaves rustling in the wind. Even the subtle movements of budding flowers opening couldn't escape her senses. At that very moment, the path of the spirits officially revealed itself. A brilliant multicolored stream of light tore through the forest fog. Lai pointed and confirmed, "Here." Instantly, a radiant burst of magical light erupted, opening a gate. Meanwhile, Hanso still hadn't forgotten his training duties. Looking at the flustered Count, Hanso reminded him, "Now we all agreed not to shout out the slogans, but everyone heard Gudo shout right, 'So weak, yet you always have to be the center of attention.'" Gudo could only stand there, frozen sweat dripping down his face in embarrassment. Hanso continued angrily, "This time everyone get serious. We're doing 40 reps. How many?" The army of muscles replied in unison with great vigor. 40 reps. Still not satisfied with the volume, Hanso roared, "That's too quiet. Increase it to 60 reps. How many?" The entire troop opened their mouths and bellowed like thunder. 60 reps. Hanso smiled in satisfaction. "Good. 60. Immediately, a terrifying force pulled the group into a vortex. Lai advised, "Relax and let the wind carry your bodies." They free fell through a fantastical space filled with brilliant rose petals. "This is the spirit realm, the place where the earth spirits live." She boldly proclaimed that this was Mother Gaia's land. Gaia appeared in all its majestic and harsh glory, a place of mountains where volcanoes spat out glowing red lava, and islands floated high among the clouds. A member of the muscle squad gasped in awe, Sir Hanso. Suddenly, the area was crushed by an intense, invisible pressure. Sharp, dry cracks echoed repeatedly as the members of the muscle squad were forced face down into the sand, unable to move a muscle. One of them groaned helplessly, "Master, this weight is too much, I can't take it." Hanso gave a slight nod. "Yeah, it really is." But instead of being worried, he looked absolutely thrilled. While powering through some heavy squats, he cheered, "Isn't this place just the perfect spot for squats?" Watching the massive stone pillars shake with his every breath, Hanso excitedly thought to himself, who knew there was such a top-tier home gym out here? To a personal trainer, the whole world is a gym. A warning message appeared about a being called Behemoth. Heavy footsteps shook the earth. Behind followed the glowing red eyes of giant stone guardians. Hanso looked toward the glowing palace, his eyes burning with determination. I can't wait to meet this guy. Before them, a colossal stone monster loomed guarding the dungeon entrance. A massive stone fist slowly rose, preparing to strike with thunderous force. The punch exploded, shattering the ground and sending the muscle squad scrambling in terror. But Hanso didn't even flinch. He flexed every muscle, using his bare hands to hold back the thousands of pounds of pressure crushing down on his shoulders. Seeing that heart-stopping scene, his teammates screamed in worry. Hanso, are you okay? Instantly, a swarm of other stone guardians raised their fists, ready to launch a combined attack. Punches rained down like a storm, burying Hanso under a pile of rubble. He let out a thunderous roar, but it wasn't pain, he was actually having the time of his life. I love how the resistance keeps building. With an explosion of power, Hanso roared and sent the stone guardians flying like shattered glass. A terrifying impact sent dust clouds billowing everywhere. The muscle squad members could only call out his name in sheer panic. The ground began to shake violently with rhythmic thuds, leaving everyone wondering if it was an earthquake. One member realized what was happening and yelled, "Run, Master's muscles are about to explode." Hanso stood tall, his eyes glowing. His muscles began to contract, creating a suffocating pressure. He boldly declared he was increasing the weight, and the aura he released even terrified Gudo. Right then, his heavy blunt skill magnified 10 times was officially activated. Hanso strained as he powered through more heavy squats. With a massive orb of purple energy weighing down his shoulders, he slowly counted the reps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Seeing the bizarre sight, the red-haired girl with them asked in confusion, "What on earth is he doing?" A muscle squad member answered casually, "Today is Hanso's leg day, the most terrifying day for any gym rent." While the girl was baffled by the concept of leg day, another guy rushed to explain, "Oh, it just means lower body training day. Our seniors aren't exactly great with words, so please bear with us." Suddenly, a voice like rolling thunder boomed from above. "Have these amusing little ants actually crawled all the way here?" The group looked up in shock at the churning sky. The commanding voice continued, "I am Behemoth, the master of Gaia." In this spirit realm between the clouds, a majestic volcanic island appeared in all its glory. Behemoth roared, demanding an explanation. "What is your purpose for being here?" Despite the suffocating pressure from the spirit, King Hanso stayed focused on his workout and shouted, 15. After such a grand introduction, all he cared about was the count. As soon as he finished his set, Hanso quietly stood up and strolled away, leaving Behemoth completely stunned. The Spirit King could only mutter in disbelief as he watched the man head straight for the shore. Before everyone's shocked eyes, he started drinking the seawater like it was a treat. Behemoth screamed in a rage, "Hey, I asked what you're doing here, answer me." Hanso ignored him and kept drinking, looking totally refreshed. He had only one thought in his head, seawater is nature's way. Drink up, boys. Hanso stood up, his body soaking wet. His bulging muscles glistened under the sun. He noted to himself that, while seawater is usually too salty for hydration, the water here tasted sweet and clean. He told himself he'd worry about the protein later. Seeing this, the muscle squad asked excitedly, "So basically drinking this water makes your muscles grow?" Instantly, the whole squad cheered. "Drink up for the gains. Everyone, get in the water now." Behemoth was completely speechless at the chaotic scene. What in the world are these idiots doing? The entire muscle squad charged into the sea like madmen. They gulped down the water while shouting in pure joy. After quenching his thirst, Hanso wiped his mouth and casually said, "That's better. Now let's talk." This was like pouring gasoline on a fire. Behemoth roared in a towering rage, "You dare drink water while I'm speaking to you? How incredibly shameless and pathetic." The Spirit King declared he had nothing more to say to such disrespectful brats. A horde of giant stone guardians appeared. Behemoth roared, "I'll teach you lot a lesson in manners that you'll never forget." He proclaimed that this place was a living labyrinth. Without the spirit's guidance, intruders won't even find the entrance, let alone find a way out. He challenged Hanso's group to get past the shifting stone walls, and the army of stone guardians waiting inside to reach the distant volcano. Behemoth mocked them, "I dare you boys to find the way to my heart." Facing the challenge, Lai immediately got into position. She channeled all her strength into her legs. Suddenly, a series of dry cracking noises made her look back. Behind her, the muscle squad was starting to move. They counted in unison, 1, 2, 3, 4. Giant arms with bulging muscles stretched out. The counting echoed through the maze, 6, 7, 8. With every count, the ground shook violently under his extraordinary physical power, leveling everything in his path as he trained his arms. Watching this, Behemoth let out a loud, scornful laugh. "You fools, this is the dwelling of the earth spirits, a land of gravity and minerals." He asserted that these walls weren't something that could be broken with just bare hands. But the counting didn't stop. 9. 10. Hanso suddenly stepped forward. On the 12th count, he poured all his strength into his arms and pressed against the cliff face. Right on the 13th count, Hanso let out a thunderous roar, pushing forward with terrifying strength. A massive explosion rang out, and the solid stone wall began to crack violently. The wall shattered into pieces under his bare hands. It happened so fast that the enemies could only gasp in utter shock. A member of the muscle squad smiled confidently and explained, "It might be hard, but against us, it's as fragile as a cracker." He immediately gave orders to the rest of the crew. Seniors focus on destroying the wall by following the cracks Hanso Nim created. The muscle squad cheered with excitement as they watched the stone walls crumble effortlessly. It breaks so easily, doesn't it? But their joy was short-lived as a massive entity loomed out from behind the thick cloud of dust. The muscle squad stared in shock, wondering what to do with these golems as they glared back with threatening glowing red eyes. Instantly battle aura, and the 9 secret hidden swords were activated as a brilliant golden light tore through the air, charging straight at the enemy. Lai swung his sword, delivering a precise, lightning-fast thrust. The blade struck the glowing red eye, which was the monster's fatal weak point. Lai gracefully flipped through the air and explained, "Just aim straight for the eye, and it's game over." Immediately after, the giant golem collapsed to the ground. The muscle squad felt a sudden surge of renewed strength. They charged madly at the remaining golems, throwing powerful punches. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, an angry roar echoed, "You bastards!" Boom! A world-shaking explosion erupted from the distant volcano, sending pillars of fire and smoke high into the sky. Facing that grand spectacle, Hanso remained perfectly calm. "Is this where Behemoth is?" Lai pointed ahead to confirm. "Yeah," the spirit said, "we have to lift that thing to meet him." Before them sat a massive stone platform, blocking the path with a long iron shaft piercing straight through to the ceiling. Looking at that enormous weight, everyone wondered how on earth they were supposed to lift it. Hanso casually made a violent suggestion. "Maybe we should just destroy it. He's only 17 years old, but his temper is absolutely explosive." Right away, a member of the muscle squad frantically stopped him. "Hanso, wait, there's a rope connected over there." At that moment, a flashback began. Hanso had been away from Earth for exactly 11 months. Despite his mountain-like physique, Hanso was actually only 17 years old, an age still full of deep thoughts. A team member wondered out loud, "There's something strange hanging from the ceiling." Lai narrowed his eyes to look and realized it was a pulley, but why was it there? Throughout this entire time, Hanso had always tried to hide his deep homesickness in the bottom of his heart. But seeing a familiar object from back home right before his eyes, he was stunned. Hanso stood frozen, his eyes wide as he stared intently at the object. The emotions he'd suppressed for so long suddenly burst forth, causing tears to stream down the face of the muscular leader. It was a nostalgic piece of equipment he never expected to see. In the middle of the dark cave, a piece of workout equipment appeared, shining like a priceless treasure. Hanso whispered its name with a choked-up voice. "Oh, my long-lost back-building brother." The lat pull-down is a piece of training equipment developed in the 1960s by American coach Andrew Memo. He realized that the movement of grabbing an iron bar and leaning back was very similar to a pull-up. From there, he created a machine to help perform this movement more safely and effectively. To this day, the equipment has been improved with many different styles and designs. Seeing the familiar machine, Hanso was moved to tears. He wiped his eyes while muttering, "It's a lat pull-down machine. Stop it, why am I crying? I'll lose my protein gains." The muscle squad looked at each other confused. "What's a lat pull-down machine?" On the other side, Gudo was trembling with fear. He stuttered, "Is it a trap?" Hanso is the range very wide. While normal people see traps, a PT sees weights. Hanso walked slowly and asserted, "No, this isn't a trap." He asked the whole team to list the back exercises they had done. "List them out for me." A member of the muscle squad quickly replied, "Dumbbell rows pull-ups and Romanian deadlifts, sir." "Is that right?" Hanso explained that they could only do pull-ups because they had each other for support. But usually most people don't have a workout partner. He personally demonstrated the move and stated that the exercise equivalent to a pull-up is the lat pull-down, because you can freely choose the weight while doing the same movement as a pull-up. This is a back exercise loved by everyone from beginners to professional athletes. This exercise focuses on the shoulder blades and the lat muscles. However, if you lose focus, it's easy to make mistakes by using force from the forearms, biceps, or shoulders to pull the weight. Hanso excitedly suggested, "Since the equipment is right here, why don't we demonstrate how to use it?" The muscle squad raised their hands and cheered with pure excitement. Muscle growth, muscle growth. Moving into the first step with the lat pull-down machine. What you need to do is adjust the pad so your body doesn't lift up. For the second step, grab the bar with a grip slightly wider than your shoulders and fix your lower body against the pads. Moving to the third step, Hanso emphasized the need to brace the core tightly, focusing on contracting the lats instead of using arm strength to pull. The bar's movement must always be vertical. In the fourth step, the trainee needs to be especially careful not to arch their back excessively, and must never use body momentum to cheat. Hanso turned back and gave a bright smile to his teammates. "This weight might be a bit heavy for you guys, so let's save it for next time. I'm going in first." The muscle squad replied in unison, "Yes, sir. We wish you great gains." Hanso poured all his power into his massive arms. He let out a grunt. Instantly, the secret mechanism was triggered. A notification rang out. "It's open." The giant stone door in the cave slowly slid up, revealing a path deep inside. The whole team cheered. "Let's go." Witnessing that, Gudo asked one of the members, "Wait, why was the training plan one thing, but the actual practice something else?" "Teacher," the muscle man casually explained that Hanso's stamina was on another level. Hanso's physical strength was in a completely different league compared to theirs. Gudo was still in shock, asking worriedly, "Then how are we supposed to get in after he's done training?" The question made the muscular soldier sweat bullets, stammering and unable to speak. Meanwhile, inside, Hanso was still hard at work with his heavy sets. He loudly counted to 8. As soon as he finished his 4th set, he excitedly called out to Gulo, declaring that if you apply pressure to just the right spot, the feeling of muscle stimulation is absolutely incredible. Just then, the skill Heavy Blant 110 was activated. He strained and shouted, "All right, Sir Hanso, you may enter." The entire muscle army had to use all their might to lift the multi-ton stone door, urging him hurry up. Hanso casually walked in, not forgetting to praise his juniors for their progress. "This door could be a few more tons heavier, and you guys could still handle it." The moment he stepped through, the massive stone door came crashing down, sealing the entrance. Strangely, inside were hamsters in safety gear, scurrying busily across construction scaffolding. Deeper, in a vast space with blazing forges and giant, constantly turning gears, revealed itself, unveiling a mysterious workshop hidden deep within the mountain. Inside the workshop, countless small kangaroo-like creatures were constantly hopping on buttons to operate the machinery. The blazing furnaces spewed out streams of hot air mixing with the resounding noise of machinery that echoed throughout the space. Witnessing the sight of the diligent little creatures at work, the girl with Hanso became incredibly excited. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she squealed with delight. "They're just too cute." The girl couldn't help herself and moved forward, intending to touch Hanso's muscles. She gushed, "I really want to touch them. They look so soft." Seeing his muscles made her completely forget the danger. Hanso stopped them immediately and gave a serious warning. "Wait. Before signing up for the gym, you have to get a consultation from the staff or the boss first. You can't just go around touching people like that." Seeing the girl still looking dazed, Hanso emphasized that not touching people randomly was a mandatory rule. Suddenly, a small white dog appeared and declared loudly, "I am Behemoth, the king of the earth spirits." Seeing this tiny figure, Gudo and a member of the muscle squad looked clearly disappointed. The muscle guy even mocked him. "What kind of spirit king has a belly like a one-pack?" Insulted, the white dog flew into a rage. He barked, "How dare you? How dare you lowly humans compare yourselves to noble spirits like me?" But the dog was immediately suppressed by another presence. A cat wearing a white lab coat suddenly appeared with a sinister grin. "This is getting interesting, so I didn't want to interrupt." The cat explained that the white dog was actually named Lena, a high-level earth spirit, while the cat himself was the real Behemoth. Behemoth warned everyone not to look down on the creatures working here, as they were all high-level spirits. Hanso and the group could only nod in silence before the Spirit King's majesty. Behemoth looked at Hanso and said he already knew his strength through Lena's test, then asked about their purpose. Hanso went straight to the point. "Can you make gym equipment?" Behemoth confidently replied, "Are you talking about training tools? As long as I have enough time and materials, there's nothing I can't create." Seeing Hanso about to speak, Gudo quickly stopped him. "No, Hanso, that's not how you negotiate." He stepped forward, bowing respectfully, according to noble etiquette. "Greetings, I am the Lord of the Gudo County, Count Gudo." With an extremely humble attitude, Gudo pleaded, Master, cat, sir. "Would you like some fish? Or is there anything you'd like us to do?" Behemoth observed quietly and thought, "Now this one is quite a polite human." Payment, the Spirit King, in the form of a black cat, declared, "Money is fleeting, but working for me is eternal." Gudo immediately bowed and committed. "I will follow any command the Spirit King gives." Behemoth gave a meaningful smirk. "Is that so?" He began to tell them about a wicked entity named Yetak, who had recently appeared and polluted the land. The atmosphere turned gloomy as the mournful cries of crows echoed through the dark forest. Behemoth said this guy was so strong that all the clients he sent out had completely lost contact. The warning signs of death, standing alone in the deep woods, were proof of his danger. Behemoth folded his paws and stated his condition. "If you can destroy that demon and purify the land, I will help you." Hearing that, Hanso gave an excited smile. "Fine by me. Got a guide." The Spirit King explained that. Previously, he had only sent mid-level spirits, but this time he wanted the most accurate assessment of the situation. Behemoth pointed and ordered, "High-level spirit Lena, go with them." Lena jumped in shock when she heard her name. She quickly tried to make an excuse, "Behemoth first. I still have to manage and supervise this place." But Behemoth immediately lost his temper, baring his teeth and letting out a thunderous roar. "You think? I don't know. You spend all day sleeping and sneaking snacks," he shouted. "Get going now." The earth-shattering roar made everyone, including Hanso and Gudo, scream in terror. Meanwhile, in another dense forest, General Leon was rushing to escape. She muttered, "I should have known better than to poke this hornet's nest." Seeing the swarm of shadow monsters up ahead, she wondered in shock, are there really this many of them waiting here? Leon gritted her teeth and got into a stance as the monster's crazed laughter began to surround her. From the darkness, bloodthirsty screams rang out. Swordmaster Leon, catch her monsters, looking like clowns and figures in black robes chased her fanatically. They chanted in unison with cult-like devotion. For Oculus, offer your passion until the end. Leon suddenly changed direction. She glided along, muttering about the laws of nature. The ecosystem is interconnected. You shouldn't fear the bees. There are also those who just want the honey. You know, immediately she swung her sword in a beautiful arc, blasting away the monsters closing in. A commander wearing an eye-patterned headband roared in anger, Leon. In the middle of the encirclement, Leon suddenly radiated a brilliant golden aura. She put all her strength into the Tosan swordsmanship technique. A small insect flew across the night sky, signaling a terrifying change. The dark mage, drenched in sweat, looked up at the sky in shock and gasped. What is that? He realized the horrifying truth, trembling. No one told us she was this strong. Right, high in the sky, hundreds of brilliant golden swords suddenly appeared, filling the space and preparing to pour down like a rain of destructive light. A massive pillar of light suddenly exploded, tearing through the night and sending flocks of birds flying out of the forest in a panic. The story continues with Lena the mascot, who is busy munching on stone fragments. She boastfully tells Hanso that if he wants to know about the past, he just needs to watch her eat these rocks. Hanso, while busy doing squats, marvels at this amazing ability. Suddenly, Lena's eyes widen in shock, making Hanso frantically ask if she's seen something unusual. However, it turns out to be a total prank. She just screams in joy because the rock tastes delicious, leaving Hanso and the team standing there completely speechless. Lena clears her throat and explains that she was just joking. These minerals are too new, so the memories she gets are very brief. She snaps at them, telling everyone to stop looking at her like she's some kind of glutton. She then immediately orders the group to go find and dig up the oldest-looking minerals in the area. The muscle squad quickly approaches the giant boulders. One member carefully double-checks, asking if they just need to bring the rocks back right. The group begins to work hard, digging around a massive stone block. Hanso stands behind them with his arms crossed, wondering what on earth his juniors are planning to do. The honest muscle guys explain that they are trying to carve a handle so Hanso can lift the rock more easily. Hanso mumbles to himself about the handle idea, then slowly reaches out with his massive hand. Hanso presses his fingertips firmly into the hard stone surface. He takes a deep breath and uses his terrifying strength to squeeze, causing the rock to crack violently under his grip. Hanso sinks his fingers deep into the solid rock, calmly instructing them, just grab the stone like you're doing lat pull-downs with foam brothers. The muscle disciples standing nearby can only gasp in awe. Whoa! Immediately, Hanso performs one-arm dumbbell rows using the massive rock with just one hand. He continuously switches positions and counts the rhythm rapidly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Switch hands. Seeing this, Block walks up to a large boulder and asks, "You mean like this?" He begins to perform snatch deadlifts with perfect form. This is followed by a series of coordinated movements from snatch pulls and snatch balances to overhead squats. Block exerts his strength, lifting the rock high above his head before slamming it down, creating a massive tremor. Standing amidst the dust, Block confidently declares he's finished. Hanso flashes a satisfied smile and gives a supportive thumb up. "That's my Block. Your form has improved so much." The student wipes away his sweat and responds with a radiant smile. "This is nothing, it's easy, master." The atmosphere of intense training spreads everywhere. The muscle squad works tirelessly carrying and lifting heavy stones. The sound of rhythmic counting echoes through the area. 1, 2, 3, 4. Other members are not to be outdone. They use thick ropes to tie down giant rocks to train their endurance, shouting out loud. 5, 6, 7, 8. Amidst the commotion, Lena, the spirit, stands frozen with a small stone in her hand. She looks at the wreckage around her and thinks to herself, "I told them to find ancient stones, but they just used them for gym practice." Lena quietly puts the stone in her mouth, crushes it, and suddenly freezes with a look of pure shock. It's an egg. Below, a simple wooden bridge leads the way into a deep cave in the heart of the mountains. Inside the dark basement, a man wearing a bird beak mask and red goggles sits across from a formidable partner. He speaks enticingly. "We at Oku's highly value your abilities, Mr. Toad." He continues, explaining that turning this place into a dungeon is consuming a lot of resources. As he speaks, the bird-masked man lifts his teacup for a sip, but he immediately spits the liquid out and screams in horror. "Damn you! You dare bring poison to the negotiation table." From the shadows, a long tongue flickers out to lick its lips, accompanied by a raspy voice. "Poison. It has a proper name. It's whiskey." Toad. The one who just appeared is Toad, a powerful leader of the Toadmen. He smokes a cigar while holding a bottle of booze, nonchalantly stating, "Don't call it poison, this is the good stuff." The bird-masked man roars in a fit of rage. "You were ordered by his lordship to join Okus instead of seizing this place." Unable to contain his anger, he lunges toward Toad and screams, "How dare an inferior reptile like you play games with his lordship's kindness?" However, just as he is about to strike, the bird-masked man suddenly feels his head spinning and his vision blurs with dizziness. Toad calmly corrects him. Look closely, I'm an amphibian, not a lizard. Joining Ocus is fine, but I don't like that condition one bit, Toad says. He speaks while tipping the bottle back and draining it. Immediately after, Toad and his henchmen grab the weakly resisting bird-masked man and start pouring alcohol down his throat. Toad mocks him, "Come on, drink it all up." The bird-masked man screams in despair as the burning liquid floods his throat. "I'm going to die. It feels like I'm being incinerated." Moments later, the bird-masked man is completely defeated, his red eyes glazed over from drunkenness as he hiccups uncontrollably. Toad looks at his demoralized opponent and sneers. "Now you finally have a face that's ready to negotiate, Toad." He flashes a sinister smile, exhales cigar smoke, and declares, "My friend, we have plenty of booze here, Toad." Behind him, a squad of Toadmen dressed in elegant suits appears simultaneously with threatening looks. Toad announces clearly, "Now let's begin the real negotiations." Toad, this is indeed Toad, the head of the mysterious Red He Legion. Toad looks at the drunken messenger and mocks him. "Get wasted and sign whatever I want. Right, my friend." Meanwhile, Lena, the spirit, suddenly cries out in excitement. Found it. However, when she looks down into the valley, she immediately stops, dead in her tracks at the sight of the muscle squad, training tirelessly. The sound of their rhythmic coordination echoes across the land. Lena narrows her eyes in pure contempt. These low-lifes. These half-breeds. She can't believe these creatures could be so extremely obsessed with physical training. Two members of the muscle squad are chatting while working out. One praises the other. "Your lats are looking as wide as an eagle's wings lately." The other responds humbly, "It's just the pump. You're the one who increased your weight limit." He smiles and asserts, "Weight is the ultimate truth for muscle growth." This statement immediately touches the pride of another teammate, making him stop, his face becoming dead serious. "Hold on, I can't let that comment slide." He radiates a burning aura and counters that the mind-muscle connection is more important than raw weight. He begins to flex, showing off his rippling muscles to prove his point. Opposite him, the other guy is not to be outdone, radiating a bright red energy and roaring that weight is the absolute truth. Both immediately dive into a heated argument, constantly shouting their viewpoints, causing the surrounding area to explode with opposing waves of power. The two muscle warriors stand face to face, their intense killing intent covering the entire area. One challenges, "Too much talk loses gains. Come out and solo me, babe." The opponent doesn't flinch. He stretches his muscles and accepts the challenge clearly. "Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing." The other members of the muscle squad sit around watching and gossiping. "Whoa, they're actually fighting over there," another person contemplated. "Weight versus stimulation, huh? My pecs are feeling pretty heroic right now." Right after that, a warrior flexed and roared with glowing eyes, and two gym bros immediately got into a competition stance. One commented that the lats on the weight side seemed bigger, but the stimulation side had much better balance and symmetry. The atmosphere heated up as the shout for pose number 1 rang out. Both warriors simultaneously struck a confident front double biceps pose. Then came the command for pose number 2. While the competition was at its peak, Hanso suddenly appeared from behind and asked coldly, "What the hell are you bastards doing?" The boss's sudden appearance made the members jump in fear, stammering Hanso Neem. With a murderous look on his face, Hanso growled, "Did you idiots just try to call out your abs?" He pointed his finger and barked. "Weight or stimulation? Instead of wasting time thinking about that, I'd rather give my all to training and then give my all to resting." One member sadly muttered that he was really curious which one was more important. Two others immediately rushed to grab Hanso to find out the truth. "Stimulation is more important, right, boss?" "That can't be right. Weight is the ultimate truth." Hanso looked straight at them and asked back, "Between dumbbells and barbells, which one is more important?" That question left everyone speechless. Yeah, a question that literally melted the whole army's brains. Hanso kept pressing them with brutal anatomy questions. Between the hamstrings and the quads, which one is more important? He's already built like a beast, yet he's still asking these hard hitters. Flexing his traps and pectorals until they were rock solid, he roared, "I'm asking you about the traps and the pecs. Which one matters more, huh?" Watching from a distance, Gudo broke into a cold sweat and whispered to another soldier, "I think I get what he's getting at. But usually people ask if you like your mom or your dad more, right?" The beefy soldier quickly put a finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. "Shh, Hanso has ears like a hawk." Gudo could only nod frantically in fear. Seeing his subordinate scratching his head because he was overthinking, Hanso walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder, and spoke calmly. "You don't need to make it so complicated, kid." He flashed a radiant smile, showing off his rippling muscles, and offered some sincere advice. "Just keep adding weight and feel the pump, all right." Hanso's words hit the young warrior right in the heart. He was moved to tears, silently calling out his leader's name in pure admiration. That day, the whole muscle army felt that truth deep in their own bodies once again. Hanso announced excitedly, "That was just the warm-up. Now the real training begins, boys." Everyone believed with absolute certainty that Hanso was the one who would help them change and break their limits to become even stronger. The whole army shouted in unison, "Yes, big brother, let's go." Their roars shook the entire region. From afar, a tiny creature was busy nibbling on a mineral stone. It peeked at the muscle army, wondering if they were ever actually going to do their mission. Meanwhile, Lai looked pretty skeptical. She watched their movements and wondered if any enemy would ever just stand there and take such slow-motion attacks. In another corner of the forest, Block was staring at his hands with a pensive look. He used to be confident that he'd become very strong. But Hanso's reminder about strengthening support muscle groups to truly break through kept haunting his mind. Block pushed through the dense forest, muttering to himself, "It has to be around here somewhere." He pushed aside the bushes to search, until his eyes suddenly lit up when he spotted his target. Block cheered excitedly. Found it. Seeing a vibrant green slime hiding in the grass, he immediately thought of using it to make resistance bands for his workout. Without a second thought, Block leapt into the air and screamed his move Wood Chopper. He lunged down to attack, pummeling the liquid monster and finishing it with a powerful cross. But a strange presence made Block freeze. Someone on a tree branch, a weird creature, was quietly watching him. It was a beastman who looked like a toad holding a bag full of slime. He casually apologized for harvesting this specialty item used for making wine, not knowing someone had already claimed it. Block stared in shock and blurted out, "A beastman?" The toadman asked curiously, "But what does a human need slime for? You're not a mage, are you?" Block scratched his head and replied, You wouldn't get it. It's to help me get stronger." Hearing that, the toad cheered enthusiastically. "Want to get stronger? Why didn't you say so? My big brother is a total expert in that field, a literal amphibian scam artist." Block asked suspiciously, "For real?" The toad immediately beckoned him, "Follow me. I'll introduce you to my boss." Even though he thought to himself that he already had mastered Hanso, Block's curiosity got the better of him. Soon after, he was swept into a wild drinking party with the toadmen. The sound of booze hitting his throat echoed as Block chugged down giant jars of wine. The toads cheered wildly. "You've got a hell of a tolerance. You must drink a lot, huh?" Block's face was beet red as he kept hiccuping. "I'm just a newbie. You guys are hitting me too hard." In his drunken stupor, he asked, When do I get stronger, hic?" A toad wearing a monocle got right in Block's face and smiled wickedly. "Aren't you getting stronger right now?" the toad yelled. "The booze is kicking in. You're getting stronger right before our eyes. One looks at palms, these toads look at gains." Block's head was spinning. He stumbled amidst the empty bottles scattered on the table. Block wheezed in his drunken state. "This isn't good. I can't drink anymore." He collapsed onto the table, completely blacking out. The monocle toad looked at his trapped prey. He flashed a sly grin showing off his pearly whites and declared, "My dear customer, I'm going to charge you a very high price for this wine." In the darkness, Block woke up with a bone-dry throat. He rasped, thirsty. He looked around in a daze, wondering where on earth he was. A splitting headache hit him, making him groan. My head hurts." When he finally came to, he realized with horror that he was in a massive dark cave. He tried to struggle but found himself trapped in a sticky green goo on the cave wall. The stickiness and elasticity were so strong that he couldn't break free at all. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from the shadows. "A newbie, just lie still and wait for your turn, kid." Block looked over in confusion and saw a bizarre creature imprisoned right next to him. He explained that this was the Toad Den, a pantry for the amphibians. This guy was the lizard man leader of the Ali mine. He insisted that Block could never escape on his own. Seeing no reaction, he roared, "Don't you dare ignore me." But then he clicked his tongue, mocking himself for getting angry at someone who was about to die. Block calmly asked, "Hey, I've got a question. Why haven't you guys finished us off yet?" The lizard man leader explained that they were all being kept alive to serve as fuel for the dungeon's creation. Seeing Block's confused expression, he added that this was a land of darkness, where monsters spawned endlessly. A gloomy tower with eerie blue flames stood in the heart of the deep cavern, signaling a truly malevolent presence. In reality, monsters couldn't be created out of thin air forever. To keep the dungeon running, they had to steal energy from living creatures. This was the core principle of creating a nucleus that could store and maintain a massive energy source. That's why those amphibians were hoarding living beings in their larder. Once you're in here, you're basically a living power bank for the entire cave. Thousands of people were imprisoned along the towering cliffs in utter despair. Block was stuck tight in a layer of thick, green slime. He asked wearily, "Is there really no way out of here?" The lizardman leader, who was locked up right next to him, replied coldly, "As you can see, the odds are exactly 0. He warned Block not to waste his strength, struggling because the more he moved, the faster his energy would be drained. He then mockingly asked if Block wanted to die sooner. Block closed his eyes in total helplessness. In his head, he blamed himself, thinking that this all happened because he was too weak. He whispered a final apology, "Master, I'm sorry. I didn't get to increase my lifting weight in time." The moment he heard that name, the lizardman's face turned pale, and cold sweat poured down his skin in pure terror. "Hanso, you don't mean..." Hanso, the bear lord of the Alio mine block, confirmed it with a dazed look. "Yeah, that's him. How do you know? Instantly, the leader started screaming like a maniac. Ka, we have to get out. We need to leave this place right now. He began thrashing around wildly, desperately trying to break free from the slime he had just claimed was impossible to escape. Seeing this sudden 180-degree turn, Block was puzzled. What are you doing? Didn't you say struggling would just kill us faster? But the lizard man had completely lost his mind from fear. A terrifying memory flashed through his head the time Hanso used him as a weight for push-ups. Back then, Hanso just laughed and said, "Alright, let's start the field push-ups over from count 1. Here we go." Thinking of that scene, the lizardman leader wailed in tears. What kind of crazy monster is that guy? He screamed in absolute desperation. Being killed right now would be a mercy. Meanwhile, back in the city, Hanso looked around and wondered, where did Block run off to? A member of the muscle army reported that Block had left his resistance bands behind and headed to Sun Slim early that morning. Hanso was a bit worried since Block hadn't told him otherwise. He would have given him some spare bands. Lai, standing nearby, also looked suspicious. He's still not back. Isn't that a bit too strange? Hanso just gave a confident smile. He reassured them. He's a big boy now. At most, he'll just lose a few ounces of muscle mass. Gudo looked around nervously and reminded him, Hanso, this is the enemy camp. Taking it this easy might not be the best idea. But as soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Hanso was casually carrying a massive boulder on his shoulders. Hanso flashed a bright but high-pressure smile. Well, if you don't want to take it easy, then start doing 100 squats right now. Gudo could only weep silently, his face drenched in sweat and tears from the brutal workout. In the midst of that, the Spirit Lay explained their upcoming mission. The target was a toadman named CC. He was planning to turn this area into a dungeon, so they absolutely couldn't use their strength in certain zones or they'd end up accidentally helping the enemy. Hanso listened thoughtfully. A toadman? I've heard frog legs are packed with protein. That's gotta be great for muscle growth, right? Those words seemed to flip a switch in the muscle army's brains. They started roaring like crazy. Is that true, sir? Is it really that good for our gains? Oh, muscle growth. The hulking men surrounded the tiny spirit and bellowed. So, where exactly is this protein source? Les squeaked back in terror. Help me. A pack of monsters is asking for the menu. One member of the muscle squad immediately suggested, why don't we split into teams to find him? If you spot him, send a signal using your pec muscles. However, Hanso didn't seem too interested. I'm not really a fan of long cardio sessions. Seeing a chance to escape the torturous workout, Gudo immediately beamed and volunteered. Hanso, leave the scouting to a professional like me. Please let me handle it. Even though his legs were shaking violently from exhaustion, he begged to go on the mission. Hanso looked at Gudo with a knowing glint in his eye and asked, are you done with your 100 squats yet? Gudo kept a forced smile on his face and confessed, not yet, sir. Hanso's expression instantly turned terrifyingly cheerful. He gently ordered, you can go once you've finished every single one. The poor count, stuck with a ruthless teacher in his old age, could only go silent. With tears streaming down his miserable face, he let out a faint, desperate, yes, sir. The toadman hummed a tune while dragging a massive sack through the narrow rock crevices of the cave. He ventured deep into a vast chamber where a giant red jar stood. He met one of his kind and announced, I have returned. A toad-like hand touched a magical orb that seemed to contain an entire galaxy. A mechanical door slowly groaned open with an invitation, step inside Toadman. He held the glowing matter and muttered, I'll be making plenty of friends for you very soon. He dumped all of that light into a deep pit and commanded, grow well and become a magnificent source of nutrients for this dungeon. Down below, the imprisoned lizardman leader watched in horror as he realized predators were approaching. We're toast. The boss earthworms are here. Giant worms began crawling clumsily across the ground, heading straight for the trapped prisoners. The bloodthirsty worms closed in on the cliff where the leader was stuck. They bared their razor-sharp teeth ready to strike. Meanwhile, at Hanso's camp, a muscle army member asked worriedly while eating. Hanso Block didn't take any chicken breast with him. Will his protein intake be okay? Hanso casually chewed on a piece of bread and shrugged. Block, he'll be fine. That kid was born with a special blessing. Seeing his subordinates' confused faces about Block having some kind of special power, Hanso explained that Block actually had the worst sense of taste in the world. When the others suggested that seemed more like a flaw, Hanso just laughed and replied, if you can't taste anything, then every single dish tastes like chicken breast. Right then, in the dark dungeon, Block's eyes suddenly flared with power. Instead of being afraid, he opened his mouth wide and started devouring the very monsters that were trying to attack him. A terrifying truth was revealed. Aside from his parents, there was absolutely nothing in this world that Block couldn't eat. He chewed through the monster flesh, like a beast slime dripping from the corners of his mouth. With eyes burning with hunger, Block roared with excitement. Next, who's next? Loud chewing sounds echoed through the silence. Block was stuck to the wall by the green slime. Right beneath his feet, dozens of giant worms were crawling all over the place. Witnessing this horrific sight, the lizard man trapped next to him cried out in terror. Ugh, You're actually eating that. That's disgusting. Contrary to his neighbor's disgust, Block looked completely refreshed. He felt energy surging through every cell. Worm juice is actually sweet. My muscles are pumping like crazy. His face glowed with satisfaction as if he had just eaten a gourmet meal. Block started to flex, pouring all his strength into his muscles to break his chains. Despite the lizard man telling him over and over that escape was impossible, Block didn't give up. His eyes suddenly flared with an intense purple pressure. A loud explosion rang out, tearing through the slime. The monster next to him gasped in shock. You actually broke it. Block broke free from the wall with power. Block looked up with a menacing expression. He casually asked, now then, which one should I eat first? The monsters started crying as they realized they were on the menu. He pointed at the worms crawling below and challenged them. Take a wild guess. His twisted smile and the drool hanging from his mouth made the atmosphere even more terrifying. In a sun-drenched forest, the muscle squad is busy training with some intense cardio. One curious member asks Gulo, is there actually any benefit to collapsing the dungeon? He asserts with total confidence, collapsing the dungeon will definitely bear fruit. Just trust me. Hanso explains that a dungeon is actually an automated system capable of accumulating power. Once it's established, the energy absorption range will expand. The absorption speed also increases, allowing the master to possess their own recognized territory. A member of the muscle army wondered as he ran, but why don't humans build dungeons? Panting Gulo explained that it's because humans don't know how much energy it takes to create them. He stressed that humans are driven by taxes. If their bioenergy is drained, chaos will definitely break out. Gulo held his head in his hands, stressed because maintaining a dungeon is a huge challenge for the average population. The little spirit explained that if an environment appears to have no energy, there are two possibilities. One is that they're intentionally keeping their territory small, to limit outside intrusion. Lena continued her analysis, stating, the second possibility is that the person has a goal other than creating a dungeon. Gulo and the warriors all looked worried, because in either case, turning this place into a dungeon would be extremely difficult. Lena wondered curiously, what are you planning to do meanwhile at the enemy's lair? The Toad Man was drinking and feasting, singing excitedly. The Toad adjusted his monocle and asked with a sly tone. You know why we should drink, it makes it easier to trick people. He declared smugly, alcohol helps us make friends more easily. The Toad laughed loudly amidst his cheering lackeys, believing that alcohol allowed them to get acquainted with all sorts of individuals. The scene cut to the chaotic tavern filled with all kinds of drunken monsters. The Toad suddenly presented a contract to Block and offered, my dear friend, would you like to put your seal on this contract? By now, Block had completely lost his senses. He just stood there, dazed, stammering incoherently with a blank face. A Toadman henchman poured more booze into his mouth, urging him on. Drink up, said the Toad. He stood before the sluggish, drunken monsters and bellowed, all right everyone, time to go make some booze. To the factory, he croaked. The exhausted monsters trudged through a dark cave, their faces worn out. Suddenly, a horned monster went berserk from alcohol cravings. He roared in desperation, give me the booze, I'll destroy everything. Immediately, the Toad smashed a bottle over the crazed monster's head, injuring him badly. Looking at the fallen monster, another Toad said, he's useless now, take him to the poison pit. The lead Toad then led the cheering crowd of Toadmen and announced, all right, to make your work easier, we're going to dig for peat, the main ingredient for peated whiskey, a Toad announced. One of the Toadmen, shovel in hand, began demonstrating for the others. You gotta do it like this. Put your whole body weight into it, Ribbit. It's Old Man Toad's mandatory cardio, folks. In the middle of the dusty construction site, Hanso suddenly appeared and turned the hard labor into a high-intensity workout session. He carried carts overflowing with rocks and hauled massive boulders, all to the sound of the Toad miners' echoing croaks. Hanso dug with the shovel at a terrifying speed. He remarked with excitement, ooh, I'm starting to feel a good pump in my lats. He's the most gym-addicted miner in history. He even smiled confidently, wondering if he should engage his pecs for the push. Witnessing this extraordinary strength, two of the Toadmen stared at each other and began to gossip. You think he's a friend, Ribbit? The other one nodded. A friend? Yeah, probably. Ribbit. Hanso clapped his hands, signaling to the Toadmen standing around him. Break time's over. Let's get to the next set. The whole group of Toadmen frantically rushed to work under his direction. Hanso struck a pose, flexing as he spurred them on. You're using improper form if you're digging mud without flexing your back muscles. Caught up in Hanso's enthusiasm, the Toadmen began digging furiously, shouting at the top of their lungs. Hanso continued to demonstrate how to use the shovel like a piece of gym equipment, shouting instructions. Relax your triceps just like you're doing a dumbbell press. Just imagine the shovel is attached directly to your elbow. The Toadmen worked tirelessly, sweating profusely and constantly croaking, Ribbit, Ribbit, Ribbit. One of them finally started to rebel and yelled, why the hell should we listen to you, Ribbit? Seeing his opponent lose focus, Hanso picked up his shovel with a stern expression and reminded him, you should never mistreat your workout equipment. He gave a bright yet haunting smile and told the group, all right, let's take it from the top. The Toadmen started murmuring amongst themselves, concluding that Hanso wasn't a friend. "You're not our friend, you look like a maniac, that's why we got confused, Ribbit." Hearing this, Hanso asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? Didn't we just agree to be workout buddies?" This was the last straw, and the Toadmen exploded with rage. "Workout buddies my ass, I knew you weren't a friend, Ribbit." They all leaped at him at once, slamming their shovels down hard on Hanso's shoulders and back. And yet, despite the brutal blows, Hanso stood as firm as a rock, leaving the Toadmen utterly shocked and amazed. He calmly turned back to remind them, Hey, you're not supposed to use workout equipment to hit people." Hanso added another warning. "Hitting someone with a dumbbell will get your gym membership revoked, you know." The iron shovels had shattered upon impact with his steel-like muscles, causing the trembling Toadmen to make excuses. The shovels. They broke on their own, Ribbit. "Maybe it broke because we were digging too much earlier." One guy stubbornly insisted that logically, there was no way a skinny brat like that could withstand their attacks. Suddenly, an earth-shattering red energy erupted, wrapping around Hanso and transforming him into a menacing, muscular entity. Hanso stood tall amidst the red smoke, his white eyes glowing intensely in the dark. He calmly asked again, his aura burning with fury. "Me, Hanso," growled as a suffocating pressure filled the air. "Did you hear me wrong?" His massive, giant-like frame radiated an overwhelming power that crushed everything around him. It left the pathetic little Toadmen below, trembling in sheer terror. To build muscle-heavy training is vital, but stretching with things like resistance bands is just as important. With glowing eyes and bulging muscles, Hanso roared while performing his movements. However, he warned that overstretching would significantly kill muscle strength. Right under his feet, a Toadman, gasping for air, asked in desperation, "Please have mercy, my tongue is about to snap." Hanso ignored the pleas and continued to push for proper muscle elongation through stretching, shouting at the top of his lungs, "The most important thing is to train with even better posture." Hanso flexed as he pulled the red band tight, declaring that if they didn't want to be skinny weaklings forever, they had to start stretching. In agonizing pain from being used as a stretching weight, it screamed, "Save me." Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, a group of Toadmen gathered to plot their next move. A guy wearing a monocle held up a wineglass and admired himself. "Look at you in the mirror, so handsome and so cunning." He realized with satisfaction that with his team alone, they could run the dungeon without any help from Okus. The leader raised a wine bottle high and made a bold announcement. "Today is the day we toast to our success." He ordered an immediate gathering of all the heavy drinkers. The Toadmen below cheered so loudly it shook the room, while many others had already passed out on the floor from drinking too much. In a dark cave, CC sat calmly sipping wine at his desk as he saw someone approaching. He gave his monocle a slight nudge and asked, "So you've arrived." The Toadmen standing before CC were the core officers of the Redhead Legion, known as the Drunkards. "Kavote," the wolf roared with excitement. "Calling us here means you're ready to set things on fire, right?" Immediately, Juliet spoke up to check him. "Mr. Kavote, you have no manners at all." Behind them, Gulim the polar bear cleared his throat. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl Jandeep was already savoring the scent of battle. But Tokes looked disgusted. "What a waste of time. I was sleeping so well until you called." CC laughed triumphantly. "Perfect. This is exactly how close comrades should be." His glasses suddenly flashed. He declared, "It's been a while since we were all together like this. Let's enjoy ourselves." Instantly, a massive magic circle enveloped the area. The drinking game was officially activated. A powerful surge of energy spread all the way to the cellar, where massive wooden barrels were stacked high. Rapid-fire announcements echoed out, "Sacrifice confirmed." "Take the sacrifice away." The entire wine cellar was swallowed by a beam of magical light. From the center of the light, a pyramid-shaped creature with a long, bright red tongue suddenly appeared. It introduced itself grandly. "I am the four-sided die. Nagaro, the one in charge of leading you." Nagaro excitedly announced, "The drinking game has begun. Choose your players for each side." It then began scanning the entire area. It announced that 380 intelligent lifeforms were present. Nagaro explained that everyone would be split into two sides based on their personal tendencies. Hanso was casually munching on a sweet potato when he jumped in surprise at Nagaro, appearing right in front of him. He asked blankly, "What is this thing?" The game master announced that each side would have 5 direct participants, while everyone else would be on the sidelines. Nagaro screamed with excitement, "Who wants to play with me? If you don't play, I'll make this whole crowd dead drunk right here." Hearing this, Hanso was completely bewildered. He hurriedly asked the Grandmasters for their advice. "Grandmasters, what on earth is blood alcohol concentration?" A system screen immediately popped up in response. "Long time no see." In reality, alcohol doesn't directly cause muscle loss. Hanso listened intently, as the Grandmasters explained that because the liver, which produces protein, prioritizes breaking down alcohol first, the process of muscle synthesis would be significantly hindered. An illustration showed the liver struggling to process alcohol, making Hanso realize that this could sabotage his muscle gains. Breaking down alcohol uses up a lot of water, leading to muscle dehydration, which drastically reduces workout performance and efficiency. The second he heard the threat of muscle loss, Hanso's face went pale, and he roared, "Muscle loss, ne." Seeing this, Gulo curiously approached and asked, "Is this all I have to do? Just press it." Right then, Gudo rushed over, screaming at the top of his lungs. Wait, the only sober person was trying to prevent a disaster. Gudo was incredibly worried, believing this was enemy magic and likely a trap. He demanded that no one touch it. The Count secretly calculated that instead of taking risks, it was better to stand back and observe to save his own skin. Gudo let out a sly smile, but then immediately screamed, "I told you not to press it." In the middle of the struggle to stop, Gudo accidentally touched the screen himself. He shrieked in horror as the words "Gudo has joined" appeared. If I don't join Hanso, we'll probably think I'm just slacking off. He decided to tap it, and the system confirmed his entry. A white cat appeared and explained that this was a conditional force field magic cast by the enemy. While this type of magic doesn't have an immediate effect, it inflicts extremely heavy penalties based on specific conditions. Hearing that, Lena quickly analyzed the situation. "We should just get the heavy hitters to carry the team to be safe." The cat agreed. Exactly. They both touched the screen. The system reported that Lai and Lena had joined. Nagaro screamed in excitement. "The players have been decided." The roster for Team A was officially revealed. Hanso, Gudo, Lai, and Lena. Opposite them, Team B was also finalized with CC, Randy Kavo, Ket, and Tekes. Nagaro excitedly declared, "Now that the players are set, let's pick the game." A golden pyramid began to spin and zoomed into the middle of the forest. Nagaro announced loudly, "The game this time is rolling." The pyramid stopped, revealing the game title, Bunny Bunny. Nagaro explained, "The rules are simple. All players will turn into bunnies. However, each side will have one person who isn't a bunny, but a carrot. Each side must protect their own carrot while fighting the opponents. If a carrot is captured, the losing team's blood alcohol level will increase by 0.1% and the game will end. The cruelest punishment for a player. Obviously, catching one carrot is more beneficial than catching 3 rabbits, right? Even the reserve members can join in. And so let the exciting and fun drinking game begin." A Toadman gave a smug thumbs up. "This is a real stroke of luck, Ribbit," he said, with a sinister grin. "Our side's carrot is the hidden target, right, Ribbit? The big question, however, is, who is the hidden target?" Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion tore through the area. The Toadman panicked and ran for his life, screaming for help. "There's a player here," Ribbit requesting backup. Ribbit. He grew extremely anxious when he realized how bad the situation was. More than 10 people had already gathered in that direction. "Can we even handle this, Carrot Ribbit?" The Toadman gritted his teeth with determination. "I don't know, Ribbit." But then he looked up in utter shock. He screamed in terror, "He's too strong, Ribbit." Instantly, Hanso appeared, his body massive, and his glowing red eyes radiating a furious killing intent. Hanso roared in absolute fury. "You can touch anything else, but you don't touch my muscles." His murderous aura enveloped the entire forest. The muscle army wearing bunny ears was frantically fleeing through the deep forest, pursued by mysterious, shadowy figures. One of the team members screamed in panic. "Damn it," he yelled in desperation. "Everyone protect me." As he ran, he revealed his own critical role. "I'm the carrot for our team." Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently with every heavy beat. Gudo starts running for his life. Noticing the enemies have stopped their pursuit, he halts, feeling suspicious. Did they get bored of chasing me? A muscular warrior standing nearby points toward the sky. "Don't you hear the Morse code?" He explains that Gulo confirmed the other member is the carrot. Gudo strokes, his chin deducing, so they're after the carrots. However, he still wonders how the enemy knew exactly who to target and why they stopped chasing him. Meanwhile, Gulo is running while screaming the carrot's identity at the top of his lungs. "You idiot," he bellows in frustration. "Why on earth are you running and shouting that out loud?" A muscular warrior points ahead, sounding the alarm. "Block him quick. He looks dangerous." Randy, with his shock of blue hair and glowing red eyes, is charging forward at a speed that tears through the wind. Seeing the opponent close in, the muscle squad casually remarks that this guy probably hasn't done a single squat in his life, and one kick would likely snap him in half. Ignoring the insults, Randy performs a powerful side lunge. He glides past the muscular warriors with ease, tossing back a word of contempt. "I can smell the stench of slowpokes." Witnessing Randy's terrifying speed, the muscle squad members can only gasp in shock. So fast, they immediately coordinate to launch a combined skill, Bell Swing and Heavy Blunt, 110, firing off a massive sphere of purple energy. Randy effortlessly slides away, dodging the attack while taunting them. "If I couldn't dodge that, I'd be finished." His constant fluid movements make the magic orb miss its mark every time. Right after a brilliant white, cross-shaped light explodes, tearing through space. On the other side of the battlefield, Lai is swinging his sword in a fierce clash with the enemy. Lai asks, suspiciously, "Are you a swordsman?" Fiery slashes erupt one after another, accompanied by a comment about a luxurious scent wafting from his opponent. Lai realizes he's facing a magic swordsman, as sparks fly from their dramatic exchange. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light shoots straight up into the soaring sky. A member of the muscle squad below stares up in wide-eyed terror as the blinding light shines directly onto his head. I was just watching the drama, and now I'm being hit by a spotlight. In another corner, a giant hand decisively pops the cap off a bottle of liquor. The beastman gulps down the burning liquid and lets out an excited roar. The fire is burning bright. He screams for everything to burn even hotter as aggressive flames begin to envelop his massive frame. The toadfolk panic and jump into the water to escape, screaming, "Run! My hind legs are about to get roasted." Kavot stands in the middle of the sea of fire, laughing like a maniac. This place is getting pretty hot, isn't it? He stands tall against Hanso's bulging back and proudly reveals his magic. It turns out his spell creates a suit of flame armor around his body based on his blood alcohol level. The more he drinks, the bigger the fire and the wilder he gets. Kavot continues to pour bottle after bottle down his throat, shouting provocatively, "Come on, let's burn together." Kavot roars with pure excitement. He unleashes his ultimate technique, Flame Shroud of the Crescent Moon. A massive burning entity of fire consumes the area, charging straight at Hanso with devastating power. A ferocious firewolf bares its fangs and claws, snarling in its opponent's face. "You're going to burn to death, you giant." Despite the fiery onslaught, Hanso remains calm, observing. His eyes glow as he notices his opponent's traits, muttering rabbit ears. Thinking about the prospect of losing his precious muscle mass, Hanso's voice drops with murderous intent. "Lose muscle, I won't stand for that." He immediately tenses up, performing a powerful cable fly pose that radiates suffocating pressure. Hanso puts all his strength into his giant arms, crushing the fire monster's resistance until it can only let out pathetic whimpers. The muscular leader stands tall like a god, silently looking down at his defeated foe crumbling at his feet. Kavot collapses to the ground, completely unable to fight. The system immediately announces, Kavot of Team B can no longer continue the game. It's truly a shame that Kavot was just a sacrificial rabbit who played the wrong role, guys. A golden rabbit-shaped coin shines in the sky as proof of the result. The biggest question now is, who is the real carrot for Team B? Kavot is officially out of the game. Meanwhile, in a dark stone room, Randy is lying down exhausted. She suddenly bolts upright. Randy screams, "Water, get me some water now." Immediately, the butler JQ respectfully brings a tray of water to the bedside and says, "Here is your water, my lady." Randy looks annoyed, grumbling as she drinks. "Why do I have to do such trivial chores?" Truly the feelings of an employee on a Monday morning. Ket remains calm, silently watching his mistress, before replying, "I have no choice but to follow the terms of the contract with Lord Toad." Randy screams and kicks her legs in frustration. "I just want to drink and play." Seeing his lady's rage, Ket quickly reassures her that he'll handle everything so she doesn't have to lift a finger. He asks if she likes the new rabbit doll he brought back. Randy stares at the plump white doll and clicks her tongue, saying it's not too bad. But staying cooped up in this room forever is boring as hell. Suddenly she spat on the ground decisively and said, "I've changed my mind." Ket quickly grabbed the doll as Randy roared with excitement. "No more boredom, let's go tell the rest of the crew boys." At that same moment, Lai was unleashing a powerful kick called the Pick Series Ronza Jum. A blue-haired young man standing nearby gave a little snort, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, definitely the scent of a strong one." Lai looked at the opponent confidently and asked, "Do you get it now? Don't you dare look away when you're facing me." But the blue-haired guy replied coldly, "No, not you." He pointed behind him. Lord Toad has arrived. Instantly, a giant toad wearing a dapper suit appeared, holding a bottle of liquor. The toad looked at the muscular crowd and muttered, "That's right, the carrots are right here." Seeing the zombie soldiers starting to flee, he flew into a rage and screamed, "Don't you dare run away while I'm talking." Lai immediately lunged into the air and declared arrogantly ready to take them all on. "What chance do you old drunks think you have?" Facing the attack, the toad quietly took a sip of liquor, activating his level 1 drunken fist skill. He opened his mouth wide, releasing a terrifying sonic wave called the Shocking Roar. A massive wave of pressure swept through everything, leaving Lai frozen in utter shock as a violent explosion engulfed the entire battlefield. The toad's internal energy was terrifying, like a massive bomb. To minimize the impact, Lai quickly covered her ears, trying to find her balance amidst the intense sonic waves. She kept spinning her body to the rhythm of the spatial vibrations, telling herself that as long as she kept her core tight, she could reduce the damage. Lai spun through the air like a top and then shot forward, tearing through the sky before crashing into the dense jungle in the distance. Landing with the tiny step technique, Lai quickly regained her balance. Right away, she saw a member of the muscle army collapsed on the ground, letting out a painful, pathetic cry. As Lai stood there, bewildered, two strange entities emerged from the mist. One was a giraffe man wearing a dapper suit, and a little rabbit girl in a uniform. The giraffe man asked respectfully, "My lady, are you satisfied with this rabbit hunt?" The rabbit girl replied with a cold, bored expression, "They're all too weak. I'm starting to get bored." The two entities chatted away, completely ignoring her presence. A muscle soldier hurriedly warned Lai, "Be careful, those guys are no joke." The scene before them left everyone in shock. Hanso lay motionless face down on the ground, completely unable to fight back. A member of the muscle army cried out in despair. Even Master Hanso suffered this. Lai couldn't believe her eyes. She trembled, wondering if that muscle-bound idiot had actually been defeated. Panicked, she rushed over to help him. "Are you okay? What is this? What on earth happened?" Hanso whispered with ragged breaths. Lai, listen carefully. Sensing something was wrong, Lai screamed in worry. "No, don't say another word. What am I supposed to do if you fall here? You said you'd help me get my revenge." Hanso wheezed in response. "No. I think I have to say this. Be careful." Lai held him in a panic and pressed him for answers. "What technique hit you? What took you down like this?" Hanso tremblingly raised his hand and began his lecture. "Muscle growth. It doesn't actually happen while we're training. It happens while we sleep." He continued his advice. "So you have to sleep at least 7 to 8 hours to ensure the muscles have time to grow. But according to our ancestors, alcohol also interferes with this process." His face turned serious. "Please, the drinking game is all up to you now." It turned out she had been pranked out of her wits by him this whole time. Lai was absolutely furious at his ridiculous muscle obsession. She delivered a crushing kick right to Hanso's face and cursed, "You freaking lunatic." Looking at Hanso, lying flat on his face, Lai clicked her tongue. "So, basically you just want to take a deep nap, huh?" She looked ahead and thought to herself, "Fine. I don't know who the carrot is anyway, so if I just grab someone at random, it's a 50-50 chance." On the other side, Randy hugged her rabbit doll with an annoyed look. "I thought I was going to see some dramatic movie. Who would have thought you'd be this arrogant?" Immediately the toad tipped his bottle back and declared, "I'll clean this mess up, my lady." After being scolded, his face showed clear irritation. He strolled forward and revealed, "My magic is simple. The more I drink, the faster I get." JQ, the guy with glasses, also roared with murderous intent. For the crime of upsetting the young lady repent, he unleashed a powerful attack that completely disfigured the landscape in an entirely different location. Seeing the attack miss its target, the red-haired girl cried out in shock. Did he miss? Instantly, Randy flew into a towering rage, rushing over to berate her goat henchman Ket. "Can't you just focus?" The goat butler could only bow his head timidly and apologize to the young lady. He casually admitted that he couldn't handle his liquor. "So the more I drink, the more my accuracy drops." Hearing that, Randy screamed in a fury. "Why the hell are you revealing your weakness to the enemy? This isn't honesty, it's just being a complete idiot, right?" A warrior from the muscle army suddenly roared and charged straight into the middle of the enemy ranks. He channeled all his strength into his massive arms, unleashing a powerful bench press move that generated waves of purple energy, wiping out everything around him. But right after that, he wondered in confusion. "I took him down. But why does it feel like I didn't actually hit anything?" Suddenly, Ket appeared right behind him and delivered a thunderous headbutt, making the muscle warrior spit out blood in pain. The goat butler kept moving at dizzying speeds. He swept across the battlefield while his opponents stood helpless. From the shadows, Randy casually took a sip of her cocktail and revealed that everything was actually just an illusion spell. They had fallen into an illusion. If they kept reacting or attacking within it, they would just waste all their energy. She explained that her magic allowed the range of the illusion to expand in proportion to the amount of alcohol consumed, and the real Ket was currently hiding somewhere in this mist. Randy gave a haughty smirk. "Even if you know there's nothing you can do about it." She asserted that when the game was over, the entire battlefield would be under her absolute control, and she challenged them to see how many could survive their combined attack. But just as she finished speaking, she was struck by a white cat spirit. Seeing this, the giraffe butler ran over in a panic, shouting, "My lady!" Amidst the surrounding shadows of the monsters, she brought a bolt of lightning down on the enemy's head and coldly remarked, "Go back and learn how to breathe properly." She had eliminated her opponent spectacularly, leaving the monsters to cry out for help in vain. Suddenly, a shocking announcement rings out. Ket of Team B can no longer continue the game. The monstrous Ket lies defeated, foaming at the mouth in a pathetic state. The system continues to confirm that unfortunately, Ket of Team B was only a rabbit. Lai stands tall beside the glowing golden rabbit coin and says flatly, "I knew this would happen." But then, more bad news arrives. Gulo of Team A can no longer continue the game. Lai is stunned to hear that Gulo was also just a rabbit and has been eliminated. On the opposing side, the blue-haired guy is smirking at this sacrifice. But before his grin can widen, the situation flips again with the next announcement. Next, Cat of Team B can no longer continue the game. An unexpected result is announced. Cat of Team B was the carrot. Lena is incredibly proud and makes sure to mention that this must be reported back to Lord Behemoth. Since they lost the carrot, all members of Team B receive a penalty. Their blood alcohol level increases by 0.1%. By now, Gudo is also completely exhausted. He pants for breath while being teased about his love for cardio. A shocking secret is revealed via the notice board. The carrot for Team A is Gudo. The Count silently thanks Gulo for creating the perfect diversion to hide his identity. The drinking game has officially come to an end. But the Toadman began to lose his mind. He chugged the entire bottle of liquor and growled, "Since I'm absolutely furious, my blood alcohol levels are starting to skyrocket." He couldn't accept a result like this, so his next move was to challenge his opponent with a mouth stretched wide from ear to ear. "Did you really think I'd say something like that?" He raised the bottle of wine high loudly, declaring this forest as his territory. He asserted that all the energy from the recent battles would become precious nourishment to feed the dungeon. He raised his hands high, summoning a world-shaking torrent of dark magic and shouted, "Toll House Dungeon." A resounding confirmation echoed, "Complete." Instantly, a massive magic circle glowing crimson enveloped the entire area, marking the birth of a malevolent dungeon right in the heart of the kingdom. He smugly pressed his hands to the ground and cheered, "Complete." He laughed with immense arrogance, announcing that the Toll House Dungeon was finally established. However, sensing that something was wrong, he clutched his face and screamed in a fit of rage. Why did it fail again this time? It turned out he had failed once more. The story flashes back to the time before Count Gudo left the kingdom. In the middle of the training grounds, the tangent-skinned Block was straining to perform a heavy weightlifting exercise. Hanso casually approached. He reminded Block to keep his back straight while asking caringly, "Block, is something worrying you?" Block, sweating bullets, avoided his boss's gaze and mumbled, "No, it's nothing." Hanso smirked mischievously. "But your traps are telling me otherwise." Knowing he couldn't hide it, Block let out a long sigh, his face clearly showing his disappointment. "Actually, I feel so weak that I'm starting to get discouraged." Hanso immediately reassured him. "What do you mean weak? When it comes to the amount of weight lifted, you're second only to me. You have to keep your spirits up when you train, so your body won't get as tired." Block asked, "When you were teaching me Hanso, at some point you started guiding me to focus on powerlifting, right?" Hanso nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Block continued to pour out his heart. "In that case, shouldn't my strength at least be close to yours, Hanso? But in reality, I can't even compare to you." Hearing his junior's ambition, Hanso's expression suddenly changed. He smiled menacingly and said sarcastically, "You've only been training for a short time, and you already want to challenge me. You've got some nerve." Facing the pressure from his senior, Block could only bow his head in apology. "I'm sorry." Hanso suddenly slapped Block hard on the shoulder and laughed loudly. "Just kidding. So basically, you've hit a plateau, right?" Block nodded slightly, admitting, "Yes, that's right." So Hanso now knew why Block had no motivation to train. Hanso stared intently at Block, and then spoke, "Something's been bothering me for a while now. Try raising your arm like this." Block did as he was told, and then asked, "Like this?" Hanso carefully observed his junior's expression and asked, "Do you feel any pain or discomfort anywhere when you raise your shoulder?" Block honestly confessed that, while it didn't hurt, he felt a bit of discomfort. Hanso asked Block to perform the movement again, placing a hand on his back to directly check the movement of his muscle groups. Noticing that Block's arm couldn't be raised smoothly, Hanso stated, "It's not going all the way up, is it?" Block nodded slightly in confirmation. "Yeah." Hanso began his technical analysis. "Block up. Until now you haven't been using your serratus anterior muscle at all." He further explained that in order to perform the movements, other muscle groups had to work to compensate for that neglected muscle. Hanso gave an encouraging smile, suggesting this proved Block possessed incredible natural physical strength. Having found the cause of his junior's problem, Hanso began to lecture on anatomy. He pointed out that when lifting the shoulder, the body needs the smooth coordination of the serratus anterior, the rotator cuff, and the trapezius muscles. However, Block was lifting his shoulder without using the serratus anterior at all. Hanso decided, "Now that we've found the problem, I'll have to teach you how to use your serratus anterior." He began guiding him through the first specialized exercise. First, loop a resistance band around both hands, and spread your hands slightly wider than your shoulders. Hanso personally demonstrated the motion of pushing the hands forward to protract the shoulder blades while maintaining maximum tension in the band. After holding the position for about 3 to 5 seconds, he slowly retracted his shoulders, squeezing the muscles in his back. Hanso handed the resistance band to Block and gave him thorough instructions. Do about 15 reps per set, and do 3 sets every day. He gave his student specific, methodical guidance. Once he had gotten the rhythm of the exercise, he firmly assured his student, "You'll soon feel a completely different kind of power than before." While Block was closing his eyes and concentrating on the changes in his body, the scene suddenly shifted to a dark and treacherous cave. Here, thousands of Toadmen lackeys were standing shoulder to shoulder on the cliffs, guarding the toad venom stash on the orders of their leader. In the space thick with the smell of alcohol, a white bear in a dapper suit was casually chugging a bottle and mumbling alcohol. "If I drink it, the creatures I touch." As soon as the liquid entered his body, his hand and the wine bottle began to turn a stony gray. The white bear stared at the transformation and whispered, "It's starting to become opaque and hard as rock." When fighting an opponent, this hand is quite a formidable weapon, isn't it? The lackey wearing a bear mask stopped in front of the cave entrance and thought to himself. With that, he immediately dashed off with the determined will to protect it. Meanwhile, Hanso began to explain the first benefit of strengthening the serratus anterior. Your throwing power will become much stronger. He unleashed a thunderous throw that tore through the air. The bear-masked man was suddenly struck in the face by a strange flying object. He endured a series of consecutive impacts in pain but still stubbornly declared, "Is that all you've got?" I am the strongest drunkard. Here, the one who can hold their liquor is the strongest. So different from our world. Immediately, a massive hand grabbed his head. Hanso continued to reveal the second benefit: your overall bodily functions will be enhanced. In another scene, a member of the muscle army suddenly roared, "Form up!" The entire team simultaneously flexed, showing off their glistening muscles, and began doing kettlebell swings. They loudly declared that no one was to disturb Hanso's muscle synthesis process. The Toadman began to enter level 1 of inebriation. He tilted the bottle back and drank it all. Instantly, the drunken roar skill was activated, creating a world-shaking explosion that wiped out everything around it. You've got to admit, the mouths on these Toadmen are some advanced weaponry. A muscle warrior yelled encouragement to his comrades. Endure it. If it hurts, it means you haven't trained enough. In the midst of the battlefield, he focused intently and told himself, there's no time to worry about what's happening over there. Gudo charged forward furiously and yelled, "Don't you wake up, Hanso, you toad freak." He gritted his teeth with determination. I don't want to be killed by that pile of training exercises. A powerful collision sent the enemy flying far away, accompanied by a tragic scream. Gudo hid behind a tree, trembling as he watched, filled with anxiety. That sound from earlier. It was a bit too loud, wasn't it? Breaking into a cold sweat, he wondered. Wait, is it possible he's actually awake? My dear member, I've heard your resolve loud and clear. Hanso flashed a dark, haunting smile. He boldly declared that he would make his opponent train until their vocal cords literally tore while counting the reps. Instantly, Hanso performed a one-arm doom bell press with terrifying strength. A thunderous punch slammed down, leaving the enemy only enough time to let out a pained shriek before being buried deep into the ground. But he didn't stop there. He moved right into an overhead medicine ball throw, using his massive arms to hurl the opponent high into the air. As the enemy soared into the sky, Hanso stood below, counting the rhythm out loud. 1, 2, he warned coldly. If you don't count along with the rhythm, the entire workout starts back at the beginning. The opponent was so overwhelmed they could only groan in pure agony. Watching this scene unfold, 2 members of the muscle army peeked out, muttering to themselves that this distance should finally be safe. However, one of them suddenly noticed something very strange about the state of Hanso's muscles. He turned to the person next to him and pointed it out. But the other guy insisted that the big bro's muscle quality had always been the best. Suddenly, the muscles on Hanso's back began to contract and bulge in a freakish way, radiating surges of energy like lightning all around his body. A red system alert flashed. Warning, muscle groups have ceased protein synthesis and are rejecting signals from the cerebellum. Hanso's face went completely blank as his shoulder and back muscles spiraled entirely out of his brain's control. Even though his miraculous muscle recovery skill had been activated, the system immediately reported a critical failure. The situation grew worse as even his inner thigh muscles began to spasm wildly, causing Hanso's body to deform violently under the horrific pressure. Vital muscle groups from the serratus, anterior, and calves to the erector, spinae, pectorals, and triceps were all breaking free from his neural control. His surging muscles bulged unnaturally, compressing his body and twisting his face in absolute agony. All his muscles are out of control. Could he be suffering from a chi deviation? Moments later, his combat muscle compression skill was officially deactivated, leaving Hanso completely swallowed by his own massive, overflowing muscle mass. A glowing red system message appeared. Muscle Monster Mode has been activated. A terrifying pressure radiated outward, dominating the entire area. Witnessing this nightmare, the Toadman stammered in shock. This feeling, I've felt this somewhere before. In his mind, a distant memory surfaced from back when he was just a tiny tadpole, wearing a monocle facing down a colossal sea monster with razor-sharp teeth. It was a horrifying obsession with an absolute powerhouse, a feeling of total utter helplessness that he never wanted to experience ever again. Once bitten, twice shy. Paralyzed with fear, the Toadman turned to urge his teammate, "Wait, we have to run now." But the purple man beside him immediately grabbed his shoulder and stated firmly, "No, we can't run." He looked at the Toad with a dead serious expression and said, "Actually, everyone can feel it, can't they?" A dark vision flashed in their minds. If they couldn't stop Hanso right here and now, this entire land would surely be annihilated, leaving nothing but a pile of smoldering rubble. The Toadman bit his lip and made a choice. Shh. There's no other way. He let out a powerful roar. Redhead Legion assemble. The Toadman minions instantly appeared, ready for battle. Just this once. We're forming a temporary alliance. He shouted his orders to the remaining forces. Bodybuilder teams 1 and 2, surround Hanso immediately. With 2 armies joined together, it was 2 against 1. Even a legend could go down. No one knew who would fail. The Redhead Legion acted instantly, screaming out commands. Redhead Legion blocked Hanso's vision now. The tiny creatures scrambled frantically onto the massive, out-of-control entity, with the sole goal of forcing Hanso back into a deep sleep. Below them, the muscle army also rushed toward the glowing giant. Amidst the chaos, a memory of a training session from years ago flashed back. Hanso was gritting his teeth, straining under the staggering weight of a 900-kilogram bench press. With a will of iron, he roared as he hit his goal. The dry clank of metal echoed as Hanso finished his set and racked the barbell perfectly. He walked off, casually sipping water and humming a triumphant tune. Hanso looked over at his master and started teasing him. "What's this? Is 100 kilograms all you've got? Master, you're way too weak." The master, wearing a red headband, laughed heartily at his student's arrogance. "Ha ha. In your eyes, Hanso, do you think I'm just doing a regular bench press?" Hanso replied blankly. "Isn't it just a bench press? Even I know that much." The teacher began to explain a higher level of mastery. "The bench press I just did. It only utilized the minor pectoral muscles." He explained how he isolated every single part for training with a specific routine for every muscle fiber. He claimed that with proper training, every part of the body could move as naturally as one's own hands. "Hanso, what do you think? If you try to get acquainted with each individual muscle fiber, a whole new world will open up before your eyes." The master offered his guidance with pure passion. However, Hanso immediately brushed it off with a pouting face. "I don't want to. I only train because it's fun." The master patted his head and let out a warm, indulgent laugh. "Ha ha, you brat. Fine for now, that's good enough." Back in the brutal reality, the giant Hanso let out terrifying, distorted sounds. A massive foot slammed into the earth, creating a world-shaking impact that sent everything nearby flying amidst horrific screams. Wherever Hanso stepped, everything was crushed to dust. "His eyes, cover his eyes. We have to put him to sleep, no matter what." The shout rang out as the Toadman soldiers desperately clung to Hanso's colossal body. They screamed for everyone to join forces to stop the monster from moving another inch. Amidst the groans of immense pressure, the giant trembled under the weight of dozens of creatures trying to pin him down. They roared, pulled together, but a devastating swing of his arm followed immediately after. Hanso let out a thunderous roar, hurling both the Toadmen and the Muscle Army members high into the air. This was no longer a fair fight. It was like a swarm of tiny ants trying to take down a massive ancient elephant. A thunderous stomp from the giant was enough to prove its absolute power, completely overwhelming any effort based on sheer numbers. But the two allied factions weren't giving up. They were still looking for a way to fight back against this colossal monster. Gudo casually took a swig from a bottle and suggested, "Hey allies, how about I take one leg and you guys handle the other?" Hearing this, a soldier fearfully backed away and shouted, "No, I'm terrible at close-quarters combat." The henchman in the hat looked up, his face twisted in horror. He could only let out desperate cries as the shadow of the giant foot loomed directly overhead. It's too late to be saying that now. A world-shaking impact erupted. The tiny spirit Lena had arrived just in time, telling herself she wasn't late at all. "We're safe." A muscular purple-skinned warrior showed visible relief. He cheered with excitement. "Good, the minimum condition has been met." He immediately turned and roared an order to the entire team. "Now, hold him off, until Sir Hanso regains his senses." The warriors charged in unison toward the giant, preparing for a grueling battle to hold him at bay. "We have to hold him down and try to lull him to sleep for everyone to survive. Hold fast and protect everyone." The shouts echoed as the colossal entity filled the space. A sharp crack resounded as the phone in Hanso's hand shattered under his terrifying grip. He stared blankly at the shattered pieces and muttered, "Ah, it's broken again." And I still needed to check my rest time. Witnessing this, his teammate beside him could only think in exasperation. Hanso broke his phone again. Looking at his hands, Hanso thoughtfully recalled what he had once said to his master long ago. "Master, I can't control this overwhelming power." He searched his mind for the memory of his teacher's guidance. It was the image of a teacher worried about his student. The master smiled gently and asked, "Is that all you feel?" Seeing Hanso's confusion, he began to explain. "Hanso, no matter what, it is controllable power will lead us down a beneficial path." He picked up a dumbbell and posed a meaningful question. "But what about uncontrollable power?" The master's face grew stern. He stated that uncontrollable power, and with that he crushed the iron bar of the dumbbell, causing it to bend and deform completely. The sharp iron shards dug into his hand, drawing blood just like a weapon. Uncontrollable power is a weapon. It can strike down your enemies, but it can also endanger your allies. Hanso pensively recalled his original intentions. He had thought that if he helped them increase their muscle size, they would love it. He believed that if he strengthened their physical power, they would be overjoyed. He was even certain that by training them to have infinite stamina, everyone would be happy. Yet looking at the current situation, he asked himself, what in the world is this? What's the difference between this kind of uncontrolled growth and a monster? A radiant nervous system appeared in the middle of a formless void. Now none of his muscles would obey his commands anymore. A giant, glowing red foot crushed everything beneath it, causing the tiny creatures to flee in desperation. Witnessing the horrific scene, Gudo could only stand silently, staring up at the great entity before him. Hanso called out in his mind, "Master, this pathetic disciple of yours. I know my giant foot is unconsciously stepping on and harming so many innocent people." And looking at his own rapidly pulsing brain, he bitterly realized the truth. All this time he had been completely mistaken about his way of leading. A single eye stared intently at the raw red muscle fibers. Hanso sorrowfully admitted that he had never truly faced these muscles in the proper way. The golden neural entity stood opposite its own muscular form in the dark space. A series of heavy rhythmic beats signaled an irreversible transformation. Amidst the intensifying vibrations, a member of the muscle army was getting close to Hanso's gigantic mass of flesh. He asked in shock, "Ma mère, what are you saying?" In a fit of desperation, the small man broke down, sobbing. Sob, sob. He repeatedly patted the rippling muscle mass and brought up an old memory. "Your side delts, do they remember? We did side lateral raises together." He tried to awaken Hanso's consciousness with memories of the past. The memory of the days spent training with Hanso came back vividly. It was the first time they had performed the side lateral raise exercise together to isolate the side deltoids. He choked up as he recalled the encouraging pat on the shoulder from his boss that year. "You praised and encouraged me. You haven't forgotten that, have you?" Hanso's giant muscle mass began to tremble and pulse like a rapid heartbeat. The warrior persisted, continuing to pat the flesh. Tears streamed down his face as he called out, "Boss Big Pectoral. The first day I became a bodybuilder." He went on to tell the story of a female bodybuilder who wanted to trade chests with him, which made Hanso burst out laughing. Even as tears rolled down his cheeks, he managed a bright smile. "I remember it so clearly because you are my role model." The colossal muscle fibers continued to contract violently. Even though he knew this was a slim chance to help Hanso regain control of his body, he persevered. The man recalled the time he snuck up from behind to surprise Hanso while he was busy lifting weights. But Hanso had pretended to be startled just to make his junior happy. Thinking of that kindness, he sobbed as he patted the enormous latissimus dorsi. "My lats want to be as broad-minded as you are." By now, the entire muscle army was frantically climbing onto Hanso's giant body. In unison, they called out the names of each muscle group with reverence. Triceps, trapezius. The members of the muscle army were climbing all over Hanso's massive frame. They reverently touched each muscle group and cried out, "Sir Hamstring, Sir Calf, Sir Erector Spinae." Faced with such sincerity, Hanso's mind began to waver violently. A warrior shouted in alarm, "Hanso, the muscles are wavering. Our sincerity is finally paying off." He immediately ordered everyone to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to massage their boss. "Quick, massage him. Don't miss this chance." Immediately a spirit cast a spell to summon sand golems. A horde of sand monsters rose from the ground at her command. "Surround Hanso and press gently on every spot." The sand monsters surrounded Hanso and began to use their rough hands to massage his enormous body. Lai didn't stand by either. She launched kicks at the spots the golems couldn't reach and declared, "I'll take care of the spots the golems can't reach." In the midst of it all, an ally hurriedly asked Block if he had any herbs with a scent that promotes restful sleep. Block firmly confirmed, "Yes, there is a plant here called aroma." He immediately rushed into the forest to gather the herbs. "I'll go get it right now." They split up, each taking a task. Everyone was eager and willing to help Hanso calm down. A toad man in a suit approached, touching Hanso's leg while starting to sing, "Lullaby, sleep well, our dear muscles." The entire flock of toad people sang in unison a song of front yards and back hills of birds and young lambs falling asleep. At this moment, all of creation was sinking into a deep slumber. The muscle army and the toad people sang a sweet lullaby together. The moon, a silver pearl, a golden pearl in the dark, prison, a gift for tonight. Sleep well, our muscles. However, the giant entity Hanso suddenly opened his mouth and let out a heaven and earth-shaking roar. Witnessing this, a worried warrior cried out, "TSK, was I wrong?" he quickly shouted. Wait, his face became unusually calm. He asserted that this roar wasn't an attack. "We are still safe for now." Like the call of a whale in the vast ocean, it was the anxious heart of a mother whale calling for her child. Those heartbeats were the sacred symbol of a mother's love. The giant Hanso once again tilted his head back and roared. The muscle monster's roar continued, lasting long enough to complete 20 sets of 15 reps each. Although the sound was incredibly loud and echoed throughout the great forest, deep within it carried a strangely warm and beautiful feeling. When the final roar ended, everyone on the battlefield had fallen into a peaceful sleep. The giant shadow sat quietly, resting amidst the trees under the dim moonlight. After all that Hanso's mind had awakened, and those people were also exhausted and had fallen into a sound sleep. Suddenly, the aura surrounding the giant's body began to vibrate violently. The monstrous form gradually shrank and disappeared into a hazy smoke. Hanso returned to his normal human form, his face showing extreme exhaustion, his eyes listless and drained of all strength. Hanso's entire guardian body collapsed to the ground. He was completely unconscious after a battle that consumed too much energy. It was a day that Hanso thought to himself it had been a long time since he'd experienced such a sweet feeling of muscle synthesis. In the middle of a vast land, the members of the muscle army and the toad people were strewn about everywhere, exhausted after a truly grueling ordeal. The next day, the real nightmare began. Hanso implemented an exercise called the walking L. He sat nonchalantly on a giant log, forcing his muscle army and all the toads to heave it onto their shoulders and move like a train. They cried out in agony from the extreme torture. "I feel like I'm about to die." Contrary to his subordinate's suffering, Hanso was incredibly enthusiastic. He hummed a train song as he went, chugga 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 chugga. He also didn't forget to offer a cryptic reminder. If you lose strength in your core muscles, your back will be toast. They could only grit their teeth and endure the crushing weight pressing down on every fiber of their being. It's true what they say, folks, the wicked always live easy. Meanwhile, Ben wore a sinister smile and thought to himself, as expected, there's no one in this world better to their disciple than a master. He gave thanks that by destroying the Oculus organization, the dangerous elements had been reduced, allowing his plan to turn this place into a dungeon to succeed perfectly. Standing before Leon, Ben asked smugly, "And do you know what makes me happiest right now?" He screamed wildly in excitement. "It's the fact that Elise has been revived." From behind the smoke, a woman with long white hair and soulless eyes slowly walked out. Seeing the entity before her, the red-haired girl commented suspiciously that the appearance looked quite real. Ben immediately wrapped his arms around Elise from behind and said sarcastically, "Do you really think this is the real Elise?" He smirked slyly and asserted that it didn't really matter anymore. Suddenly, a powerful burst of golden flame energy erupted. "First of all, get ready to take a beating." Ben's eyes shone with determination, signaling that a brutal purge was about to take place. What was bound to happen, happened. A world-shaking collision erupted instantly. Amidst the dust and smoke, the female general swung, her sword clashing directly with Ben's giant arm. She roared in fury, "Too many people have died for the sake of your revenge." Ben screamed in absolute rage, "When everything I had was taken from me, don't you dare act like I'm the only one in the wrong." He crazily swung his guardian arm forward. The female general calmly parried every blow. Ben screamed in pain as his body began to suffer serious injuries. The female general stood tall with her glowing sword and calmly admitted, "My mistake was not stopping you on the day Elise died." Ben whispered with resentment, "No, letting Elise die." Golden veins began to bulge all over his giant arm. Unable to control himself, he screamed manically, "It was your fault," and launched a decisive attack. Suddenly the shout, "Stop it," echoed across the battlefield. Elise appeared standing between the two forces, causing all attacks to stop instantly. She spread her arms to halt the fight and asked tearfully, "Why do you two have to fight? You two are master and student. You can resolve this with words." Looking directly at Ben, the girl questioned him, "First, you old man, I heard my master helped you with a lot of things. So why are you behaving so horribly?" She turned to Leon with a suspicious look. "And you, do you really teach your disciple with a sword? You call that teaching? I don't think that looks like a proper education at all." Leon broke into a cold sweat. She turned to Ben in shock and asked, "What's with the way this kid talks?" Ben just thought to himself, her memory still hasn't returned. Leon suddenly closed her eyes and laughed loudly. "Haha, is that so? Now I'm sure." Without further hesitation, she suddenly shouted and lunged forward, grabbing the white-haired woman by the throat. Leon stared at her opponent with ice-cold eyes. "Ella's, you say? This is just Ella's shell." The white-haired entity choked and groaned. "Gak, gak." Leon asserted that this was a living dungeon wearing a human guise. While the shell was gasping and begging, "Save me," Leon whispered closely in its ear. "I have no personal grudge against you, but if I leave you be." Leon looked down pensively. "It will become a disaster." Ben now completely drained his face. Gaunt screamed in despair. "Leon, no master, I'm sorry, just kill me instead. Please, please, spare Elise." He slammed his head on the ground, roaring in anguish. What did she do wrong? Why do you people of the White Kingdom always want to kill her? Ben madly took all the blame. "It's my fault. I'm the one who killed the guards. I'm the one who attacked the White Kingdom. Please, how much hatred do you all have that you insist she must die?" Ben lay prostrate on the ground, begging weakly, "I'll die quietly. Master, please." Leon looked at his disciple with eyes full of sorrow but unwavering determination. "Ben, I'm sorry, but you know very well that this isn't Elise, don't you?" Ben let out a bitter smile. "Huh, my master as expected." Leon coldly declared, "I told you I'm not changing my mind." Seizing the moment while she was distracted, Ben took the chance to jab the syringe into his master. Pleading was pointless now. At the gathering area, Hanso and his buff squad were facing off against the redhead toad army. One of the toads trembled as he promised, "I'll never drink again." However, he flashed a sinister smile and held up a finger, asserting, "I'm only going to drink just one more time." Witnessing such stubbornness, Hanso immediately flew into a rage. He ground his teeth and roared with overwhelming pressure, "I told you to drink to your heart's content, didn't I?" Facing his boss's suffocating bloodlust, the toad turned pale, immediately changed his tune, and promised, "I'll exercise instead of drinking." Seeing that the guy had learned his lesson, Hanso flashed a satisfied, radiant smile. He happily waved goodbye. "Well then, see you next time." Meanwhile, the group of toads bowed in unison to respectfully see their guest off. However, things didn't go as they had promised. The attempt to quit drinking failed after only 1 hour. As Du Hanso and his muscle army faded into the distance, the toad sneered with pride, his monocle glinting with cunning. The day he would find out, the truth was still a long way off. At the Ali mine, the members of the muscle squad asked for permission to stay behind and manage internal affairs, keeping their promise to Du Hanso. He gave them a thumbs up of encouragement and didn't forget to give some advice. Alright, while you're staying here, don't get lazy with your training and meals. His subordinates bowed all at once and shouted with vigor, in that case we wish for you to gain even more muscle soon, sir. Hearing the sincere encouragement, Du Hanso flexed his muscles and responded with confidence before continuing his journey with Lai. Du Hanso went to meet Behemoth. He held up the design blueprints for the training equipment and excitedly declared, Behemoth, I've completed the commission as promised. Now you'll build it for me, won't you? He asserted that he had brought all the spirits back here safely. However, the Spirit King, in the form of a black cat, awkwardly replied, well done, but what can we do? The materials to build this thing aren't here. Hearing that, Du Hanso immediately lost it, emitting a terrifying pressure that forced Lai to struggle to hold him back. Behemoth hurried to reassure him that as soon as they found enough materials, he would start working on it immediately. The cat warned him, since it seems you don't know, I'm telling you now the requirements to collect them are extremely strict. Looking at the blueprints, Behemoth looked dissatisfied and thought that demanding a barbell that wouldn't bend even when loaded with 100 tons was an outrageous request. Following the blueprints required extremely precise materials, but where those materials were, that was the real problem. Du Hanso naively asked if it was too difficult, prompting Gudo to explain that, because the kingdom didn't have a high enough level of technology, they had to travel all the way here. However, the Spirit King's attitude shifted instantly. He confidently asserted that he could do it, and knew exactly where to find the materials. What's needed is blackbone stone, a rare mineral that can only be found in newly formed dungeons. Fortunately, a new dungeon just appeared nearby. Even though it's easy to find, Behemoth warned that the place was incredibly dangerous because no one knew what kind of entities were dwelling inside. When asked if he still intended to go, Du Hanso flexed and stated firmly, no problem. Behemoth was very pleased with this decisiveness and decided to have Lena continue to accompany him, leaving the tiny spirit girl only able to cry out in shock. Even though she was given the assignment, she never thought she'd actually have to go with him. Meanwhile, Gudo showed extreme reverence. He bowed and asked the Spirit King for permission for a mere mortal like himself to witness his legendary masterpieces. Witnessing his teammates' sluggish attitude, Du Hanso immediately blew a fuse. He lunged forward, grabbed Gudo and screamed, Gudo, have you lost your mind? We need to go get the equipment made right now. Gudo fearfully explained that he wasn't strong like Du Hanso and could lose his life from any single attack. Those words left Du Hanso stunned. He asked back blankly, you'll die if you're attacked. Looking at Gudo with eyes full of pity, Du Hanso wondered if the guy was actually human or just a single-celled organism like an amoeba. Finally, he gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. Hang in there, Gudo. Behemoth then led the whole group on a tour of the armory. He introduced a suit of armor that once belonged to the commander-in-chief of the humans during the Great Demon War. This armor was as light as a feather, yet so durable that even a dragon's claws couldn't pierce it. While Gudo was endlessly praising its greatness, Du Hanso casually remarked, is this for those scrawny folks? Well, nobody else has muscles like him, so of course they'd look scrawny. Behemoth went on to introduce a bow belonging to an elf elder with arrows made from unicorn horns and many other rare materials. As they were walking, Du Hanso suddenly stopped in his tracks when he saw something completely out of place. Everyone stood stunned as they looked at the display case in front of them. The girl with them couldn't help but wonder why this thing was here. In the middle of a room filled with legendary weapons and divine equipment, a small pink object lay there, quietly glowing. It was a pink dumbbell. Gudo curiously stepped closer and asked the Spirit King, may I try lifting it? Having received permission, he gently picked up the pink dumbbell and performed a few bicep curls with ease. Gudo frowned and remarked, it's much lighter than I imagined. Seeing that, Lai was also eager to try. She used only one finger to lift the dumbbell and said nonchalantly, you're right, it has absolutely no weight at all. After trying it, both felt it was far too mediocre. Standing from behind, Hanso quietly stepped forward and asked them to move aside for a moment. He looked at the pink dumbbell on the ground with an incredibly serious gaze, took a deep breath, and began to crouch down. Du Hanso focused intensely, his breath coming in heavy gasps. He flexed, pouring all his strength into his arms, and let out a roar. Hanso's face turned bright red, his muscles tightening as if he were facing a load of several tons. Why was it so easy for the other two but such a struggle for Du Hanso? A memory of his old master suddenly surfaced in Hanso's mind. He had once asked his master, Master, why do you always finish your workout with this pink dumbbell? The master, wearing a red headband, smiled and asked back, Du Hanso, what do you think bodybuilding is? Du Hanso confidently held up 3 fingers and replied, it's strength, muscle mass, and thin skin. Sir, the master shook his head slightly, asserting that his take on bodybuilding was different. Picking up a pink dumbbell, he began his lecture. Du Hanso's master, sporting massive biceps, declared in a booming voice. Bodybuilding is the art of making a light weight feel infinitely heavy. Instantly, Du Hanso flexed his muscles. His face contorted under the incredible pressure as he tried to lift the tiny pink dumbbell. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down as he pushed himself to the absolute limit. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Gudo and the others could only look at each other in bewilderment. Why is he doing that? Who knows? It turns out he was remembering and understanding a lesson his master had taught him before. From the shadows, a pair of sharp cat-like eyes quietly observed everything. Behemoth in a white coat suddenly appeared and exclaimed in utter amazement, "Are you the child that Kang Dong-run mentioned?" Du Hanso was still in a state of extreme exertion, his face flushed from the effort. He exclaimed in shock. Master Behemoth explained that Kang Dong-run, who came from another world, was his old comrade. The Spirit King began to recall the words his old friend had said after saving the world. In the memory, his master held the pink dumbbell and instructed him, "One day, a child who can lift this dumbbell in the heaviest way possible will appear. Until then, Behemoth, can you keep it safe for me?" At the time, Behemoth expressed his doubt about the meaning of this act. The master laughed heartily and explained, "Haha, only those who can truly feel the weight of a light object can heal and return this decaying world to its healthiest state." He affirmed that he already knew someone capable of doing it, as if he had foreseen that in the future, someone would protect what he had built and preserved. Behemoth curiously asked if the master already had a disciple. Du Hanso's master let out a loud, proud laugh. "Ha ha, you found me out. I'm sure you'll recognize him the moment you see him, but promise me you'll pretend you don't know, okay?" My friend Behemoth could only sigh, unable to comprehend his peculiar friend's thoughts. The master casually took that as a compliment. When asked if he planned to return to his old world, he flatly refused, and raised a finger straight to the sky with determination. "No, there's still something I want to lift." "Could it be that you want to lift the entire universe?" Immediately, a resounding roar from Lena urged him on. "Listen carefully." Du Hanso gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling violently from the extreme pressure. The Spirit King continued to shout encouragement. "You have to surpass even your own master." Du Hanso's eyes bulged, streaked with blood from intense concentration. He roared in agony. Du Hanso poured all his strength into his trembling hands to perform the exercise with the pink dumbbell. He was determined to lift it. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the space as Du Hanso channeled every muscle fiber into one final effort. A world-shaking impact erupted at the epicenter, creating shockwaves and thick clouds of dust as Gudo and Lai watched. The pressure radiating from Du Hanso was so intense that it caused the ground to crack violently. Amidst the dust and smoke, Du Hanso emerged with blazing red eyes, radiating a murderous aura. He threw his head back and let out a heaven-shaking roar, his entire body bulging with veins, having finally conquered the infinite weight of the tiny dumbbell in his hand. He had done it. He had learned what his master had taught him about the pink dumbbell. After reaching his limit, Hanso's hands slowly relaxed, letting the pink dumbbell fall to the ground with a dry thud. Completely exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily with his limbs limp. Witnessing this, Gudo silently approached. He picked up the dumbbell with a bewildered expression, unable to understand what had just happened. Du Hanso struggled to sit up, looked at Lena and asked, "So, do you know where my master went?" Lena quietly replied, "He gave me this pink dumbbell and then disappeared." Sir Behemoth smiled faintly and remarked, "But I have a feeling that he is still training somewhere in this world." Upon hearing the news about his master, Hanso exclaimed in shock, "Master is still alive." He immediately pressed Behemoth. "Are there any other items my master used here?" The Spirit King replied thoughtfully, "There is, but it's a bit dangerous," and asked if he would be okay. Du Hanso firmly asserted, "No problem." No matter how dangerous it was, he wanted to find some mementos of his master. An ancient stone door gradually appeared before them. Inside was a towering cliff face covered with hundreds of pull-up bars packed closely together. Seeing this, Gudo exclaimed worriedly, "Du Hanso, I have a bad feeling about this." In contrast to the Count's anxiety, Du Hanso flashed a confident smile and repeated the words of his great master. "Master said the more dangerous you feel, the faster your body will change." Du Hanso excitedly flexed and declared boldly, "Good, I've decided to train a little before I go." Gudo could only watch with a weary look. "I don't think you're just going to train a little." With training as his passion, if you don't push him, he won't stop. At the Muscle Corps barracks, the training atmosphere was incredibly intense. A soldier cheered enthusiastically. Sir Gudo is back. A muscular warrior looked around in confusion and wondered why everyone was training with such fervor. Another man with a stern face began to explain that many serious events had occurred while they were away. He recounted how after the monster Kocatras disappeared and Du Hanso was absent, a fierce power struggle erupted once again. Although the Muscle Corps had tried to maintain balance at the Ali mine under their control, the situation changed completely when the orcs began to make their move. Standing before the rubble and vibrant red flags, a young warrior wondered, "I didn't think our seniors would lose so easily to the orcs." "It's reasonable for them to wonder, because with your strength, those guys are nothing." The senior admitted bitterly, "Yes, the orcs shouldn't have been able to defeat us. However, his face suddenly became extremely tense as he mentioned a terrifying entity, until it appeared. He immediately broke into a cold sweat, asking in shock about the identity of the tribe that had given birth to that monster. The warrior recalled with a shudder. His face was contorted in horror, his eyes wide as he uttered the final name, the Red Hand Tribe. A terrifying tremor rang out, signaling an immeasurable threat. He remembered the past in the tribe. In a wooden cradle, a newborn orc baby lay amidst whispers. This child is special. When held, the baby's body radiated a brilliant red aura, along with the affirmation, the one who possesses this magic will become the future leader. The innocent baby laughed with delight. The one-eyed orc put all his strength into throwing a sphere forward. Double heavy blant. A giant wild boar roared fiercely and charged straight at him. The one-eyed orc panicked and ran for his life in desperation. Is this it? Am I a goner? Just then, a green-skinned orc warrior with fiery red hair suddenly appeared. He threw a devastating punch, taking down the beast. In a flash, the one-eyed orc stared in shock at his savior. The green-skinned orc warrior strode closer and asked, "You have magic power too." He flashed a confident smile and boldly declared, "I'm an orc from the Red Hand Tribe and I'm the only one in my tribe who possesses magic." The Red Hand orc with the fiery red hair gave a friendly smile and suggested to the other orc, "Let's be friends." Okay. From then on, whenever they met, he never forgot to greet him in his own special way. "Hey there." A massive slap came crashing down, making the one-eyed orc cry out in pain. Ugh. A relentless barrage of blows rained down, leaving the victim to do nothing but scream in despair. That incident left the tormented orc with a deep-seated fear. The Red Hand orc casually waved goodbye with a triumphant smile, while his opponent was sent flying. The one-eyed orc stared blankly, recalling the past. He bitterly told himself that he had tried to run away to this remote corner, but still couldn't escape his fate. Loud tremors continuously shook the ground. A soldier ran up frantically, reporting, "The enemy is coming to invade." The one-eyed orc decisively waved his hand and commanded, "Let's go." He made up his mind, "Today I will settle the score with my cowardly past." A mighty orc army marched forward with a thunderous roar. They carried a giant palanquin as they advanced. The one sitting on the throne pointed forward and roared with authority, "Wipe them all out." He declared that the only creatures in this place were slaves and the Red Hand Tribe. The leader continued his command, "Make every creature in the Ali mine submit." Immediately, a barrage of flaming purple rocks rained down from the sky like a meteor shower. The orc army below could only look up in astonishment. As the strange objects hurtled towards the battlefield, they didn't expect to be ambushed by the enemy army. Massive boulders rained down into the ravine, creating terrifying explosions. Oklot, with his fiery red hair, looked up in shock and yelled, "What?" Instantly, a monocled member of the muscle army led a squad of soldiers charging forward and shouting, "Ambush." The monocled member thought to himself with satisfaction, "Good. The enemy is panicking." Watching his comrades frantically push boulders down onto the enemy, he was certain that if they kept up this relentless assault, victory would surely be theirs. While lifting a large boulder, an idea struck him: if he could personally take care of that guy Ol here, it would be his chance for revenge after all the torment he'd endured. Only by taking down Ol could he finally vanquish the haunting shadow that had plagued him for so long. Down below, a muscular warrior was flexing, causing the orc to exclaim in amazement. What kind of sword can't even pierce him? The monocled member started to pant, his heart racing from the suffocating pressure. He worriedly wondered if his opponent recognized him when they locked eyes. Just then, Oklot flashed a sinister smile and made a declaration, "Found you, Gulo." He observed quietly, concluding that this battle would finally end once the leader was eliminated. Below, the muscle army was still fighting hard, showing off their bulging muscles. Oklot suddenly launched himself into the air, "Gulo." His face immediately turned serious. "That bastard. He's aiming for the leader to cut off the head of the snake." He channeled all his strength into his mighty arms and unleashed his technique. One-arm doom bell press. A thunderous punch slammed down, stopping the enemy's attack. Ol spat disdainfully, then looked straight at his opponent and commented, "Pretty strong." Hearing this, Gulo's expression changed instantly. He asked in confusion, "What? Why am I Gulo?" Oklot didn't believe the denial. He rushed forward, grabbed Gulo, and insisted he'd heard that someone in human form had united the Gao tribe. He roared in fury, "Are you trying to play me for a fool?" Immediately, Oklot unleashed a series of slaps, causing Gulo to cry out in pain. "Ah, that hurts." I was just about to mess with him a bit, but he went right for it. Enraged by the sudden attack, Gulo threw a powerful counterpunch right in his opponent's face. As he continuously rained down thunderous blows, he yelled, "I'm not. Gulo Master du Hanso is Gulo." Gulo continued to press his attack, explaining that the one standing over there was just a temporary substitute for Gulo. Beaten to a daze, Oklot weakly repeated the name in a haze. "Gulo." Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a pale, skinny figure trembling in the distance. Oklot smirked, ignoring Gulo's warning not to let his guard down, and slowly approached the newcomer. He flashed a sinister smile and said, "Long time no see, my old Gao friend." Oklot excitedly reached out as if to grab him. Do you remember me? It's so good to see you again, old pal. The scene changes. A worn-out member of the muscle army is hanging from a steep cliff face fitted with numerous pull-up bars. Hanso, busy with his own workout right beside him, casually gives an order. Do another 100 pull-ups before you can come down. Gudo was also hanging there in a state of utter exhaustion. He cried out in misery. Hanso, you've gone too far. Hanso just asked innocently. What? Gudo tearfully accused Hanso. You always give Gulo the special privilege of not having to train. Why is he the only one who gets special treatment, absorbed in his reps? Hanso casually asked back. Gulo doesn't train. You really think so? Hanso flexed his massive back muscles and explained. Gudo, do you know that training intensity is all relative? He stated that his warm-up could easily be someone else's main workout. For Hanso, moving multi-ton stone slabs is just a preparatory step, but for others, it's already an extreme challenge. For a master of muscle, gripping anything is far too simple. In reality, Gulo is not lazy at all. His body has now completely transformed compared to when he first appeared. Although Gulo himself might not have realized it, he now possesses an incredibly firm and sturdy core. It's a core as strong as a monster's. Gulo roared with confidence. I'm not the weakling I used to be. His eyes glowed brightly, his hand emitting a powerful purple magical aura. Gulo declared loud and clear, I am Hanso's right-hand man and the greatest cool mage. A massive burst of purple power erupted effortlessly, crushing large boulders and completely overpowering the enemy in an instant. He looked straight ahead with a determined gaze and asserted his identity. I am Gulo. That confidence earned him the chance to command the army against the enemy. At the cliffs, the sounds of constant impact echoed as the muscle army trained relentlessly with the monsters. A warrior suddenly froze, drenched in sweat, as he heard strange sounds approaching. To maintain peace for the Ali mine, the hoodie builders realized they needed a more effective combat method. Instead of wastefully using the toad monsters just for food, they came up with the idea of taming them to enhance the entire team's mobility and combat strength. And so, the Sea Rider Corps was officially born, a vision of fiery warriors. The commander ordered the Sea Rider army to launch an all-out attack. Battle cries thundered through the air, mingling with the screeches of the monsters. He witnessed the bizarre sight of the entire army charging while hoisting giant birds over their heads. Gudo, horrified, yelled, Isn't this incredibly inefficient? A warrior immediately replied with confidence and introduced the technique. This is the toad overhead press, where the entire army simultaneously performs a weightlifting press using the toad monsters themselves, all while on the march. Witnessing the scene, his companion gave a thumbs up in approval. Now that's efficient. Training while fighting. Very practical experience. Immediately, the order was given for the good builder team to fall into formation. The warriors simultaneously struck a front double biceps pose, showing off their powerful, glistening muscles. Next, the CC Raider team received orders to attack the enemy's rear. They let out a deafening roar as they performed the CC overhead press exercise. They hoisted the giant birds over their heads and charged straight ahead. The orcs were stunned, completely baffled by this bizarre strategy. This was the newly established meat grinder tactic. A crimson structure plummeted from the sky. The muscle army and their toads slammed violently into the enemy formation. A warrior delivered a decisive blow, leaving his opponent unable to resist as he collapsed instantly. After the battle, they began to clean up the battlefield. A member asked if they had eliminated all the enemies, but suddenly, the atmosphere became suffocating as someone cried out, "Hell from below the earth." A giant crimson hand of energy named Spike suddenly erupted from the ground, emitting a terrifying killing intent that enveloped the entire area. A member of the muscle army suddenly unleashed a new skill called gravity magic. A brilliant pillar of purple light erupted, trapping the orc inside, who cried out in astonishment. The energy quickly spread, forming a giant magic circle. The technique named Tower of Babel created an earth-shattering explosion that wiped out everything. Amidst the ruins, Gulo looked at his defeated enemy and warned his comrades, "Don't tell Hanso about this skill." The orc lay defeated on the ground, smirking defiantly. "You think defeating my Red Hand tribe is the end of it?" Seeing that Oklot, though defeated, was speaking with a defiant look, Gulo asked coldly, "What are you trying to say?" The orc whispered back, "You people don't know a damn thing." Other members of the muscle army, while eating, suggested to Gulo, "Let's just perform some physical remodeling to force him to talk." Another one added, "Just stuff a healthy spirit into that healthy body of his, and he'll spill everything." Realizing the situation was turning grim, the orc quickly backed down. "You don't have to do that. I'll talk." He insisted he no longer wanted to fight, and then suddenly asked Gulo, "Do you know about Oculus?" Gulo was surprised. "Oculus? Aren't they the ones Lai mentioned?" He admitted he'd heard the name a few times. The orc began to recount the story that one day those people came to his tribe and granted them power. In return, they forced the tribe to hand over 20% of their life energy every month. As much as he wanted to refuse, there was nothing he could do, because those mysterious cloaked figures had taken the tribe's children hostage. The children are the tribe's future and legacy, so they used that weakness to force their hand. Oklot growled, revealing that he was only following orders to observe everyone, all for the purpose of waiting for the right moment to get his revenge. In the process, he'd gotten a handle on those bastards' abilities and learned the identities of their key officers, especially the one codenamed Waterbomb. But just as the secret was about to be fully revealed, a beam of white light suddenly pierced straight through Oklot's chest to everyone's astonishment. He coughed up blood in agony, his body collapsing amidst the shocked screams of his underlings. A soldier pointed frantically to the top of the cliff and yelled, "Someone's up there!" Through the dust and smoke, a stranger with vibrant pink hair appeared. He complained in annoyance as he landed. "Ow, that hurt. So hot. I told you I wasn't going to shoot." Right beside him, an entity with purple hair and a giant hat warned coldly, "Hey, talk too much and you'll be in danger." He smirked sinisterly, looking at the dying Oklot, and taunting that spouting unnecessary things leads to disastrous consequences. The purple-haired one looked down silently at the steaming pool of green goo and casually suggested, "How about I just make it so you can't talk anymore, by eating all of you?" Standing tall on the high cliff, the pink-haired man loudly announced a special deal. "Special news, I'll spare the life of the first person to tell me where Hanso is." He was determined to find their leader to start a war with someone strong. He remarked that this group had pretty good fighting spirit, but didn't forget to remind them that within the Oculus organization, there are people they should absolutely be wary of. Meanwhile, back at the training area, Gudo was hanging from a high bar, his face contorted in fear. He screamed in desperation, "Let go! I'm about to fall. I'm really going to fall." Just then, one of his hands, completely exhausted, began to slip helplessly from the bar. Instantly, a foot performed a point technique, then decisively shifted to a flex to grip the bar. It was Lai, an officer of the Oculus organization. She was performing an inverted hang, gripping the man's leg tightly to save his life just above the thick fog, looking just like a bat hanging in a cave. Elsewhere, a man with curly pink hair named Gon appeared with a sinister smile. He asked smugly, "Now what did I tell you? Wouldn't it be much easier and better to just accept things?" Around him was a scene of devastation, as the entire muscle army had been defeated and lay scattered on the ground. A dying warrior used his last ounce of strength to say, "Block, report this to Hanso." Taking on this heavy responsibility, Block fled frantically through the forest with a look of pure terror on his face. He ran for his life, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, screaming in despair to relay the final warning, "Absolutely never come back here." Meanwhile, Hanso was visibly moved by his new gift. "At this point, I have to thank you." Behemoth the Spirit King, in the form of a cat, casually replied, "It's not a long journey, but I couldn't let you leave empty-handed." Gudo, however, was extremely disappointed. He grumbled, "Lord Behemoth, I don't see anything to be grateful for. There are countless legendary swords, shields, and suits of armor. Why are we stuck carrying this pile of scrap metal?" Gudo yelled in frustration as he watched Hanso calmly accept the pile of battered old equipment. He questioned Hanso, "We're coming back here anyway. Why are you adding all this heavy luggage for no reason?" Hanso quietly looked at Gudo and suddenly asked Gudo, "Do you know what soccer is?" Gudo was stunned, wondering what a musclehead like Hanso could possibly know about soccer. But he still answered honestly, "Yes, I do." Hanso asked again, "Do you like it?" Gudo nodded. "So, do you want to get good at it?" the Count replied, "Moderately, I suppose." Hanso smiled. "Then this will be easy to explain. They say that to get good at soccer, it's important to spend a lot of time with the ball. That's because you gradually accumulate data on its weight, the feel of it, and the results of your actions." Hanso suddenly placed a heavy purple weight plate in Gudo's hands and declared, "Since you said you wanted to get good at soccer." The Count could only stare wide-eyed in astonishment at this sudden hands-on training. If he hadn't asked, he wouldn't have ended up with more to carry. "I almost feel bad for him. Almost." Hanso beamed and enthusiastically announced, "For today, try getting friendly with these weight plates." Hearing this, Gudo couldn't help but shout in protest, "What the hell does this have to do with soccer?" Maintaining a deadpan expression, Hanso blushed and tried to cover, saying that since the weight plates are also round, they'll definitely help him get better at soccer. Hanso turned to Lai and asked, "Do you want to get good at soccer?" After receiving a firm no from the young woman, he could only hide his embarrassment. "Ah, right, I see." Immediately, Hanso shouted, "Let's move out," and began using his monstrous strength to pull a giant stack of weight plates. Lai and the spirit Lena were sitting calmly on top, just watching. Trailing behind them, Gudo trembled as he held a single small weight plate, cursing helplessly as he staggered along. "That lunatic!" Leon charged into the fray, unleashing powerful slashes that struck terror into the hearts of her enemies. A soldier trembled, his mouth hanging open in despair as he screamed, A monster." The piercing sound of clashing metal rang out again and again as Leon faced the mysterious masked figures alone. She delivered a fatal slash, grievously wounding her opponent and leaving him unable to fight back. Leon moved with terrifying speed, relentlessly closing in and launching deadly attacks. Before her now stood a massive entity with menacing, glowing eyes and teeth. The Guardian let out a deafening roar and swung its weapon in a frenzy. Leon quickly flipped to evade the blow, escaping by a hair's breadth. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a black-cloaked soldier yelled, "Go run, we'll buy you some time." He desperately commanded the others. Tutula Mercenary Regiment, fall back, retreat now. But after hearing the order before he could even turn to run, a cold, sharp blade was pressed against his neck as he trembled in absolute terror. Ben stood alone in the dark forest. He could clearly feel the life energy surging powerfully, and mumbled with satisfaction, "Good, good. The life energy is getting stronger." He looked at the red-haired woman with a sinister gaze and asked, "Master, your disciples are so happy. Aren't you happy too?" When she remained silent, Ben let out a derisive sneer. "What, you don't even have the sense to answer me?" He stared at the woman's lifeless face with his glowing orange eye, and wondered, should I call this master, or just an empty shell? On the path leading toward the towering cliffs, Gudo looked into the distance in alarm, and called out to Hanso. "Hanso, there's a group of people headed this way." From the horizon, desperate shouts echoed, "Count, count." In the next moment, a group of people rushed forward and fell to their knees before Gudo. They pleaded desperately, "Please, our Tutula mercenaries, please avenge our people." Gudo was out of breath from carrying the heavy weight. He told them to calm down. "Pant, pant. What's going on? Explain everything from the beginning." A blond man with 2 swords on his back stepped forward and introduced himself respectfully. "Greetings. I am Talon, captain of the Tutula mercenaries." He began to explain that many of his members had lost their families in the zombie attack. For that reason, they have been tirelessly searching for the mastermind to get their revenge. But in the process, an unexpected variable emerged. An image of Ben's crazed smile flashed through their minds. Suddenly, a bald, muscular member of the group screamed in terror. The red-haired woman. Talon quickly explained that the person helping the mastermind was none other than General Leon. But he immediately tried to calm his terrified comrade. "Look closely. That's not her." The red-haired woman stood silently, a single question forming in her mind. What Gudo tried to explain, hoping to diffuse the tense atmosphere. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. General Leon would never betray the kingdom. Hanso, curious, asked, "So what exactly is going on?" Gudo broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself that if he didn't explain this clearly, Hanso would surely put him through even more torturous training. Carrying this heavy thing was already more than enough for him. He quickly clarified, "You know that guy Ben, the one who always transforms his body to fight? What they're saying is that General Leon, the one who brought you here, is covering for him and helping him commit these murders." Hanso nodded. "Aha." Still, he was extremely doubtful and muttered to himself, "That's weird. With forearm muscles like Leon's, how could she possibly do something like that? It's a total lie. Someone with her level of training, they wouldn't even be able to touch his little toe." Just then, the sound of frantic footsteps and ragged breaths echoed from the distance. A warrior was running for his life, heading straight for Hanso and screaming. Hanso looked at the newcomer with a puzzled expression. Then recognizing him, Hanso asked in surprise, "Block, what are you doing here?" Block was out of breath, his face twisted in horror as he delivered the terrible news. The village is in big trouble." Instantly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a dark cellar. A hand was bound tightly in shackles, its wrist severely injured, covered in bruises and clotted blood. A wicked villain with curly red hair gave a sinister smile and threatened, "I told you, if you just confess quickly, this will be a lot easier for you." A member of the muscle squad, though brutally tortured, remained defiant. He clawed at the dirt and rock, telling himself, "Control it, I can do this." But his endurance had reached its absolute limit. In the dark cellar, his muscular brothers bound tightly writhed in agony. One of them sobbed, "I can't take it anymore." Pained groans echoed throughout the space. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the red-haired villain could only stare in utter confusion. "What is this? I haven't even done anything, so why are they acting like this? Is some invisible force helping me?" At that moment, the bodybuilders were enduring an indescribable pain, something they had never experienced in their lives. Heart-wrenching screams tore through the air amidst the violent tremors of their bodies. This was truly their worst nightmare. The red-haired man stood frozen, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. The source of this extreme agony actually stemmed from a cruelly ironic reason they weren't allowed to work out. A face contorted in horror, with eyes rolled back, screamed in utter despair. The thing gnawing at their souls and bodies right now was the fear of losing muscle. Block sprinted frantically through the forest, his breath coming in, panicked gasps. As soon as he saw Hanso, he yelled, "Hanso." Hanso turned to look at his panting brother with a bewildered expression. "Block, why are you here?" Block screamed in extreme desperation. "The village. Something terrible has happened to the village." Hanso placed a hand on Block's shoulder, reassuring him with a radiant smile. "Block, what's wrong?" Backtracking in time, Gudo had warned him. "You need to think this through carefully, Block. There's a 90% chance we'll fail." Block couldn't believe his ears. He frowned and retorted, "How is that possible? We took down those orcs with ease. Didn't you feel it when we launched that rock attack just now?" He recalled the scene where the entire team had combined their strength to hurl a giant boulder. But the enemy with fiery red hair had neutralized the attack far too easily. Another member of their group didn't even bother to lift a finger, simply watching quietly from a distance. Their attitude showed they completely looked down on their opponents. This meant those guys possessed strength on par with Hanso. Block was anxious to find reinforcements. "I'll go get Hanso." But his comrade immediately shouted, stopping him. He demanded that Block stay calm because although Hanso was incredibly strong, if by some chance he failed, everything would truly be over. "He's not paying us any mind at all. His only target is Hanso." Seeing Block's worry, the senior member advised Block, "Listen to me." He asserted that only when they were certain Hanso could completely overwhelm them would it be the right time to bring him back. The senior pointed a finger and instructed, "Until that time comes, you are absolutely forbidden from bringing Mr. Hanso here." Block agreed but requested to stay and fight. "Instead, let one of the other seniors go, deliver the message. That way, our chances of winning will be higher." However, the muscle squad flatly refused, claiming they weren't good with words. They all flexed in unison, showing off their massive muscles as they declared, "Protecting the youngest is the responsibility of the seniors." Though they knew the enemy was too strong, they didn't choose to run. Witnessing the sacrifice of his elders, Block could only choke back his tears. The seniors returned to the forest. Block found Hanso and lied. "It's nothing, sir. I just wanted to get some extra training in with you." Hanso smiled, pleased. "Is that so? That's great." He casually remarked that not having wheels made everything so inefficient. Immediately an order was given. The entire Tutula mercenary group will now switch to a reconnaissance formation. The exercise named Chariot Walking Lang officially began. Hanso and the other members sat comfortably on a giant stone platform. The entire mercenary group had to use their own strength to carry and move it like living wheels. Hanso smiled and commanded, "If you go the wrong way, I'll be switching the roles of the wheels." At the same time, Lena activated a magic circle and shouted, "Summon Golem." Giant golems with glowing red eyes emerged menacingly from a cloud of dust. The red-haired girl ran hurriedly as she asked, "Finding the dungeon entrance is the starting point of the attack, right?" Gudo, rushing behind her, explained, "That's right. Even though it's a dungeon area, not the entire zone is a dungeon." He emphasized that for this reason, the dungeon master would surely try to fight in the area most advantageous to them. Gudo continued to urge the team on, "But luckily we don't need to conquer the dungeon. Our most important objective right now is just to collect the Black Bone Stone that Lord Behemoth requested. We shouldn't worry about anything else." A member of the party worriedly asked about their revenge. Hanso immediately gritted his teeth with determination. "We have to teach them a lesson so they can't bother Helen anymore." Gudo couldn't help but worry about the current situation. "But what if General Leon really has betrayed us?" Lena immediately spoke up to reassure him. "Don't worry. There's no way my aunt would be defeated by someone like him, nor would she ever cooperate with him." Suddenly, the spirit, Lena reported in alarm. "The signals from the two golems to the southwest have been cut off." Realizing the information was incomplete, Lena ordered the group to move immediately toward the golems that had just lost. To signal. Lena was shocked to discover that the signals of 3 golems to the northwest had also been cut off right after. Gudo wondered if it was because this was a dungeon making them easy to suppress. This question sent Lena into a rage. She roared, "Are you looking down on the golems of a highest level spirit? Normal monsters can't even defeat a single one of them." Lena was extremely concerned because the golems had been completely destroyed before any visual feed could even be transmitted back. Lena felt something was wrong. She wondered, "It's strange. For a common dungeon like this, I haven't seen a single zombie." Deciding to act, she urged, "I'll go on ahead." Immediately, Lena deployed her spirit arts, followed by a position swap skill to move between the rocks. But the moment she landed, Lena's face turned pale with terror. Behind her, a giant wolf with glowing red eyes loomed menacingly. Lena trembled and uttered, "This is bad. We fell right into their trap." Meanwhile, Hanso still maintained a completely nonchalant expression. He smiled brightly and suggested, "How about we do a little arm workout while we wait for Lena to find the entrance?" Gudo immediately flew into a rage. He crossed his arms and snapped, "Exercise in enemy territory." "Absolutely not. You'll drain all your stamina." Unexpectedly, another member of the group smiled in agreement. "If our arms give out, we can just fight with our lower bodies, right?" Hanso said, with a smug grin as he high-fived his teammate. "That's right." Witnessing the sheer muscle obsession of this group, Gudo could only stand in the back, screaming in total helplessness. "Damn it," Hanso then began to demonstrate an exercise called the overhead extension. This is a move specifically designed to build explosive strength in the triceps. When you do this using both hands with a weight, it's called the 2-arm overhead extension. Step 1. Grip the weight plate firmly with both hands and lift it high above your head. Next, slowly lower your elbows behind you as if you're doing a deep stretch over your head. Step 3. Use the power of your triceps to explode the weight back up and take a deep breath in at the same time. Hanso noted that gripping the flat surface of the plate makes the form much more comfortable. And most importantly, you have to make sure your elbows don't flare out to the sides during the entire set. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Lai was sprinting frantically through the dark woods. Her mind was racing with questions. Is Aunt Leon really here? Her eyes burned with pure determination. Even if it's not her, I won't let anyone drag her name through the mud. I'll catch that imposter with my own 2 hands. Lai poured every ounce of strength into her legs, shooting forward like an arrow. She had to find out the truth. Suddenly, a massive pillar of golden light crashed down from the sky, triggering a world-shaking explosion in the heart of the forest. Watching the violent tremors, the blonde swordsman muttered to himself, realizing that these vibrations were definitely the signs of a fierce battle. But right behind him, Hanso and his crew were casually flexing their muscles and laughing. Man, that feels great, doesn't it? Yeah, I feel so light now. Seeing that bizarre sight, the swordsman just stood there, stunned, wondering if he had somehow gotten it all wrong. But then, Hanso's expression suddenly turned dead serious. He called Block over and said firmly, "Block, wait a second. These aren't just muscle vibrations. It looks like either Lai or Lena has run into the enemy." Block nodded immediately, a confident smirk spreading across his face. He felt like that warm-up was more than enough. Hanso turned to the others and told them to stay put and keep training. He warned them that things were about to get way too dangerous for beginners. After Gudo shouted back, a quick thanks, Hanso and Block took off, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar. Let's start with some interval training. Got it. Just like his master, whether he's working out or fighting, Hanso always treats it as a lesson for his subordinates. Deep in the dark forest, a pure white lily suddenly began to glow brilliantly amidst the leaves. A girl with gray eyes looked at the flower with curiosity and asked, "What is this?" The woman with her explained gently, "That's called a flower." Continuing to look around, the little girl pointed at a small creature sitting on a branch. "And what about that one?" The woman replied calmly, "That's a squirrel." The tiny squirrel just sat there peacefully, in the quiet stillness of the woods. In the silence of the forest, Elise pointed up at the canopy and asked curiously, "What are those?" Ben answered softly, "Those are leaves." She then pointed down, wondering, "Then what's this?" Ben patiently told her it was just a caterpillar. Looking at Elise's innocent face, Ben asked solemnly, "Elise, do you really not remember anything at all about your past?" The girl shook her head sadly. "Not a single thing." Under the sunset, light filtering through the trees, Elise looked at Ben with total trust. "But I can still feel it. I can feel how much you care about me, and how desperately you want to protect me." Ben's face suddenly clouded with worry. He warned her, "Ellis, from now on more and more people are going to come and attack us." He looked at her with a gaze that was firm yet full of heartache. "So no matter what happens to me, you have to find a safe place and hide." Her childlike innocence made it impossible for him not to want to shield her from the world. Meanwhile, in a dark castle, a red-haired man looked down at a mage, kneeling at his feet, and sneered. "A backwater mage from the borderlands? Huh, with a background like yours, it's hard for me to even look at you." He let out a sinister laugh. "But you're lucky. My boss happens to be quite interested in your research." The green-haired mage was trembling, beads of sweat rolling down his face as he stammered it. "It is an absolute honor to be noticed by him." The red-haired man began his interrogation. "You said the thing you're working on is a living dungeon, right?" The mage scrambled to confirm. "Yes, sir." The red-haired man laughed and started walking away. "Perfect. Then it's basically a portable battery." When the mage hesitantly tried to correct him, saying it wasn't exactly like that, he shut him down instantly. "I don't care about your butts. It doesn't matter." He leaned in close to the mage's ear, his eyes suddenly glowing a deep, murderous red as he threatened him. "So when that thing is finished, you know what you have to do, right? You'd better hand it over to me. Nice and quiet." Back in the forest, Eliz asked Ben anxiously, "Is something scary going to happen?" Ben immediately forced a reassuring smile. It's nothing. There's nothing to be afraid of." Ben looked at Elise with a heavy heart and confessed, I'm terrified of losing you again." Elise looked deep into his eyes and whispered, "Your eyes. They're always so full of sadness." She gently touched his cheek, wondering if it was all her fault, but he quickly grabbed her hand to comfort her. "No, it's not like that." Eliz trusted Ben completely. She gently stroked his head to soothe him. "Don't worry, because I'll always be right here by your side just like you want." Ben flushed with emotion and whispered her name, Eliz. Suddenly, a dark shadow with a twisted, grinning face appeared right behind them, declaring, "Found you." A heavy vibration shook the ground, and Ben's face instantly went pale with horror. Ben screamed in a panic, "Eliz, run. Get out of here right now." Just then, Hanso stepped slowly out of the shadows. He recognized the man and asked, "You again. Are you still going around bullying gym newbies?" Hanso easily blocked the incoming attack with his bare hands and chided him, "Don't go showing off your strength the second we meet." One of his teammates looked around confused. "Hanso, there's no one here. I think we're in the wrong place." Hanso's jaw dropped in shock as he cursed himself. Did I really let my muscles lead me here without even realizing it?" Ben screamed in a blind rage. "What the hell are you even talking about?" He charged forward in a frenzy. Hanso closed the distance instantly, grabbing his opponent tight and shouting out the name of his technique, lunging punch. He caught Ben in a vice-like grip and unleashed a powerful press move, slamming his opponent straight into the dirt with a terrifying impact. Ben was pinned flat under those massive godlike hands. only able to let out a strangled cry of agony, completely powerless. Hanso's eyes glowed with a cold, piercing light as he demanded, "I asked you a question, punk. Are you the type who likes to bully people who just started working out?" Ben writhed under the crushing pressure, thrashing wildly and screaming in absolute torment. And right at that moment, seeing Ben in danger and unable to fight back, Elise suddenly appears, a brilliant surge of energy radiating from her hands as she screams for everyone to stop. Realizing her dangerous intent, Ben shouts in a panic to stop her. "Elise, don't do this." One of the muscle-bound soldiers rushes over to report to Hanso that this power seems even more overwhelming than Master Leon's own. Strikes. Amidst the blinding light, Elise stands firm. Even though she knows she possesses a terrifying and dangerous amount of power, she can no longer just stand by and watch. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Ben desperately yells, "That's not right, Elise. I'm done fighting, so please just stop." But Elise only offers a determined smile, declaring that she will protect him just as he had always protected her. Even though her memories are gone, Elise can still feel the deep bond they share, and she continues to pour all her strength into the energy sphere. Ben lies exhausted on the ground, drenched in sweat, trembling as he screams in utter despair, "No, Elise. It wasn't supposed to be like this." Meanwhile, in a dark, ominous space, the red-haired Gan silently watches a child whose energy is being drained curiously, asking what will happen to the boy once his power completely vanishes. Gan coldly theorizes that once he's bled dry, the child will surely die. Back on the glowing battlefield, Elise cries out with absolute resolve, "This time I will be the one to protect you." She releases her full power, triggering a world-shaking explosion that consumes everything in sight. Elsewhere, Lena decides to move ahead of the group to scout the situation. She immediately casts her spirit magic, position swap, turning herself into a stone to teleport to another location. However, the moment she arrives at her new destination, Lena is horrified to realize she has dropped straight into a nightmare. Standing before her is a colossal wolf with glowing red eyes looming over her with a menacing growl. The beast roars ferociously and lunges at Lena, baring its razor-sharp fangs. In that split second, Lena quickly activates her Stonemaker spirit magic, conjuring a solid block of stone right in front of the beast's mouth. The wolf bites down hard on the stone instead of its prey, basically giving its teeth a painful grinding. Seizing the chance, Lena turns and runs for her life, drenched in a cold sweat from pure terror. Lena tells herself she has to buy time at all costs as the countdown for summoning the golem is still ticking. She casts Stone Screen, raising a sturdy wall of rock to block her pursuer. While she's frantically calculating her remaining moves, Lena suddenly freezes. In the distance, a massive cyclone is swirling toward her, leaving her completely stunned. Lena immediately retaliates with Stone Missile, launching a barrage of sharp stones at her opponent. But the monster activates its Bornado skill, creating a dark skeletal whirlwind that sweeps away everything in its path. A violent impact sends Lena flying as she screams in desperation. The spirit Lena quickly activates Floor Swim, shrinking into a blue light and diving deep into the earth to escape. Hiding beneath the layers of rock and soil, Lena tries to reassure herself. "This is my domain. Things that aren't spirits can't hurt me down here, you hear me?" But before she can celebrate, the wolf above catches her scent and begins frantically clawing at the ground. Lena is horrified to see the beast digging a deep trench, closing the gap and lunging straight for her. She screams in shock. "What are you, a mole? You damn dog." Overwhelmed by fear, Lena breaks down into tears. Shifting back to Lai, she finds her path blocked by a mysterious figure. She roars out, questioning them. "Auntie, please wake up. What kind of dirty trick did they play on you?" The young girl tries desperately to find the aunt she once knew. In her distant memories, a voice echoes, "Aunt Leon is busy. I told you not to pester her to play." But the little girl just gave a bright smile and insisted, "Ha, I'm not playing, I'm practicing." Right after that, she turned serious and began her instructions. Lai, try holding it properly. She pointed to the sword and explained meticulously, "From here to here, this is the hilt." During those training sessions, Aunt Leon used to pose a scenario. What if you're clashing with an opponent who completely outmatches you in physical strength? How would you respond then, Lai? Back in the heat of the current battle, Lai pours all her strength into her legs, answering with her actions. "If it were me, I'd use my body's flexibility." She blurs forward like a bolt of lightning, dropping her center of gravity to weave underneath her opponent. With terrifying speed, Lai growls to herself. "Faster. I have to be faster." She is determined to overwhelm her enemy no matter what. The sound of clashing metal rings out as Lai realizes her opponent's speed is actually superior to her own. Lai is stunned to see countless glowing golden swords surrounding her. She tells herself that no matter how many strikes the enemy unleashes, there has to be a gap somewhere to counterattack. She's determined to find a weakness and turn the tables. Lai immediately performs a spinning technique, gliding like a whirlwind through the rain of blades. She quickly regains her balance and stays low, preparing for an explosive strike. Lai spins her body at maximum velocity, creating powerful vortexes of energy. Then Lai channels all her focus into the ascending radiant strike technique, preparing to draw her sword for a final decisive blow. Looking at the majestic figure before her, Lai asks silently, "Auntie, can my sword finally reach you?" A titanic collision erupts, and a brilliant golden light engulfs the entire battlefield. Despite struggling to stay upright, Lai flashes a radiant smile and admits, I guess I still have a lot to learn from you." Lai screams her aunt's name, Leon, as she unleashes a thunderous strike from above. However, the tip of her blade is stopped dead by nothing but the enemy's fingers. Lai is struck by a painful reality. It wasn't enough. She is sent crashing back, collapsing on the ground in utter hopelessness. In her dazed state, a childhood memory of her beloved aunt suddenly resurfaces. A young Lai runs up, shouting excitedly, "Auntie, look at this! I made it just for you!" The little girl says this while holding up a tiny wooden sword. Lai realizes a profound truth, whispering to herself that in reality her sword had always reached her aunt's heart. Elsewhere, Elise is horrified to realize that something strange is happening inside her own body. She gasps in terror. "This is wrong. I want to protect everyone, but I can't control myself. What's happening to my body?" Meanwhile, Hanso is using his overwhelming power to pin Ben down, leaving him completely immobile under his massive hands. This is the birth of the living dungeon concept, something that has never existed before. It involves taking dungeon equipment, which is meant to harvest life energy and spawn monsters, and implanting it directly into a living being. A glowing energy diagram began to envelop and transform the host's body in unpredictable ways. Since this was an experiment, with no precedent, there was absolutely no information on how to apply the energy or how to handle mutations like this. A world-shaking energy blast tore through space, leaving devastating consequences. Hanso looked at Ben, trembling at his feet, and awkwardly apologized. "Oh, sorry about that, I didn't mean to bully you." Even in a confrontation, Hanso remained incredibly polite. Seeing Elise's critical condition, Hanso rushed over in a panic and called out. Elise whispered in despair as her body withered away. "What should I do? I can't stop the power from leaking out." He told himself he had to find a solution immediately. Only one command repeated in his head. Think. Hanso realized Elise's current state was like a cracked bowl trying to hold water. Her life energy was constantly leaking through the cracks in her body. The problem was the scale. It was like a massive dam bursting open. The energy poured out like a torrential waterfall, and the cold, hard truth was that there was no way to stop it. Standing behind her, Hanso could only watch blankly, wondering why she had ended up like this. Ben clutched his head frantically, screaming in pain that if filling a single hole in a dam was impossible, how could they sever the link between a body and this exploding energy source? There had to be something to make her stop. Deep in the forest, a flame suddenly erupted. Immediately, the Sunman's sword technique was unleashed. To understand this pressure, look at the world's top free divers. They can only reach 110 meters. For every 10 meters deeper, the water pressure doubles, making it impossible to dive without professional training. Yet look at the Nguri Dam in Georgia, standing at a staggering 271.5 meters. The idea of a tiny human trying to repair the destroyed base of this dam sounds like a hopeless delusion. Amidst the thundering roar of water, a hand quietly reached out into the blinding light. The black sword forged from this special energy aimed only to sever the essence of the living dungeon entity, turning the impossible into reality that is the ultimate power of a master swordsman. Under the sunset, General Leon appeared imposingly, with her fiery red hair carrying the unconscious Elise. And then the energy, having lost its vessel, began to explode violently. Ben stood frozen, feeling small before the massive sphere of light expanding in the forest. His eyes bulged in terror. The veins around his trembling pupils were clearly visible. Ben ran like a madman, screaming, "Get back!" A world-shaking explosion followed, swallowing everything in a blinding flash. No, it was just like a meteor of light crashing into the earth. As the dust began to settle, Hanso approached and asked worriedly, "Block, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Block struggled to get up. Backing away, he replied, "I'm fine." But Master Hanso. Block's face suddenly paled. He shouted a warning, "Here it comes." He immediately put all his strength into his massive arms and hurled a giant boulder forward. The enemy in the shadows with glowing red eyes only had time to see the light closing in before the impact created terrifying pressure. Hanso performed jumping squats that shattered the ground. He launched himself into the air, showing off his powerful rippling muscles. Witnessing this unbelievable power, Ben stammered, "Monsters." He broke into a cold sweat, thinking in shock, "I never expected Leon to possess this much power and precision." Thanks to that, Elise's life was saved, but Leon certainly won't come out of this unscathed. Her time is likely running out as terrifying cracks begin to appear on her body. In a fit of madness, the entity screamed, "Leon, fight until your body crumbles. That is the final atonement for a general." It was as if a magical force was driving her to fight until her last breath. A slash tore through space, heading straight for Hanso, making him scream in terror. Hanso yelled, a panicked warning. "Hey, get out of the way. The equipment is falling. Don't try to catch it." But Block remained determined and insisted. "If it were yesterday's me, I definitely wouldn't have caught it." Block flashed a bright, confident smile. But today I'm different. He proudly showed off his new treasure, a simple rope tied around his waist. This was the gear Behemoth had given to Block. Although it looked like a regular rubber band, and in reality, it was exactly that, and nothing more. Behemoth, a former teammate of Dongjun, noticed the flaws in Block's physical abilities and gave him this rope. Through tactile feedback, it helped Block enhance his awareness of his core muscles, while serving as the perfect tool to minimize instability in every movement. It turned out that thanks to that rope, he had developed his muscles to an unbelievable degree. Standing nearby, Hanso gave a thumbs up to praise his junior's massive progress. Block scratched his head and chuckled, "Haha, that's how it happened." However, he warned, "I'd love to congratulate you, but you need to run now." Block asked in shock, "Why?" Before he could understand, Hanso continued, "I think Leon's forearm muscles are actually getting serious." Instantly, a terrifying surge of energy shot forward. A soldier screamed in panic, "It's coming! Look out!" Hanso braced his massive arms using his steel-hard forearms to block the enemy's lightning-fast strike. He thought to himself, for those just starting at the gym, facing this kind of power head-on is extremely dangerous. At the training grounds, Count Gudo was pushing himself to lift a massive stone weight over his head with a look of pure determination. Seeing the Lord's transformation, a young soldier approached and praised him. "Count, I see. Your physique has thickened up quite a lot." Gudo was gasping for air, drenched in sweat. He looked up and asked, "Has it changed that much?" Immediately, he struck a stylish pose to show off the rippling muscles on his arms. Gudo chuckled with satisfaction. "Heh, now that you mention it, things really have changed." After being put through the ringer by Hanso so many times, he finally had a moment to be proud in front of his subordinates. He looked at his toned body, and then gazed toward the kingdom that was slowly coming back to life. "My body, and this kingdom too." On a peaceful street corner, a child held their mother's hand tightly and asked, "Mommy, have you noticed people have been changing lately?" The mother looked at her child, puzzled, and asked back, "Changing? How so?" On a different street corner, a female soldier smiled brightly and asked, "What do you mean?" "It's just culture changing with the times." Under the influence of the environment and new values, everything was in constant flux. For the Bai Kingdom, instead of traditional swordsmanship, physical fitness exercises had become more essential, leading to rapid changes within the military. Now, even ordinary training sessions were filled with the atmosphere of building bulging muscles. Massive glistening muscles gleaming under a glorious light gradually became the new standard of strength. However, there was still a group of people who persisted in pursuing pure swordsmanship, because to them, General Leon remained an irreplaceable icon, but the majority of them still focused more on muscle training. Suddenly, Leon appeared, launching a lightning-fast attack aimed at Hanso. She unleashed a powerful surge of energy, executing her ultimate technique, mountain-toppling sword ki, with a series of brilliant light swords that covered the sky. Hanso stood silently in the center of the encirclement, bearing the full force of the sword rain pouring down fiercely from above. The continuous impacts forced him to scream out in pain. Witnessing this, Gudo shouted in alarm. Despite being suppressed by the terrifying power, Hanso still managed to order his comrades, "I'm fine, just stay back." Lai rushed over in time to stop them. "Senior, wait a moment." She observed her aunt closely and realized that the brainwashing technique controlling Leon seemed to be starting to unravel after this direct confrontation. She hoped that on this occasion her aunt's consciousness might awaken. Lai thoughtfully recalled how her aunt Leon had always valued real combat experience and sparring above all else. Observing the bulging muscles, enduring the rain of swords, she noticed there wasn't a single cut or any seriously damaged part. Lai wondered if her aunt was using this method to train Hanso. However, Block immediately dismissed the idea, asserting that an ordinary sword couldn't possibly pierce muscles that had been trained to their absolute limit. The problem lay in Hanso's own unstable mental state. Block believed that if Lai's hypothesis was correct, then after this test, Hanso would undoubtedly reach a whole new level of power. Amidst the earth-shattering explosions of energy, Hanso roared in agony as he endured the suffocating pressure. Leon's attack speed was so fast it surpassed the speed of nerve signals traveling from Hanso's brain to his muscle groups. Facing this life-or-death situation, he wondered, for muscle to defeat a sword, what must it be like? Suddenly, Hanso felt a voice echoing in his mind. Aunt Leon was seemingly trying to communicate with him. She posed a cryptic question. "Hanso, how truly intimate are your brain and your body amidst the continuous impacts that shook his body?" Hanso was stunned, not understanding the true meaning behind her question. In his subconscious, a strange dialogue between his brain and his muscular system began to unfold. Hanso suddenly realized that all this time, he had never truly faced and understood his own muscles in a meaningful way. The brain was criticized for thinking too much and overcomplicating every situation. Although the brain tried to justify itself, saying analysis was necessary to overcome adversity, the body, in fact, presented a much simpler truth. All movement, all extraordinary power, was actually encapsulated in two words: contract and expand. Understanding this core essence, Hanso roared as an explosive power surged through him, causing his muscles to swell violently. Though the mind and body were divided into separate organs, they were now one, performing actions with absolute focus. Even the energy used for thinking was cut off to serve the ultimate process of muscle contraction. His opponent immediately executed the mountain-toppling sword key, drawing her sword under the full moon to meet the mighty attack. A press of earth-shattering power descended, crushing all resistance and completely annihilating his opponent. Leon collapsed in exhaustion, her body cracking violently. She whispered to herself, "Can I finally rest now?" Then she slowly faded, falling into a brilliant golden void. She was once the person who understood the sharpness of a sword better than anyone, but now that sword had lost to the will of human muscle. Before the recruitment notice for disciples of the Swordmaster Leon, the crowd couldn't help but buzz with discussion. To be taught by the Swordmaster, and they have to be from the Mao clan. They all roared with enthusiasm. "Let's go." Witnessing this scene, Leon couldn't help but exclaim in shock. My goodness, why are so many people gathered here? It turned out they all shared a special interest in swordsmanship, creating a sea of passionate, muscular people. Leon couldn't hide her happiness, a radiant smile spreading across her face. "I am truly so happy." It was thanks to her deep understanding of sharpness that she was able to provide the most appropriate teaching methods. Leon demonstrated personally giving meticulous instructions. The direction of the force must be like this. The disciples practiced diligently, following the commands to block and slash. A student with a red headband cheered excitedly upon succeeding. "I got it, master. Is this right?" Seeing her student's progress, Leon gave a thumbs up in approval. "Wow, I don't know whose disciple you are, but you're a genius." The first generation of disciples were forged into talented swordsmen, and they quickly seized the opportunity to become heroes in the chaotic war. Leon watched their departing figures with eyes full of pride. Before leaving, the student with the red headband declared loudly, "I will achieve great merits so as not to tarnish Master's reputation." However, the cruel reality of war shattered all their hopes. They failed, miserably. Her beloved disciples never returned. The only things that came back were their blood-stained belongings. Standing before 3 simple graves marked by broken swords, Leon bitterly admitted, "This is my failure." Under the dim moonlight, her face became colder and more resolute than ever. Leon realized a harsh truth: simply becoming strong was not enough. Leon realized that practical combat experience was the core element, so she decided to maximize sparring sessions for her soldiers. Looking at the graves marked by the swords of the fallen, she resolved to change her training methods. Leon began to focus on teaching her disciples how to use battle ki, causing their swords to radiate a powerful golden aura. Despite constantly tweaking and improving her teaching methods, Leon was still haunted by the sight of those endless rows of graves. They were a permanent fixture in her mind, a grim reminder that she had to keep evolving her swordplay if she wanted her students to have a better shot at staying alive. Thanks to those improvements in her training regime, the number of disciples returning alive from the battlefield slowly began to rise. They would gather around her, overflowing with gratitude, saying, "It's all thanks to you, Master." But no matter how hard she tried, the casualties never truly stopped. When night fell, Leon would often collapse in agony amidst the cold silence of the cemetery. The sharp blades of her fallen disciples had become a nightmare that she could never wake up from. Suddenly, a torrential rain of swords poured from the sky, piercing through the air. The pain felt like jagged blades carving deep into the female general's very soul. She bolted upright in bed, letting out a horrified, frustrated scream. Leon was panting, heavily drenched in sweat from the nightmare she'd just endured. She forced a hollow laugh to try and calm herself down. "Ha, ha, ha. So it was just a dream." Leon breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to herself, "My health must be slipping lately for me to be having nightmares like that." Feeling better, she swung the window open, intending to do some early morning meditation. But there, in the middle of that gloomy graveyard, where thousands of swords marked the dead, a pitch-black hand suddenly thrust out from the dirt. It lunged forward, grabbing the ankle of someone standing nearby. Leon watched in absolute shock, her face pale with terror, as a thick, suffocating darkness began to swallow everything. Out of the void, gaunt black hands reached out like vengeful ghosts, frantically swarming her from all sides. Wails of pure resentment filled the air, making Leon cry out in desperation. The dark entities kept coming, pinning her arms and legs, trying to drag her down into the earth. In that split second between life and death, Leon poured every ounce of her strength into a single strike. A flash of light tore through the night as she struggled to break free from the screaming spirits. The strike revealed a bottomless abyss below, glowing with the heat of molten lava. Leon stood frozen on the edge of the cliff, staring down at the sea of fire in horror. Down there, thousands of souls of fallen soldiers were writhing in agony. Their mournful cries echoed up from the depths of hell. "Leon, come down here with us. You're the one who killed us. Let's go together." That horrific vision was suddenly cut short by the image of a peaceful house under a clear blue sky. But a massive slash of light immediately tore the image apart. In Leon's mind, painful memories of her former disciples came rushing back. She couldn't let go of her past failures or the way her students had died. They were all so different: neighbors, friends, lovers, family, and common folk. She slowly recited their names like a prayer of atonement. Sly, Henry, Jack, Laura, Mati, William, Matthew. The swords planted on the graves began to vibrate, violently emitting a massive surge of spiritual energy. Leon continued calling out to the dead. Mary, Gray, Yoda Jackson, Amy. The swords shook uncontrollably, erupting into towering pillars of fire that reached the heavens, officially activating the ultimate technique, the Mountain of Sword Blades. Standing before a forest of flaming swords as tall as mountains, Leon murmured to herself. Just like the name of this technique, my karma has piled up like mountains of iron and steel. She raised her glowing blade high amidst the sea of fire, and declared solemnly, I will keep dancing with my blade until all of you are satisfied. Back in reality, in the middle of the forest, Hanso and the others were panicking around Leon's unconscious body. Desperate cries rang out. Auntie, please open your eyes. Leon lay slumped on the ground, her voice a faint broken whisper. I couldn't. Protect them. Lai frantically grabbed Hanso's shirt, sobbing hysterically. Hanso, do something. Use your techniques. Use anything. Please save my aunt. Despite the girl's desperate pleas, Hanso remained silent, his face clouded with deep thought. Lai kept screaming. What if something happens to her because of you? At that moment, Block spoke up hesitantly, explaining that Leon's body had already started breaking down even before the battle began. He believed it was the price of forcibly ripping such a massive amount of energy away from her physical form. Lai stood, frozen tears streaming down her face. Leon lay there, still trapped in the shadows of her own mind. She whispered a long overdue apology to her fallen students. Everyone, I'm so sorry. If I hadn't taught you the way of the sword, maybe you could have lived normal, happy lives. She blamed herself for always arriving too late, wondering just how much her disciples must hate her. Suddenly, Hanso stepped forward with a calm smile and said, Leon, it's all thanks to you. He casually explained that because of her he was finally able to talk to his muscles and perform his movements even better. Lai was stunned, thinking, what on earth is this guy talking about? Hanso continued his bizarre philosophy, wondering if reaching the highest level meant he could eventually talk to his sword too. While Lai was still reeling from his weirdness, clear voices calling out, Master suddenly echoed from the void. Dozens of radiant swords of light appeared out of nowhere, illuminating the darkness. Master Leon, the spirits of her disciples emerged within the blinding light. They offered their sincere thanks to their teacher for showing them a whole new world, and for the joy of becoming strong. Even though they never became legendary heroes to them, learning the way of the sword had made their lives worth living. No, that's not true, Leon sobbed. If you hadn't learned the sword, you wouldn't have had to die. One spirit smiled and asked, Master, do you regret learning the sword? The disciples declared in unison that they had never regretted it and were always happy. You all truly don't resent me? Leon asked. A glowing spirit replied firmly, Of course not. Now the time has come. Let's go together. There are so many amazing sword techniques we want to show you, Master. A warm hand of light reached out toward Leon. She gently took it, walking among her beloved disciples as they crowded around her, eager to show off their skills. Before fading into the great beyond, Leon looked back at Hanso with the brightest smile she had ever worn and left him with her final words, the rest. I'm entrusting it all to you. And just like that, the obsession and guilt that had tormented her were finally gone. Her soul was peaceful and light as she departed. A system notification announced that her muscles and spirit had achieved an unprecedented synchronization. The legendary skill Conditional Absolute Reflex was officially created. Hanso stood in silence, honoring Leon's passing. He spoke softly, Leon, you've worked hard. I've received your will. The disciples nearby couldn't hold back their tears, sobbing, Master Leon, Master. Someone shouted, Everyone, look at this. A single tear rolled down the female general's peaceful face. She was smiling. Immediately, a new main quest titled Leon's Request was triggered with a single objective: eliminate a high-ranking member of the Oculus organization. Meanwhile, Ben was struggling to carry his wounded friend toward a red gate set in the cliff face. He pleaded, We're almost there, just hold on a little longer. He was breathing heavily, trying to escape his enemies and find cover. Suddenly, a fatal sword thrust pierced him from behind. The red-cloaked assassin clicked his tongue in disappointment. Teach, and here I thought he'd die in one hit. An enemy of the clan must die. The assassins frenziedly rushed forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Stab after stab rained down, causing Ben to collapse. Though grievously wounded, he still tried to protect the friend in his arms. With his last breath, his grip loosened as he faintly whispered Elise's name. A hand reached out in vain as drops of a strange liquid began to fall. Immediately after, countless test tubes and glass flasks rained down, shattering into thousands of pieces. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light erupted. From within the glow, a colossal muscular monster with glowing veins emerged menacingly. It threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, standing tall amidst the rubble. Sensing that something ominous was happening not far away, Hanso silently turned his back. He looked at his comrades and instructed, You all stay here and mourn for Leon. Du Hanso's gaze shifted toward the source of the erupting energy. He stated firmly, "That looks like a job for me." Facing the massive shadow in the distance, Du Hanso began to channel power into his legs and shot forward like the wind. Looking at his opponent, he silently noted that its appearance was very similar to his own muscular monster transformation. Du Hanso ran frantically through the dense forest, heading straight for the fiercely roaring entity. He realized the terrible price his opponent had paid. He must have sacrificed his own body without hesitation. Du Hanso accelerated his mind, racing with worry. If he didn't stop this, the area before him would surely become a desolate dead wasteland of withered trees. Du Hanso understood that if this continued in this region, Helen wouldn't be able to survive. He quietly asked his companion, "Partner, can you do this?" Suddenly, a monstrous face with a huge glowing red mouth roared menacingly. "You're losing focus. Is that what we were taught?" Du Hanso smirked confidently. He enthusiastically called out to his companions, "It's been a while, let's shout it out together." Immediately, he and his muscle army performed their spirited morale-boosting ritual in unison. Du Hanso shouted, "Can we do it?" The whole team answered resolutely, "We can." He led on, "We will do it," and received a unified affirmation. And just like that, he communicated with his muscles as if they were his fighting partners. Du Hanso poured all his strength into a single attack. He boldly declared the technique's name, one-arm doom bell press. A thunderous punch slammed straight down, shattering the ground and creating an earth-shaking explosion. Inside its green monster form, it could only widen its eyes in pain as it took the hit from this terrifying power. The giant monster roared madly and swung its arms in a desperate attack. Despite being tiny compared to his opponent, Du Hanso charged right into the fray without a shred of fear. He closed in and executed a cable pec deck fly, using his powerful arms to stretch and squeeze his opponent's muscles. Immediately after, Du Hanso deployed the Audi technique, using the strength of his legs to push back the hold from within, making the monster tremble under the extreme pressure. Ben was horrified to realize the cruel truth. No matter how gigantic his body was, it was still losing to this tiny being. He screamed in utter terror. Du Hanso was caught in the giant's hand, but his face remained perfectly calm, his expression unchanged. Du Hanso continued to flex his rippling muscles and count the reps. After a powerful shift, he once again focused on contracting his entire body. He unleashed a thunderous stomp that violently cracked the ground. In the middle of the newly formed crater, Du Hanso calmly muttered, "Gotta do at least 8 of these." Ben screamed frantically. While Du Hanso showed off his enormous back muscles, standing firm amidst the thick smoke and dust, the monster charged, creating an earth-shattering explosion right in the middle of the battlefield. Even as his opponent screamed helplessly, Du Hanso continued to perform squats right on its body, causing the ground to shatter under the immense weight. Not giving his opponent a moment to recover, he used his powerful arms to grip Ben tightly, then proceeded to execute the pullover technique with a mighty blow. Witnessing this unbelievable power, Ben could only stare wide-eyed with shock and amazement. Du Hanso unleashed a bench press, followed by a thunderous punch aimed straight at his opponent's face. In the midst of the battle, he gave a small, confident smile, but then suddenly froze, suspicious of a new presence. From the shadows, a giant brown wolf emerged imposingly. It was tightly holding a small creature in its mouth. It whispered a warning, "Get out of the way." The wolf silently observed, assessing who was the strongest among those present. It sensed the hidden power within Du Hanso and turned its gaze toward him. The question is, why do you work out? Some people do it to diet, others to live a long, healthy life, or simply to avoid being bullied. For some, it's a way to manage their appearance or a path to fame, but for many others, they train simply because it's fun. However, when that question was posed to Du Hanso, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. He was in the middle of a frantic workout with a colossal weight. Sweat poured down his rippling muscles. The sounds of repeated impacts echoed out. And the truth was, Du Hanso was in a very bad state of mind. He was gradually losing his way and his sense of self. Watching from a distance, his teammates began to notice something was wrong. They whispered worriedly, "There's something strange about Du Hanso's movements. He seems to be sweating more than usual." Immediately, his senior panicked and shouted, "This is bad. Junior sister Lai, hold your position." He started running for his life, causing Lai to shout in astonishment, "Senior brother, where are you going?" As he ran, he explained with a sense of urgency. During the fight with Master Du Hanso already reached his limit. "He's just trying to be considerate of our feelings," he asserted. "You can tell just by looking at that abnormal amount of sweat." Ahead of them, Du Hanso's back was drenched in sweat. Lai still didn't understand what was going on and yelled, "So what if he's sweating? You can't avoid sweating a little when you train. Everyone knows that." He explained that muscles are fundamentally made of blood, or in other words, water. Muscle fibers need water to maintain their strength, but if the water that's supposed to be nourishing the muscles is all escaping through the skin like that, it's a complete disaster for someone like Du Hanso. A severe decline in motor skills and concentration was hitting Du Hanso. His body was weakening, just like someone suffering from a fever and dehydration. He was straining to hold on under the suffocating pressure as sweat poured down his body. Hanso quickly turned, gritting his teeth to fight against the bloodthirsty creature's power. He began to flex, showing off every muscle group from his flexor carpi ulnaris and serratus to his rectus abdominis and rhomboid major, all radiating a shimmering aura. In the distance, a massive creature loomed its threatening growls, making the ground tremble. Hanso stood with his head bowed shadows, masking his stressed-out face. He muttered, "I'm in such a bad mood." Even amidst the world-shaking explosions and chaotic energy, he kept repeating those gloomy words, "I'm in a really bad mood." Seeing this, Block rushed over using his strength to hold the line. He shouted, "Hanso, please rest, let me take over." Hanso's face remained tense, dripping with sweat. He repeated it again, frustrated, "I'm in a terrible mood." Block asked, startled and worried, "Wait, isn't this the rest period between sets?" Hanso roared back decisively, "That's not it." Seeing his boss still radiating murderous intent on the battlefield, Block asked in confusion, "Then why?" "Do you feel so bad, sir?" Hanso looked down silently before, suddenly asking a serious question. "Block, what do you train for?" Without hesitation, Block replied, "To get stronger, of course." But right after answering Hanso, something clicked, and he immediately changed his mind. He paused, looking thoughtful. "No, my goal has changed lately." His eyes burned with determination as he looked toward a blinding light, aiming to surpass his own limits. "I want to push or pull the heaviest weight possible." Block flexed his glistening muscles confidently with a bright smile. Hearing the perfect answer, Hanso flashed the brightest smile he'd ever shown. His face flushed, beaming with pure happiness. Hanso suddenly turned to Block and shouted, "That's it, that's why I'm so annoyed." While his junior stood there bewildered, he began to reflect. He thought about how there are so many different sports in this world. From taekwondo and swimming to kickboxing and ice skating, they all share one thing that weightlifting completely lacks. And that's a direct competitor. Watching the two figures face off, Hanso suddenly remembered what he had realized during his battle with Leon. Collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, he muttered, wondering if an opponent is ever truly fixed. Shaking, Hanso pushed himself up, wondering about the enemy he faced today, and just how much stronger they'll be by tomorrow. How are we supposed to stand against them now? Hanso let out a thunderous roar. He channeled all his strength into his bulging muscles and solemnly declared that he must defeat himself. The man who grew stronger than he was yesterday. Hanso's face became incredibly stern. He insisted that bodybuilding wasn't a sport meant for defeating others. He pushed through heavy sets under immense pressure, declaring that the true purpose is to sharpen oneself to train both body and mind. Hanso powered through a heavy rep. To him, this training was nothing less than a high-level form of meditation. Seeing his boss getting too deep into the philosophy, a sweat-drenched Block hurried to remind him. "But sir, you have to beat these guys first so you can actually train in peace." Hanso paused, struck by the truth. "Oh, you're right," Block added to boost his spirits. "And if we do, we might even get some new gym equipment." At that, Hanso cheered with excitement. That's the best thing ever. To him, nothing beat training with new gear. He instantly charged forward like a gale, unleashing his technique. Low weight, high reps. Amidst the chaotic battle, Hanso roared with excitement, while Ben also strained and screamed to release his power. A massive black wolf suddenly lunged to attack, but a muscular warrior instantly grabbed it by the throat, choking it. He stared into the beast's eyes with a cold gaze and declared, "Your opponent is me." Hanso treated this fight like the day new equipment arrives at the gym. Grinning ear to ear, he flexed his massive muscles and shouted. Since he was in such a great mood, Hanso delivered a 1,000-pound blow, sending his opponent flying helplessly into the air. Hanso landed firmly amidst the swirling dust. The black wolf growled, its entire body trembling in a frenzy, as he treated it like nothing more than a new toy. The muscular guy struggling with it exclaimed in shock, "How is his serratus anterior this strong?" Suddenly, his grip slipped and the beast broke free. It lunged straight at Hanso with a piercing howl. Hanso calmly raised his hand, stopping the wolf's pounce mid-air, and commanded, "Wait, hold on, look at your master." He explained that a physical transformation so extreme that the body can't adapt will only lead to a disastrous end. The transformation was so overwhelming that Ben couldn't keep up at all. These extreme physical changes made his heart race so violently, it felt like it was going to explode right out of his chest. Ben's eyes widened in agony as he suddenly doubled over, vomiting up streams of dark, murky liquid. Meanwhile, a small dog with glowing eyes was racing frantically through the forest. It threw its head back and let out a series of echoing howls, pushing forward with pure determination. Back at the village, a man named Han was walking away, dejectedly ignoring the voices, calling out to ask where he was going. Choking back tears, Han told the captain that just like his comrades, he had lost his wife and child in that brutal zombie disaster. His face was stained with tears, his fists clenched and shaking with the regret and cowardice that had kept him from facing the truth for so long. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He wailed in despair, crying out for his wife and his daughter Bella in utter agony, because he hadn't been able to protect those he loved most. Suddenly cries of Daddy and Honey pierced the somber air, leaving Han frozen in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes as he saw his wife and daughter running toward him in the flesh. Han rushed to pull his little girl into a tight embrace. Tears of joy streamed down his face after so much time apart. Stunned, he asked how they managed to escape and why they were here. Little Bella gave a bright smile and revealed that a tiny dog had miraculously helped them escape. Han asked in confusion, "A dog?" The girl nodded. "Yes, I was running away with Mommy." She excitedly told her father about their narrow escape. Memories of the village engulfed in flames flooded back. The two of them had supported each other as they fled through the ruins, but disaster struck when they suddenly tripped. Facing imminent danger, the painful fall left them pinned to the ground. As the dark shadows of the zombies closed in, the little girl could only stare in wide-eyed terror at the death approaching her. Right then, a brilliant vortex of blue energy suddenly appeared in the night sky, making the monsters freeze in their tracks. Seeing the strange sight, the little girl cried out with hope. "Mom, it looks like that dog wants to help us." A large creature with shaggy brown fur stood imposingly blocking the zombie's path. Thanks to its timely intervention, the mother and daughter miraculously escaped the horrific scene. They hid in the darkness and eventually found a secret cave. This place served as a shelter for many people in the same predicament. According to those who stayed there, the dog was very gentle. It always seemed to enjoy being petted by everyone. It had helped so many villagers escape death and found them places to hide. But after each time it would quietly leave and go somewhere else. Seeing the dog's silhouette as it sat alone on the hilltop facing the green vortex, everyone could sense a deep sadness in its eyes. Back in the present, little Bella hugged her father's neck tightly and excitedly suggested, "Dad, let's keep him." Faced with his daughter's enthusiasm, Han could only stammer in confusion. Han looked at his daughter Bella, lost in thought. Though he was grateful to the creature for saving his child's life, he still worried that it might already have an owner. Elsewhere, the man with the monstrous form was collapsing, severely wounded and coughing up blood. The small dog stood beside him, its eyes filled with worry as it let out sorrowful whimpers at its friend's tragic state. With a faint gasp, the man called out Elise's name, as if entrusting a final message to her. Just before he collapsed completely to the ground in a cloud of dust and smoke, the small dog suddenly erupted with a blazing red energy that enveloped its body. A massive vortex of energy suddenly began to swirl. The little one was determined to protect Ben, even if only his body remained. The battle came to a temporary close. Hanso wiped his sweat and ordered Block to end the training session there. He looked down at his muscles and quietly thanked them for having fought so hard all this time. Hanso urged Block to hurry and get ready for bed, so his body could have the best recovery time. A silent night fell, blanketing the area. Hanso let out a long, tired yawn after a stressful day. As soon as he woke up, Hanso saw Lena already sitting on a rock ledge waiting for him. After an awkward greeting in the dark of night, she immediately demanded that Hanso follow her because a serious incident had occurred while he was asleep. When Hanso asked about gathering materials, Lena, with a very serious expression, asserted that there was another problem at hand that was far more important. Hanso asked blankly, "What is it?" Lena led him to a dungeon and pointed at a brilliantly glowing object. "Look at this. This is the dungeon core." Hanso still looked clueless. He wondered if the dungeon core was some kind of hack squat machine. Hanso laughed heartily, affirming that lower body exercises were indeed extremely important. He was thrilled to have another piece of workout equipment. Lena immediately snapped, "That's not it." Looking at Hanso's Herculean physique, she asked doubtfully, "Hanso, your race must be from the demon clan, right?" Hanso, radiating a sparkling aura, loudly corrected her. "No, I'm a human. A bodybuilder." Lena muttered doubtfully about this race she'd never heard of, but she shrugged it off, figuring that since he didn't care about wealth, it didn't matter. Lena stood on a tree stump and commanded, "We will now begin the important briefing. Listen carefully." Lena recounted that after the battle ended, she had wandered around and sensed a surging source of bioenergy. She had quickly gathered the nearby spirits to collect that energy together. As a result, Lena successfully reconstructed the dungeon core, allowing Hanso to possess his own domain without lifting a finger. Lena pointed excitedly and asked Hanso, "Don't you want a domain of your own?" Hanso muttered to himself, "A domain of my own." Memories of the modern world suddenly flooded his mind. It was a day of pouring rain, and Hanso was standing in front of the gym with a devastated look on his face. The sign on the door clearly read, "Notice, our gym will be closed for the holidays from the 28th to the 30th. Hanso stood motionless in the rain, completely soaked with a look of deep regret. He thought to himself that if he owned his own gym, he could definitely work out even on holidays. An equation immediately formed in Hanso's mind, private domain equals private gym. He excitedly shouted, "A gym," Lena quickly corrected him. "No, it's a dungeon." Hanso grinned smugly. He shouted with excitement, "That's right, a gym, no, a dungeon." To him the two names were just labels. What mattered was that he now had his own space. Hanso's eyes burned with determination as he loudly declared his new goal, my very own dungeon gym. In front of the dungeon entrance, the dog growled, threw its head back, and let out a resounding howl that pierced the night. Hanso began teaching the puppy some manners, along with his army of muscles. He reassured Lena that the enemy had lost its reason and will to attack, which made her wonder lost its will. Lena casually crunched on some ice as she prepared to explain the whole situation. In the dark cellar, a weakened Elise instructed the man beside her about the medicine on the other side. A syringe filled with a pink solution appeared in the quiet space. In the laboratory, Ben was diligently concocting a special solution that emitted a mysterious purple energy. Suddenly, a hamster with a ripped muscular body appeared and struck a powerful pose. Ben cheered with excitement. All right, it's a success. He then quickly left to everyone's amazement. Gudo witnessed the scene before him, utterly stunned. He hiccuped repeatedly, his mouth agape in utter shock as he called out Elise's name. Elise and the dog beat him walked into the middle of the field. She frowned when she smelled the strong scent of alcohol coming from Gudo. In his drunken state, Gudo yelled resentfully, "That can't be right. You liked me too. We had something good. We were happy." Before he could finish his sentence, Ben delivered a devastating punch that sent Gudo to the ground. He retorted coldly, "Happy, what are you talking about?" He grabbed him by the collar, yelling at Gudo to stop using alcohol as an excuse and talk to him sober. Ben declared loudly that one can only obtain love by being sober and brave, just like he was. Gudo could only stammer in shock. I'll remember that." Seeing that the other man had gotten the message, Ben smiled and turned to walk away, not forgetting to tell Gudo to always be his brave friend and apologizing for the punch he'd thrown. Gudo sat on the ground, watching his retreating back and telling himself he would try. He was secretly relieved that the person Elis liked was actually Ben. Gudo and Ben clasped hands, vowing a strong friendship amidst a blazing fire. However, this bond of friendship was short-lived as disaster struck. Due to a drought, the townspeople holding torches and farm tools surrounded the castle, demanding that the Lord make it rain and save their crops. Facing the crowd's fury, Gudo's father coldly announced that it was thanks to his son's report that he even knew there was a witch in the country to use as a sacrifice. But Gudo was no longer a coward. He decisively stopped his father's hand and shouted, "Stop it." His face was filled with fury as he demanded to know why his father would drag the woman his own son loves into his filthy political schemes. Gudo pointed directly at his father's face and boldly declared that it is a child's duty to correct their parents' mistakes. He immediately called out for Ben and Elise, his loyal comrades, who were always right behind him. Witnessing such strong resistance, the old lord could only grit his teeth in resentment as his plan crumbled. Gudo, along with Ben and Elise, were determined to charge forward. He firmly asserted that from this moment on he would personally set the country right. "Father, they have united to do it." Under the pouring rain before the city gates, the people cried out in alarm. "It's raining, it's raining." Amidst the chaos, someone worriedly asked, "What should we do?" A helpless reply came back, "What else can we do? We have to go back." Suddenly, from within that scene, the cry of a newborn baby rang out. "Wah, wah." In a warm room, Ben looked at his small child and wondered, "Who does he take after? His voice is so strong." Elise replied with a smile, "Well, I don't think he gets it from me." Time passed, and the child grew up with the cheerful laughter of his loyal dog, Boar. And then, the big day finally arrived. Ben quietly watched his daughter's wedding from the back, overwhelmed with emotion. Witnessing the moment Sophie walked down the aisle, Ben couldn't hold back his emotions and sobbed, "Sophie, you have to be happy." Elise beside him gently reminded him, "Come on, don't cry, not on such a beautiful day." When the ceremony ended, Ben confessed wistfully, "Now that Sophie's married off, how am I supposed to live with this boredom?" Elise answered with a playful wink. "Well, we can just be all over each other like we were newlyweds." They called each other's names tenderly and shared a passionate kiss. Have they forgotten they're in a public place? However, Gudo suddenly squeezed in between them with a weary look on his face and yelled, "Hey, in-laws, please tone it down a bit. This is the kid's wedding." Immediately, Gudo's wife rushed over, grabbed her husband by the hair and screamed, "My dear, still not over your first love, are you?" Gudo frantically tried to explain, while Ben stood behind them smiling smugly. No, it's not what you think." The cherry blossom petals just kept falling gently amidst the chaotic scene. Amidst the vast expanse of stars, Ben whispered intimately, "Looking at the stars you created, it reminds me of the first time I learned that secret." Elise replied softly, "I remember too." "Elise, I shouldn't have gotten close. It must have hurt so much." But to Ben, the physical pain was nothing. "Don't you know that losing the one you love is the greatest pain of all? Compared to losing you, I'd rather die." Elise pleaded, "Can you always stay by my side, Ben?" The couple's love was always this happy. The space suddenly brightened, taking them back to their radiant younger days in a field of white flowers. Ben affirmed with conviction, "Of course. Even if death tears us apart, I will absolutely find my way to you." Elise smiled happily. "I knew you'd say that. I love you, Ben." They held each other's hands tightly in a dazzling halo of light. Ben vowed, "In this life I lived for you. In the next life I will only live for you." They called out to each other in boundless joy and shared a tender embrace in the infinite space. Their final words of love echoed with deep affection. But the cruel reality appeared immediately after. In a cold, barren field, two lifeless bodies lay side by side. Ben and Elise were no longer breathing, bringing a tragic and tear-filled love story to a close. Hanso and his muscle army were rhythmically performing a stone-carrying exercise through the dungeon. While the others were straining under the weight, Hanso appeared incredibly excited. He walked along with an energetic smile on his face. Noticing a member behind him starting to falter with a curved back, Hanso immediately approached to correct. He placed a hand on the man's stomach and ordered, "Flex your abs." Hanso then pushed firmly on the man's lower back and bellowed, "Straighten your back." Under the intense pressure, the soldier gritted his teeth, summoned all his strength to lift the giant stone over his head and roared, "Increase the weight." The entire army enthusiastically continued their journey. Their glistening, shiny muscles sparkled under the light. Hanso smiled with satisfaction, his face flushed with happiness as he witnessed the members' efforts. Just then, the dungeon gym officially welcomed new guests. A legion with sharp swords marched in and chanted in unison, "The best of the best." It was the army of bodybuilding swordsmen. They had come as soon as they heard about the establishment of the dungeon gym. Spirit Le stood watching from the front while a crowd of small creatures clapped and cheered continuously to welcome the new members. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the Toad Man was casually chugging a bottle of liquor. He uses any occasion to drink. He's a real booze hound. He slightly adjusted his monocle and boldly proclaimed, "I heard a new dungeon was being established here." Sepp asserted that his Redhead Legion also wanted to join and become a part of this dungeon. He raised his liquor bottle high and called out excitedly, "First, let's have a celebratory drink." The Toad Man let out a triumphant laugh, completely unaware of the enormous dark shadow looming up right behind him. Hanso appeared, his face darkened, full of killing intent, which made the Toad Man freeze on the spot as a series of question marks popped up in his horrified mind. I was just kidding." He explained that the liquid in the bottle was actually just barley tea. The Toad Man tremblingly presented a leather-bound chest and hurriedly explained, "I don't mean for you to just accept us empty-handed. Our research team just discovered a new substance, so we brought it as a gift." The system immediately displayed a notification confirming the substance was probiotics. Hanso curiously opened the chest, and a brilliant light burst forth, causing him to gasp in amazement. When a sufficient amount is ingested, this type of beneficial bacteria provides incredibly wonderful effects for humans. These are live bacteria that improve gut health and powerfully boost the immune system. In particular, they are used to restore an immune system weakened by intense weightlifting sessions. This is on par with Broy. There are billions of probiotics in here. Hee hee. Hanso and the Toad Man laughed excitedly together, calling each other's names in a friendly manner. The Toad Man smirked triumphantly, calculating in his head, "Excellent. At this rate, I'll climb to the number 2 spot in no time." Suddenly, Hanso rushed forward and hugged the Toad Man tightly, cheering, "Oh, you cute little toad, welcome to the team." The sound of cracking bones echoed, leaving the Toad Man to suffer in silence. "I knew I shouldn't have come here." In another area, a round stone block rolled across the grass, led by the Spirit Le at the head of a procession of massive earth golems. He approached and asked, "Hanso, is the cleanup going well? I've brought the weight plates." The muscle-bound army hurriedly carried the heavy plates and urged each other on. "Get those weight plates inside, hurry up." Hanso suddenly stopped them. He held a plate high and boldly declared, "Wait a minute, just carrying them like that is so boring. Let me show you guys the proper way to move weight plates." He enthusiastically introduced a technique called the bus driver handling, amid someone's helpless screams of, "Please just move them normally." Relying on his own strength, Le thought Hanso was taking the bullying too far. Hanso began to demonstrate the first step. First, keep your back straight and your feet shoulder-width apart. For the second step, he fully extended his arms and lifted the weight plate to eye level. For the third step, Hanso instructed them to rotate the lifted plate once to the right and then once to the left, as if you're steering a wheel. He smiled and concluded, "Just like that. After stimulating the front and middle deltoids, you can pass it to the person behind you." While Hanso and the muscle army were diligently rotating the giant stone plates, the Spirit King Behemoth suddenly appeared in the form of a black cat and spoke up. "Sorry to interrupt your training, but we have an important problem, Nia." Hanso asked blankly, "What is it?" With a stern face, Behemoth explained that maintaining the dungeon consumes a lot of energy, and if this energy source runs out, the dungeon will disappear completely. This meant that the training equipment he had worked so hard to create would no longer be fully usable. Hearing this, Hanso was completely stunned. "So what do we do? Isn't there a solution?" Behemoth's gaze turned icy cold. He gave a mysterious instruction. "You must fill it with the life energy of living creatures, Nya." The Spirit King stood in a haunting, fiery red space, coldly revealing that the most effective way to gather energy is through the death of living beings within the domain. Hanso was paralyzed with fear. He whispered in terror, "Life energy. From death. This is the first I've ever heard of getting energy that way. At that moment, Hanso's brain muscles began to contract and expand at an extremely high speed to find a way out. A fresh line of thought exploded in his mind. If death means the destruction of cells, then high-intensity training is also a process of continuously destroying muscle cells. That means if the whole team trains together, the dungeon's energy will automatically be refilled. Hanso had a revelation. If we use training energy instead, no one has to die. Immediately, he loudly announced a new rule for the entire army. It's decided. From now on, every time you go to the bathroom, you have to do 100 pull-ups. While Hanso was fired up, the muscle army behind him turned pale with horror. Witnessing this bizarre order, Behemoth could only click his tongue in exasperation. Who would possibly like that Nya? However, completely contrary to his prediction, the muscle army unanimously raised their hands and cheered woohoo with incredibly happy faces. Behemoth was speechless, looking at the crowd of brawny men in extreme excitement, and muttered, "These lunatics, Nya." Watching from a distant bush, a soldier hesitantly tried to bring up, reporting the situation with the senior bodybuilders, but Gudo quickly stopped him. Seeing the radiant smile on his leader's face, Gudo thought to himself, seeing Hanso Nim so happy, I can't bring myself to say it. It's better to let Hanso's happiness last a little longer. Suddenly, a group of people appeared and greeted them. Long time no see. Block was shocked to realize these people were his senior bodybuilders. Looking at their emaciated bodies with ribs showing, he cried out in anguish, "Seniors, what happened to your pathetic bodies?" A senior placed a hand on Block's shoulder and sighed softly. "A lot has happened in the short time we've been gone. This must be Sir Gulo." His eyes glowing recounted that after seeing a messenger, they were captured, and then their captors disappeared. Chained tightly to stone pillars in a dark cave, for many days they couldn't move at all. While waiting hopelessly for death, unable to consume any energy, their bodies were forced to burn their internal energy reserves to stay alive. As a result, their excess fat and all their bulging muscles of the bodybuilders completely disappeared in the process. They looked like starving people now. The once mighty warriors were now just ordinary guys. One of them rubbed his flat stomach and said wistfully, "There was a time I was so obsessed with muscle mass, but now, I don't even understand why I was like that anymore." Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, the dungeon's mascot suddenly spoke up, urging them on. "Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. Let's head to the center of the dungeon." It gave a radiant smile and loudly declared that it would officially begin the dungeonification process immediately. Standing before a large crowd of the kingdom's people and the Toadfolk tribe, Hanso thoughtfully reflected on his past when he only lived for himself. But now he realized he truly loved this fitness culture and wanted more and more people to share that passion. Hanso placed his hand on the glowing magic orb and pleaded, "I ask for the help of everyone here. Please help all creatures in this world, regardless of race, to have access to the gym." Responding to his heartfelt call, Gudolai and the entire army placed their hands on the orb in unison, ready for a new era. Hanso flashed his most radiant smile ever, amidst a brilliant aura. He raised his hands high and loudly declared, "The gym dungeon." A massive beam of light erupted from the orb, marking the official start of a glorious journey. In a dense forest, a group calling themselves Adventurers of the Kingdom advanced cautiously. They thought they were on a treasure hunt, but it felt more like a weekly fitness test. As soon as they arrived in front of an ancient stone structure, one member confirmed, "We're here." Looking at the dark entrance, another asked hesitantly, "This is the Hell Dungeon." Above the entrance, the word gym appeared mysteriously. A female adventurer asked nervously, "Just how dangerous is it to be called the Hell Dungeon?" Her teammate replied with a serious expression, "I heard it was created by a demon king from another world." Despite the fear, the party leader confidently reassured them, "It's fine. Our party is strong. I'll take the lead." Just as he drew his sword and was about to charge in, a gigantic muscular arm suddenly appeared, delivering a thunderous blow that sent him flying. The whole party screamed in horror. Just then, from within the cloud of dust, a white-haired man with a massively muscular body ran out in a hurry. Seeing the victim collapsed on the ground, the man was flustered. "Sorry. Oh, sorry. I didn't know anyone was here. Are you okay?" Furious at the sudden attack, one adventurer drew his sword, pointed it straight at the man's face and shouted, "You looking for a fight?" The tension was palpable, and all that was missing was the signal for a fight to break out. Meanwhile, the others rushed to help their comrade. "Luke, are you all right?" The muscular man waved his hands to explain. No, I told you I didn't know." He looked directly at the group of adventurers and gave some sincere advice. "But it's best if you all just turn back. This isn't a place for ordinary adventurers like you to challenge." The towering man turned his back to leave, declaring that only true warriors could challenge this place. Staring at that enormous back, the sword-wielding adventurer could only stand there, frozen in doubt. Suddenly the man stopped and let out a resounding roar. 480, his face contorted, gritting his teeth to endure the immense weight under the incredible pressure. Witnessing the shocking scene, a terrified adventurer exclaimed, "Is that a mimic monster?" But his teammate immediately corrected him in astonishment. "No, that's just a block of iron." The muscular man, his eyes burning red and radiating a fierce murderous aura, frantically performed powerful squats, causing the ground to shake violently with each movement. He was performing a squat with a horrific amount of weight under immense pressure. The system immediately displayed a notification: Gulo has broken the 1-rep max squat record. However, to obtain the Wonder Armor, he still needed to conquer another 560 kilograms. Immediately after, a path leading to the free weight room was officially opened. Gulo stood imposingly before the gate of light, massive weights, radiating a powerful energy at his feet. He let out a sigh of satisfaction. This was a warrior's paradise, where all races were united by muscle. Welcome to the gym dungeon. Here, the sound of footsteps and clanging weights echoed continuously, creating an exhilarating symphony. This place sounded less like a dungeon and more like a global festival for building muscle. Amidst the bustling space filled with all sorts of monsters, enthusiastically working out at the reception desk, a girl named Randy with vibrant blue hair called out a greeting. "Hello, I'm Randy, the manager of the gym dungeon." She flashed a friendly smile and curiously asked the new guests, "What brings you all here?" The 3 adventurers from the Montin Kingdom explained that they came after seeing the guild's bounty notice. The group's leader clenched his fist and declared with determination, "No one has conquered this place yet. We will be the ones to subdue it and become famous adventurers." Randy began the registration process and asked if they had been referred by someone or if they had ever used a gym before. Seeing the blank looks on the adventurers' faces, she quickly turned and called out, "Ah, Mr. Gulo, you're here. Could you please advise these gentlemen?" Gulo strode over, his powerful presence evident in his decisive steps. Gulo adjusted his monocle and his sparkling gold chain and introduced himself politely. "Hello, I am the trainer, Gulo." He looked like a nobleman's butler, but his aura was more like a final gym boss than a tour guide. He held up a photo showcasing his bulging muscles, causing the adventurers to exclaim in shock, "Isn't that Gulos? No way." Gulo waved them over enthusiastically. "I'll give you a tour of the dungeon. Will you follow me?" One adventurer suddenly froze. He stared intently at the photo in his hand and muttered, "Wait a minute." The adventurer pointed his sword straight at the grayish monster and roared, "I can't trust a monster that does nothing but lie." The air was as tense as an overstretched resistance band, ready to snap at any moment. Faced with this hostility, the monster started to look annoyed. He silently activated his skill, Heavy Blant, 12 times over, causing his hand to glow with purple magic. A crushing pressure suddenly descended, overwhelming the adventurer's resistance and making him cry out in terror. What is this pressure? Seeing their comrade in danger, the other 2 adventurers rushed forward shouting, "So, you've finally shown your true colors. Dispel the magic immediately." You, Monster Gulo, just let out a weary sigh and leisurely walked away to everyone's surprise. He walked straight towards a barbell lying silently on the ground. His massive hand gripped the bar, and he powerfully executed a 120-kilogram one-arm deadlift. Witnessing that extraordinary strength, the adventurers could only exclaim in shock, "Unbelievable. That's the power of a monster." Just then, a brown-haired young man training nearby scoffed, "What's this, Gulo? Is that all you've got? I can lift that much too." In response to the provocation, Gulo immediately performed a 120-kilogram one-arm front raise, effortlessly lifting the heavy weight straight out in front of him with one arm. Terrified by the display of power, 2 of the adventurers quickly conferred, "Hey, maybe we should switch to a different dungeon." "Good idea. It's not like this is the only one." While the others were still diligently training to the rhythm of 1-2, Gulo suddenly spoke up, blocking their path. "Hold on a minute." He stared at them with a mocking expression. "The truth is, you're just jealous, aren't you?" Gulo added a fatal blow, "because you've never had a powerful body like this." Then he silently glanced at the crumpled registration form on the floor. A young man stood trembling, drenched in sweat, and asked himself bitterly, "Am I enviable?" In the distance, a group of adventurers who had just completed their mission were excitedly making plans to celebrate. "Great work, everyone. How about we go for some barbecue and beer now?" The suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement. "Sounds great." Amidst the crowd, a purple-haired girl quietly declined. "I'll have to pass. I don't have any money." Her friend asked in surprise, "You always say you don't have money. Are you in debt or something?" The girl calmly explained that she was saving up for her wedding. Even though she didn't have a boyfriend yet, it was better to be prepared. Hearing this, the young man next to her blushed and shyly asked about her ideal type. The girl answered without hesitation, "A warrior." The young man thought to himself, "A warrior? Isn't that me?" His face flushed with joy, but then the girl added an extremely high standard. "I like warriors who are absolutely ripped." The words struck him like a bolt from the blue, and he completely broke down, sobbing pathetically in despair. The girl exclaimed in alarm, "What's gotten into you? Get up." Just then, the giant placed a hand on the crying boy's head and said in a deep voice, "Hey, go ahead and cry it all out, so that later, when you're no longer a skinny weakling, you can smile with confidence." The young man looked up with hopeful eyes and asked, "Coach, can I really change too?" The giant flashed a bright, encouraging smile. "Of course, let's start by signing you up for a personal training session right away." In a lush green valley, an eagle soared high in the sky, its wings spread wide. This peaceful scene gave no hint. that this place was actually a high-end outdoor functional training ground. On the ground below, a bizarre training scene was unfolding. Toad bird monsters with bulging muscles strained to pull heavy ropes, grunting with effort. This was the exercise known as the strawberry toad seated row with toads. Hanso sat comfortably on a toad sleigh, using his arm strength to command the toad rider squad as they trained relentlessly. Hanso excitedly counted the reps. 8, 9. Suddenly the cry of the eagle from above caught his attention. Hanso looked up and broke into an excited grin. Moments later, a fragrant bird hot pot was bubbling away over a roaring fire steam rising deep in the forest. Hanso casually enjoyed the delicious meal during his break. He ate while attentively reading the letter brought by the eagle. The letter read, "Sir Hanso, it's me, Gudo. I have found the location of the Oculus. They appeared in the northeastern part of the Roman kingdom just as Gulo described. But please be careful. The Roman kingdom is at war, so it will be very dangerous. P.S. Please don't eat this eagle. It was a real pain to train." As he read this part from Lord Gudo, Hanso froze a guilty look on his face as he stared at the piece of meat in his hand. He clicked his tongue and thought to himself, whatever. One more set, and then we'll head out. 3 hours before their departure at the reception desk of the dim dungeon, everything was still relatively calm. No one could have guessed that a chicken breast crisis would be the start of the dungeon's future legend. Gulo pointed to a plate and asked, "Everyone, do you see the chicken breasts here?" While everyone nodded in confirmation, he suddenly revealed, "But one of these two is actually cake." Gulo cut into a piece of chicken breast, revealing a chocolate layer inside, and shouted "Ta-da," leaving everyone gasping in amazement. He excitedly continued the game. "So, this time, which one is the cake?" Just then, Hanso burst in yelling, "Chicken breast is here again." He quickly snatched a piece from the plate, his face ecstatic. Hanso opened his mouth wide, ready to enjoy it. He began to chew greedily. Meanwhile, the brown-haired man next to him was also stunned and doubtful chicken breast. It was in fact a piece of sweet, luscious cake. The moment Hanso held the remaining half in his hand, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, causing his entire body to shake violently as if he'd been electrocuted. Hanso's eyes widened, his face contorting in shock. He gasped in utter disbelief as his body continued to tremble from the overwhelmingly powerful stimulus of the sweetness. Have you ever participated in a bodybuilding competition or done a body profile photoshoot? To prepare for a brief moment of glory on stage, athletes must adhere to an extremely strict diet. A muscular man stands under the stage lights, silently staring at a plate of food containing only cucumbers and a few small tomatoes. After months of being conditioned by such bland flavors, the tongue becomes incredibly sensitive. Even the slightest stimulus can trigger a powerful explosive sensation, almost like pain. The moment he tasted a piece of sweet cake, the bodybuilder's entire sensory system was violently shaken. After 17 long years of following a strict diet, Hanso's brain was for the first time hit with an extreme stimulus known as sugar. If there were a ranking for nutritional shock, this moment would have shot straight to number 1, no contest. His nervous system felt like it had been electrocuted. His blood vessels bulged and throbbed violently from the immense shock. Instantly, Hanso completely lost control. He dove into the sweet feast like a madman, his eyes glowing. He stuffed his mouth with all kinds of cakes, strawberries, and candies in a state of pure ecstasy. The convoy, pulled by the Toad Rider squad, continued its journey through the dense forest. No one expected this survival adventure to turn into an unlimited all-you-can-eat food tour. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the members of the muscle-bound army also began to join in the feast. Hanso laughed heartily. Holding a fried chicken leg, a slice of pizza still dangling from his chest in a state of complete abandon. Witnessing their leader's fall from grace, a worried teammate remarked, "I don't think he should be doing this." Another warrior approached, offering a piece of white meat and advising Hanso, "Instead of these depraved foods, you should eat some toad chicken breast." Instantly, Hanso's eyes turned white with killing intent. A powerful kick sent the victim flying far away, leaving him severely injured and crying out in pain. Hanso stood menacingly over him with a terrifyingly cold expression. He roared a warning, "How dare you touch my food?" The atmosphere suddenly fell into a suffocating silence. As punishment for this interference, Hanso forced the entire army to shoulder the giant toads on their backs and continue training in exhaustion. Seeing this, Gulo came closer, holding up a golden fried piece of food invitingly. "Hanso, open up." Hanso nonchalantly opened his mouth to receive the tasty morsel. Gulo coaxed him, "You don't need to frown. There are so many delicious foods in this world." While Hanso was busy munching away, 2 muscular warriors were struggling to carry their injured comrade away from the scene. When asked about his condition, the victim whispered back, "I don't think any bones are broken." But their eyes were all fixed on their leader with extreme worry. Compared to that, I think Hanso is the one who's really not okay. Hanso was now completely lost in a pile of pastries and greasy food, ignoring all the strict training rules he once followed. "Hanso, don't you normally move by lunging?" The question sounded simple, but it seemed to unintentionally awaken a concept that had been sealed away in his training memories. Hanso, who was preoccupied with eating, asked back blankly. His chest suddenly began to pound violently. Hanso held up 2 sausages, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and exclaimed, "Eating is even more fun than lunging." The henchman laughed loudly, pointing to his own potbelly in agreement. That's right. The Roman kingdom up ahead is very cold, so having some fat is an absolute must." Hanso fell into a daze, mumbling, "Fat. Fat." His body, like a strictly programmed system, had just been overwritten with a new truth. Eating is the only way. He frantically grabbed a pile of pastries and stuffed them into his mouth. While munching away, Hanso roared with pleasure. Fat is the best. He was completely lost in happiness. "I love eating so much." The scene suddenly shifts to a vast snowy landscape with howling winds. Amidst the blinding snowstorm, a small figure in heavy clothing struggles forward, carrying a bundle of firewood on their back and a torch in their hand. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past, extinguishing the torch. The man worried to himself, still a long way from the village. His entire body trembled from the bitter cold. He whispered, "Cold, so cold." Suddenly, a plume of white smoke rising in the distance caught his attention. Steam. An ice house appeared in the middle of the snowy landscape with thick smoke billowing from its chimney. An ice house in this freezing weather. "I wonder if I can go in and warm my hands for a bit." He hesitantly approached and called out softly, "Excuse me." Peeking inside, the man was shocked to see dense steam radiating out and wondered why there was so much of it. The visitor's face contorted in horror at the scene unfolding inside. Inside the hazy, steam-filled space, an army of muscular men was diligently performing high-intensity exercises. The air was so hot, the snow outside was probably begging to clock out early. Amidst the gasps and the heavy thud of dropping weights, they counted each rep aloud. 1, 2. One member grumbled in annoyance as he realized the ice dumbbell in his hand was melting again from the heat. In that suffocatingly hot atmosphere, the warriors continued to train like madmen. Meanwhile, Hanso was casually relaxing in a hot tub right beside them. Standing amidst this intense scene was a small, cloaked stranger trembling. He swallowed hard in absolute terror. The presence of the outsider was quickly discovered. 2 hulking, muscular warriors approached him with suspicious looks on their faces. One of them sniffed the air and asked, "Do I smell a low-level punk around here?" The other began sniffing as well, then confirmed with a contemptuous look, "Yeah, that's definitely the smell of a total gym newbie." Instantly, all 3 warriors whipped their heads around. "I think I'm in the wrong place. I'll just see myself out." But the only escape route was blocked by massive walls of muscle. A towering warrior stepped forward and declared, "Getting in might have been your choice, but leaving isn't." He was surrounded by muscular monsters who were now smiling menacingly. The stranger could only scream in desperation, "What do you mean it isn't? Help me." Ignoring his weak resistance, the crowd of monsters quickly lifted him into the air. His pathetic screams echoed throughout the room as the intruder was dragged toward the hot tub. Meanwhile, Hanso remained casually seated in the warm water, slowly chewing the snack in his hand with a completely calm expression, witnessing the chaotic scene unfolding right before his eyes. He merely glanced over before wondering to himself, why do they try so hard? In the steamy haze, a member of the muscle army was sternly instructing the intruder on his workout. "Flex your erector spinae." It sounded like activating a skill in a game, but the pain was 100% real. He forced the young man to perform a perfect squat, slowly feeling the quadriceps engage, before lowering himself. The poor boy, drenched in sweat and shaking from exhaustion, asked awkwardly, "But, is it really necessary to work this hard?" He pointed towards Hanso and wondered aloud. Isn't he the strongest one here? Contrary to his expectations, Hanso was now casually lounging on a chair. "Just wing it." His answer was delivered so casually, yet it was enough to shatter the serious Fendo spirit of the entire room. He gave a lazy smile and offered a piece of laid-back philosophy. "Whether you try hard or not, everyone dies sooner or later." This statement left every member present frozen in place with looks of utter disbelief. Hanso continued to sink deeper into his depravity. He advised while munching away, "So just eat well and live comfortably." A muscular warrior in sunglasses enthusiastically agreed while eating a pastry. "That's right, happiness is what matters most." While the young man was forcing a confused smile, another member suddenly approached, grabbed his head with fiery eyes and yelled, "All right, next set." Despite their leader's laziness, the training atmosphere in the dungeon remained incredibly intense. The warriors diligently lifted weights and performed high-intensity exercises out in the snow. While giant toad chickens relaxed in the hot tub behind them, a glowing system notification suddenly appeared. New side quest. The former king's regret has been created. The story takes us back to a chaotic period in the past, when the world was shrouded in thick darkness. A time when light wasn't something that was extinguished, but something that had never had the chance to exist for long. To confront the forces of evil, countless heroes emerged and threw themselves into life-or-death battles. Most of these heroes vanished from the currents of history, unable to surpass the limits of their race. However, history still records the names of exceptional geniuses, those who possessed strength far beyond the stats of their species. Those geniuses made legendary names for themselves. But for every high mountain there is a higher one, and at the very peak there is always one person who forces the entire power scaling system to be rewritten. Among the most outstanding of them all, there was a hero of supreme talent who became a symbol of terror for the demon race and all evil enemies. That was the magic swordsman Hildebrand. Yet, at his most glorious moment, a soldier cried out in utter despair and shock, "You were a symbol of justice. Why would you do this?" A soldier pointed at the dark figure and shouted, "This world was protected, and you became a wise ruler. Wasn't that all thanks to you?" Hildebrand nonchalantly held his pipe and said calmly, Now, young man, you can call me a senile old fool or an idiot chasing after false hopes. I don't mind." Immediately, Commander Mustache ordered his priests. Priests begin casting enhancement magic from strength to agility, to focus all cast upon the commander. The formation of buffers looked like they were preparing for a world-class boss raid. Standing in the white snow, Hildebrand muttered, "But hey, what if that hope is the hope of reclaiming my youth?" The narrator confirmed that Hildebrand had been active for over 50 years. The commander broke out in a cold sweat, trying to reassure himself that his opponent was just an old man basking in the glory of his past. Hildebrand loomed closer and said, "You probably never considered it, did you? Well then, let this old man teach you a lesson." At present, all they saw before them was a thin, frail old man, nothing more. But it was precisely that non-threatening appearance that made him seem the most dangerous. Hildebrand looked at his vial and wondered, "Are the mana potions all gone?" He mused thoughtfully. When people have a lot to lose, they try to maintain their dignity, but at my age, all of that becomes meaningless. Hildebrand nonchalantly poured the cup of medicine onto the ground. The commander roared to encourage his soldiers. "If we don't fear our opponent's reputation, we can easily win." The sword was drawn decisively from its sheath. The commander lunged forward, unleashing his ultimate technique, cross-last. Yet Hildebrand stood firm, unfazed by the insane energy swirling around him. He coldly uttered their death sentence. "What does dignity or any of that matter after you're dead?" His eyes glowed with a cold emptiness, seeing through the life and death of the man before him. The man exclaimed in shock. He disappeared. Then he immediately realized it was the instant teleportation technique. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. But while he was still stunned, a wave of killing intent closed in from behind, leaving him just enough time to widen his eyes in terror. Hildebrand appeared like a phantom, delivering a lightning-fast slash that pierced through the commander in his utter helplessness. The old man quietly surveyed the battlefield casually, lamenting, "I just wanted to find my youth again. Why do you kids insist on getting in my way?" Facing the massive army surrounding him, the old man remained completely unfazed. The commander on the opposing side roared to reassure his soldiers. "Don't be afraid, the opponent is just one old man." Hildebrand smirked quietly, drawing his sword from its sheath and declaring, "That's why this old man has made a decision. I'm going to take the youth from you kids." The moment the order to attack was given, a rain of spears and arrows poured down. In that moment, it was as if the sky itself had decided to join the battle. But in the blink of an eye, the old man became a whirlwind of death, sweeping away all resistance as soldiers were slaughtered in droves. With just a single swing of his sword, he sent dozens of lives away, in brilliant streaks of blue light. His ghastly white eyes glowed menacingly. This caused a mage to scream in panic. "Quick, use magic to counter it." The mage frantically poured energy into the green orb right in front of the old man. But it was all too late. It felt like pushing the button when there was no time left for regrets. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, swallowing everything in a cloud of smoke and dust. Amidst the vast white snowfield, a horrific scene was revealed, with the countless bodies of soldiers lying in pools of blood. Standing at the center of the destruction was Hildebrand, the 75-year-old king of the Sinber Kingdom. The old man, with long white hair and a cold expression, spoke nonchalantly. "Giving youth to children is truly a waste." In the holy nation of Roman, the atmosphere in the council chamber grew more tense than ever under the heavy snowfall. Even the candles in the room seemed to be trying to avoid joining the debate. The young Pope Jackmin Roland asked worriedly about how to salvage the kingdom's declining reputation in the current situation. An advisor with glasses immediately suggested surrendering and accepting all of Hildebrand's demands as the obvious course of action. Immediately, a female high minister indignantly objected. She demanded everyone persevere for the sake of the Sinber kingdom. It has an extremely low birth rate, and a population consisting mainly of the elderly. A country that will destroy itself if left alone, so surrendering is unacceptable. The reasoning sounded very political, but for some reason it felt more like a population status report from a strategy game. A fierce debate broke out. When a bald advisor yelled that if they couldn't even stop a 75-year-old man like Hildebrand, what right did they have to be so complacent? Just as the Pope was getting a headache from the jarring arguments, a decisive offer rang out. "Our holy knights of God and will sortie." The doors opened, and the captain's sister Pier strode in majestically. Her overwhelming presence made everyone marvel at the reliability of this Knight Order. As one advisor was still muttering doubts about their abilities, Pier suddenly lunged forward, grabbing him tightly by the neck, creating a dry, cracking sound. The advisor, his face contorted in pain, could only manage to let out broken groans, to the astonishment of everyone around. But right after he burst into hearty laughter, feeling the blood flow freely once more, he vigorously praised the strength of the Knight Order to the Pope. Pier, with a long scar across her face, quietly observed everyone with sharp, mysterious eyes. Meanwhile, in a distant snowy forest, Hanso turned to ask how much further it was to the village, receiving a nod of confirmation from his small guide. He enthusiastically announced that it was time for interval running training. After a long wait, Hanso and his muscle-bound squad immediately put power into their legs. They all dashed off at a terrifying speed. Heavy, ragged breaths echoed continuously in the silent space. Hanso was drenched in sweat, his face contorted from exhaustion. He gasped between broken breaths, "My breathing is so heavy." Even the falling snow seemed to consider thinning out to keep up with their training pace. Though he was so tired he could barely lift his legs, he still tried to order his comrades to go on ahead. But even the strongest muscle-bound warriors had reached their limit. They leaned on each other, gasping for air amidst the thick steam rising from their bodies. The footprints pressed into the white snow led the way to a village in the kingdom of Sinbur. The village appeared peaceful, with snow-covered wooden roofs nestled among majestic mountains. This peace felt like a rare halftime break in an endless series of training days. From a distance, a cheerful boy ran over, calling out Grandpa. Immediately, an old man with a gentle smile lifted the boy up and cuddled him. "Oh, my sweet grandchild," the boy exclaimed excitedly. "Hey, Grandpas," his face beamed with happiness as he was surrounded by his loved ones. An old man approached and bowed his head to thank Hanso for saving young Jordan's life. Looking at the elderly men around him, Hanso couldn't help but be amazed, silently wondering why all the old men here possessed such extraordinarily fit bodies. A member of the Muscle Squad whispered in his ear that there was something very strange about this village, but Hanso casually concluded, "Guess everyone in this village just knows how to work out." But another question arose. The village was completely devoid of young people. It felt as if the entire younger generation had logged out of the server long ago, and no one had updated their status yet. A sorrowful old man revealed that all the young people had left to migrate elsewhere. Seeing Hanso's bewilderment, the boy Jordan began to recount the history of the kingdom of Sinbur, which was once a nation of powerful mercenaries. In the past, they accumulated wealth by participating in incessant wars. But fearing that the population was growing too quickly, the kingdom enacted a law allowing each family to have only one child. The tragedy began there as a military nation, like theirs prioritized sons, leading to a horrifying gender imbalance of 700 to 1. When the number of women is too low, the birth rate plummets, causing the population structure to become severely aged. The remaining young people have to bear a huge tax burden to support the elderly, leaving them with no choice but to emigrate to neighboring countries. Now only a handful of children like Jordan are left to shouldering the responsibility of caring for the countless elderly in the village. Hearing that tragic story, Hanso just casually picked his nose and asked, "Is there a gym here?" The bizarre question left the old man frozen in astonishment. Jordan had to explain that he was probably looking for a training facility. The group walked silently through the snow-covered village. A member of the muscle squad asked the old man in front of them with concern, "It must be so hard for the kids to have to carry everything." "Doesn't the kingdom do anything?" the old man replied softly. "I heard that in the neighboring country, the Roman Holy Nation, there's a divine artifact that can rejuvenate people." He further explained, "It's a sacred object that has collected wishes for 6 trillion years. An image of a strange ceremony appeared, where people were kneeling before a radiant sphere of light inside a tent. The old man confirmed that King Hildebrand was using this to bring prosperity once again. Hearing this, Hanso fell into deep thought. Hildebrand, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Immediately, a system notification panel popped up. Side quest, the former king's regret. Objective, meet Hildebrand. Reward, a clue about the Oculus. It felt like the entire universe had just shoved a main quest into the player's hands before they could even breathe. Hanso was thrilled and silently thanked his ancestors. "Oh, ancestors, thank you." He excitedly turned to the man beside him. "Sir, can you take me to see Hildebrand?" Faced with the sudden request, the man broke into a cold sweat and awkwardly explained to Hanso. In reality, the king of the human race is very difficult to meet. He said that meeting Gulo was only possible because his kingdom wasn't large and the circumstances were just right. "I see." Hanso pressed on. "So what do I have to do to meet him?" Gulo put a hand to his chin and thought. Well, that kind of thinking is usually accompanied by exercises not meant for the faint of heart. He put on his monocle, his serious expression clear amidst the blowing snow. Gulo held his spear tightly, standing tall among the muscle squad, while Hanso was doing a squat pose right next to him preparing for the new journey. Behind them, the old men were groaning from their aching joints. Ugh, my whole body aches. Raspy coughs echoed continuously in the snowy air. Dry cracking sounds rang out repeatedly as the old men struggled to move their bodies. Hanso watched in shock and thought to himself, am I actually hearing the sound of their bones grinding against each other? He worriedly turned to Gulo. Gulo, is this really okay? The easiest way to meet the king is to achieve meritorious deeds. It sounded simple, but in war, simple is often synonymous with non-existent. He emphasized that the most fearsome enemies are those with nothing left to lose, and the veterans were exactly those kinds of people. A dark-skinned giant in a pink shirt standing next to a white-bearded knight declared loudly, either we become young again with the king, or we die in this war. The giant laughed heartily, confirming that this was the mindset of the veterans. He turned to ask Hanso's group what their motivation was for joining this war. Immediately, Hanso's muscle disciples all flexed their muscles to show off their strength and replied with two short words, push and pull. The whole muscle squad, while carrying heavy crates, chanted rhythmically, 1, 2, 1, 2, leaving the white-bearded knight completely dumbfounded. What the hell are you guys talking about? Just then a frantic scream, we've got big trouble, echoed throughout the camp. A scout was frantically spurring his horse toward the barricade, demanding everyone to clear the way. However, just as he got close, the horse suddenly stumbled, sending both man and beast tumbling several times across the ground with a series of loud crashes. The scout scrambled to his feet and ran breathlessly to the commander. When asked what the big trouble was, he could only gasp for air, sputtering and spitting to catch his breath. He stammered between ragged breaths, it's not that. Suddenly, the alarm bells rang urgently. Enemy attack. We're under attack. Columns of signal smoke billowed up from the towering mountain peaks. A formidable army called God's Holy Knight Order suddenly appeared on the horizon. Leading the army was a beautiful blonde female knight with ice-cold eyes. She coldly gave the order, attack down on the ground. A warrior turned to Gulo and asked, you said we just have to perform a meritorious deed, right? Hanso, still in his squatting position casually, replied, yeah, that's right. The muscle disciple stepped forward and offered Hanso, leave this to us. Another one added with a worried look that since Hanso's body fat percentage was getting high, fighting would be very difficult for him. Hanso burst out laughing, insisting his disciples were mistaken. Because gaining weight didn't mean getting weaker. On the contrary, his explosive power would be even more terrifying. He compared his body to a powerful gas-guzzling supercar. Hanso roared and began to flex, channeling all his strength, causing his muscles to bulge, violently radiating a suffocating heat that shook the very space around them. The pressure from his enormous muscles sent everything flying, making his disciples cry out in helpless terror. Witnessing this shocking scene from above, the Knight Order was utterly astonished. The female commander Pierre, her eyes wide with shock, wondered in horror what kind of monstrosity was standing before her. Suddenly, a deafening roar, like a jet engine, tore through the air. An earth-shattering collision erupted, creating a blazing red light that engulfed the entire battlefield. The moment Hanso performed a jump squat, a horrifying pressure exploded outwards, making it seem as if the very air was fleeing in terror. Witnessing this shocking scene, the members of the muscle squad reported in a panic, Gulo, what do we do? Hanso disappeared again, but Gulo remained incredibly calm and replied, this isn't the first or second time this has happened. Gulo quickly regained his focus and stated that the current problem was to eliminate the enemy before them. He began to lecture on the principle of know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles, stressing that victory was impossible without a clear understanding of both sides' strengths. Gulo admitted that they were currently completely in the dark about the enemy's power as well as their own. Therefore, he ordered the Goody Builder squad to prepare. The muscle warriors immediately fell into formation. Gulo reminded his juniors, we will observe the seniors' battle to learn from them. Even so, one member of the muscle squad still seemed incredibly eager. I'm just itching for a fight. Can't we just charge in and crush them? Immediately, an old general with purple hair and a flamboyant pink outfit stepped forward, a sinister smile on his face. You rookies have some nice ideas. Let me show you the power of a mercenary nation. The hulking old man stepped forward and declared, once we make our move, there'll be no room for you to interfere. The old man commanded his troops loud and clear, all troops muscle, bone, and joint. Under the old general's command, the entire army began to radiate a brilliant aura, using skills to enhance bone density, create replacement joints, and safely reinforce their existing ones. Witnessing the strange sight, a bewildered, muscle-bound warrior asked Gulo, what are those old guys doing? Gulo silently observed and analyzed the situation. They're using magic to fill in their porous bones and replace their worn-out joints with artificial ones. However, he also grew worried as he recalled something Hanso had taught him. But according to Hanso, using artificial joints comes with excruciating pain. Gulo gazed ahead pensively, wondering how are they planning to handle that. The long-bearded general roared the command, all troops berserker mode, an order that instantly created a point-of-no-return atmosphere. Their eyes blazed with a manic red glow as they charged forward, heedless of everything. Witnessing this, a member of the muscle army realized with shock. They're using a berserker skill to block out the pain. Is this the strategy of a mercenary nation forged in war? With the order to attack the enemy, the burly warriors frantically closed in on their targets. Their thunderous footsteps made the ground shake violently, making it feel as if the entire battlefield had turned into a high-intensity vibration plate. But just as the battle reached its peak, a cold voice rang out, "Dispel." Instantly, a soldier suddenly collapsed, dropping his weapon in bewilderment. Hanso's disciples could only stare wide-eyed in horror and exclaim, "What was that?" The stranger, with a cross-shaped scar on his face, smirked sinisterly. He quietly uttered the command, "Dispel." Immediately, the bodies of the muscle army's warriors began to twist and crack unnaturally. Dry snapping sounds echoed repeatedly as their bones and joints were broken, causing one of them to let out a scream of absolute agony. Witnessing that brutal technique, another member trembled, his heart pounding, and wondered, what kind of skill is that? In reality, the enemy had used their fingertips to pierce through their defenses and instantly penetrate directly into their joints. The battlefield now resembled an autopsy performed at the speed of war. A hand glowing with blue energy slipped between the muscle fibers weaved between the vertebrae and pulled out in the blink of an eye. The horrifying truth was revealed: their first rank would completely neutralize armor and weapons. Then, the second rank would proceed to directly dismantle the human body. The enemy was incredibly cunning, aiming straight for the old soldier's critical weakness, their joints, a tactic painful even in concept. Agonized screams echoed continuously as the veterans collapsed, completely outmatched by these cruel techniques. The female commander Pier coldly declared that she didn't want to engage in pointless slaughter and demanded the enemy lay down their arms and surrender. However, her gaze suddenly froze when she saw the muscle army, a strange type of unit she had never seen before. Pier couldn't hide her contempt. She assumed the Simber Kingdom must have been desperate to resort to using monsters to seek victory. To her, in the holy nation of Roman, monsters were never considered people. Pier ordered the cavalry to charge, promising to grant them mercy by sending them to their god's side without any pain. In stark contrast to the seriousness of the battlefield, the members of the muscle army were panicking for a very ironic reason. If they were hit by that technique, they'd get injured and wouldn't be able to go to the gym anymore. They anxiously recalled Hanso's warning that injuries would hinder their training, and all they wanted was to return safely to train in their gym dungeon. Seeing his disciples planning to run away just because they were afraid of losing their gains, Ghouls could only stand there breaking out in a cold sweat, completely unable to comprehend their thought process. Overhearing their cowardly muttering, "Should we run?" and "We can't afford to lose our muscles," Ghouls' eyes narrowed dangerously. He let out a commanding roar, demanding the goody builders to focus immediately. Ghouls bellowed, questioning if they wanted to go back to being weak dogs despised by everyone just because they were afraid of a little pain. He declared that the muscles they had painstakingly forged were not for running away, but for protecting their friends, lovers, and families. Ghouls' powerful speech touched the very depths of their souls, or rather, it made the entire army's pectoral muscles tremble. If words had weight, his were at the level of a heavyweight barbell. He encouraged the disciples to believe in the strength that Hanso and they themselves had built. Their pecs began to contract and vibrate powerfully with every word of their leader's rousing speech. Even the giant toadbird monster got swept up in the fervent atmosphere. This sudden turn of events caused the Roman knights to show signs of confusion, as if the battlefield had suddenly switched to a mode with no fixed script. Amidst the toad's roars and the muscle army's battle cries, a terrifying pressure began to envelop the battlefield. An entire legion of pale-skinned, red-eyed giants, along with a formidable squadron of toad raiders, began to advance in unison, creating earth-shattering tremors. Facing this sight, the female commander Pier observed quietly and uttered words of contempt. With just those bare bodies, how foolish. Holy knights, dismantle the enemy immediately. The knights below asked in confusion, dismantle them. While they were still hesitating, the muscle army with blazing red eyes had already closed in. The pounding in their chests made the knights cry out in fear. Immediately, the muscle warriors began performing chest dressing and long pow exercises. Right in the middle of the battlefield, they prepared for an explosive attack. The shout of 12 reps echoed throughout the area. Just hearing it made it clear this was no longer a battlefield. It was more like a continent-wide endurance tournament. Two warriors combined their pushing force, launching a comrade like an arrow tearing through the sky. The knights below could only look up in helpless shock. "Oh, here they come." Pier gritted her teeth and ordered them to dismantle the enemy. However, the fatal slash only produced a dry clang against the steel-hard muscle mass. Instantly, he grabbed the enemy tightly and shouted the name of his technique, one-arm dungo, a press with the force of 1,000 pounds crashing straight down. It crushed the opponent into the ground, creating a shocking explosion. On the battlefield of the gym dungeon, a muscle warrior stood tall amidst the defeated foes, groaning in pain at his feet. A member of the army confidently asserted that he had completed his analysis of the enemy. He explained that the enemy's technique was to find a way to slip through the thin layers of muscle to penetrate and sever the joints. But for bodybuilders, who possessed dense muscle mass, that was completely useless. Witnessing this scene, Commander Pierre couldn't help but be stunned. She admitted she had never seen a body that could hold its joints together so abnormally securely. Looking at the warriors before her, she wondered if they were minotaurs or perhaps even an existence far beyond that type of monster. However, Pierre quickly regained her composure and asserted that any muscle mass has its fatal gaps. She spoke as if she had just discovered a universal law of the human body's battlefield. Immediately she launched an attack. Aiming straight for those weak points, she caused the muscle warriors to fall into a difficult situation, collapsing one after another. Pierre coldly ordered her legion to attack the joints of the fingers, wrists, and elbows of the enemy. Horrific screams echoed continuously as the muscle army endured vicious blows to their joints. Pierre challenged them loudly. "You think you can win just by aiming? Ignore all threats." The members of the muscle army frantically charged forward, closing in on the enemy at extreme speed. A warrior tensed up and executed the one-arm dumbbell press technique, using the strength of 1,000 pounds to deliver a thunderous blow, crushing the opponent's resistance into the ground. But when his muscular hand collided with the opponent's powerful attack, his fingers were deformed. The members of the muscle army were suffering from extreme pain. They screamed in regret. "We should have stayed in the gym dungeon. I should have just been lifting weights quietly. It hurts so much I can't hold on anymore." The figure in blue looked silently at their hands and said, nonchalantly, "That must be deeply engraved in your genes." She continued to speak coldly about the sound of death when the neck bones are twisted. A giant chicken with drowsy eyes, dripping with sweat, could only let out a cry for help in absolute terror. It shrieked madly as it saw a hand closing in right before its eyes, and a decisive voice rang out. "Then, go in peace." Instantly, the ultimate technique, Heavy Plant 12, was activated, and a massive magic orb descended straight onto the monster's head. It created a world-shaking explosion that wiped out everything around. Unexpectedly, she was still able to stand after that move. "Who are you faced with?" The question, a bald, pale-skinned giant with a monocle, calmly introduced himself. "I am the manager and trainer of the gym dungeon, also known as Gulo." He flexed into a powerful pose and declared his identity, "I am Gulo." Meanwhile, in the Snow White Kingdom, explosions and lightning flashes continued to streak across the sky above the towering mountain peaks. A troop of soldiers marched silently through the cold stone corridors amidst the snow. Standing before their leader, elders with worried faces pleaded, "Your Majesty, you don't need to go to battle yourself. That's right, please trust in the army." He turned to his subordinates and asked, "Haven't you all always trusted me?" The old king asked them to hand him the mana potions and declared loudly, "Well then, I'm off." Immediately, Hinderbrand shot out of the fortress. Flying at a terrifying speed, Hinderbrand suddenly stopped when he noticed a strange object hurtling straight towards him. From the opposite direction, Hanso was in freefall, his face distorted with fear. He screamed in helplessness. I can't stop." Hinderbrand silently drew his sword and struck a powerful blow against Hanso's guardian arm. That moment was like 2 generations of monsters clashing in a brief exchange. The old king coldly declared, "My apologies, I don't have time to distinguish between friend and foe." Before Hanso's astonished eyes, a system notification suddenly appeared. Side quest, The Former King's Regret, meet Hinderbrand complete. Immediately after, the current location of the Oculus organization was officially displayed on the magic map. Down on the ground, the red-haired man cracked his neck and suggested, "Hanso is gone, how about we just wipe them all out?" However, his subordinate anxiously reported that Hinderbrand's signal was approaching very closely. He trembled, wondering if they could defeat the legendary old king in their current exhausted state. Gan thought for a moment, then clicked his tongue. "I guess we'll have to hold back a little longer." He wondered curiously if Hinderbrand and Gulo were to face off, who would be the final victor. Amidst the hazy purple mist, a ghoul warrior with pale skin was facing off against a female warrior. The atmosphere was like being in the middle of a fight, governed solely by the law of the jungle. He calmly remarked that the loser would ultimately be eaten anyway. The ghoul quickly analyzed his opponent and realized she was a close combat specialist. Knowing he had no chance of winning in a direct confrontation, he decided he first needed to make his body heavier. Immediately, he roared, unleashing blazing purple magic that enveloped his hands as he prepared for an explosive attack. The immense purple pressure bore down, forcing the Knight Pierre to brace herself. Under the suffocating pressure, Pierre wondered in astonishment if the weight of her armor had increased, but she quickly regained her composure and remarked, "What an interesting technique." In response, Pierre declared boldly, "I'll make this even more interesting." Gulo launched a barrage of spears that soared through the air. The spears hovered among the clouds before plunging down in unison like a rain of arrows. Faced with this perilous situation, Pierre calmly observed and wondered, "What should I do?" But then she coolly noted, "It seems I'm starting to adapt." The spears rained down fiercely. They embedded themselves around Pierre's position amidst the powerfully surging purple energy. Gulo suddenly roared, "Dispel heavy blun," leaving Pierre completely stunned. A series of spears, with varying levels of gravity, were continuously activated and dispelled, piercing through the opponent's shadow amidst brutal clashes. The man named Gulo cheered excitedly. "All right, I won." He was certain he had defeated the knight. However, Pierre suddenly snatched a spear with her bare hand and casually remarked, "This is truly confusing me." It was unbelievable that Pierre was still alive after being pierced by countless spears. The truth was revealed: every member of her party was a priest with healing abilities. The muscular soldier's face began to show clear fear, running and crying his eyes out from the relentless pursuit. Suddenly, a giant pillar of purple light enveloped her, causing her opponent to gasp in bewilderment. From the darkness, a pair of hands glowed with purple magic, preparing for the final blow. A cold voice rang out, "Got you." A circle of purple energy appeared. Immediately after the ultimate technique, Tower of Babel was activated. A massive explosion of purple energy rained down, crushing everything below in a colossal pillar of light. A brilliant light, carrying a healing skill, descended upon the battlefield. From the shadows, a massive entity with hulking muscles watched in silence. The muscle army immediately swarmed forward like a storm. One warrior yelled out an order, "Get in close so they can't use their heals." Despite the attack, the priest commanded with a clear voice, "Ignore them, focus on healing. Healing Sir Pierre is our win condition." A giant steel-scaled hand snatched everything in its path. The entity roared, "Scatter and take them all down for me." A press with the force of 1,000 tons slammed down, creating a world-shaking explosion. The giant stood tall amidst cries of, "Begin the next attack immediately. Let's go, let's go." A member of the muscle army ran, muttering to himself that he wouldn't let his guard down again. Behind him, another person scoffed, "No matter how you look at it, you're the one who looks most like a monster." Another thunderous punch descended. It shattered the ground in a blinding flash of light. Agonized screams echoed continuously as the enemy was crushed under absolute power. The chaotic scene even made the Kocatras freeze its eyes wide in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. The dust slowly settled, revealing a scene of exhausted and broken people lying on the ground. A big question emerged: why were they fighting? Amidst the overwhelming fear, the Kocatras trembled, looking at each other with doubt. Their small brains couldn't comprehend the purpose of this slaughter. Surely you've stood before a weight so heavy it seemed impossible to lift. In the rhythmic atmosphere of the gym, the members of the muscle army were training diligently. However, fear suddenly engulfed them when faced with the massive block of iron. Because every person knows their own limits best, the heavy pressure consumed their minds. Even though the barbell remained still, the brain of the one trying to lift it began to tremble with fear, looking like a battle between muscle and panic. A challenging voice echoed, "So you're just not going to lift it." Immediately, he frantically slapped his own face, chest, stomach, and thighs to awaken his dormant will. "Are you going to give up just because you failed once?" His veiny hands immediately gripped the bar with blazing determination. A confident smile returned to his lips as he declared, "No, this fear right now is just a deceptive signal from my brain." Exhilarated shouts rang out endlessly. As hot blood rushed furiously through his veins, a pitch-black muscular entity with glowing red eyes radiating killing intent charged forward manically, to push back all the fears surrounding his body. With the Oanam Dungmeo technique, the giant slammed thunderous blows into the ground, causing the space to tremble violently. Suddenly, a massive claw swiped past, causing the opponent to exclaim in disbelief. The resounding cry of Kocatras announced the arrival of a new entity. A giant Kocatras suddenly charged forward. Its hands radiated a miraculous healing magic, helping an entity quickly get back on its feet amidst a green glow. With terrifying speed, the figure shot off like a flash of lightning, leaving those around him to only gasp in amazement, while another screamed in terror. The Kocatras monster once again launched itself into the air, charging forward frantically. At that moment, a female priest silently slipped under the beast's colossal body and coldly gave the order to dispel. An ironic situation occurred as members of the muscle army suddenly appeared. "Press!" the shout echoed as the 1,000-ton attack slammed down. The muscle army followed up with another press. The blonde female priest quietly observed the scene and sighed. This has been delayed for too long. She continued to cast healing magic to restore her body. Standing in the brilliant light, the priestess said with regret, "We should have caused more damage. What a pity. Let's go back." Witnessing the enemy's attempt to escape, a commander roared. "They're trying to run attack." Dark figures riding flying beasts immediately covered the sky. A member of the muscle army frantically tried to stop them. "Don't do it," then roared in anger. The group began to reassemble, affirming, "We must also reconsolidate our full strength." The scene changes to a snow-white region. Hanso was curled up in a deep pit, his rippling muscles trembling amidst the billowing steam. Suddenly, the white-haired old man Hinderbrand charged at him. However, Hanso calmly used his serratus anterior muscle to catch the blade with pinpoint accuracy. The slash was stopped completely in midair, causing his opponent to gasp in disbelief. The white-haired old man gritted his teeth, struggling helplessly, unable to pull his sword free. Seeing the blood seeping onto the steel blade, he was shocked. Did it cut the muscle? On the contrary, Hanso looked extremely worried. He looked down at his side and asked serratus anterior, "What's wrong? Why have you gotten so soft?" He frantically slapped the muscle and yelled, "Serratus anterior, hey, are you asleep? Wake up, you little punk." Witnessing this bizarre scene, Hildebrand concluded that normal physical attacks were likely ineffective. He began to gather his power, thinking to himself, if that's the case. Meanwhile, Hanso was still frantically trying to coax his muscle. "Are you sulking now?" Hildebrand raised his sword high, pouring all his mana into it, causing it to glow with a brilliant golden aura. Instantly, the muscles on Hanso's body began to contract and swell violently and repeatedly. His opponent noticed the abnormal transformation in shock. Is it multiplying? Hanso's muscles expanded to an unbelievable size. Hanso roared as his face was buried amidst the colossal mass of muscle. Hey, what are you still not happy about?" A blazing energy erupted violently from deep within the raw muscle fibers. Hildebrand shot up into the air, enveloped in a brilliant golden aura. Looking down, the old man told himself that the kingdom was behind him, so he absolutely could not let this monster get inside. Seeing that his physical slashes were ineffective, the old king gathered all his spiritual energy and declared, "If I can't cut you with a sword, I will pierce you with magic." The old man's face became incredibly stern as he focused his ultimate power. Facing the suffocating pressure, Hanso in his monstrous form he threw his head back and let out ragged screams of pure rage. A world-shaking collision erupted instantly in the sky. Hildebrand casually remarked that it was just a joke, because he was never one to waste time on useless things. Right after that, he summoned a massive guardian holding. A golden hammer struck with a thunderous blow, sending his opponent flying. Meanwhile, Hanso was knocked back, free-falling through the white snowy sky, his body covered in wounds. Hanso's massive muscular body plummeted from the sky like a fiery meteor, sending dust and snow billowing across a vast area. Amidst the howling blizzard, Hanso lay motionless in a deep crater. "Serratus anterior, why aren't you answering me?" Suddenly a voice echoed from his own twitching muscles. "You think I want to answer you?" The harsh reply left Hanso stunned and bewildered, asking, What does that even mean?" Looking at his current state, Hanso was shocked to hear the voice coming from his own body. "Just look at the state you're in." It turned out he had been so obsessed with sweets that he'd neglected his training. His brain was being reprimanded. "Brain, you've been so lost in sweets that you've neglected balanced energy intake and training," the muscles declared in unison. "Therefore, we, the entire muscular system, have decided to go on strike, except for the parts necessary to sustain life." Hanso froze at the blunt ultimatum. "Try living well with all that excess fat." Behind him, the voice continued. "Oh, and the serratus anterior has a message for you too. You rotten brain, get lost." If there was a ranking for the year's most impressive betrayal by one's own muscles, he would undoubtedly be number one. Had the muscle strike caused too great a shock for him, Hanso lay shivering in the snow, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. This is the thermoregulation phenomenon in warm-blooded animals where capillaries constrict, and the hypothalamus stimulates the anterior pituitary gland to produce TSH. This process creates hormones that boost metabolism to sustain life. Normally, an average person in the cold will shiver to regulate body temperature at a rate of 10 to 20 times per second. However, Hanso's striking muscles produced a terrifying vibration of up to 10,000 times per second. Hanso shook so violently that he became a blur, melting the surrounding snow into a hot spring right in the middle of the frozen wasteland. A hand reached up from beneath the water, and Hanso slowly emerged from the lake amidst billowing steam. That amount of heat was enough to burn off all his excess fat, but at the same time his magnificent muscles had also completely vanished. Standing in the snow with skinny legs, Hanso's metabolism had returned to that of a normal person. However, after losing his muscles, he suddenly became incredibly handsome, with delicate features. Hanso looked at his body and burst into tears, choking out, "My gains are gone." Just then, a system notification appeared, warning him that he was under an abnormal status effect, frozen a steep price to pay for a rapid glow-up without the gym. The system immediately activated its authority, presenting two choices. A. Would you like to be led to a place with a warm bed and bread? B. Would you like to be led to a place with meat? Hanso continued to shiver violently in the snowy wind. He smirked slightly and made his decision. Of course, he thought about it for 2 seconds, but still picked meat-clear priorities. Amidst the howling wind and blinding snow, a trembling hand reached out in desperation. Hanso was now gaunt and thin. He used his last bit of strength to knock on a wooden door, only to collapse immediately after. A patrol team found him and shouted in alarm, "Hey, are you okay? He's severely frozen, get him moving." After a period of unconsciousness, Hanso woke up in a warm room. The man who saved his life asked kindly, "You're awake now. How are you feeling? Do you hurt anywhere?" Hanso replied weakly, "Thank you for saving me." He was shocked as he realized his condition. Seeing him shivering violently, the man quickly turned to call his wife. "Oh, look at him, shivering. He must be starving. Honey, bring him some food over here." A woman approached with a tray of food and encouraged him. "You're so thin, you need to eat this to get your strength back." Looking at the bowl of soup and dry pieces of bread, Hanso thought to himself, carbs and more carbs. If this were before, I would never touch something with such an unbalanced nutritional profile. His eyes suddenly lit up, radiating a suffocating pressure as he held the tray. Memories of his golden days with a hulking muscular body free to eat fried chicken and pizza flooded his mind, making him even more resentful. Witnessing Hanso trembling as he held the piece of bread, the woman felt pity. He must have been starving for a long time to tremble like that at the sight of food. Her husband sighed in agreement. Yes, how pitiful. Hanso lowered his head, his face shrouded in shadow, as he told himself he was angry with himself. But feelings don't matter right now. First I need to refuel. Hanso dipped his spoon into the hot soup and began to eat. With just one bite, he closed his eyes, feeling the simple flavor spread through his body. But as the saying goes, even if a man only has enough strength to hold a spoon, he'll still find a way to lift weights. Hanso gripped the flimsy spoon tightly, the veins on his hand bulging from the self-imposed pressure. Right there in his seat, he began to seriously perform a Jason curl. With nothing but a simple eating utensil, as long as he was breathing, he was training. This gym rat never gives up, a true muscle king. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the homeowners could only stand there completely stunned, staring at him with looks of pure judgment and frustration. This guy, they fumed, rushing over. They pinned Hanso to the bed and yelled, "Stop being so picky and just eat your food." Being so brutally force-fed, all Hanso could manage were choked, helpless cries. After the forced meal, he trudged out into the snow, placed his hands on the ground, and silently assessed that his physical condition wasn't actually too bad. Hanso stared straight ahead, his eyes filled with determination. He slapped himself hard on both cheeks to snap out of it, telling himself, "Get it together, Hanso. What's done is done, you can't change it now." He wiped the sweat from his face, then suddenly bent down, planting his hands on the ground. At first glance, it might have looked like a posture of despair, but that couldn't have been further from the truth. Hanso quickly adjusted his center of gravity, settling his body into a solid preparatory stance. This was the classic push-up position, a way to test his foundational strength. Hanso bellowed "begin" and started rhythmically pumping out push-ups one after another. He was completely focused and began to count. 5, 6, 7, 8. Sweat began to drip onto the frozen ground. His breathing grew heavier with every rep. Suddenly, Hanso stopped, a look of pure astonishment on his face. He was stunned to realize that after only a few reps, his muscles were already feeling such an incredible pump. "I've never before felt a pump like this from just doing push-ups." Instantly, blue streams of energy coursed through his muscle fibers, making him tremble and roar with absolute euphoria. Hanso's expression transformed as he lost himself in an unprecedented wave of satisfaction. The human brain has a built-in scale for moments of pleasure. If enjoying a delicious meal scores a 3, and taking dangerous illicit substances hits 150, then for a gym fanatic, working out is also an addiction on par with those very same illegal drugs. He was getting a massive dopamine rush from push-ups, the kind of high an addict wouldn't even try to hide. For Hanso, being able to train after so long was like injecting a heavy-duty stimulant straight into his veins. He furiously pumped out push-ups until tears started to stream down his face. Suddenly, a memory of his great master with the red headband surfaced. The master's stern voice echoed in his mind, "Hanso, no matter how hard things get, you must never ever cry." When Hanso asked why, his master began to explain that water is the primary component of muscle and tears are no exception. Crying means losing water, and losing water means losing your gains. He then posed a pointed question. What happens if the water that should be nourishing your muscles is turned into tears instead? Hard at work on a training machine, Hanso whispered back. You'll lose muscle mass, sir. The master let out a hearty laugh, confirming that a few teardrops won't actually cause immediate muscle loss. The real issue, he explained, lies in the trainee's mindset. Paying attention to every last detail is the most critical habit for building a perfect physique. Hanso listened in silence, his expression pensive. Hanso grunted, flexing every muscle around his eye sockets to stop the tears from falling. After a deep, determined breath, he went back to furiously pumping out push-ups in the snow, right as a system screen materialized beside him. The quest, the former king's lingering regret, notified him that he had successfully met Brand. The next objective, assist in repairing the ramparts of the holy nation of Roman to find a clue about the Oculus. While still holding his push-up position, Hanso looked up at the old man next to him and asked, "Excuse me, sir, is this the holy nation of Roman?" The old man replied nonchalantly, "It seems you're starting to remember things. Are you asking for directions while doing push-ups? This kid really can't stay still." The old man advised Hanso, "You should be grateful to the Pope. It was he who ordered that all young men be taken in, no questions asked. That's how you managed to stay alive." Panting, Hanso pleaded, "I need to get to the ramparts to help with repairs. Can you show me where they are?" The old man silently wondered if the boy was even a citizen, but gestured anyway. "All right, follow me." While still busting out powerful push-ups, Hanso shouted his thanks and quickly followed the old man. At the snow-covered ramparts, soldiers were bustling about assisting the wounded. When he saw one soldier performing stretches on a comrade lying on the ground, Hanso's eyes lit up. He gasped in amazement. That's physical therapy. He quickly analyzed the situation if he could realign and stretch his muscle fibers, making peace with his protesting muscles would be much more effective. Hanso stood silently in the snow, lost in thought before suddenly rushing over, grabbing the old man by the shoulders and demanding, "Sir, how can I get physical therapy like that?" The old man looked baffled and asked if he meant healing. Magic then explained that if he were a combat engineer, he'd definitely be eligible, because only enlisted soldiers are entitled to 1 hour of therapy each day. Hanso's eyes lit up, shining with excitement. He asked again just to be sure, "So all I have to do is enlist." After the old man's hesitant confirmation, Hanso declared with a brilliant smile, "I'm enlisting." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, inviting him to join their faction. Hanso quietly turned his head and saw a mysterious figure completely shrouded in a green cloak. The figure slowly revealed their face, which bore a long scar across one eye. They gave a sinister smile and declared, "Just as I thought. I wasn't mistaken about you." The villainous aura was palpable. You could tell at a glance this was no ordinary person. Feeling like he was being mocked, Hanso snapped, "Are you making fun of me?" He immediately activated his analysis skill to size up his opponent. The system displayed that Pierre was a human with the class of priest, possessing above-standard muscle mass and extremely low body fat, for a perfect in-body score of 100 out of 100. Meanwhile, Hanso was horrified to see that his own score was a paltry 67. He collapsed to the ground, furiously pounding the earth in frustration. "Damn it, you muscle-bound freak." Pierre could only watch, completely bewildered by this bizarre display. Checking his stats killed his mood instantly, like looking at his final report card. In the therapy area, Hanso was lying down enjoying an intensive massage. Pierre, now in a neat uniform, asked gently, "How is your body feeling?" Hanso whispered back, completely satisfied. "Good, no. Very good." He could already feel a distinct change as his joints were loosened, making his stretching exercises more effective than ever before. Pierre couldn't help but remark with surprise, "This is the first time I've ever seen an outsider respond so well to our physical therapy." Pierre, while stretching Hanso's arm, asked worriedly, "Doesn't that hurt?" Hanso maintained a determined expression and declared firmly, "For the sake of improving my body, I can absolutely endure this little bit of pain." This bold answer left Pierre deeply impressed. Hanso gave a satisfied smile as he felt his energy returning. Pierre beamed at his iron will, smiling through the pain. A true protagonist with a bodybuilder's spirit. At the rampart reconstruction site, towering wooden scaffolding was being erected amidst the falling snow. Miners and soldiers were hurriedly carrying heavy blocks of stone for the construction. In the crowd, one worker was straining himself. He was dragging a large sack next to a cart, rhythmically counting 1, 2. He used all his might to heave the round stone block onto the cart. Witnessing this scene, Hanso stood frozen beads of sweat on his face. He was appalled, wondering, "What is this? Their form is all wrong." Any gym-goer watching would want to rush in and correct them. Watching the workers, Hanso couldn't help but worry, making a silent judgment. Lifting like that will definitely lead to a herniated disc. And sure enough, all over the site were workers carrying stones with their backs bent out of shape. The shouts of 1, 2, and heave-ho echoed continuously, along with the rhythm of improper lifting. Immediately, a man clutched his lower back and screamed in pain. "Ugh, my back." A colleague standing nearby simply clicked his tongue. "See, I told you that would happen." Amidst the chaos, a priest approached. A representative from the Roman Holy Kingdom asked the worker where it hurt. The exhausted laborer replied, "My back, sir." Hanso watched the scene looking completely bewildered. He couldn't believe his eyes as the priest performed healing magic directly on the man's back. Hanso's face turned beet red, and his eyes bulged with fury. He couldn't hold it in anymore, and roared at the top of his lungs, "The order is all wrong." His scream left the female officer behind him, looking totally lost. She stepped closer and asked worriedly, "Is something the matter?" Hanso frantically scratched his head, screaming in utter despair. The order is completely wrong." Seeing his over-the-top reaction, she could only stare and wonder, "Is this guy an architect or something?" Both of them stood quietly by the tents. She spoke softly. "The wall repairs are taking longer than expected, aren't they?" Hanso, now calm, replied, "Yes, it seems so." She looked toward the construction site and sighed, noting that each brick was so heavy that many soldiers were getting injured while working. One look, and you could tell the process was a mess. Any gym rat would feel the stress of a looming deadline just watching this. Hanso looked at the site and cried out in despair, "You can't build a body like this. This is absolutely not how you build it." Seeing his intense reaction, Lai walked over excitedly, clapping her hands. "I knew it. You're an expert at building fortress walls, aren't you?" Hanso immediately regained his confidence and flashed a bright smile. He proudly claimed he was indeed a total expert. Lai looked at his back and offered, "I'd like to help out with taking care of these walls too." He was talking about muscles, while she was talking about walls. They were on completely different wavelengths, yet he remained confident. With help, how long will it take to finish the wall? He mused to himself. The wall. Oh right, I guess we have to build the wall too. Watching the laborers struggle with their loads, Hanso realized the core issue. He held up 3 fingers and declared boldly, 3 months. In 3 months, it should be mostly done. But the progress of the wall wasn't what he cared about most. What he actually cared about was their bodies. Objectively speaking, the soldiers working here didn't have bad physiques, thanks to all the heavy lifting. On the job, they had developed very lean functional muscle, plus their youth helped them avoid major injuries at first. However, the reality was far from pretty. Constantly maintaining bad form while working was secretly destroying them from the inside out. Aches and pains began to haunt the soldiers. Continuous stress on their vertebrae was causing severe damage to their skeletal systems. They looked fine on the outside, but it was like a silent system failure building up within. If these injuries weren't dealt with, they'd soon become chronic. It left the soldiers in so much pain they had to clutch their heads and hunch over. Hanso insisted that to fix this manual therapy wasn't enough, they had to change their habits. The most important thing was correcting their basic posture. He loomed behind a worker and roared instructions. Brace your core. Flex those spinal erectors. Hanso swung his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the man's back to fix his form, making the poor guy jump in terror. Seeing the whole crowd still looking confused, Hanso barked an order. Don't you know how to brace your core? Everyone drop everything and get face down right now. Instantly, every soldier on the site dropped their weapons and materials. 70 days had passed since Hanso's care began. A carriage convoy was being strictly escorted by soldiers along a stone-paved road. The mission of the Godhan Holy Knights was vital, even if it came with losses. In truth, it was all just to buy time. The cardinal walking alongside added worriedly, "At this rate, a large-scale invasion will break out before long." Hearing that Jack Min asked innocently, Why are they invading?" the cardinal explained patiently, "That's why we must rush to repair the fortress walls." Jack Min kept asking, why, repair them? The man continued to analyze, saying the enemy knew they didn't have much longer to live. That's why they fought so desperately. Not only that, the enemy didn't even care about their own lives because they felt their time was running out anyway. The young pope asked again, Why is their time running out? The cardinal explained, because the enemy is old, so their active window is very short. We just need to stall for time. Exactly. Since they're up there in age, their window for action is limited. The only issue is that we have to drag this out. But Jack Min kept firing off why after why, making the atmosphere awkward as he bombarded them with questions. Faced with the Pope's excessive curiosity, the cardinal thought to himself that he had to use confusing technical jargon to stop the boy's endless questions. He suggested they discuss it privately, using more advanced vocabulary. We should use academic terms to block the questions, then we can discuss it ourselves. This approach left Jack Min completely baffled with question marks practically appearing over his head. The boy pouted in disappointment and huffed, that's no fun at all. He put on a sulky face. Using such fancy words, my brain can't even process it. Seeing the Pope so sad, the cardinal hurried to reassure him. Pope Jack Min, please don't be too disappointed. The wall repairs are almost finished. At the news that the work was done, Jack Min's eyes lit up with excitement. Is it all built already? The cardinal confidently invited him to see the results. Yes, please have a look. The city gates swung open to reveal a towering figure standing amidst the falling white snow. Seeing the scene before them, the cardinals were struck speechless with shock. Hanso stood like a monument in the middle of the road, flaunting his rippling muscles and muttering to himself, "It's still missing something, but this will do." He began to flex, channeling all his strength, until his chest and abdominal muscles bulged violently under the suffocating pressure. Hanso radiated an overwhelming aura. Hanso gave off a crushing presence, appearing as a massive entity of pure muscle. Pope Jack Min and the cardinal couldn't help but panic. They screamed in shock because they had assumed everything had been completed long ago. The cardinal roared in a fury, "Puritan, what on earth is the meaning of this?" Standing nearby, Pierre's eyes widened in horror at the scene. He rushed over to demand an answer. Hanso, what the hell is going on? Didn't you say it was almost finished? Pierre asked. Hanso replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, there are still 2 weeks to go." The answer left Pierre speechless. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupted from the center, rippling through the stronghold and making the earth tremble violently. The surge of power continued to spread, crossing from the Holy Kingdom of Roman all the way to the Silvertherm Kingdom. Inside a small cottage, someone let out a sneeze. An old lady wrapped in blankets grumbled about the cold and told herself she needed to turn up the heat. The shockwave hit, but all she cared about was the freezing weather. She carried a tray of sweet potatoes and veggies toward the fireplace. Surprisingly, there wasn't any coal inside. It was a warrior. One of the muscle army soldiers was sitting there meditating, steam rising from his body. The old lady kindly fed him a bite and introduced the dish. "This is a blend of chicken breast, sweet potatoes, and greens," she said. After scarfing down the nutritious meal, he let out an excited roar about doing squats. He planned to do 1,000 squats to heat up the house. It was a fireplace powered by a gym bro, the muscle-bound version of heating technology. Sitting by the hearth, the old lady sighed with satisfaction. Oh, it's so warm, but that heat wasn't coming from dry wood. The warmth came from a member of the muscle army who was grinding out rep after rep of squats. Suddenly, he felt a strange vibration. His eyes went wide with shock, wondering if this was a signal from Lord Hanso. He decided he had to go check it out immediately. His bulging muscles began to quiver in sync with the powerful rhythm pulsing from the distance. Talk about a full bar muscle Wi-Fi signal. At the training grounds, the sound of clanging weights echoed through the steam. One warrior paused and asked, "Is that really Hanso calling for us?" The other guy confirmed it with certainty. The signal's a bit faint, but based on that specific pec contraction, it's definitely Hanso. Looking at the gym where they'd spent so much time with the warning burn hazard sign on the wall, they couldn't help but feel a bit sad to leave. But the leader's orders were absolute. A booming voice rang out, "Move out." Every single warrior stopped their training to assemble. A slight twitch in the pecs is how these gym bros receive internal comms. In a quiet space, a man took a sip of hot tea, looking regretful. "I really don't want to see you go. Can't you stay?" he asked. Gulo sat across from him, listening to the request with silent respect. Gulo looked down at his tea, admitting that a lot had happened since they started their journey at the gym dungeon. Sitting at the tea table in the ancient room, he insisted it had been a very meaningful time for him. Gulo stroked his beard, adding a touch of irony. "It was also a time where I almost died at the hands of His Highness." Memories of those brutal training days flashed through the soldiers' minds. They'd been carried on stretchers by their comrades, running non-stop across the battlefield. Suddenly, an earth-shattering impact occurred, leaving a massive crater. Emerging from the wreckage, Hinderbrand stood tall, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. The old king stared coldly at his opponent and growled. "Are you the one who turned the army into this?" he demanded. A soldier screamed in a panic. "We're under attack. Counterattack now." Hinderbrand stood there looking exhausted, muttering to himself, "How unfortunate. I lost my sword on the way here." Seeing his opponent still dazed, the old king gathered mana in his palms and suggested, "Why don't we settle this with magic instead, going into battle and forgetting your weapon?" "Your Highness, isn't it that way?" Hinderbrand turned around looking confused. Gulo rushed to explain. Gulo explained that the one he just attacked was actually an allied monster that had joined their ranks. Seeing two injured orc warriors nearby, Hinderbrand gave an apologetic smile. "My bad. Why don't we head inside so I can get the full story?" The two of them walked quietly into the camp. Hinderbrand glanced at Leon and the others before asking, "I'm sure you all have something to say, don't you?" A sinister grin spread across his face. Mysterious figures watched the situation inside the tent from the shadows. Hinderbrand took a sip of tea and explained, "I only acted that way because I didn't know what was happening." "Right," Brother Gulo gave a strained laugh and replied, "I get it." The old king curiously asked about Gulo's life in Silvertherm lately. Without hesitation, Gulo burst out laughing. "It's been a total disaster," the old king smiled, finding his honesty quite refreshing. "You really are an honest man. That's exactly why I don't want to let you go." Gulo went on to talk about the Old Kingdom's system. Hinderbrand nodded in agreement. "And you're the one who improved it so much." Gulo quietly sipped his tea, looking down humbly. "That's just because everyone was happy to do it, sir." And it was true. The builders had always been willing to give their all for the kingdom. Outside the tent, two muscle-bound warriors stood guard, protecting the important conversation as the snow fell, showing off their maximum level of dedication. 1, 2, 3, 4. The rhythmic count rang out as the muscle army members perfectly timed passing honeycomb briquettes to one another. With twisting and swinging motions, they transported fuel while getting a workout in. The body heat from their exercise even saved a massive amount of heating resources for the village. The builders even created custom workout programs for the elderly. One old man proudly showed off his rock-hard biceps next to his instructor. Working and hitting the gym at the same time, now that's how you optimize efficiency without missing a single beat. They could do this because they all came from the Gao race originally, scrawny and weak. It was weightlifting that brought them back to life with bulging muscles. A Gao warrior stood tall, his eyes glowing red with intense bloodlust as he lifted a heavy barbell. Using their experience, the hoodie builders visited the homes of retirees to provide direct coaching. In the middle of a snow-covered training yard, the elders are enthusiastically following the instructions, helping them shake off the boredom and become healthier than ever. Friendly waves and bright smiles are appearing more and more throughout the village. One old man laughs heartily, his aged face radiating pure, genuine happiness. Witnessing this scene, Hinderbrand quietly observes from behind. This is the first time he's truly seen his subjects smile. 2 weeks later, amidst the pure white snow, a powerful vibration begins to shake the sturdy city gates. The peace didn't last long, and it looks like a major crisis is about to break out. In front of him is Hanso's massive back, with his powerful muscles pulsing with raw energy. Both Hinderbrand and Pierre look visibly anxious, wondering what their next move should be in this situation. Du Hanso, his blue eyes glowing intensely, stares straight at the target and boldly declares, "There it is, the Great Wall." The muscle army begins to march formidably across the frozen snow. Each warrior stands tall, their entire body trembling with every muscular contraction. Du Hanso asserts that a well-trained body is like a solid pillar of steel. He leads the army toward the mountains, where these pillars of flesh are gradually overlapping to form a massive barrier. Du Hanso continues to explain that when those pillars combine, they create a city wall. The members of the muscle army line up all at once, tensing their bodies and locking their joints to create an impenetrable fortress. The ultimate technique, the Great Muscle Wall, is officially unleashed. A colossal wall is formed by thousands of muscle-bound warriors standing shoulder to shoulder, ready to face any hostile force. Witnessing this sight, Commander P grits her teeth in fury. "How dare you play games with our holy kingdom?" She immediately raises her hand to give the order, and the entire army prepares to strike. P points forward and bellows, "Wipe out the enemy." The knights armed with spears charge forward like a crashing wave. Facing the foe, Du Hanso roars, ordering the muscle army to hold the line. Those rippling muscles immediately tighten, bracing for the impact. On one side, killing intent flares, on the other muscles flex with absolute power. A barrage of spears stabs into the flesh, but they all shatter or bounce off uselessly. She stands there in shock, drenched in sweat, gasping out, "The attack. It's not working." Du Hanso lets out a smug smile. He declares loudly, "Don't you dare think of us as the same people from 3 months ago." A muscle warrior remains standing despite the heavy assault, adding, "No, don't even try to imagine our bodies from just 1 week ago." Du Hanso continues to shout with pure excitement. "Compared to yesterday, an hour ago, or even just 1 set ago, our toughness has reached a whole new level." The muscles glisten under the extreme pressure. Du Hanso bellows the name of the ultimate training philosophy, progressive overload. While the muscle army easily crushes the resistance of the Holy Kingdom soldiers, Du Hanso calmly looks at his opponent and asks nonchalantly, "So what about your rest time?" One of the muscle warriors smiles and confirms, "I've had plenty of rest." Du Hanso gives a quick satisfied thumbs up. "Good." Instantly, the enemy's spears thrust into the warriors' chests, but they shatter against muscles as hard as steel without leaving a single scratch. Seeing this, P screams in a panicked, doubting voice, "Du Hanso, were you lying when you said you'd build a wall?" Du Hanso calmly replies, "Not at all." P keeps questioning him, "Then how could you trick me like this?" But he insists he never lied. The truth is that wall hasn't moved a single inch. Amidst the rising dust, a massive wall made of the muscle warriors themselves, arms locked together, stands tall, protecting 2 giant toads, while the enemy is left completely helpless. P realizes with horror. Wait, they haven't counterattacked even once, because quite simply, that is the essence of a city wall. Pope Jackman boldly declares, "In our Roman kingdom, we absolutely do not use monsters as soldiers." But when Du Hanso suggests, "But what if we use them as the wall?" the boy's eyes immediately light up with excitement. Jackman enthusiastically gives a thumbs up in approval. "Now that actually works. Man, a wall made of monsters looks so cool." While P can only stand there speechless, a member of the muscle army suddenly touches Du Hanso and asks a question. "Du Hanso, why is your body looking so scrawny lately?" Du Hanso's expression instantly darkens as he growls back. "What the hell did you just say?" The word scrawny hit Du Hanso's ultimate sore spot. He explodes in a fit of rage, screaming, "Did you just say I'm losing muscle?" Without a second thought, Du Hanso swings his hand and slaps the shoulder of the subordinate who dared to speak out of turn. One of the warriors looks at Du Hanso with complete confusion. Immediately, Du Hanso starts landing thunderous punches on his own chest to trigger extreme muscle stimulation. He roars the name of the exercise, one-arm dumbbell press, and then lunges forward at a terrifying speed. A massive impact follows, sending violent shockwaves through the ground. The muscle soldier closes his eyes, feeling the white steam rising from his body after the strike. His eyes suddenly snap open, shining with an unusual determination. He flashes a bright smile and tells Du Hanso to stop messing around like that. But then he suddenly realizes that Du Hanso doesn't have the same strength he used to. Du Hanso's eyes widen in shock as he witnesses the terrifying power erupting right in front of him. The muscle warrior looks at his own smoking hand in disbelief. He quietly recalls the tradition that the strongest among them shall become the ghoulo. His face is covered in sweat, looking tense at the transformation happening within him. But just as he is about to declare himself the next ghoulo, a figure in official robes suddenly appears and delivers a fatal blow to his neck, knocking him out cold. The stranger respectfully approaches Du Hanso, asking if he's all right and what just happened. He was about to take the throne only to get blindsided. Du Hanso, with a bruised face, tearfully calls out the name ghoulo. Seeing his boss in tears, the man in the robes immediately reminds him not to cry, because crying causes muscle loss. The two of them sit quietly in the middle of the snow-covered lands. Du Hanso curls up, looking weak and depressed. The henchman is secretly worried seeing his leader so defeated, fearing that the long-standing order and hierarchy might completely collapse. Behind him, the muscle army, with glowing red eyes, and the giant chicken monster loom large, radiating a threatening aura. One subordinate approaches Gulo and asks, "Gulo, shouldn't we hold a new election for the leader?" Gulo breaks into a cold sweat as he senses a powerful presence. They're here. The giant toad monsters have arrived. Their presence makes the monsters below cower in fear. Gulo scolds them. "You stupid beasts. Do you have any idea what would happen if the leadership here changed?" He analyzed that because they were labeled as monsters, any change in leadership would trigger an immediate attack from the Holy Kingdom of Roman. Even the Silverearth Kingdom would treat them as enemies. If they swapped leaders now, they'd be wiped out in a heartbeat, so everyone was shaking in their boots. The only person capable of maintaining that survival balance was Hanso. Turning to Hanso, Gulo asked curiously, "Hanso, can you spin that thing with just your brute strength?" Hanso looked at the giant weight hesitantly. "Right now, I'm not too confident." Gulo immediately encouraged him. "It's just a game. Just a game. Just give it a try." Hanso wondered where this crude weight even came from. Then he began to lower his center of gravity, channeling all his strength into his powerful arms. He took a deep breath, grunts saying he wasn't confident, but getting into position anyway, his arms ready to unleash their full power. Hanso gritted his teeth, veins bulging all over his body. Grunts. He activated the skill, Heavy Plantic. 120. After an extreme effort, Hanso beamed and shouted, "I did it." Witnessing this, a member of the muscle army casually walked over and remarked, "Looks pretty light, huh? Move aside, let me give it a try." Gulo watched silently, thinking to himself, this isn't the only reason I'm on Hanso's side. He believed that, in theory, it was only a matter of time before Hanso became strong again. Hanso stood with his arms crossed majestically, while Gulo secretly decided, shouldn't I join the ranks of those betting their lives on him sooner rather than later? A warrior tried to lift the weight, but it only budged slightly, because Gulo had secretly used gravity to make it heavier. And in the end, no one could lift the weight except for Hanso. Watching from a distance, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, they can't even lift that. That's pathetic." In the middle of a vast, snowy field, a hand was raised high amidst the crowd. Hanso wins. All the while, Hanso maintained a calm and cold expression, while the disciples behind him clapped and cheered non-stop for their leader's victory. Immediately after the scene, changes to the weight training area. The atmosphere in here was boiling with energy, with the sound of counting echoing throughout the space. 6, 7, 8, 9 rang out continuously from the warriors diligently training their muscles. Even after winning, his face remained cold, a perfectly composed Sigma King. Hanso performed the final push and finished his set on the count of 10. But he suddenly paused with a thoughtful expression, thinking to himself, this isn't right. It feels different. Hanso panted, sweat pouring down his face. He silently made a decision, add 40 more kilograms. Witnessing this unbelievably small increase in weight, the disciple next to him asked in astonishment, "Is something wrong, boss? You're only adding 40 kilograms. Behind them, two members of the muscle army began to whisper with terrified looks on their faces. One of them revealed trembling. "I've heard stories about this before." The other asked curiously, "Stories about what?" For someone like Hanso, who had mastered every weightlifting technique he possessed, a very special ability, he could lift a light weight but make it feel infinitely heavy to himself. Hanso stood before the barbell, concentrating his entire will. He bent down, gripped the iron bar tightly, and took a deep breath. Phew. To regain his composure and banish his fear, Hanso slapped himself hard on both cheeks. He thought to himself, it's starting again. Hanso gritted his teeth, trying to calm himself against the invisible pressure. Hanso, don't be a coward. Are you really going to be afraid of this puny weight? He recalled this same mental state occurring when he trained with kettlebells before making things difficult for himself. The game wasn't hard. He was just making it hard on himself. Hanso strained to lift the giant barbell and roared, "It's light." Witnessing this, the muscle army member behind him couldn't help but worry, thinking, this is bad. He realized the current situation wasn't very favorable for returning to the Silverearth Kingdom. To survive in the Roman Holy Nation, he understood that relying on the city walls alone wasn't enough. He saw through the fact that the officials were still trying to find a way to get rid of his group. In the council chamber, an opinion was stated with certainty. All-out war is inevitable. If we carefully calculate our forces, we can achieve victory. Pope Jackman nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The wall is complete. If we focus on defense, the Holy Nation will win, won't it? A voice rang out decisively. Finally, we're on the same page, Pope Jackman. However, Gulo immediately waved his hand, shaking his head in disagreement. Not at all. The Holy Nation can't possibly defeat the kingdom. He explained that the will to fight on both sides was completely different. And despite the sharp glare from across the room, he calmly analyzed. Compared to the soldiers of the Holy Nation, who don't want to die because they still have families to support, the soldiers of Silverearth crave an honorable death after having lived long enough. He posed a challenging question. Do you really think the Holy Nation can defeat those frenzied veterans? I believe our God's army has already displayed overwhelming power. That sounds confident and all, but Their opponents are a bunch of hardcore survivors who are tough as nails. But he immediately refuted. Isn't that just a small group? Don't just focus on boosting morale. Assess the enemy's true strength. He emphasized that the very fact those soldiers had lived to old age was proof of their terrifying survival skills. Surviving to old age on the battlefield. Just hearing that tells you they're on another level. Grumbling and complaining are things even a child can do. Standing in the middle of the conference hall, the bald, gray-skinned man declared loudly before the officials. He was reminded that he should not teach such things to Pope Jackman. Defying them all, he roared in anger. Stop investing in useless things and invest in us. He pointed at the officials and questioned them. Don't you realize that a single decision of yours can alter the fates of tens of thousands, even millions of people? He urged. Stop worrying about dividing into factions, and look at what's practical. Witnessing his arrogance, an official sneered with contempt. Just a monster, but he's got quite a sharp tongue. The gray-skinned man suddenly asked a question. Have you never heard the story of the Count's kingdom? The young Pope Jackman asked blankly. The kingdom of Count Gudo. An official with glasses began to explain. It's a small, rural nation located in the south. Hearing this, Jackman oohed in surprise. The official continued saying that the nation's military strength had become so powerful that all neighboring countries had to be wary and watch Count Gudo's every move. He stated that this was the hottest story right now that everyone knew about. It's a nation where the entire populace possesses rippling muscular bodies. An image of Gudo and his muscle army appeared, looking imposing with swords in hand. Thanks to that prestige, no country dared to treat them with disrespect. And that national power was single-handedly created by Hanso. This information made everyone in the room's eyes go wide with astonishment. Everyone was shocked to hear it. One man shouldering an entire nation. So are you saying you can help our holy kingdom of Roman's national power grow that much in such a short time? The gray-skinned man asserted with confidence. Of course. Doesn't the holy kingdom of Roman possess something the kingdom of Silverthorn lacks? When asked what that was, he smirked and replied, it's the power of recovery that stems from youth. A muscular figure radiating a green aura of hope emerged with overwhelming strength. The gray-skinned man pointed forward boldly, declaring that it was only a matter of time before the holy kingdom of Roman became as powerful as Count Gudo's kingdom. Inject a little youth and you'll level up in no time. Facing the leaders, Gulo spoke up firmly. I understand what you're getting at. So what exactly is it that you want? High above the Pope watched on in silence. Gulo's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes gleaming through his monocle. What we want is. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Hanso was bracing himself and leaning over to start a new set of reps. Behind him, a member of the muscle army was diligently counting the rhythm. 5, 6. Keep it going. All across the training ground, dozens of warriors were immersed in their drills, creating a feverish atmosphere. A man with purple hair, a towel draped over his shoulder, exhaled a satisfied breath. Man, that feels amazing. Not far away, two members of the muscle army were looking around for equipment, looking confused. One asked, have you seen the 5-kilogram weight plates around here? The other pointed into the distance. Look over there. In a corner of the yard, a stranger was casually sitting there, messing around with the colorful weight plates. He muttered with amusement. These look so cute. They feel great in my hands. Seeing his training gear being treated like toys, Hanso stood there, frozen the veins on his face, bulging with pure rage. Gulo watched quietly, thinking to himself that not only were their demands being ignored, but the surveillance had actually intensified. He glared at those spying on them, feeling his blood boil. These Holy Kingdom bastards are something else, playing house with the weights. No wonder our guy is standing there frozen, ready to blow a fuse. However, Gulo's expression suddenly shifted, and he let out a sinister laugh. Everything was going according to plan. He calculated that what Hanso needed right now was weight and mindless focus. Amidst the noisy training ground, Hanso approached the two strangers and gave them a warning. Hey, let's show some manners and use the equipment properly. His request was met with nothing but contemptuous laughter. The brown-haired guy scoffed mockingly. Whoa, a monster talking about manners. The purple-haired one chimed in smugly. That is the funniest thing I've ever heard. Suddenly, a red weight plate was hurled through the air, slamming straight into Hanso's shoulder. He stared blankly as they yelled. The boomerang hit its mark. Hanso stood, rooted to the spot, his silence becoming terrifying. These guys had no idea they'd just poked a sleeping giant, laughing while they literally triggered their own self-destruct button. Hanso's lips pressed together under the sheer pressure. Suddenly, a blazing red aura erupted, enveloping Hanso's entire body. His eyes glowed like fire, and his face contorted with absolute fury. Every muscle in Hanso's body began to vibrate violently. Without a word, he threw himself into a set of bench presses with terrifying power. Watching this unfold, the members of the muscle army were completely stunned. They broke into a cold sweat, wondering if their leader had finally lost his mind, choosing to hit the weights at a time like this. But one member saw the truth and insisted this wasn't just a workout. He analyzed that at the exact moment he was about to rip his enemies apart, Hanso had instinctively reached for the barbell. This was undoubtedly a hard habit to break, born from the immense stress he'd been bottling up for so long. Instinct took over. Grab the weights first, save the fighting for later. All of Hanso's normal logic was fading away, replaced by a will of iron. Even though he was seething with rage, he told himself that when your anger hits the boiling point, there's nothing better than burying yourself in those slabs of iron. Hanso poured all his focus into every single rep. He silently counted to clear his mind of all distractions. He was so pissed he wouldn't hit a person, he'd just punish the weights until the set was finished. Hanso was sinking into a world of his own. He realized that the numbers didn't matter anymore. The most important thing was to feel his own body. He told himself to focus on every single muscle fiber with absolute precision. Deep inside, his fibers were screaming and twitching with every movement. In a space that should have been peaceful, Hanso was enduring excruciating pain, his face twisted in agony, as he furiously questioned why he was feeling such pain from something so light. He cursed his own weak body in a fit of rage, determined to end it all today. Hanso let out a roar in a state of pure euphoria, putting every ounce of strength into his set. Seeing that the two members of the muscle army were left speechless with shock. One of them wondered aloud how long he'd been on this single set. The other replied that it had probably been about 21 minutes already. Despite being in immense pain, Hanso's form didn't waver or falter for a second. His disciples couldn't stop praising their leader's incredible focus and muscular endurance as he continued to grind with that tiny dumbbell in his hand. Meanwhile, the nearby guards looked on with disdain. They assumed the opponent was simply too terrified to fight back. One of them mocked him, asking if the big bad monster boss was so scared he was shaking his tail. Smugly, he declared he'd add one more hit and decisively hurled the red disc toward the muscle army. The air suddenly turned ice cold. The towering warrior stood there, staring straight at the provocateur, his voice low and dangerous. "Don't you know that when someone's training, even a dog knows better than to touch them?" He sternly warned that he'd been watching for a long time and knew the other guy was constantly pushing his luck. An entire legion of muscular giants stepped forward in unison, radiating a suffocating killing intent. The guy who had just attacked finally started to tremble. He stammered in pure terror. "Huh, you're serious? Don't you know that if you lay a hand on us, you'll make the Holy Kingdom your enemy?" "Oh, I won't touch you. It just looked like you were a bit chilly, so I wanted to warm you up a little." While the guy stood there, confused, the giants began to close in, using their massive bodies to surround him. One of them whispered, "Well, feeling warm yet," as the guy was squeezed tight between walls of sweaty muscle. The young man screamed in terror. The sensation was just too bizarre. "Get away from me." The muscle-bound man calmly explained that muscles only generate heat when they're working. Then he muttered threateningly, "I'm about to make you even warmer." His eyes suddenly glowed, crimson veins bulging as he loudly declared his technique. Great pectoral wave. Instantly, the giants' chests began to vibrate violently, creating continuous shock waves that engulfed their victim. The poor young man writhed amidst the quivering masses of flesh. He cried out in despair. "This feels so wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong." The radiating heat made him scream, "No, it's too hot." Meanwhile, Hanso was grinding it out on the bench press, his face flushed from the strain. He wondered to himself if his whole body was burning up because he had vented all his anger onto the barbell. Hanso mused that whenever he got angry, lifting weights was the only answer, but the agonizing training only made him even angrier. He gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into his trembling arms, and let out a resounding roar. "I said I'm furious, so mad that the more it hurts, the more I burn." Witnessing this, a member of the muscle army frantically asked his comrade builder, "How long has it been?" The other guy, sweating bullets, replied, "He's been doing that single rep for 42 minutes now." The disciples cheered continuously. "Hanso, just a little more. You are awakening the latent muscles stored within your body." Hanso continued to strain, under the immense weight, spurred on by the resounding cheers of the muscle army members. Hanso put all his effort into doing pull-ups on a sheer cliff face. He told himself he just had to push a little harder. It seemed his old body couldn't return to him right away. It took a grueling 9 straight hours for Hanso to complete a single set, by which time night had fallen with a full bright moon. After the torturous workout, he fell into a deep sleep beside the heavy weights. In his slumber, Hanso's muscles began to contract and twitch violently. His eyes suddenly gleamed in the darkness, followed by a declaration. Finally, ready for a dialogue. As dawn broke, Hanso had begun a new challenge with a giant stone weight in his hands. A doubtful voice called out, "Can you even push that? What if you get hurt?" Despite the advice to train slowly and safely with an appropriate weight because this one seemed far too heavy, Hanso still gritted his teeth, enduring the crushing weight on his chest. When questioned about the principle of progressive overload, he suddenly roared, "Be quiet." Hanso admitted that progressive overload was good, and he wasn't ignorant about it. But if you're always scared and compromising, your body will never change. He gripped the bar with a confident smile and declared that his only limit was the person who had already given up. All the muscles on Hanso's body flexed with incredible power, as he used every ounce of his strength to break past his old limits. In short, if you're not going to break a record, don't even bother. He was all in, no turning back. The sound of the bench press echoed throughout the space as the stone weight was gradually pushed higher. Hanso roared in sheer ecstasy, his eyes glowing amidst the suffocating pressure. As soon as the bar was fully lifted, a voice of welcome rang out. "You have returned." Hanso looked up with emotional eyes, recognizing the presence of the primal power he had known for so long. The entity looked at him in silence and softly called partner. Watching Hanso train so fervently, the members of the muscle army couldn't help but buzz with discussion. "Doesn't Hanso-nim seem different today?" Another person nodded in agreement. "His mood seems to be on a real high." They wondered curiously if he had just achieved a new breakthrough in muscle development. Did he just have a muscle growth spurt? However, a member with a contemplative look on his face asserted, "No, that's demonic energy." He further explained that monsters who don't care about demonic energy, like the other members, wouldn't know. But for Hanso, demonic energy always flowed like a waterfall whenever he trained. In fact, this disciple had been quite worried when he saw that energy vanish for the past few days. "I was pretty worried these last few days when I couldn't sense any demonic energy." At that moment, Hanso suddenly waved him over, calling out loudly, "Gulo." As the loyal disciple approached and respectfully asked, "You called for me, sir?" Hanso immediately voiced his question. "I have something I want to ask you." Gulo calmly replied, "Yes, please ask." Hanso began to explain that he had always thought the flow of energy in his body was just blood circulation, so he hadn't paid it much mind. But then he held up his hand and said, "But look at this. The moment I lost muscle for a few days, you disciples got scared, thinking I'd suddenly gotten weaker." A burst of crimson energy suddenly erupted from Hanso's palm. He stared blankly at the strange light surrounding him and asked, "What is this?" Gulo immediately explained, "That is called mana." Hearing this, Hanso looked visibly disappointed. He whispered to himself, "So, it's not a new muscle group. I thought it was a type of muscle that only exists in this world." Seeing his boss's disappointment, Gulo quickly added an important piece of theoretical information. "If you can master it, you can create any piece of training equipment you want, anywhere you want." Hearing that he could create gym equipment, Hanso's eyes immediately lit up. He broke into a radiant, excited smile. "Really?" Gulo began to explain in more detail that mana is what can change the laws of the world by applying pressure to the circulation inside or outside the body. The user can make the internal circulation even stronger or even directly affect external elements. The instructor explained that disrupting the external circulation is the basic principle. However, in Hanso's case, strengthening his internal circulation would be much more effective. He asked Hanso to first spread his feet shoulder-width apart. Placing his hands on Hanso's mighty shoulders, he instructed, "Close your eyes and try to feel the flow of mana from your abdomen or your heart." Hanso followed, thinking to himself, "Feel the flow of mana from my heart." He continued to focus intently, wondering if maybe he was supposed to feel it from his abdomen instead. But Hanso quickly gave up, scratching his head and complaining, "I don't get it. This is too hard." Seeing his difficulty, the instructor suggested, "Well, how about this? Try focusing your strength in your lower abdomen." He even placed a hand on his own stomach to demonstrate for Hanso. He's a beast when he's training, but ask him a question and his brain just fries. The instructor continued his guidance. "Try controlling your muscles like you're drawing a circle, focusing all that power right in your lower abdomen." Instantly, Hanso-do's abdominal muscles began to ripple and contract in a rhythmic pulse. He cheered him on, telling him to imagine pushing that muscular flow out through his hands. Just like that, the technique known as pumping control was officially activated. The muscles on Hanso-do's chest began to swirl violently, creating a powerful vortex of pure brawn. Every individual muscle group that was once distinct started to fuse together with incredible fluidity. Surges of burning energy raced through Hanso's body, focusing entirely into his glowing hands. He stared at the swirling crimson spirit energy in his palms before suddenly letting it rip. A world-shaking explosion erupted instantly. He was just practicing, but he unleashed a skill like some final boss. The ground couldn't even handle it. Witnessing a massive red sphere appear in the sky above the castle, the muscle army and Lena were frozen in absolute terror. One of them trembled, gasping out, "What on earth is that?" The eerie sphere vibrated violently before suddenly dissolving into a cloud of red dust in mid-air. Hanso-do looked up, dazed, and muttered, "Oh, it's gone." Meanwhile, Gulo was panting, heavily drenched in sweat from pure exhaustion. Hanso-do looked disappointed, sighing, "What a shame." Gulo was internally reeling, thinking to himself, "I never imagined his power would be on this level." Staring at Hanso-do's massive godlike back, a dark ambition began to brew in Gulo's mind. "If I can figure out how to use this monster, could I conquer the entire continent, maybe even rule the world?" Hanso-do suddenly turned and asked Gulo what's next. Gulo jumped and stammered, "Oh yes, well, next is," and he began to explain. "There are many ways to use mana. You should try to learn and see how the creatures in this land utilize it." Gulo flashed a wicked ear-to-ear grin. Over in the Roman kingdom, an emergency meeting was underway. With a stone-cold declaration, they had to kick them out immediately. An official wearing glasses asked with concern, "Did everyone see that mana aura earlier this afternoon? It's bound to bring harm to the Holy Kingdom." While one side was busy learning skills, the other was already meeting to kick them to the curb. Another official nodded in agreement. Exactly, that was clearly a threat. Please give us permission to drive that monster away. In the solemn council chamber, voices rose in unison, begging for permission. Amidst the tension, the young Pope Jack Min casually asked, "How's the Silver Thorn Kingdom doing? Are they on their way?" The whole room was as tight as a drumstring, yet he was the only one asking questions like he was just catching up on some drama. Back in the council room, an elderly official reported anxiously that the Silver Thorn Kingdom's army was currently delaying their God Knight's guerrilla march. He pleaded with urgency, "That's why you need to build a proper wall right now. It's not too late." Contrary to the gravity of the situation, Pope Jack Min just shrugged it off. "But a wall of monsters looks way cooler." His words left the advisors shouting in sheer frustration and helplessness. Facing total opposition, Jack Min pouted like a spoiled child. Seeing the tension peak, one official finally backed down. "Fine, I get it. Let's talk about the wall situation one more time." The meeting continued in the vast echoing hall filled with empty seats. Meanwhile, in a remote snow-covered mountain range, howling winds whipped around the towering peaks in the dead of night. In the middle of the white wilderness, a group of monsters gathered to plot their next move. A massive ice entity declared loudly, "I heard the human's wall has finally crumbled." His eyes glowed as he asserted, "Let's take this chance to force the human race to their knees." Instantly, a long-haired female demon spoke up challenging him. "That's all well and good, but why are you acting like you're the leader? Our three tribes are supposed to be equals." They hadn't even started the fight yet, and they were already fighting over the top spot. Nothing but drama before the meeting even ended. A fierce, gray-furred Conti bared its fangs and roared in excitement. "The demon girl is right. Out of the three tribes, the Yeti tribe has the greatest numbers, so I should be the leader." To show off his power, the giant ice entity took a deep breath. He poured all his strength into his massive arms and slammed a thunderous punch into the ground. A massive explosion erupted, causing the earth to crack and shake violently under the suffocating pressure. Standing tall amidst the dust and debris, the ice entity asked coldly, "So, the Yeti is the leader. Why don't you say that one more time?" Watching from behind a rock, a member of the muscle army whispered to Hanso Du, "Did you see him use mana to create that ice pillar just now?" Hanso Du watched silently and replied, "I saw it." The subordinate continued to explain that for monsters the amount of mana they possess is the ultimate measure of their strength. He suggested excitedly, "Come on, let's try to guess who will end up as the leader based on their mana levels." However, Hanso Du already had his own answer. He suddenly appeared, lifting the Yeti's massive arm with just one hand, and declared firmly, "Muscle density wins." Hanso Du flashed a confident smirk, while the monster could only stare back wide-eyed and paralyzed with shock. In the middle of the snowy forest, Hinderbrand stood tall, facing off against a red-haired boy in a fierce sword duel. The boy parried the blows, flashing a provocative grin. "This old geezer sure has a temper." Hinderbrand replied with a cold, stern expression. "An old man's time is very expensive." He suddenly lunged forward, moving like a ghost, and growled, "Do you want me to make it even more costly for you?" Hinderbrand focused intensely, putting everything into a finishing blow. A massive pillar of blue light pierced straight through the boy's chest, causing a devastating impact. The boy collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood and groaning in his final moments. One hit, and it looked like game over, but believe it or not, that was just the beginning. Hinderbrand silently sheathed his sword and turned to walk away, certain his opponent was finished. But the boy wasn't dead yet, his eyes flared with murderous intent. A lightning-fast counterslash forced Hinderbrand to spin around in absolute shock. The boy stood there with a gaping wound in his chest and mocked him. "Whoa. You survived that." The boss thought the area was clear, but he got hit with a counterattack the moment he turned his back. Standing behind them, a friend stepped closer and asked, "Need some help?" The red-haired boy brushed it off casually. "Help with what? Let's just live life to the fullest and then head out." The friend muttered that he didn't exactly look like a winner, which made the boy snap. "What was that, you brat?" Hinderbrand watched silently, realizing, "As I thought, that's a very strange body." Sensing the old man knew something, the boy pressed him. "As you thought, you sound like you knew this was going to happen." Hinderbrand gave a faint smile and replied calmly, "When you've lived as long as I have, you hear all sorts of things. For instance, an officer of Oculus, whose heart the heart of an Ogun isn't located on the left side of his chest." Hinderbrand quietly explained it's somewhere among the internal organs, something like that. Hearing his secret exposed, Ogun gritted his teeth in fury, while Lai focused on observing their opponent. Immediately, Ogun gathered a brilliant red energy in his hand, ready for a frenzied counterattack. Pillars of ice and water erupted consecutively, with breathtaking power engulfing the entire battlefield in a white blizzard that dwarfed all creation. The battle exploded with ferocity, as the two streams of red and blue energy clashed violently in mid-air. A hexagonal shield materialized to block the fiery attacks raining down. With his eyes glowing, Hinderbrand poured all of his essence into a single, decisive swing of his sword. Hinderbrand silently watched the events unfold with a pensive expression. Ogun flashed an arrogant smile, held out his hand and exclaimed with excitement, "How exhilarating!" Standing in the middle of the vast snowy field, Hinderbrand coldly confirmed that the rumors about him using magic that takes the form of internal organs turned out to be true. Ogun roared in fury. "What right do you have to judge me?" Instantly, a severed arm flew into the air, much to his horror. Hinderbrand coolly swung his sword. He observed quietly and remarked thoughtfully, "Oh, a higher recovery rate than I thought." A giant mass of flesh, like a constantly beating heart, suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The little girl, Winnie, with her sinister golden eyes, gave a haunting smile and said casually, "Thanks for the meal." Witnessing this, Ogun roared accusingly, "Winnie, I told you not to help." Winnie replied calmly, "If I hadn't helped, you might have had to fight seriously, wouldn't you?" Hinderbrand stood imposingly before the massive entity and declared, "No matter how tough it is in the end, this is just conceptual magic, isn't it?" Hinderbrand unleashed a series of lightning-fast slashes at the violently convulsing mass of flesh. An earth-shattering energy explosion erupted after Hinderbrand's final attack. Ogun looked back to give instructions to the little girl behind him. "Winnie, make sure you report this clearly to the big boss." His face became incredibly sinister, his glowing red eyes radiating killing intent. He broke into a crazed grin and screamed, "I'm going to wipe them all out." Hinderbrand quietly sheathed his sword. He calmly announced, "Let's end it here. I'll accept that offer." The tension temporarily subsided. At the fortified city gate, an army of knights was lined up, strictly guarding the area in front of the camp. Hanso looked towards the soldiers blocking the road, and casually remarked that they were just like walls. The atmosphere had barely settled when another living wall appeared right before their eyes. An official in red robes and glasses spoke up, declaring, "In your absence, I've had a fortress wall erected, so your presence is no longer necessary." Hearing this, a muscular member of the army was extremely doubtful. He thought to himself, how could they finish repairing the wall in just half a day? That's impossible. A green-skinned warrior stepped forward to explain, "You must have already confirmed that we mean no harm, right?" The official pointed at Hanso's group and said sharply, "But the ones following you are all yetis, frost giants, and snow women. The very ones who always stir up trouble in this region." The conversation quickly shifted from defense to a tense background check on the entire group. He stated firmly that there was no way the Holy Nation would risk letting hostile monsters into the city. Just then, a soldier ran up breathlessly to report an urgent message. The official opened the scroll and read it with a tense expression. He immediately requested a pause to conduct a private meeting. Inside the tent, dark figures whispered secretively amidst a grave atmosphere. After some discussion, the official cleared his throat to regain his composure. He declared that the Holy Nation didn't need to take on more risk, but if driven away, Hanso's group would become vulnerable to outside attacks. Suddenly he beamed and announced loudly that because the value of life is immeasurable, the Holy Nation had decided to allow the monsters to enter the city. This took place 1 week before the main battle officially broke out. Atop the towering city walls, a soldier stealthily observed the distant situation amidst the howling wind. He nervously swallowed tense in the terrifying silence. Suddenly, war drums thundered as a multitude of crimson flags and spears appeared on the horizon. The elite army of the Silverthorn Kingdom veterans with rippling muscles advanced imposingly. One wore a rabbit mask, another a dainty but deadly pink bow. The rabbit princess general, with her arrogant red glasses, complained, war is so boring. There's no dopamine rush at all." The old minister beside her, a sort of nation's grandpa, nodded in agreement. "It's the same with all these failing nations." Looking at the structure ahead, the rabbit general muttered, "I clearly remember destroying that wall last time." He scoffed upon seeing how surprisingly fast the enemy had repaired it. Staring at the tightly shut city gate amidst the snowy wind, he turned to his comrades and asked, "So, shall we just charge right in?" Receiving a nod of agreement, a full-scale assault was launched. The mighty army with thousands of crimson flags marched thunderously through the snowy mountains. To the frantic beat of war drums, the soldiers on the wall looked down in horror as the Haydn Legion closed in at the base of the wall. Suddenly, the eyes behind the red glasses flashed with sharp perception. A decisive shout of weight rang out, halting the attack for a brief moment. The rabbit general immediately sensed something was wrong and muttered, "Are these Snow Queen's magic traps on both sides of the wall?" Brilliant blue magic circles began to emerge from beneath the thin layer of snow. Based on his experience, he analyzed that the enemy had used mist magic to conceal these arrays. He smirked sinisterly, realizing those bastards actually dared to treat the kingdom as an enemy. Immediately, his objective shifted. "Fine, the next mission is to conquer the Snow Queen." Roaring with excitement, Gongming ripped his shirt open and barked orders to the entire army. "What are you doing? Charge straight through the center." The muscle army charged forward like a frantic whirlwind of power, heading straight for the city gates. Up on the walls, the Roman soldiers were straining to pull their bowstrings taut, ready for battle. At the command to fire, a barrage of arrows sliced through the air, raining down like a storm on their opponents. Yet facing the rain of arrows, the warriors of the muscle army wearing those ridiculous hats casually commented, "Look at all those flying flowers, easy pickings. It's like watching a low-budget meteor shower." Instead of getting hit, these warriors moved like seasoned pros, gracefully dodging every single arrow with effortless rhythmic movements. Witnessing that unbelievable sight, a soldier on the wall gasped in shock. What kind of soldiers are these? Right then, a buff guy wearing sunglasses smirked and declared the next step was to set up ladders for the siege. Heavy chants of Hosoda echoed as massive wooden ladders were raised against the sturdy walls. After dodging the skills, they went straight for the tower push, not giving the enemy a second to breathe. High above a white-haired warrior, asked blankly, "What's that guy doing?" Down below, a man in a yellow tank top was struggling to climb while people shouted at him to get away because it was dangerous. Suddenly, Hanso appeared at the top of the wall. He concentrated intensely and loudly announced his technique, cable pullover. The ladders were shoved back, accompanied by the horrific screams of soldiers falling from the heights. Witnessing the strange cable pullover move, the general muttered, "I've never heard of this magic before. What region is this from?" He adjusted his red glasses, looking genuinely intrigued. "Well, at my age, it's quite a treat to face a magic I've never seen." Instead of being afraid, he was incredibly hyped and roared, "This is so exciting." With a powerful leap, he launched himself straight at the wall. Hearing the commotion, the soldiers panicked and shouted, "That's General Dobit's footsteps. Clear the way." General Dobit, with his signature red glasses and rabbit ears, flashed a manic grin. He roared with determination, "I'll smash right through this wall." A world-shaking impact exploded, but as the smoke cleared, General Dobit suddenly paused, filled with doubt. He realized his attack seemed to have been stopped by an invisible barrier. "Looks like something's blocking me." From within the dust, a pale, muscular figure stood firm as a rock. Seeing this impossible sight, General Dobit's eyes widened as he asked in shock, "What the hell is this? I put my heart and soul into that strike, only to hit a Pro-Max wall. This is so embarrassing." Under the layer of dust, an entire army of pale-skinned, hollow-eyed muscle men emerged. General Dobit stared at these strange creatures and wondered, "Are they monsters?" In response to his doubt, one of the army members calmly stated, "The wall." Facing that defiant answer, General Dobit smirked. "Is that so?" He suddenly swung his rabbit staff, delivering a powerful blow to the opponent's neck. After the impact, General Dobit couldn't help but be impressed. "Wow, you're really tough. Seems you're even harder than the city wall." Seeing the smug look on the pale giant's face, he immediately spotted a weakness and shouted, "But you're way too short." General Dobit swung his staff down from above, aiming right for the top of his opponent's head, but he immediately froze in shock at a new presence. Now what on earth is that? The city gates shattered as a giant creature suddenly appeared, making General Dobit cry out in utter amazement. Kocatras. He immediately ordered his entire army to fall back 10 steps to keep a safe distance. Seeing this, the Gudo soldiers cheered, thinking they had won, but the Count immediately warned them that the enemy didn't just rely on brute force. In reality, General Dobit was an intellectual fighter. He was feeling incredibly exhilarated by this new challenge. To focus on figuring out how to defeat his opponent, he ordered his subordinates to bring coffee and donuts right to the battlefield. Taking the tray, he smugly prepared to enjoy the sweet treat in the middle of the front lines. But suddenly, a hand swung out and swatted the donut away, leaving him stunned. Hanso loomed in the middle of the enemy ranks with a stern expression. General Dobit gave a sinister laugh, thinking Hanso was seeking his own death by choosing hard mode against him. Hanso stood tall and fearless amidst the enemy spears. He coldly stated that he could hear non-stop screaming. General Dobit mocked him, asking if those were the screams Hanso would make once he was defeated. Hanso questioned him loudly. "You can't hear it." He explained that it was the very muscles on General Dobit's body that wanted to break free, and they were screaming constantly. As the enemy stood there, dazed Hanso let out a thunderous roar. "Go hit the gym, kid." A suffocating killing intent from Hanso filled the air. "Those muscles want to escape your world. They're screaming for it." At the base of the towering wall, a massive crack appeared. Right above where the muscle army was positioned, two members wearing heart and star-shaped glasses watched silently and chatted. "Hey, you think this spot looks breakable?" The other guy confidently replied, "Easy as pie." They decided to have a speed race, to see who could smash the wall before the official order was even given. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from above. "Jetty won't let anyone bully Big Bro's subordinates." A massive entity with deep purple fur plummeted from the sky onto the city wall. Thick dust and smoke covered the area in a bright red haze. The monster roared with pride. "When Big Bro is away, Jetty is the boss. Big Bro has to protect his crew." It bared its fangs and claws, roaring to show its dominance in front of the two muscle warriors. The two muscle soldiers glanced at each other sharply. As soon as Jetty swung its arm to attack, they quickly leaped away to dodge, sweeping blows that missed by a hair. Facing the consecutive attacks, the monster suddenly paused with an annoyed look and grumbled. "Jetty feels so itchy." Its rage exploded as it screamed, "D." The monster opened its mouth wide, letting out a sky-shaking roar that revealed its sharp, threatening teeth. Two muscular squad members, one wearing heart-shaped glasses and the other star-shaped ones, suddenly charged forward, landing a heavy blow that brought the giant Yeti down. They confidently declared that they had memorized the monster's attack patterns long ago. Looking at the motionless creature, the two asked smugly, "Yeti, why don't you get up?" immediately after they yelled attack and began their assault. However, despite taking a barrage of direct hits, the man stood firm as a rock, his expression unchanging. The opponent's calmness, even with an entire army at his back, left the two attackers utterly stunned. They both began to gasp for breath from exhaustion. They wondered in confusion why they couldn't inflict any damage at all. What was the secret to breaking through? As they looked closely at the towering muscles before them, a shocking truth dawned on them. Wait. Looking closely, this flesh is as hard as steel. They wondered in despair how they could possibly break through such perfect muscle armor. Hanso appeared like a guardian deity, his imposing figure drawing everyone's attention. A man in a pink bunny outfit remarks, "That's a pretty nice outfit, but this is the first time we've met, isn't it?" He coldly warns Hanso that if he doesn't understand his opponent's moves, he'll end up throwing his life away for nothing. He skeptically asks if Hanso is truly confident in his own durability. In an instant, Hanso is surrounded by a mob and hit with a barrage of attacks. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Hanso suddenly closes the distance and restrains a man from behind. Gripping his opponent with his massive, powerful hands, he starts giving instructions. "Hold it tight like this." Hanso begins performing back rows using the victim's body as the weight, leaving the man screaming in utter helplessness. "What the hell is a back row? Your strength is too much. I can't even move." Hanso remains unfazed, maintaining the workout and starting to count the reps. "Feel those back muscles, let's do 5 more. 1, 2. The man screams in agony, "Don't move." This feels awful despite his desperate cries that he absolutely hates this. Hanso moves on to another guy wearing a red tank top. He adjusts the man's posture and gives him a reminder. "Widen your grip a bit." Hanso coldly announces the next exercise. The poor guy's back trembles as he's forced into a kneeling position, wondering what kind of twisted move he just got hit with. At a glance, it looks like torture, but if you look closely, it's just a personal training session where the form is being pushed way too hard. Watching this bizarre scene from a distance, a commander with a mustache and sunglasses lets out a sinister smirk. The old man mumbles an admission, "Fine, I'll admit this is a type of power I've never seen before." He quietly watches the muscle army using bodybuilding exercises to torment his soldiers. However, the commander still remains incredibly confident. He believes that no matter how powerful a beast is, there's always a way to break it. By launching non-stop attacks, the predator's stamina will eventually be ground down to nothing. That's when the animal's weak nature will be exposed. Once it loses its confidence and falls into a state of fear, the beast won't even be able to use the strengths it was born with. Finally, when the monster is completely broken and curled up in a ball, a single finishing blow from a sword will end everything instantly. He confidently asserts that time is on his side. He watches with smug satisfaction, challenging Hanso to see how long he can hold out under this kind of pressure. Meanwhile, Hanso calmly performs overhead presses, right in the middle of the smoke-filled battlefield. 30 minutes pass and the enemy wonders in confusion why their opponent hasn't collapsed yet. A member of the muscle army suddenly turns around when he senses someone approaching. He silently observes his opponent and realizes a shocking truth about their uneven muscle stimulation. Without any regard for life or death, the muscle soldier demands that the opponent perform another 1,529 reps on this side. Gudo isn't doing any better. He groans that everything is so heavy he feels like he's about to die. Hearing this, Hanso immediately approaches to check on him and casually asks, "Does it hurt?" Hanso continues to fix his form, ordering him to drop his knees lower and lean forward a bit. Then the workout begins. Hanso urges him to maximize the contraction and extension of his muscle groups right then and there. He roars, demanding a powerful contraction for maximum efficiency. Absolutely furious at being dragged into this bizarre training session, Rabbit whips around and screams in pure rage. "You guys haven't even tried to fight this whole time. What the hell do you think you're doing?" Hanso looks at him with a haunting gaze and fires back a question. "You already know, so why ask?" He flashes a radiant, crazed smile and loudly declares his safe training motto, "Lightweight, baby." The entire muscle army begins their exercises in perfect rhythm. They shout in unison. Hanso leads them, clearly counting the beats, 3, 4, 5. Their arms begin to shake violently under the extreme pressure of the workout. His whole body is trembling, but the old man silently thinks to himself, "This is addictive. And surprisingly, my joints don't hurt at all." The old man even shudders as he feels a strange sense of pleasure creeping through his body, telling himself it's fine. But his strength has its limits. He collapses to the ground, gasping for air. "Let's stop for now." Hanso immediately leans in close, sporting his signature bright smile and checks in. "Hey member, are you feeling tired?" The old man looks at the young man in front of him, silently admitting that this workout truly provided a fresh and incredibly interesting hit of dopamine. He tells himself he was almost ready to admit his army's defeat. The reason for this sudden halt is simply because the king has arrived. From a distance on the windswept snowy hilltop, King Hinderbrand with his long white hair scans the battlefield with cold, sharp eyes. A muscle army member standing nearby can't help but break into a cold sweat from the sheer intimidation. Hinderbrand slowly walks toward Hanso and asks clearly, "Are you the one Gulo chose?" The final boss has appeared, and the atmosphere naturally shifts into serious mode. Looking at Hanso's massive physique, Hinderbrand silently judges that such a body certainly isn't the result of ordinary experience. He firmly asserts that hidden beneath that flesh is the power of someone truly formidable. Hinderbrand quietly approaches his eyes, never leaving his opponent. Hanso stands his ground, his face turning stern as he faces the legendary king head-on. The two stand opposite each other, creating a suffocating tension in the snow-covered lands. Hanso swings a 1,000-pound punch directly at old King Hinderbrand's face. The direct hit deforms the opponent's face under the terrifying pressure. Currently, Hinderbrand's muscles exist in two main forms: atrophied muscles and a massive amount of muscle memory. Hanso stands tall, showing off his rippling, powerful muscles, while the old king struggles to find his fighting self. Even Hinderbrand himself didn't know which strike would have more of an impact before he actually threw the punch. In other words, the real question here is, does Hinderbrand even have muscles? An earth-shattering collision exploded a moment later, making the very air tremble. The punch slammed right into Hanso's face, kicking up clouds of white smoke, and at first, the answer seemed to be no. Hinderbrand kept raining down thunderous blows, leaving Hanso frozen as he took the hits. Another heavy strike landed, but reality roared back with a clear, "Yes, he does." Hanso's eyes flared with a steady blue light as he quickly regained his focus to launch a counterattack. Watching the scene from afar, a subordinate in sunglasses curiously asked Princess Rabbit, "Why is King Hinderbrand fighting with his bare hands?" The figure wearing pink rabbit ears watched silently and replied profoundly, "You're still too green. It's simple, true top-tier warriors don't need weapons. Muscles are more than enough. The best feeling in the world is crushing your opponent using their own specialty. That's the ultimate peak that all veterans chase after." Hanso stood his ground against the barrage of punches and nonchalantly declared that he didn't feel a thing this time. He immediately countered with a powerful bench press move. The guy thought Hanso's style was heavy, but way too simple. Continuous strikes slammed into Hanso's chest, and he finally started looking like he was in trouble. Hanso let out a roar, declaring that lifting weights is anything but simple. Memories of his early training days came rushing back. Back when Hanso was just a naive kid, he asked his master, "Master, why do we keep doing the same things over and over?" He complained that the daily repetition was honestly just boring. The master, wearing a red headband, smiled and began to explain the variety in every body part, the sets, and the total volume of weights. He emphasized that from the range of motion to the angles, there are countless things that change in every workout. The most magical transformation is the change in every single cell of your body. That's what's truly great. At the time, Hanso could only nod in respect. "You're right, master. It turns out the gym routine doesn't repeat. It's just the lifter who doesn't fully understand it yet." Back in the fight, Hanso blurred past his opponent with insane speed. The enemy was still confidently claiming that such obvious attacks would never touch him. But a thunderous punch landed instantly, leaving him badly injured and spitting up blood in total shock. Watching the scene, someone on the sidelines cheered excitedly. "That was a lucky punch." Hanso frowned slightly, repeating doubtfully, "A lucky punch? No." Before his opponent could even react, he switched his style to an overgrip. He delivered a thunderous blow that sent the old king flying his body, slamming hard against the ground. Getting up from the hit, Hinderbrand smirked with interest and remarked, "You actually dared to change the trajectory of your attack." The old king flatly admitted, "I'll give it to you, your fighting technique is impressive." Hinderbrand then quietly pulled out a sharp weapon. Suddenly, a brilliant blue aura erupted from his entire body. He activated a body reinforcement skill and coldly declared, "The game ends here." Seeing his opponent start using supernatural powers, a member of the muscle army shouted in a panic, "This is bad. He's not just physically strong, he's using magic too." "Sir, you have to use magic too." Hanso stood there dazed, asking himself, "Magic?" In his mind, a new definition began to take shape. Magic is the abs. He told himself that the abdominal muscles are the core, and the core is the very center of the body's balance. Hanso's abdominal muscles began to contract and vibrate with intense power. He poured all his focus into his core to make his body magic as rock-solid as possible. He let out a roar of magic and immediately transformed into the 212 division state, a brutal professional bodybuilding category. With a massive bulging physique and thigh muscles as thick as cold steel, Hanso stood tall within a glowing red aura. Hinderbrand couldn't hide his shock. He muttered that this was a type of magic he'd never heard of in his entire life. However, Hinderbrand didn't back down. He gripped his sword tight, condensing a brilliant blue aura around the steel blade. He scoffed, thinking his opponent was actually just shrinking his body down. Then he suddenly unleashed a massive energy slash that tore through the air heading straight for Hanso. A violent collision erupted. but Du Hanso nonchalantly used his steel-like massive arm to completely block the energy slash. Hinderbrand's eyes widened in sheer terror. He was breaking out in a cold sweat seeing the young man's unbelievable defense. In contrast to that panic, Du Hanso gave a slight smirk, smiling with supreme confidence and arrogance at his opponent. The story suddenly jumps back to the year 2007, a time when all professional athletes competed together on a single stage without any weight classes. Among the towering muscles of the massive competitors, a giant killer suddenly appeared. It was an athlete of humble height, but he possessed muscles so perfect and sharp that they shook the entire hall. From then on, shorter lifters consistently started placing higher than the taller athletes. The bodybuilding industry suffered a massive shock. The taller athletes began to fall into states of deep depression and intense resentment. The pride of those giant lifters was deeply wounded after losing to their shorter rivals. They spent their days suffering in the darkness, cursing themselves as trash and feeling smaller than cockroaches. This situation became so serious that it threatened the very survival of professional bodybuilding competitions. Facing that pressure, the authorities had to consider changing the judging criteria to make things harder for the shorter athletes. During a tense press conference when asked why they were creating separate divisions, President Ip Santosa spoke out firmly. He said his organization had actually been considering this for a long time, but the shorter a person's body is, the more of an advantage they have in maintaining it. No matter what size or shape you try to give these people, it's completely meaningless. The fitness reporters were stunned and asked for clarification. What does that mean? Even if the conditions change, it won't make a difference. The official frowned, snapping back in irritation. You call yourselves fitness reporters and you don't even understand this. It's because every single cell in these people is incredibly close to one another. That means they can transform their bodies as flexibly as a chameleon. Back at the battle, Du Hanso, in his towering 212 form, stood face to face with Hinderbrand. The old king gathered every drop of his mana and announced with a booming voice, "I'm going to pierce right through you, using this momentum." A lightning-fast bolt of brilliant blue energy surged forward, aiming straight for Du Hanso's massive back. But Du Hanso stood his ground like a mountain, coldly hitting a back double biceps pose as he flexed his triceps. The muscles on Du Hanso's back began to ripple and twitch with raw power under the intense pressure of the blade. The situation was quickly defying all logic in a way that was hard to explain. Du Hanso glanced back and gave a piece of advice to all the other bodybuilders. Don't let your size make you feel insecure. Look closely, this is how it's done. The muscle-bound army behind him could only watch with wide eyes, holding their breath as their leader pulled off the impossible. The fibers of Du Hanso's back swelled like mountain ranges of steel, clamping down on the enemy's blade until it couldn't move an inch. The sickening sound of metal cracking echoed repeatedly until Du Hanso barked out "Weapon Breaker." The old king's sword shattered instantly under the sheer force of those muscles, leaving Hinderbrand gasping in shock. This is impossible. I refuse to accept this defeat. Driven to madness, Hinderbrand triggered every enhancement he had: muscle reinforcement, explosive power, and physical stamina. A shroud of blue soul fire completely engulfed the old king. Hinderbrand roared, "I'm putting everything I have into this one last strike." He blurred across the battlefield at a terrifying speed, unleashing a storm of lightning-fast blows that trapped Du Hanso in a blinding sphere of light. Hinderbrand screamed in desperate rage, but through the chaos, Du Hanso just let out a defiant, arrogant smirk. He stood there completely unfazed, taking every single hit like it was nothing more than a relaxing full-body massage. Du Hanso stood tall, using his opponent's most brutal attacks to actually stimulate and loosen up his massive muscle groups. Hinderbrand was gasping for air, completely drained after his relentless assault. Du Hanso strolled forward and casually asked, "Is the show over now?" Standing over his collapsing opponent, he declared firmly, "Now, it's my turn to take your move." Du Hanso turned, showcasing his rippling physique and shouting, "Side chest." A brilliant, blinding aura exploded from him, leaving Hinderbrand paralyzed with awe. Du Hanso kept cycling through powerful side chest poses, while the old king lay there completely broken and spent. While everyone else was dazed, one observer screamed out, "Can't you guys see it? The roar of a wild beast is coming from those very movements." Suddenly, a fierce, blood-red aura in the shape of a beast's head wrapped around Du Hanso, unleashing a suffocating pressure that dominated the entire battlefield. It reached a point where no one could tell the difference between a performance and pure destruction. Hinderbrand looked up at his rival and rasped, I'm withdrawing my troops." He wondered if it was finally time to just stop. In all his long years of life, he had never seen a defense so terrifying. The old king decisively announced his surrender, and Du Hanso just smiled back. "Good call, old man," Du Hanso replied. But suddenly the old king swung a glowing blue magic sword only for Du Hanso to dodge it with godlike reflexes. Hinderbrand couldn't help but marvel, admitting that Du Hanso's reflexes were that of a total monster. He raised his sword high, finally acknowledging that Du Hanso's very body was a form of magic itself. Magic is the power to make mana a reality. And right now, Hanso was gritting his teeth, channeling his energy to turn his entire body into a pillar of roaring red flames. Hinderbrand manifested a unique magic weapon, glowing with brilliant blue energy. Even if Hanso's body could shatter normal steel, muscles can't catch something that has no fixed shape. Hinderbrand moved with blinding speed, swinging the magic blade and slashing deep into Hanso's shoulder. Hanso gritted his teeth against the pain and hissed, "Ugh. For the first time ever, even my muscles have to admit, this is getting a bit intense." Hanso dropped into a stance, his leg muscles coiling with immense power. He was building up the necessary force for his next move. Before unleashing all that energy, his tempered body allowed him to cut out almost all the tedious preparation usually required. Hanso took off like a lightning bolt, launching a high-powered tackle that tore right through the deep blue magical defenses. With the preparation time gone, it seemed like there was no way to beat Hanso. But Hinderbrand suddenly reached out, grabbing Hanso by the face and coldly shutting that idea down. Hanso was stunned, realizing he'd been completely pinned in an instant. Through the rising dust, the old king used a single hand to slam the struggling giant into the dirt. Hinderbrand stared him down with ice-cold eyes, declaring that there is absolutely nothing in this world that cannot be conquered. Clutching Hanso's head, Hinderbrand coldly declared, "If I can't cut through your muscles, then I'll just peel your skin off layer by layer." The old king focused brilliant blue mana into his palm, his intent clear, "I'll make it so thin it burns. I'm going to shave that skin right off you." Sharp streaks of blue energy repeatedly tore at Hanso's massive back, leaving a mess of wounds amidst the harsh clashing sounds of the impact. Caught off guard, Hanso's eyes went wide. He quickly analyzed the situation and thought, what if I just snap these fingers holding on to me? Hanso moved instantly, throwing out a quick counter before deciding to use a hit-and-run tactic. To create some space, he used his leg power to leap far away. But Hinderbrand wasn't about to give him a moment's rest. He roared, "Don't you dare think you're escaping," and gave chase with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, Hinderbrand's hand had snatched Hanso's face once again. The old king coldly muttered, "Got you again." He loomed over his opponent, practically riding on the giant's shoulders amidst a halo of blue light. Hanso gritted his teeth, fuming with frustration. He thought to himself, if this were a bodybuilding show, I'd have definitely won by now. Hinderbrand watched him silently from behind the erupting mana. He confidently stated, "If you take this hit head-on, even your bones won't stay in one piece." The old king's face was deadly serious under the weight of the deep blue magic. In that exact moment, Hanso's speed suddenly skyrocketed. His strikes were moving so fast, they were invisible to the naked eye, comparable to the lightning-fast jabs of a professional boxer. But pro fighters usually dodge those kinds of quick snaps with effortless style. What makes that possible is the mountain of combat experience built up over a long time. Because of that experience, every single move the opponent makes can be read like an open book. Hinderbrand's eyes widened in shock as he focused, finally realizing what was happening. It's like all my moves are being read instantly. Hinderbrand stood there, completely stunned by a level of terrifying speed he had never felt before in his entire life. Standing in the middle of a vast snowy field facing a type of warrior he had never seen, Hanso began to flex, his muscles glowing with a powerful, radiant light. Stomping his boots hard onto the ground, Hinderbrand let out a delighted grin and shouted, "Now this is interesting." The old king's fighting spirit was officially burning hotter than ever before. Hinderbrand couldn't help but wonder, if the two of them had met just 1 year sooner, or maybe even 10 years ago, how would things have turned out? He lunged forward, shrouded in a brilliant blue spiritual energy, putting everything he had into the small blade in his hand. Hanso didn't back down for a second, letting out a roar as he charged straight ahead in a fierce red aura. Hinderbrand felt a pang of regret. If they had met during his golden age, this battle would have been 1,000 times more spectacular as he closed the distance to strike. Hinderbrand let out a bitter cry, "I hate this old body." Meanwhile, Hanso was gritting his teeth, silently complaining about how miserable it felt to keep moving constantly, without even a single second to rest between sets. He realized this fighting style was exactly like a pyramid drop set, starting at the heaviest weight and gradually getting lighter just to squeeze out every last drop of energy. It's a method that minimizes injury risk but hits incredibly deep, crushing the target muscles to the absolute limit. Suddenly, Hanso was bound tight by an invisible magic spell. Watching from below, Hinderbrand let out a sigh, telling himself that his stamina just isn't what it used to be, so he can't drag this out. He didn't want his personal enjoyment to ruin the mission. Suddenly, a world-shaking explosion went off, making the members of the muscle army scream in panic. Seeing their leader Hanso get blasted away, one man cried out in worry, but another immediately cut him off. "No, look, it's different this time." Hanso is holding his posture, keeping perfect form even in the middle of combat. He really is a gym rat with iron discipline. High in the air, Hanso was maintaining a rock-solid squat position and whispered, "Squat." Normally, that's a move where you use your lower body to push off the ground. Hanso remembered a day while squatting in the woods, when a strange thought popped into his head. Why doesn't anyone try pushing the sky? That simple shift in mindset was what allowed Hanso to fly. By kicking the air as hard as if he were stepping on solid ground, he created constant bursts of momentum to move through the sky before landing decisively, right in front of his opponent. If Newton saw this, he'd probably be crying his eyes out. Hinderbrand realized that even stalling for time was going to be difficult now, so he decided to lock back in. Hinderbrand thrust his hand forward, condensing his magic to create 1,000 pounds of pressure, slamming it down on Hanso in the distance. But right then, a member of the muscle army locked the old man in a bear hug from behind, loudly declaring he was here to assist, taking advantage of the moment the opponent was trembling helplessly. Hanso poured every ounce of his strength into a thunderous punch, straight into Hinderbrand's chest. The impact was so violent it shattered the old king's ribs. Seeing this, a muscle army member wearing a monocle cheered excitedly. A direct hit. With that much damage, there's no way he's getting back up. Hinderbrand panted heavily, his face lined with exhaustion. The old king muttered bitterly, "Time is so cruel. So incredibly cruel." He had to painfully admit that if this were the past, he could have won easily. But now, he was struggling just to stay alive. Right then, a system notification suddenly flashed in front of Hanso's eyes. Mission: the Old King's regret is officially complete, providing the second clue regarding Oculus. Amidst the sudden silence, a mocking voice rang out. Well, isn't that something? Who would have thought the legendary Hinderbrand would end up in such a pathetic state? Out of the shadows, a red-haired man named Gan stepped forward, casually dragging a dark figure across the ground. He hissed maliciously, "Finally, we're face to face." Gan stared straight at Hanso, flashed a crazed grin, and said, "Long time no see, Hanso. You know physical therapy is always great for fixing posture recovery and easing muscle pain." Hanso thought to himself. Among those benefits, there's one that lifters love the most, having someone help them with deep stretching. He had planned to find a specialist for some deep tissue work after finishing this job, but looking at the opponent in front of him, Hanso ground his teeth in rage. "If you hadn't hurt my therapist like that." But suddenly Block reached out to stop him, telling Hanso to wait. He claimed the only reason he was there was for that man. He was an officer of the Oculus organization, someone who used magic to manipulate the functions of internal organs for combat. And the man standing before them was Zoom, a guy with the power to control bladders. Rage flared up. As Block remembered the disgusting sight of this bastard daring to spray urine all over the senior's majestic muscles, he roared, "I can never forgive someone who dared to humiliate my senior's muscles like you did." Hanso radiated a murderous aura, his voice low and cold. "I'm going to end you." However, Block stopped him once more. "Hanso Nim, you need to rest. Because of your injuries, your muscles are looking severely dehydrated." He emphasized that Hanso needed to prioritize preventing muscle loss immediately. Hearing that, Hanso snapped out of it and agreed. "You're right. I almost accidentally overtrained my body." Watching Block's back, Hanso felt a surge of pride. The kid had become so reliable, worrying about muscle health to this extent. "Fine. I'll trust you this once, and try to get some sleep." The red-haired guy smirked mockingly when he noticed him. "Aren't you the one who ran away last time?" Block replied calmly, "Thanks for remembering me." The enemy let out a derisive laugh. "Well, yeah, because you were so scared, you literally peed yourself." Block paused and admitted, "I don't think I did that, but it doesn't matter. The fact is, I suffered a total defeat." Block's face turned incredibly serious. He told himself, "To wash away those days of humiliation, I've put myself through grueling repetitive training." Block had thrown himself into soul-crushing workouts, from powerful bench presses to heavy deadlifts under rushing waterfalls and brutal squat sets to forge his will. Seeing this, a muscle army member asked worriedly, "Lord Gulo, can Block actually win?" This Gulo standing on the fortress wall gave a slight smirk. "Ha ha, it seems you've never seen Block train." Another person was still skeptical. "Looking at all that body fat, I'm sure he's going to lose." Gulo stated firmly, "I'll admit his body fat percentage is high, but when it comes to the big three lifts, Block isn't inferior even to Lord Hanso himself." Block charges forward with an explosive, terrifying burst of power. Ogun doesn't even have to think before he dodges it. The red-haired guy mocks him gently, way too simple. He gathers a glowing red energy in his palm and launches a lightning-fast counterattack. A brilliant explosion of blue energy erupts, tearing through the air. Gulo roars his encouragement, "Keep going." Relying on his muscle density, Block pours all his strength into a dash. Like an arrow piercing through the glowing red energy, he closes in on the enemy. Block confidently asserts that he can easily knock back this kind of attack. But immediately, a cold blue light stabs through his chest. He gasps in shock as he realizes his defenses have been completely bypassed. Streaks of glowing red light continue to rain down, leaving Block heavily wounded and bleeding out. From a distance, the red-haired guy lets out a sinister smirk. He mocks Block, saying he looks just like a dying wild boar right now. The red-haired guy continues to wear a mocking smile, asking if that's really the best he can do. Meanwhile, Hanso was still resting, completely unaware of what was happening. The members of the muscle corps screamed in despair, pleading for someone to save Block. One warrior tried to rush out to the rescue but was immediately stopped by the order to hold the formation. If they abandoned their posts, the wall would be breached, and all their efforts until now would be for nothing. Despite being extremely worried for Block's life, Ghouls told everyone to take a closer look. A closer look revealed that where there's life, there's hope. He declared that the fighting spirit in Block's eyes had not yet been extinguished. Block whispered between ragged breaths. Gritting his teeth, he insisted it wasn't over, his whole body trembling. Block struggled to drag his heavily injured legs forward. The red-haired man sneered from a distance, sarcastically, asking if Block wanted to continue because he was starting to feel sorry for having to attack someone so pathetic. His trembling hand gripped the iron bar that is the spirit of a powerlifter. These individuals dedicate themselves to training or competing, with the sole goal of lifting the maximum weight possible in 3 basic exercises. They have absolutely no interest in building an aesthetically pleasing body like bodybuilders do. Their philosophy is incredibly simple: just lift and push with all your spirit and strength. Even if an enemy's attack pierces your body, or even if your organs are half spilling out, that will remain unshaken. Block let out a furious roar, focusing all his concentration on the opponent before him. Just one time, just one single chance. Block reached out with his sinewy hands and grabbed his enemy's clothes, his eyes glowing with blue spiritual energy. The powerful muscles in his arms bulged, causing a horrified Ogun to exclaim, "What is this power?" He was stunned, realizing he couldn't escape this fateful grip. Block used his massive hands to lift Ogun off the ground, crushing all resistance with a 1,000-pound squeeze. Block gritted his teeth and yelled out the name of his finishing move. Deadly. An incredible pressure was generated, causing his opponent's body to start deforming under the explosive power. Witnessing this, a shocked Block thought to himself that his opponent's entire spine must have been torn apart. He thought the win was in the bag, but it was the trick of the century. Life really isn't what you expect. He couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, "How is that possible?" On the ground, Ogun with his fiery red hair began to twist his body with a series of dry cracking sounds. He laughed mockingly. "You were landing some good hits just a moment ago. What's wrong? Run out of steam." Ogun slowly rose to his feet, his eyes glowing eerily amidst the white smoke. "Just as you said, I am of the bladder lineage, and a bladder has no need for bones." Without hesitation, Block immediately roared bench, then charged furiously toward his enemy. Block threw a thunderous punch called the press. But upon impact, his enemy's body suddenly swelled up violently like a giant ball. Block was stunned with amazement as he saw his opponent suddenly transform into a perfectly round sphere, looming so large it blotted out the sky. A pig's bladder. Back in a time when the concept of a ball didn't even exist, humanity was always looking for ways to relieve its boredom. And then they accidentally discovered that a pig's bladder, when filled with air and tied shut, became an incredibly tough elastic object with a powerful bounce, something that could gently absorb and repel any external impact. Back in the present, Ogun had now completely transformed into a giant veiny ball, rendering all of Block's attacks meaningless. As he struggled to hold his ground against the great elastic sphere, a ball had been born. That grotesque transformation threw the battlefield into a new rhythm of chaos. Ogun, in his spherical form, shot off like a lightning bolt, hurtling downward with a technique called water rocket. The impact created a terrifying explosion right in front of Block. Witnessing this, Ghouls could only stare wide-eyed in horror and exclaim, "This is bad." Another member asked in confusion, "Wait, I thought we were winning." That fragile glimmer of hope was slapped away by reality. Ghouls immediately denied it. No. He grimly observed that the essence of a powerlifter is to lift, or to push. But against an object that's elastic and constantly bouncing, like that ball, both pushing and lifting are meaningless. Block quietly watched the sphere flying through the air. He understood that trying to lift it would accomplish nothing. Bracing himself, Block used all his strength to grab hold of the giant sphere, radiating Ogun's demonic energy. Seeing the dangerous situation, Ghouls shouted in alarm, "Dodge it, Block. We have to figure out a way to deal with it first." Block replied with a faint smile, "Thank you for your concern, Ghouls, but I've always believed in the power of powerlifting." The veins on his hands popped as he gripped the sphere's surface with determination. Block asked Ghouls if he knew what the most important thing in powerlifting was. "It's the strength to push the bar in the bench press." His hands gripped the barbell with an iron will. "It's also the strength to stand up from a squat." Every muscle fiber in Block's body tensed as he poured all of his spirit into the barbell. And finally, it's the strength to pull and lift a massive weight in the deadlift. A lifter's true power begins with their grip strength. When you focus all of your extreme grip strength into your hands, your fingertips dig in, leaving deep imprints on the target as proof of an iron will. A shocking explosion suddenly erupted in the middle of the hazy battlefield. Back at the gym, a Minotaur warrior was panting, drenched in sweat from exhaustion. "All right, member, on to the next set." The Minotaur guy whined in frustration. "Coach, how can you stop here when it's getting to the good part? If you want to hear the rest of the story, then hurry up and finish this set." Instantly, the Minotaur guy roared and started training like a madman just to hear what happens next. "All right, let's see what went down." This story is driven by pure muscle logic. Without training, there's just no drama to follow. If the fight had played out naturally, Block definitely would have secured a victory over Ogun. But right at that moment, an intruder suddenly intervened. Hinderbrand in his youthful form stepped out imposingly. Standing in the middle of the vast battlefield, the young man looked at his opponent and wondered if he could actually win. Hinderbrand advised him coldly, "Give it up, young man. Aren't you already exhausted?" Seeing the dire situation, his teammate screamed from afar in desperation, "Block, that's enough. Get out of there now." He urged him that with his jumping squad skill, running away wouldn't be difficult at all. The young man muttered to himself in disbelief, "Run away." He lowered his head, lost in thought, his eyes shadowed with contemplation. Looking at the powerful enemy right in front of him, he wasn't afraid. Instead, an explosion of excitement made him grit his teeth with determination. He roared, "A powerhouse like this is standing right in front of me," then suddenly dropped his center of gravity into a powerful ready stance. Hinderbrand sneered. How foolish, and swung, his sword glowing with a surge of blue energy, delivering a thunderous strike. A deafening clash immediately erupted between the two forces. Hinderbrand smirked, finding it quite amusing. Whether it's foolish or not, facing it head-on first is a very good habit. The old king confirmed that thanks to the time Block bought him, he had completed his muscle super recovery through deep sleep. Hinderbrand stood tall, a razor-sharp sword in hand. Hanso boldly declared that he wasn't just a bodybuilder who finished his muscle growth for the day, but a super bodybuilder. In the middle of the snow-covered battlefield, Ogun lay defeated on the ground while Hinderbrand quietly watched from behind a veil of dust. What the hell is a super bodybuilder? One member of the muscle army immediately broke into a cold sweat. He revealed in shock that he had heard legends about this terrifying existence. As his comrades looked on in amazement, he began to explain the core principle of muscle development, which is based on the cycle of destruction and recovery. Usually exercise breaks down muscle fibers and the lifter must maintain a perfect balance, with sleep to give the body time to regenerate and grow muscle cells. However, a super bodybuilder is on an entirely different level. Facing everyone's curiosity, the muscle soldier pointed at Hanso and told them to look closely at his eyes. Hanso stood firm, his bulging muscles radiating a blinding aura, but his eyes were strangely closed. A shocking truth was revealed: a super bodybuilder isn't actually in a conscious state. It's an extraordinary state of being, capable of performing muscle destruction and recovery simultaneously at the exact same time. Meanwhile, at the Sinber Kingdom, the atmosphere was becoming incredibly tense in front of a giant stone structure. Amidst the falling snow, the soldiers discussed their worries about King Hinderbrand heading into battle alone. Gudo looked ahead thoughtfully. He was concerned that, in chess, when the king is captured, it's game over. Yet here they were letting their ruler charge directly into the fray. A white-haired veteran standing nearby heard this, and asked how long Gudo had been in the service. When he heard the answer was 35 years, the veteran smirked, thinking Gudo was still too young to understand how things worked. He asked what the current curriculum taught about the rise of the Sinber Kingdom. Gudo responded clearly that they were taught it was a powerful military nation that grew by sending mercenaries all over the place. The white-haired veteran nodded, confirming that's what the general public has always known. The reality of the Sinber Kingdom was far different from what people imagined. In the past, King Hinderbrand had single-handedly invaded other nations. He coldly wiped out anyone who dared to resist, and then casually annexed their territories. Standing amidst the ruins and countless bodies under a blood-red sky, Hinderbrand was the symbol of the bloody and tearful birth of this kingdom. Hinderbrand boldly proclaimed, "I am the Sinber Kingdom." He dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a thunderous slash toward Hanso. Despite his massive frame, Hanso's muscles were pierced by the sword, making the wound severe. Hinderbrand looked down at his fallen opponent and mocked him, saying that whether he was a super bodybuilder or whatever, the outcome wouldn't change. Suddenly, the muscles on Hanso's arm began to swell and bulge abnormally right at the site of the injury. Hinderbrand unleashed a barrage of explosive attacks all around, but he seemingly couldn't stop his opponent. The muscles in Hanso's legs continued to expand violently. He roared the name of his technique, bench press, and blasted off with unbelievable speed. The enemy realized in horror that Hanso was becoming many times faster than before, concentrating intensely to track every movement. He realized with a shock that the problem wasn't just speed, it was that Hanso's size was constantly growing. Hanso slammed a thunderous blow into the ground, creating an earth-shattering shockwave. Hinderbrand screamed in pain as he was completely overwhelmed. Hanso put all his strength into a stomp, making the ground shake violently under the weight of 1,000 tons. The muscle groups on his arms began to contract, emitting continuous bursts of brilliant light. Hanso used his massive hands to crush the enemy's resistance. Witnessing that, the Sinber official gasped in panic. The king? Is he really being pushed back so one-sidedly? Even the muscle army members commented in shock. They knew Hanso was strong, but they didn't expect the gap to be this massive. A comparison chart between Hinderbrand and Hanso appeared. On paper, Hinderbrand's average stats were much higher. Especially in terms of experience and combat instinct, the gap between the two was like heaven and earth. The data showed he should be dominating, but the actual fight told a completely different story. With a vision that could see through all patterns, Hildebrand should have been able to dodge every attack with ease. However, even before his special vision could trigger, Hanso's hand was already right in front of his face. With every movement, Hanso's muscle fibers were constantly being torn apart and restructured at maximum speed, radiating a suffocating heat. Seeing victory within reach, Gudo cheered excitedly. "That's it. Keep going, Hanso." Amidst the ranks of soldiers standing at attention, one soldier suddenly spoke up to Gudo. "But about that," he said, looking at the leader with a puzzled expression. "How did Hildebrand get so young?" A member of the muscle corps suddenly shivered in terror as he sensed a cold, murderous aura standing on the towering fortress wall. He screamed in alarm, warning his comrades to get away from the area immediately. Below, at the base of the wall, a green liquid began to leak out from large cracks. The bright green liquid poured out like a flood surrounding the entire formation of soldiers. The one behind this plot curled their lip into a sinister smile, their eyes glowing with evil as they whispered, "Too late. This is a total wipeout." The muscle core fell into chaos with piercing screams, erupting due to the itchy, burning sensation on the soles of their feet. The toxic green smoke spread everywhere, directly affecting the warrior's skin and causing them immense pain. Amidst the slimy scene, Hanso stood silently looking down with a grim expression. He thought to himself, if the skin is irritated or damaged, it can cause a huge distraction during exercise. For someone like him, who values absolute concentration, this is an unacceptable hindrance. Hanso gritted his teeth in fury, his face shrouded in darkness, his eyes burning with the flames of indignation. He snarled. Being disturbed while training was the thing that annoyed him most. The teeth of green grasses tear them apart to sustain life. Then, at the end of the food chain, life gradually loses its inherent strength. An eagle spreading its wings dives from above, aiming straight for the fox, holding its prey in its mouth. Decaying bodies revealed their skeletons between the earth and sky. Bacteria began to invade the rotten flesh, causing it to slowly disintegrate. Those dissolving bodies would then become soil, and from that very earth a new sprout would rise. Everything continues in this way, constantly eating and being absorbed, so the flow of life is never broken. From the grass to the grasshopper, to the mouse, snake, and eagle, they all form an eternal cycle. In essence, life is a giant digestive system, and the true function of the stomach is the reincarnation of all things. Amidst the mystical space, a mysterious entity appeared and declared loudly, "The mother of life, known as digestion, is Winnie." Witnessing their leader's terrifying muscle explosion, the muscle army couldn't help but cheer excitedly. "That's amazing, Master Hansen, go get him." Yet amidst the fervent atmosphere, one member appeared extremely worried. He trembled, swallowed hard, and cried out in fear. This is bad. He realized with a shock that Master Hansen couldn't maintain this state any longer. Before his bewildered comrades, he asked what the 3 basic factors for muscle growth were. When he got the answer, proper training, adequate sleep, and nutrition, he panicked even more. A loud noise echoed, tearing through the air. From atop the city wall, he screamed in desperation, "Master Hanso, you can't fight anymore. You have to eat something." Below, Hansen collapsed his body, completely exhausted after overexerting himself. A panicked member shouted, "We still have the emergency protein supply over here." Instantly, a giant chicken toad appeared, its face filled with fear as it trembled uncontrollably. A subordinate approached worriedly, looked at the leader's back, and asked hesitantly, "Master Hanso, if we keep fighting like this, are we going to lose?" Hanso let out a sinister little smile in the darkness. He declared confidently, "We'll win." Despite his body being on the verge of collapse, Hanso officially announced he would achieve victory without any further nutrition. The process of muscle breakdown was activated. Hanso lowered his center of gravity into a squat, his entire body erupting with a fiery, orange heat that caused his muscles to swell violently under suffocating pressure. He shot forward at a terrifying speed, unleashing a thunderous punch that tore apart the ground, creating a massive trench that stretched far into the dust cloud. He smirked, disdainfully, pathetically weak. Not giving his opponent a chance to react, Hanso continued to charge like a blazing red arrow, closing in on the enemy hidden behind a cloak and a wide-brimmed hat. The opponent shouted once more, then their eyes suddenly glowed, activating a powerful summoning spell to turn the tide. The battle seemed to be decided, but the opponent still fought back tenaciously. A giant wall of flesh called the gastric wall suddenly erupted instantly, stopping Hanso's cataclysmic punch. The pressure from the impact sent the summoner flying back a great distance. Hanso gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into squeezing the rippling muscles and the violently contracting wall of flesh. He remarked in shock, "Damn, that's thick." Hanso was pushed back, realizing with astonishment that his opponent had suddenly acquired a terrifyingly explosive source of power. Winnie smirked, her eyes glowing with challenge. "Do you really think so?" She calmly explained that as a gastric mage, she could convert anything she digested into an endless source of energy. Below, a green liquid filled with debris and bones bubbled ominously. Winnie continued with a psychological blow, asserting that the longer time passed, the more disadvantaged Du Hanso would become. She, on the other hand, would only grow stronger. Immediately, her ultimate summoning technique, the gastric gun, was activated. Winnie held a brilliant golden weapon in her hand and declared, "This matchup is really not in your favor at all." Deadly green beams were fired continuously from the gastric gun. Du Hanso moved frantically, executing a series of lightning-fast dodges through the rain of energy bullets. Even in this perilous situation, he commented nonchalantly, "I admit that attack carries an incredible amount of kinetic energy." Du Hanso suddenly launched himself into the air, charging straight at his opponent and declaring firmly, "But there is an overwhelming difference in physical strength between you and me." He closed in on Winnie with a piercing gaze, leaving her stunned and amazed. Du Hanso roared the name of his technique, jumping squat. Amidst the relentless barrage, Du Hanso's dodges were godlike, as if he were cheating. Winnie frowned slightly and remarked, "Your sixth sense is sharp." She immediately activated her ultimate state, full gastric acid armor, transforming her body into a giant, monstrous entity with a mouth full of sharp teeth, foaming with acid. Standing inside the slimy sphere, Winnie mockingly repeated, "I told you this matchup isn't good for you." Contrary to her expectations, Du Hanso calmly jumped straight into the pool of poison and retorted, "No, this matchup is actually perfect." Winnie asked in shock, "What did you say? What do you mean?" Instead of avoiding the problem, he charged straight into it. He explained calmly, "Your digestive ability combined with my training intensity." He gave a confident thumbs up and asserted, "Isn't that the most perfect combination?" Upon hearing this, Winnie burst into hearty laughter, leaving the muscle army behind them to just stare at each other in bewilderment. They wondered to themselves if Du Hanso's nonsensical words actually suited her sense of humor. Suddenly, the smile vanished from Winnie's lips. She came to a shocking realization. Winnie stared at Du Hanso and gasped, "Impossible. You've been acting so calm, but this whole time your muscles haven't grown at all." She tremblingly asked her final question, "Don't tell me. You've actually come to your senses." Du Hanso calmly admitted that he'd been found out. He explained that when the body lacks nutrition, the first surplus resource it targets is muscle. To maintain his growth, he absolutely could not let muscle loss occur. Witnessing this scene, Winnie coldly declared that she would consider him to have surrendered. She gathered a brilliant golden energy in her hands and demanded the creature obediently become her source of nourishment. Winnie's glowing hand pressed directly against the small monster's body. Du Hanso stood imposingly watching and confirming that his prediction was entirely correct. He saw through his opponent's weakness and questioned the limits of its digestive ability. Du Hanso analyzed that in its impatience to win, his opponent had frantically stuffed everything into its stomach until it had reached its breaking point. He clenched his massive fist, posing a threatening hypothesis about what would happen if an extremely strong external force struck that taut, swollen belly. Winnie watched silently with a worried expression at Du Hanso's overwhelming presence. Her initial advantage was slowly turning into a ticking time bomb inside her own body. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on her face. Winnie casually revealed a truth. When a stomach sees a new appealing type of food, it will automatically contract to make more room. A giant mouth with sharp teeth suddenly opened wide, preparing to swallow Du Hanso's entire body amidst a wave of glowing red digestive fluid. Winnie looked at the death trap that was slowly closing and sarcastically asked if he really didn't know about this. Du Hanso's eyes widened as he asked in astonishment, "You don't know," right before being sucked deep into the expanding, gigantic mouth. A brilliant beam of light shot straight into the monster's core as the onlookers watched. Du Hanso was in free fall through the air, while a panicked soldier screamed his name. A massive pillar of orange liquid suddenly erupted violently from the ground, sending everything flying. Du Hanso gritted his teeth and roared block. He stood imposingly before Winnie, who casually remarked that now she wouldn't need to digest anything else. Winnie stared intently at Du Hanso and declared coldly, "Du Hanso, I will focus on you." Du Hanso's body felt heavy, and he thought to himself, "My muscles, they won't move anymore." He gritted his teeth in frustration, asking himself, "Is it because I neglected my nutritional intake?" The stomach monster once again opened its mouth wide. Winnie gave a haunting smile. "Good. Just let yourself be obediently absorbed." Just then, the muscle army suddenly appeared, charging forward frantically. They shouted in unison, "Du Hanso Nim, we're here to help." Du Hanso, stunned, demanded, "You guys abandoned the wall to come here." A warrior replied with a confident smile, "If you lose Du Hanso Nim, the wall will fall anyway." He confirmed the entire team had decided to abandon it to come here. The muscle warriors simultaneously threw themselves into the monster's giant mouth and shouted, "We just have to make that woman see this right." The muscle army frantically charged into the monster's giant mouth and declared loud and clear, "These bodies were forged thanks to Lord Du Hanso's grace. We offer our all." Watching his disciples being swallowed one by one, Du Hanso roared in despair. "No, don't," he panicked and warned them that it was a theory that had never been scientifically proven, but it was too late. Winnie casually absorbed all the energy from his relationships and smiled faintly with satisfaction. So delicious. An earth-shattering explosion of purple energy erupted immediately after shaking the entire snowy mountain region. Winnie stood amidst the thick smoke and dust, a sinister smile on her face, and didn't hold back her praise, saying it was truly a frighteningly broken ability. In the midst of this dire situation, Gulo's sudden appearance made Hanso exclaim with joy, "Gulo." He secretly believed that Gulo was different from brutes like him who only knew how to use muscle power. He was sure Gulo had found a way to turn the tables. Gulo calmly confirmed to Hanso that he had already calculated all the necessary moves to achieve victory. His appearance amidst the chaos was like a last-minute hope-filled rescue. Gulo raised one finger. He declared loud and clear that this was the one and only winning move out of millions of possible outcomes. Without a hint of hesitation, he charged straight into the enemy's expanding giant orange mouth. Right before being completely swallowed, Gulo calmly told Hanso that the winning move was this sacrifice. The monster's mouth closed, leaving Hanso standing frozen in utter shock. The grief and rage from losing his most loyal friend began to erupt violently within him. A brutal, all-or-nothing choice, where victory had to be bought with one's own life. Hanso's brainwaves suddenly flared, activating all his dormant senses. He began to move again. The rippling muscles on his back trembled violently with immense power. Hanso gathered his momentum, and then suddenly launched himself into the air like an arrow tearing through the sky. He channeled all his power into his legs and roared the name of his technique, Inner Thigh. A thunderous collision erupted between Hanso and the opponent's orange energy stream. A voice rang out decisively, confirming that the attack had hit its mark. Meanwhile, his companion could only watch this final confrontation in silence. Amidst the glowing red space of digestive fluid, Hanso's consciousness began to stir as the sound of continuous heartbeats and his comrades' calls echoed around him. Two members of the muscle army were overjoyed to see him regain consciousness and cheered. He's opened his eyes. "Sir Hanso, can you hear us?" Hanso looked up, groggily, and mumbled, "Bodybuilder." On the edge of consciousness, his awareness was slowly pulled back. Hanso gradually realized the situation and asked, "You guys, you were protecting me until I woke up." It turned out they were all trapped inside a giant stomach, and the muscle army was using all their might to push back the contracting walls of flesh. One of them replied clearly, "During the rest period between sets, we have to protect you, sir." Another member is straining so hard his whole body is shaking. Gritting his teeth, he says, "Hanso, this place is literally a natural gym." The pressure is terrifying. Even in this life-or-death situation, he forces a smile, warning the others that if they let their guard down for even a second, they'll all be crushed and dissolved instantly. It's like a hell-level gym, take a break, and your history. The stomach is a digestive organ that works through muscle layers and constant contractions. It turns everything inside into a liquid mixture. Digestion time depends on the type of food. Carbs take about 2 to 3 hours, protein takes 4 to 5, and fats take 7 to 8. For Hanso's group, they only have 4 to 5 hours at most before they're completely digested. The pressure from the stomach walls is suffocating, squeezing them relentlessly. In this volatile environment, staying balanced is nearly impossible because the fleshy floor won't stop shaking. Since the pressure isn't steady, the muscle army is struggling to time their counterpush. Now stomach acid starts secreting, clinging to their skin. It creates a painful sizzling sound as it begins to break down the protein in their muscles. In the middle of this crisis, Hanso suddenly spits something out. After warming up his jaw, he grinds his teeth together with a dry, bone-crunching sound. Hanso opens his mouth wide and suddenly lunges, biting hard into the stomach wall. His eyes glow with a fierce red light. Using a ton of force, he tears a huge chunk of flesh right off the enemy's body. Hanso begins to chew ravenously, swallowing the meat whole. It's just a simple intake of nutrients, but it's enough to jumpstart his fading life force. His abs begin to contract and vibrate with sheer power. Every muscle on Hanso's body explodes, swelling violently under the suffocating pressure of rapid growth. He reaches out with a massive, giant-like hand, preparing for his next move. The effect is instant. It's like he just fueled up on pure gains right then and there. With his newfound energy, Hanso stands tall inside the cramped stomach of the monster. Surrounded by his stunned comrades, he opens his mouth wide and declares boldly, "I'm going to enjoy this meal." Hanso prepares for a brutal rampage, officially starting his grand feast right inside the enemy's gut. Hanso starts tearing into the stomach lining with powerful bites. Seeing this, a worried member of the muscle army asks him, Can we actually eat this?" While still busy chewing, Hanso realizes this is basically a high-nutrient tripe stew containing over 21 grams of protein and almost 0 carbs per 100 grams. Realizing it's a super protein source, the entire muscle army cheers excitedly. "High protein, let's dig in." One warrior immediately charges forward. He bites hard into the fleshy wall, sending fluid splashing everywhere. However, he quickly realizes something is very wrong. Even though he's trying so hard, his face is contorting. He can only cry out in frustration, "That's weird. I can't bite through it at all." While Hanso is enjoying his meal, the others are completely stuck because the stomach lining is just too tough. to explain why a world-class eating expert was brought in for a consultation. It's the legend himself, Takeru Kobayashi, famous for his extraordinary eating abilities. When a reporter asks about his confidence, Kobayashi gives a smug smile. He sarcastically remarks that the reporter probably doesn't know his true capacity. After an apology and a question about his actual records, Kobayashi proudly announces his record of eating 110 hot dogs in just 10 minutes. Not stopping there, he lists off terrifying achievements like eating 12 burgers in 3 minutes, or even consuming over 5 kilograms of cow brains. The reporter is amazed but doesn't forget to ask another tough question. Those numbers are enough to make any normal person feel full just hearing them. She curiously asks if Kobayashi has ever tried eating a tire. The bizarre question makes the competitive eater choke on his water. He denies it in a panic. Are you kidding me? How could a human being eat that? Seeing the reporter about to conclude that he's never tried, Kobayashi screams, insisting that tires are something you can't even chew. The truth is revealed: the hardness of the monster's stomach wall is actually equivalent to the toughest rubber tires. It's a comparison that immediately kills anyone's appetite. Even for bodybuilders with superhuman strength, they still can't chew through this rubbery stomach lining. A member of the muscle army screams in despair, "I just want some protein too." In the middle of their extreme hunger, a strange object catches the eyes of these protein-starved warriors. The object that shocks Hanso is a mouthguard. Usually these are used in martial arts to prevent teeth from breaking during impact. But in high-intensity sports, people also use mouthguards because grinding your teeth too hard can cause immense pressure, leading them to wear down or shatter. While an average human's bite force is only about 84.2 kilograms, a hippopotamus, by comparison, has a bite force of up to 770 kilograms. And a river killer like the saltwater crocodile can reach over 2,200 kilograms. However, thanks to rigorous jaw muscle training, Hanso's bite force is estimated to be as high as 5,000 kilograms. This power is like the awakening of a creature from the ancient Cretaceous period. It's a level of strength that goes beyond any standard, to the point where any comparison becomes obsolete. That number is equivalent to the terrifying bite force of a T-Rex. To keep himself from being dissolved, Hanso decides to unleash the full bite force he's kept sealed away for so long. He decisively tosses his mouthguard aside and chooses to digest the enemy instead. Hanso tears and bites, frantically eating the stomach lining alive in a fit of pure rage. On the edge of survival, he makes the bold move to eat the boss back. Watching Hanso's madness, Winnie clutches her stomach in pain, drenched in sweat and trembling as she questions herself. Digest. Before I can digest you, you're going to digest me instead. She can't let him gain the upper hand. She screams in a rage. Fine, let's see what you're really capable of. She immediately releases bolts of energy that envelop her entire body. Winnie pours in all her magic, claiming this power is even more terrifying than the crushing force of the stomach muscles. She frantically focuses on increasing the acid concentration in the stomach juice to melt her enemy, but Hanso only gives a slight murderous smirk and coldly declares, "Too late." Instantly, Hanso activates his super bodybuilder state amidst the downpour of sickly green stomach acid. Hanso stood tall amidst the smoke and dust, his muscles beginning to swell violently. He was shocked to find that his growth rate was now even faster than before. Raw red muscle fibers surged with overwhelming power. Witnessing the shocking sight, a member of the muscle army screamed out in a panic, ordering everyone to grab onto Master Hanso immediately to avoid being swept away. The tiny warriors scrambled desperately, clinging to their leader's towering, ever-expanding muscles. Standing amidst the wreckage of internal organs, a subordinate asked anxiously, "Sir Gulo, what is this phenomenon?" With a solemn expression, Gulo began to explain that the previous super bodybuilder technique hadn't actually been perfected yet. He analyzed that although the process of muscle destruction and recovery had occurred, Hanso couldn't break his final limit due to a lack of energy. Gulo looked at Hanso's glowing physique and declared, "Now things are different." In an environment surrounded 360 degrees by protein, like this, Hanso can absorb all the nutrients he needs instantly. In other words, this is the perfect buffet he's never had before. Hanso grit his teeth, using immense strength to tear through the stomach lining. The muscles on his body became massive, crisscrossed with bulging veins. He boldly declared that there was no longer any need to set limits on muscle growth. Horrified by his fierce resistance, Winnie screamed hysterically, demanding that Hanso stay still and let himself be digested. She channeled all her power to push the acid concentration to its maximum, to burn her opponent. Hanso's feet began to sink deep into the bubbling green liquid. His skin was being severely eroded by the brutal effects of the maximum acid concentration, a literal blood-burning match, where both sides exhausted every resource to overpower the other. A series of heavy stomps rained down, making the ground shake violently. In the heat of the crisis, a thought flashed through his mind: if he's being digested, his body will immediately regenerate. Amidst the erupting green stomach acid, the question of which was stronger destruction or growth remained unanswered. His opponent, Winnie, gave a smug smile, admitting she was genuinely surprised. She was stunned by this extraordinary digestive power, something she had only seen in her master. But then Winnie's gaze suddenly turned cold. She claimed Hanso had grossly underestimated her. Winnie roared in fury, telling him that if he wanted to win, he should have chewed more thoroughly. She began to lecture him on the nature of the stomach, a digestive organ belonging to the autonomic nervous system. Winnie used snakes as an example, asserting that even without chewing, they are fully capable of swallowing their prey whole. She clutched her stomach in agony, while Hanso continued to struggle in the gastric juices. Winnie boldly declared she would show him exactly how a snake handles digestion. The image of a massive reticulated python appeared capable of swallowing creatures far larger than itself. However, the tragedy of the python is that if it cannot find a warm and safe place, it completely loses its ability to digest. Amidst the pouring rain deep in the forest, the poor python perished before it could complete its life cycle. Winnie insisted that the fact snakes don't chew is actually a fatal flaw, not an advantage. Immediately, Hanso opened his mouth wide, responding with powerful, ravenous bites. Before her explanation even finished, he countered with decisive action. Hanso began to mobilize every muscle group in his body, from the longitudinal and circular muscles to the oblique muscles, creating terrifying pressure. The internal organs began to contract and tremble violently with every powerful beat. He continued to list off muscle groups from the masseter and temporal muscles to the esophageal and sphincter muscles. Hanso focused all his strength into utilizing every fiber of his being for this reverse digestion process. A world-shaking explosion suddenly erupted from within the monster, blowing everything outward. Hanso and his muscle army emerged tall from the horrific scene amidst a torrential spray of gastric juice. Standing among the ruins, Hanso quietly declared a final victory for the entire team. A spear tore through the air, hurtling toward them along with a scream, "Die." But the moment it collided with the man's massive arm, the sharp weapon was deflected and shattered instantly. This was the alternate world that Hanso's teacher had accidentally stumbled into while performing a set of deadlifts. Standing on the battlefield, a soldier pointed his spear at him with trembling hands and screamed in horror, Don't come any closer, you monster." He roared, "You little brat." He realized this new world was truly a pathetic place where everyone was nothing but skin and bones. It was a mismatched introduction. He was just working out, yet he was called a monster. Everywhere he went, there were only frail and sickly people. To change this reality, he began his journey to build an empire called the Gym Dungeon. He tirelessly reached out to all kinds of creatures, from teaching an old man how to get enough quality carbs, protein, and fats to befriending entire tribes of beastmen. He dedicated himself to teaching everyone each exercise movement and gathered a group of like-minded comrades. He was determined to create a peaceful world where anyone could focus entirely on training every single day. As an outsider, he accidentally built a gym system that spanned across worlds. As the system neared completion, the people began to look at him with adoration, eventually worshipping him as a god. Hoping to benefit the world, he boldly suggested that the strong should take over the farm work for the weak. However, his words were disastrously misunderstood by the public. A fanatic held a book high and pulled out a whip, screaming hysterically, "God has spoken." Race, gender appearance, and every other difference were twisted into excuses for people to torment one another. Someone clutching a whip lashed out violently, screaming and forcing the larger individuals to work harder. Meanwhile, the monsters were also relentlessly cruel in their treatment of humanity. Witnessing this corruption, the man with the red headband felt disgusted and no longer wanted to face the world. He told himself that the system had been finished for a long time anyway, then quietly turned and walked away down a trail deep in the woods. Suddenly he stopped as if realizing something. He glanced back, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he said, "Hanso, you're watching, aren't you?" His eyes gleamed as he extended an invitation to his pupil. "This place is the home gym I wanted to invite you to. This is Utopia Gym." A blinding aura erupted, engulfing the entire space. Immediately after, the red headband fell through the air and suddenly landed right on Hanso's face. Hanso jolted awake from his deep sleep. The red headband was still draped across his forehead, covering one of his eyes. He cried out in shock, "Master is waiting." Hanso was drenched in sweat, his face a mask of utter shock and tension as he saw Gulo standing by his bed. He asked frantically, "What happened, Gulo?" With a calm expression, Gulo replied softly, "Ah, you're awake." Hanso fell silent. Gulo began to explain. Gulo recounted the events after the battle and asked if Hanso remembered successfully escaping. Hanso gave a slight nod, confirming he did. The whole team was about to press forward and completely overwhelm the enemy. But then, Winnie suddenly collapsed, clutching his stomach in agony. In that moment, Hanso seemed to suffer a massive shock, his face twisting in horror. He collapsed and completely lost consciousness. The battle ended once all the enemies attacking the Holy Kingdom had been annihilated. Hanso's colossal form lay motionless, creating a giant crater in the middle of the battlefield. It was an ending that seemed victorious, but it left behind a significant aftershock. Down in the deep dark dungeons of the Roman Holy Kingdom, an elderly figure sat quietly amidst the cold chains. Hinderbrand had now returned to his true form. The old man looked towards the person standing outside the iron bars. The old man sighed. My age has truly returned. Have you come here to mock me, young man? The scene was both tragic and felt like the end of an era. Hanso looked at the old king with a troubled gaze and asked, why must neighboring countries, which were once at peace, force each other into a war like this? Hinderbrand let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Heh, everything is over, yet you're still curious. The old man pondered for a moment before deciding to open up. Very well, I will tell you. My kingdom has fallen ill. An illness that no doctor can cure. A reason that sounded so grand it made one curious what illness could be so severe. The old king exclaimed bitterly, it is old age itself. Hinderbrand explained that to save a kingdom, now filled with only the elderly, he was forced to find a way to seize the Holy Kingdom's sacred relic. It is a sacred artifact capable of granting any wish. Hanso, shocked and breaking out in a cold sweat, asked again, Does such a thing really exist? Hinderbrand affirmed that it did, but also revealed that the true size and energy source of the holy relic was a secret unknown to the world. Hinderbrand revealed that this was why it was impossible to seize the entire relic. He was only able to steal an incredibly small fragment to bring to the battlefield. Their goal was to use that fragment of energy to make him young again, thereby giving him the strength to conquer the entire Holy Kingdom. He looked down at his own gaunt hands. Hanso asked naively, So, your wish was simply to become young again? Hinderbrand looked at his shackles and lamented that the young never realize how precious their youth is. Hanso confidently declared that he could absolutely grant that wish for the old king. Stunned, Hinderbrand asked again if Hanso could truly do it. Could you make all of my subjects young again? Gazing at his own rippling muscles, Hanso asked in return if the old man truly wanted to make his country young. Hinderbrand gritted his teeth and declared emphatically, if you can do that, I am willing to pay any price. An offer that sounded like a high-stakes deal, and the price was not small. Hanso stared intently at him and asked again to be sure, any price. Hinderbrand roared in utter desperation that he would even sell his soul to a demon. A sinister smile spread across Hanso's face as he declared he would become that very demon. Hanso's imposing figure appeared, his eyes glowing a threatening red. 4 years later, a carriage ambled into a new land. The old man in the carriage murmured softly, "We finally arrived." It was a strange turning point where the promise from years ago was slowly becoming an unbelievable reality. The carriage crossed a bridge, leading into the kingdom of Senior Classic. This place was formerly the kingdom of Silvertherm. The young boy, Taylor, asked curiously why they were traveling to such a remote place. The old man calmly explained that as people age, they lose their health. But in this kingdom, health was miraculously maintained even in old age. Here, anyone can learn valuable life lessons. Everywhere there were images of people with rippling muscular bodies. They were passionately training and showing off their strength under the flickering torchlight. Cheers and shouts of encouragement echoed all around, creating a fervent and bustling atmosphere. Amidst the resounding cheers of the crowd, the symbol of the health dungeon shone brightly, as if heralding a new era of physical strength. Returning to the present, Hanso sat quietly at a tea table with a thoughtful expression, now in possession of the red headband. Gulo took a sip of tea and admitted, "I've never heard the name Utopia Gym before." A member of the muscle squad theorized, "Could it just be a symbol? You know, like, wherever I am, that's the gym." Hanso immediately shot that down. Master isn't that kind of person. He began to explain his master's philosophy. Everyone knows the saying, a master doesn't blame his tools, right? But a true master is someone who can draw out 120% of an item's performance. Hanso asserted firmly that the equipment at Utopia Gym would be completely different and that it was undoubtedly a very special gym. Hearing this, the spirit dog wondered, if such a place exists, how has no one ever heard of it? Hanso replied thoughtfully, perhaps it's because the entrance is a little unusual. He recalled his master's words. Master said he had become a god. Hanso believed that just as the health dungeon was completely different from ordinary dungeons, the entrance to Utopia Gym must also be extraordinary. He speculated that perhaps the entry requirements themselves were incredibly unique. Seeing the discussion hit a dead end, Toad sighed softly. We're back to square one, Mr. Toad thought to himself. The more we talk, the more confusing it gets. This meeting is getting us nowhere. Gulo, who had been lost in thought during the meeting, suddenly made a bold suggestion. How about we host a bodybuilding competition? Hanso repeated in astonishment. A bodybuilding competition. Gulo explained that he'd heard such contests were extremely popular in Hanso's homeland. Images of muscular athletes flexing and posing on stage appeared a testament to the appeal of this art of muscle. Gulo enthusiastically raised his hand and declared, then we'll show them. We want to combine everyone's hard-trained muscles to create a miracle that can even reach the gods. Images of grueling training from lifting, heavy weights to stretching bodies flashed by full of determination. The official announcement rang out. The very first steps of the fitness festival have officially begun. A plan that sounds completely delusional, yet somehow it makes everyone curious if it can actually become a reality. Promotional posters featuring various flexing poses are being plastered all over the trees in the forest. Two members of the muscle army are working while muttering to each other in total disbelief. Who on earth would actually come to this? I was thinking the same thing. One of them is worried that since Hell's Dungeon is the only decent gym around here, it might just end up being our own members competing against each other, which wouldn't create any buzz at all. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow with glowing red eyes looms over them from behind and asks, "What is this, ma?" Just when they thought the event was going to be a total flop, someone showed up in the most unexpected way. The two warriors scream in terror, startled by the strange creature that just appeared. The massive minotaur stares intently at the poster and mumbles that it's the first time he has ever heard of the concept of bodybuilding. However, the moment he reads the part where the reward is a 1-year supply of food, his eyes light up with pure excitement, and he lets out a decisive roar. "Hey you lot, I'm joining this thing, Mo." The monster exhales powerful gusts of steam, revealing massive rippling muscles that glisten under the light. He flexes his giant arms into a powerful pose, leaving the two muscle army members frozen in shock before such a formidable and heavyweight opponent. Because this is another world where even a safe meal isn't guaranteed. The strong are becoming even more fired up than usual. Masters scattered all across the world are going crazy over the upcoming event. The countdown clock is now at 90 days, and the atmosphere at Hell's Dungeon is busier than ever, moving to the beat of high-energy music. A member of the muscle army asks curiously, "Master Gulo, are you participating in the festival too?" Gulo, while lifting weights nonchalantly, replies, "Yeah, I think I'll give it a shot." Seeing Gulo's somewhat round and chubby physique, the junior mutters under his breath in doubt, "I really don't think that's a good idea, sir." Immediately, Gulo snaps back. "Who told you I'm joining because I'm greedy for the prize?" The junior asks back, confused. "It's not that." "Then why are you joining?" Gulo looks down at his belly fat and explains honestly, "My title is coach, but my body fat percentage is way too high right now. I feel like it's hard to build trust with the members, so I want to use this chance to finally lose some weight." Hearing that, the junior bluntly drops a cold, hard truth. "Well, you could just stop eating." A piece of advice so blunt it leaves everyone speechless. Gulo explodes in a rage. "You think keeping a diet is easy for everyone, like it is for you guys?" He screams in utter frustration. "There are plenty of people who love eating as much as I do. Without a big motivation, it's impossible to do." Faced with Gulo's frantic passion, the junior can only say tiredly, Well, good luck with that, sir," before quietly turning around and walking away. Gulo is left standing there wailing in deep sorrow because no one understands his pain. It's a very real-life tragedy, where the passion for food crashes head-on into the goal of losing weight. Over at the machine area, Gudo is doing leg presses while asking Hanso, "Which category do you plan to compete in?" Hanso is focusing intensely on every single rep, and he explains that back on Earth, bodybuilding didn't have a single unified governing body, so the categories were often a mess depending on the organizer's whims. Gudo listens carefully while dripping with sweat from the high intensity. Hanso continues his analysis, saying there are categories like 212, physique, classic physique, or open bodybuilding. But those categories aren't suitable at all for a place with such diverse races like this one. Gudo is currently drenched in sweat. He solemnly asserts that, since this is the very first festival, the rules are the most important thing. He worries that, if the participants feel it's unfair, it'll be hard to keep the festival going. Hanso nods in agreement while continuing his grueling workout. He believes the team must build this bodybuilding festival in their own unique way, so that even if the audience doesn't understand bodybuilding as the competition progresses, the contestants can still showcase the true beauty of their bodies. It's a difficult puzzle having to balance the competitive meta while keeping it engaging for the crowd. Gudo watches Hanso train and remarks that this is definitely going to be a massive headache. But before that, there's something we need to do. Hanso lets out a roar, deciding to clear his mind and pour all his strength into finishing the final workout session of the day. 3 long months pass by. As everyone puts in their best effort toward their own goals, the big day has finally arrived. A massive crowd from all over has flocked to attend and watch the festival in a state of extreme excitement that fills the entire arena. After many days of grinding, it's finally time for the real muscle show to begin. Stepping onto the stage, a girl named Randy with radiant blue hair loudly introduces herself as the host. She offers her deepest thanks to the audience for coming out to support this very first Hell's Bodybuilding Festival. Randy excitedly announces that the number of participants has reached a staggering 572 people. However, because the crowd is so large, the organizers are forced to eliminate many people right from the preliminary round. With a serious face, Randy explains the rules for this round. It will be incredibly simple. Randy immediately invites the skilled assistants onto the stage. 2 members of the muscle army step out. One raises his hand and says clearly, "I am Sin." The other one follows up, "And I am a judge." Immediately, the announcement for the first round echoes throughout the arena. The first task is simply to attack. but instead of the contestants attacking, the organizers declare. Of course, the attacks will be coming from the organizers' side. Witnessing this strange sight, a muscle army member asks, Hanso, why is the selection method based on hitting the contestants? Hanso doesn't answer. He silently walks toward a contestant and suddenly launches a lightning-fast close-range strike. Driven by survival instinct, that contestant immediately tenses up, showcasing a rock-solid front-lat spread pose to defend himself. Hanso flashes a bright smile, places a hand on his shoulder and asks, do you get it now? The poor guy is still in shock, only able to stammer, get, what? It was a fast-teaching, deep-learning moment, but the student hasn't even finished loading the information yet. Hanso begins to explain that the instinct of every living creature is to use the hardest part of their body, to block a blow when they anticipate an external impact. By unleashing a powerful attack to create pressure, the organizers are actually just using threats to force the contestants to reveal their hidden strength without causing any real injury. Right then, a gargoyle monster tenses up and screams, "Arg!" It frantically displays its massive muscle blocks under the pressure of the incoming strike. Sitting at the judge's table, Hanso wears dark sunglasses, his hand constantly taking notes, to filter out those with the most potential. The contestants take turns performing and receiving their passing results. Even a stag beetle warrior easily makes it through the preliminary round. However, a giant with a potbelly who stepped forward imposingly was immediately failed outright by Hanso. With the cold declaration that the result was unacceptable, he let out a resounding roar and slammed his fist into the ground to vent his anger. Kron came forward to protest, arguing that this was a competition to display the beauty of the body, and he pointed indignantly toward a skeleton that was casually walking by. While that bony fellow had somehow managed to pass the qualifiers, it was a disastrous visual showdown where a fully muscled physique lost to a meatless skeleton. The more he thought about it, the more enraged he became. Kron screamed, "How does this make any sense?" and charged forward to attack the staff. Hanso quickly appeared, catching a member of the muscle army and asking caringly, "Are you all right?" After getting an affirmative answer, Hanso stood imposingly in front of the giant and warned in a stern voice, "Even if you don't understand, you shouldn't be causing trouble like this." Ignoring the warning, Kron began to channel his energy, revealing quivering muscles along with super regenerative abilities and a state of complete numbness to pain. Kron braced himself, clenching his tangent-sized fists with absolute faith in his own strength. He loudly declared that no being more terrifying than him existed. With eyes burning with murderous intent, Kron charged straight at Hanso from behind and bellowed, "I'm going to show you what a truly powerful body looks like." However, Hanso nonchalantly blocked his opponent's 1,000-pound punch with a single hand, leaving everyone stunned. He leaped into the air and let out a bit of mockery. What a shame for someone who can't feel pain. Hanso immediately countered with a combination of the one-arm dumbbell row and the one-arm dumbbell press techniques. He coldly remarked that it was precisely because Kron couldn't feel pain that he didn't understand the importance of defense. Instantly, Kron's super regeneration kicked in. A surge of green energy enveloped him, healing his wounds in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the opening, Hanso landed a lightning-fast punch that shattered his opponent's bones. He stood tall, looking down at the giant lying flat on the ground while casually cracking his knuckles. Hanso grabbed the monster's head and asked, feeling a bit suffocated. He observed that because Kron was born with innate strength, he had always lived however he wanted, without ever worrying about getting hurt. That's because they would just heal instantly. Hanso continued to explain that most creatures have to struggle with their own weaknesses to put in the effort to train. They hone their existing strengths to constantly grow. He flexed his massive biceps as an example and brought up his skeletal friend. He asked Kron if he knew how that skeletal friend managed to pass the qualifiers. When attacked, that friend had a very special way of handling things. It was a subtle flex, but enough to make the listeners rethink their strategy. By using magic, the skeletal friend had managed to create his own muscle fibers. He showcased brilliant, robust blue muscle fibers that left everyone in awe. Hanso stared intensely at Kron and proposed a hypothesis. What would happen if you trained based on your strengths? Those words sent Kron into a deep state of thought about the idea of training hard. An image of Kron tirelessly carrying massive boulders on his shoulders to build strength appeared. He realized that even without pain, he could still use his power. He could still use pure strength to block any attack. That was the natural beauty of muscles formed through grueling training. Admitting his opponent's superiority, Kron silently bowed his head and told himself, "I've been utterly defeated." The giant slowly walked away, leaving the stage in silence. The first qualifying round officially concluded with 257 outstanding contestants, earning the right to move on to the next round. The atmosphere in the arena exploded once again when the blue-haired girl loudly announced the start of the second round. A tiny little hamster was introduced. It was a low-level earth spirit sitting right in the middle of a contestant's massive hands. The mission for this round was for the contestants to find a way to interact with it. The contestants had to interact without using any violence whatsoever. One muscular warrior waved his hand and called out, "Hey, little spirit, look over here." Right after that, the bizarre requirement of the challenge was revealed. They had to make the spirit cry. One contestant took a deep breath and flexed to show off his strength. It was a maximum-level confusing challenge, having to make an opponent cry without hitting them. The giant's entire body glowed with a crimson, murderous aura, tightening his bulging muscles. He flaunted his power right in front of the tiny creature. Witnessing that terrifying sight, the little earth spirit hamster could only stare with wide, terrified eyes. It let out a series of pathetic screams. The only goal of this round was simply make it cry. In the waiting room, a mysterious female warrior silently made an observation. This challenge might look simple on the surface, but in reality it was anything but. She understood that earth spirits weren't afraid of what they saw with their eyes. Their true terror came from the discordant vibrations emitted by those very muscle fibers. The female warrior watched quietly, feeling confident in herself. She hadn't wasted her time lately, revealing a waist with rock-hard abdominal muscles. It was a pro-level analysis for a problem that looked easy, but was actually extremely difficult. She began to introduce her secret technique, which was a perfect combination of traditional martial arts and modern weightlifting methods. The result was a balanced body with shoulders as round as grenades. Most notably was her lower body, which had perfect symmetry. She believed she would never lose to anyone. The female warrior was confident that with this strength passing, the qualifiers would be a piece of cake. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, shattering the atmosphere. A Toadbird tribe warrior was unexpectedly struck down, collapsing to the ground in shock. From above, a dark figure with vulture-like wings emerged and mockingly asked, "You said you wanted to settle things with your bodies, right?" The stranger dived down in a frenzied attack and loudly declared that this was also a way to use one's body to determine who's superior. The victim could only let out a cry of pain from the surprise attack. The attacker revealed herself as Kira of the Harpy tribe, wearing a sinister and excited smile. Kira unleashed a barrage of powerful swinging and sidekick skills, delivering a thunderous kick that severely injured her opponent and made him cough up blood instantly. Looking down at the arena floor, dark figures lay scattered everywhere across the stone ground. A commanding voice rang out. "Thanks to these towering muscles here at the health dungeon, you must follow the rules set by the strong." Instantly, the image of Dungeon Master Hanso appeared looming like a crimson muscular entity behind a long-haired girl. "If you want to make a request, shouldn't you defeat him first?" The enemy smirked with a sinister grin. Heh heh. Pointing out who the Dungeon Master is for me. What an absolute idiot. He transformed into a violent cyclone, sweeping everything into a vortex of energy. In the middle of the storm, the challenger gloated. "Because of this, I have one more reason to win this tournament," he roared with ambition, desperate to crush Hanso and become the new Dungeon Master. The red-haired girl watched in silence before responding with pure disdain. "You're so stupid. It's not even worth my time to fight you." She narrowed her eyes, reaffirming her point. "Didn't I just tell you? The rules are made by the strong." The enemy in the form of a birdman let out a provocative howl. Is even the strongest in the dungeon avoiding a fight? Unfazed, the red-haired girl launched a counterattack called the Sand Strike. A bolt of lightning struck the birdman directly, leaving him only enough breath for a gasp of shock. After declaring it was over, she slammed a 1,000-pound weight down from above. The battle ended, and the girl stood tall in the center of the arena, her red hair blazing. She silently scanned the battlefield, where countless defeated warriors lay scattered everywhere. In the sudden silence, a blinding white light erupted from the great gate. "Stop bringing shame to the Dragonkin." A massive silhouette with glowing eyes surrounded by a red aura made a grand declaration. That was Drava, the proud representative of the Dragonkin. In waiting room number 4, a mysterious entity in a black cloak silently appeared on the icy floor. He nonchalantly asked, "Has anyone seen an out-of-control skeleton around here?" Immediately, the lich named Belake, wearing a crown, revealed himself with a cold threat. "Should I just rummage through your brain instead?" In waiting room number 6, the demon Diamond in a white coat watched silently. Meanwhile, in room number 7, the stone orc warrior named Duram was radiating a suffocating pressure. Before the health dungeon managers could intervene, Hanso felt the screams of muscles echoing from the waiting rooms. Every fiber of Hanso's body began to vibrate with immense power. A terrifying demonic aura radiated from him, shaking every warrior present to their core. They were uncontrollably drawn toward the center. Hanso stood like a titan in the middle of the arena, unleashing a suffocating pressure that overwhelmed all the strongest contenders. Facing these formidable entities, he asked softly, "You're the strongest one here, right?" A confident smile spread across his face as he confirmed it himself. "That's right." The demon Diamond curled his lip in a sneer. "What the hell are you talking about?" He frowned in irritation and snapped back. "Are you including me in that?" The atmosphere became incredibly tense as Diamond prepared to strike, but suddenly a grayish-blue arm from the Dragonkin lunged forward. Hanso intervened instantly. He used his massive tangent-like hands to grip his opponent's arm with the force of 1,000 pounds and calmly reminded them, "Hold on. Let's put the arguing aside for a moment. Hanso squeezed the blue monster's arm tight and asked, "Are you after all this still unhappy with the rules?" His opponent broke into a cold sweat, terrified, wondering what kind of monstrous strength this was. Hanso flexed, making a bold declaration. The winner of this battle will claim the prize money and take full control of the health dungeon and everything in it. He asked his rivals if they were satisfied with this new amendment to the rules. Seeing the monsters stunned into silence, Hanso let out a triumphant smirk. The dark entities watched quietly, realizing that everyone had seemingly accepted the decision. Hanso placed a hand on his throat to adjust his vocal cords and cleared his voice. Standing in the middle of the vast arena, he loudly announced the changes to the tournament format. According to the first rule, the scope of the competition will expand from the Ali mine in Hayron all the way to Count Google's territory. No matter where or when, if you win, you take it all. The second rule states that once the final two are determined, they will gather here in this arena for the ultimate showdown. He gave a confident thumbs up and added that since the rules had changed, he would be participating in the contest himself. Hanso flashed a sinister smile. He stood defiantly before all the contestants, organizing it and then joining it himself. It was pure law of the jungle. Those who were dissatisfied finally left. This left 87 of the finest elites to officially enter the combat phase. Each person was handed a special badge with an identification number that he had crafted himself. Looking at this bizarre process, a member of the muscle army asked worriedly, Hanso, "Is it really okay to run a bodybuilding tournament like this?" Hanso didn't answer right away. He silently observed the scene and let out a cryptic smile. He mused that he had always been searching for a new method to help people find their way to bodybuilding naturally, he said, flexing his abdominal muscles which looked like slabs of cold steel, and firmly declared, "In reality, bodybuilding and street brawls have always shared a very close bond." Hanso smiled with excitement and emphasized his point. Exactly. Street brawls. He gave an example of an area where disputes and clashes were a daily occurrence. It all starts with a tense fender bender right in the middle of the street. The question is, when men confront each other, what's the first thing they do? A driver steps out of his car with a frustrated face, constantly grumbling about the other person's driving skills. Will it be a wrestling takedown or the powerful straight punches you see in martial arts? The answer is, not at all. The aggressive driver yanks the car door open and screams a challenge. "Hey you, get out here right now." Tensions like this usually start with everyone pretending to be calm. In reality, the moment men come face to face, instinct compels them to immediately analyze and size up their opponent's strength. Suddenly, the driver froze. He was drenched in sweat as he looked up at a giant shadow, with T-tangent-like muscles looming over him, radiating a suffocating pressure. The weakling could only tremble in sheer terror. His mouth hung open, unable to make a sound. He began to fear for his life, because before the law could ever protect him, the absolute power of the strong was right in front of his eyes. The giant leaned down, staring straight at his opponent, and growled, "What did you just say to me?" The guy across from him could only scream in utter despair as he faced his end. His eyes were wide with terror, drenched in sweat, as he begged incessantly, I'm so sorry, it wasn't me, I was wrong." Facing such a massive entity, the weakling could do nothing but bow his head and apologize while trembling uncontrollably. Hanso realized that physique is truly a war of cells, directly tied to one's survival. He stood tall and imposing, showing off his massive godlike muscles with a confident smirk. At that moment, Hanso finally understood the core value of training the body. His muscles seemed to scream that self-discipline is no joke. At the Ali mine, the one known as the guardian of this place finally made his appearance, Lizaran. With a muscular green body, he strode through the forest with a heavy responsibility resting on his shoulders. Lizaran looked up at the sky with eyes full of determination. However, after picking a fight with Hanso's group, his status took a pathetic nosedive. To escape poverty and save his tribe, Lizaran was determined to win at all costs. Lizaran stopped standing firm as he issued a defiant challenge. He looked down at his opponent and declared loudly, "Let's settle this right now." The one being challenged was a dragonkin warrior clad in a red cloak. He looked up and asked skeptically, "Are you actually being serious right now?" Lizaran flashed a sinister smile and confirmed it with certainty. "Of course I am. The question is the dragonkin race really weaker than the lizardmen? In reality, it's the exact opposite. The dragonkin are on a completely different level. If you consider a lizardman to be just a tiny salamander, then a dragonkin is a ferocious Komodo dragon. Between a common lizard and a giant beast, it's clearly not a fair fight. So what made Lizaran reckless enough to challenge such a superior opponent? He opened his mouth wide and let out an earth-shattering roar. "Don't you dare look down on the lizardman tribe." He lunged straight at the beastman whose back was turned, but instead of taking him down, Lizaran's own arm took a massive hit from the recoil. His eyes widened in shock when he saw his attack was completely useless against a defense as tough as cold steel. The beastman warrior still stood as solid as a rock. The old beastman quietly turned to leave and coldly muttered, "Beat it. After that punch, you should have realized you picked the wrong day to try and flex." Lazarin slumped on the ground, dripping with sweat, as he watched the strong man's back in fear. The old beastman remarked in a deep voice, "Even if your blood is diluted, aren't you still a race with dragon blood in your veins?" He declared he'd spare his life this time, but didn't forget to leave a stern warning. "Run away, and don't you ever show your face in front of the dragonkin again." Faced with this unexpected mercy, Lazarin hurriedly bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you, sir." He promised to take this debt of gratitude back to his tribe as a lesson for generations to come before quickly vanishing into the deep forest. Suddenly, a defiant voice rang out from above. "Did you really think things would end like that?" A surprise attack aimed directly at the old beastman. The powerful impact forced him to raise his arms in defense, and the ground shook violently under the suffocating pressure of the strike. The old beastman was shocked to find his opponent's speed was incredibly high, far surpassing anyone he'd faced before. The stranger smirked confidently at the old beastman and said, "Finally, you're actually interested in a fight." Lazarin looked at the stronger man and asked defiantly, "You said you'd spare me once, just that one time." In waiting room number 1, before the final round officially began, a small lizard-man warrior stood there trembling. He was completely overwhelmed by the massive back of a dragonkin member. Filled with deep regret and shaking all over, he thought to himself, "I should have never signed up for this. Why do I have to be in the same waiting room as the dragonkin?" He was certain he was going to die, sure that he'd be crushed instantly if the other guy even blinked. But then Lazarin was stunned to see the giant quietly turn and walk away without even acknowledging him. He wondered in disbelief. He's just leaving. Instead of relief, Lazarin felt insulted by being completely ignored. Being treated like you don't exist hurts more than actually getting hit. He gritted his teeth and roared in fury. "You dared to ignore me." To stand here today, Lazarin had gone through insane training with the sole goal of catching up to the bodybuilders. He had forged his legs to the absolute limit, from his quads and glutes to his hamstrings and calves. Even the pelvic muscle groups like the pubococcygeus and the entire tail complex were trained to be tougher and more flexible than ever before. This was the explosive combination attack, utilizing the perfect synergy between his powerful tail and solid lower body. He charged forward frantically with rock-solid conviction. With this much power, even a high-ranking dragonkin could be defeated. However, his opponent still stood like a mountain of steel, his eyes glowing with authority and emitting a suffocating pressure, ready to crush any resistance. The official round began, and the contestants slowly scattered. But the members of the health dungeon weren't like that. As the organizers and the ones with the largest number of bodybuilders, the health dungeon maintained ironclad discipline. Even if an enemy launched a surprise attack, nothing was strong enough to stop them from finishing their unfinished sets. The only thing that could make these muscle monsters stop was the brief rest between sets to let their heart rates stabilize. In the quiet space, Block and a member of the muscle army sat gasping for air after a brutal training session. His teammate looked over and marveled, "Block, your physique has really improved leaps and bounds lately." Block humbly replied that he was just putting in the work like he does every day. Seeing that diligence, his teammate joked, "Don't work too hard, otherwise people might mistake you for my senior." Both of them then collapsed onto the floor to enjoy a precious moment of recovery. Block dove back into his heavy sets with intense focus. While straining through the movement, he wittily admitted, "My core is a bit thick, so it's true I could be mistaken for a senior." His teammate laughed heartily and said that usually, whoever started training first is the senior. Block happily agreed. "Right, you're totally right, sir." The hierarchy rule sounded simple, but it accidentally turned into a heated debate. But then he suddenly remembered another unwritten rule, and added, "But I heard that whoever has a higher total on the big 3 lifts is the true senior." His teammate immediately shot down that strange idea. He insisted that the one with the better physique is the one who truly deserves to be called senior. In the middle of their lively debate, Hanso suddenly appeared and made a dramatic proposal. "In that case, why don't you two just compete against each other?" He reminded them that both Block and the Woody Builders were currently official contestants in the tournament. Hanso smiled, suggesting that a clear hierarchy was necessary to keep things organized. One member of the muscle army started breaking into a cold sweat. He gasped in shock, saying that despite being such a monster, Block was actually human. Another looked at Block's giant physique with total disbelief. "That body belongs to a human." Block sighed softly. He admitted he had no intention of fighting and stated, "How could I possibly attack my Woody Builder seniors?" Immediately, a Woody Builder senior stepped forward, focusing his strength to perform a top-tier technique called the vacuum. Witnessing the masterful stomach vacuum technique, the crowd couldn't help but cheer in amazement. By making the waist appear so thin, the aesthetic value of the physique was pushed to the limit. The senior continued to show off a front double biceps pose, displaying a saper physique that was perfect in every detail. The crowd screamed in excitement as they saw Block immediately respond in kind. He struck the same front double biceps pose as before, but the difference quickly became clear, causing a stir among the crowd. "It's different. Block is being completely overwhelmed. It's the same pose, but they look like they're from 2 different worlds. The size difference is that obvious." Hanso quietly appeared behind a spectator. He asked, "Look closely. Do you know why Block is at a disadvantage?" Seeing the other person's confusion, he began to explain that it was thanks to the vacuum technique. Woody Builder's waist shrunk, creating a powerful visual effect that made his biceps, the very muscles that were supposed to be the focus, stand out more than ever. Hanso pointed at Block and explained further, "But look at Block. Because of his specific powerlifting training, his core muscles are very thick. Flexing his abs too much made the muscle groups that were supposed to be showcased in this pose seem relatively smaller in comparison." Hanso concluded that even though he didn't pursue bodybuilding, the difference in posing skill right now was glaringly obvious. He declared confidently, "At this rate, this will be an absolute victory for Woody Builder." Block slightly relaxed his body, smiling, as he admitted that he really couldn't beat the veterans in this sport. After a long, weary breath, Block suddenly braced his core and flexed with incredible intensity. This was Block's counterattack using his signature breathing technique. He used the skill of a professional powerlifter, channeling all his strength to expand his chest and abdomen to their absolute maximum size. He radiated a suffocating pressure that enveloped the entire stage. With just one flex, it felt like space itself was being compressed. Witnessing the scene, a terrified team member yelled out, "Woody Builder, get back and run," he warned with a tremble. "No matter how big your arms are, once a powerlifter grabs you, your spine will be crushed." The reality is, while both involve lifting weights, powerlifting and bodybuilding create completely different physiques. While powerlifting is about pouring your life into a single push or pull, bodybuilding focuses entirely on the aesthetic beauty of each muscle group. One side is pure strength, the other is art. A powerlifter strains to complete a heavy deadlift, his face contorted from the pressure. In contrast, bodybuilding is the culmination of efforts dedicated solely to the aesthetics of muscle. When a powerlifter and a bodybuilder face off, victory certainly won't go to the one who only focuses on beauty. Block charged forward frantically. He used his sinewy hands to lock onto Woody Builder's body. However, a surprising truth was revealed. Block was completely unable to bring himself to harm his opponent. He gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling violently from a painful inner conflict. Because in his eyes, Woody Builder's body was a work of art. It was like an exquisitely crafted porcelain statue. Block deeply understood the pain and suffering his teammate had to endure to sculpt those perfect muscle fibers. To Block, this body held more value than world cultural heritages, like the Moai statues or the pyramids. Watching Woody Builder radiantly display his results amidst a brilliant aura, Block could only clutch his head in despair and helplessness. He stood frozen, completely captivated by the beauty of a living masterpiece he couldn't bring himself to destroy. A grim-faced member of the muscle army suddenly made a move. He grabbed the young man from behind, forcing him into a side chest pose. The victim gritted his teeth in pain, his face turning red as he suffocated under the immense pressure. He realized in horror that he was being squeezed like an anaconda while being forced into an unnatural pose. He could sense his opponent's desire to escape. Block struggled frantically to get free, but then a strange thought suddenly struck him. Looking at the massive wall of muscle right in front of him, he asked himself if he really had the courage to harm a work of art like this. Block felt guilty thinking that his own spine and skull were obscuring his opponent's magnificent pectoral muscles. He completely gave up, telling himself that covering up this physique was a waste for all of humanity, and he would rather die. Suddenly, a giant stone entity loomed up from behind its eyes, glowing menacingly. It coldly called everyone Slims, causing the atmosphere to instantly freeze. In the middle of the gym, the giant stood tall among the warriors, collapsed on the floor. The stone monster's blazing red eyes radiated a murderous aura. He loudly declared that he would punish anyone who dared to bully the Slims. Hard as rock and heavy as a mountain, those were the most accurate words to describe the stone orc. A battle using muscles as hard as boulders would make anyone feel like they were fighting a moving fortress wall. Seeing the giant entity with glowing eyes looming behind the fortress wall, a member of the muscle army commented nervously, "This won't be easy," Hanso asked in confusion. Why? His teammate explained that the ghouls don't follow a normal evolutionary path. If they don't work hard, they'll suffer muscle loss and soon revert to being ordinary, skinny, and weak ghouls. There was a time they were obsessed with muscle mass, but now they don't understand why they were like that, only to end up reverting to their original forms. But the stone orc is completely different. This is the most suitable race for bodybuilding because even without training, they absolutely never lose muscle. They're the type that are basically born maxed out. No need to grind at all. Facing the heavyweight opponent, Block silently stepped forward and firmly requested, "Leave this fight to me." Hanso watched him with concern and asked Block, "Are you okay?" Block didn't answer, instead focusing on channeling power into his outstretched hands. He told himself that while he couldn't destroy a work of art, shattering a weapon of a similar kind was entirely possible. Block flexed, showcasing his rippling muscles that radiated a suffocating pressure, ready for the battle in the house dungeon. Block quickly assessed the situation. Here it comes. He knew he didn't need to rush in and take a hit head on. The most important thing was to get out of its attack range. Block calmly dodged a thunderous punch by a hair's breadth as the stone orc frantically pressed forward with a barrage of powerful blows. This forced Block to constantly move and stay wary of the stone giant's danger. Facing an opponent with a longer reach than expected, he lowered his center of gravity. He prepared to channel his power, telling himself he had no choice but to use his next method. But the battle was still incredibly difficult. Block was continuously taking 1,000-pound blows from the stone orc. Witnessing this, a member of the muscle army worriedly asked Hanso, "Does a powerlifter just have to take a beating before fighting back?" Watching his comrade being overwhelmed, Hanso remained perfectly calm. He asserted that Block hadn't actually gone all out yet. Though his subordinate was still doubtful, Hanso explained that a powerlifter's ultimate techniques are usually the squat, bench press, and deadlift. It might look like he's being pushed back, but in reality, he's gradually storing up power. But there has always been a critical difference between the training methods of powerlifting and bodybuilding. Hanso declared that as soon as that thing was used, the tide of the battle would undoubtedly turn completely. Amidst the brutal rain of blows, Block gritted his teeth and endured. He felt he couldn't advance even a single step against his opponent's pressure. In his moment of crisis, Block roared, asking Hanso for permission to use that thing. Receiving a confident smirk of approval from his leader, Hanso gave the decisive order, "Do it, Block," immediately tensed up, gathering all his strength. His muscles swelled violently under the suffocating pressure. He declared resoundingly that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. This was the technique Block had been holding back for so long to uphold the most fundamental principles of a powerlifter. Block suddenly focused his power into a single brilliantly glowing activation point, creating a world-shaking explosion of energy that crushed all resistance in a blinding flash of light. His finger was like a trigger for a chain of explosive attacks, unleashing a continuous barrage of powerful punches and kicks that slammed directly into the stone orc's rock-hard body. The ground trembled violently under the terrifying power. So fast, the army of muscleheads watching from the sidelines couldn't help but be utterly stunned. They asked Hanso in unison, "What is that technique? We've never seen anything like it before." Hanso silently looked at his disciples and casually explained that pure bodybuilders would never know this move, because it's almost never applied in traditional weightlifting regimens. He shot forward like a flash of lightning, landing another heavy blow on the stone orc. Hanso firmly stated that this is the technique of using the body's elasticity and reaction force to maximize speed, known as the art of cheating. A thunderous collision erupted. He asserted that once you master the trajectory, the attack becomes exponentially faster and stronger. He poured all of his essence into a final punch called the one-arm dumbbell press. A world-shattering explosion rang out, crushing the enemy's defense. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, the stone orc frantically threw desperate counterpunches, which Hanso deemed a reckless style of attack. Standing among the weight benches, Hanso looked down at his opponent, lying exhausted on the ground, and declared that no matter how tough he was, the massive amount of accumulated damage had already left him unable to resist. He tensed up, preparing for his ultimate technique, and roared, "Here I come." Using immense strength, he lifted the entire giant stone block into the air, performing a powerful deadlift right on top of his enemy's body. He squeezed the stone block so tightly, it felt as if everything was about to shatter. Yet at the climax, he wondered if he had just heard the sound of a spine breaking. The reality before him was incredibly blurry. A dark figure with glowing eyes suddenly appeared behind him, its hands still gripping that dark energy. A sharp blue streak of light suddenly struck him in the face. What happened? His body lost control, collapsing and free-falling in utter shock. As his consciousness faded to black, he quickly spun around to execute a decisive landing. He looked up at the colossal entity and thought to himself, "No way that just happened." He silently concluded that he had probably taken too many blows to the head, causing him to hallucinate a dazed syndrome from taking continuous hits. However, he quickly regained his focus and realized that his opponent had also sustained significant damage. He boldly declared that in terms of pure power behind each punch, he still held the absolute advantage. Block charged forward. He unleashed a punch that completely crushed the enemy's resistance. Looking at his fallen opponent with a deformed head, he declared, "I'm the one who has the upper hand." Suddenly, the defeated enemy's body began to convulse and transform bizarrely. Strange masses of flesh started to protrude from its back. He let out a confident smile, which immediately froze in astonishment. Before him, now were two individuals with identical physiques. There are two blocks. He stared at the two guardian-like figures with the characteristically dense core muscles of professional powerlifters standing defiantly before him. The boss didn't just revive, it cloned itself. The workout euphoria spread throughout the area, causing someone to scream, "I can't take it anymore." Throughout the gym, warriors frantically threw themselves into heavy sets of weights to release their energy. A dry thud echoed as the iron mass hit the floor. Hanso pointed at the barbell and declared, 240 kilograms. The dark-skinned musclehead asked in confusion, 240, what do you mean? He sauntered over, gripped the bar tightly, then tensed up and hoisted the iron mass high. Du Hanso continued to add more weight and announced the new weight was 280 kilograms. He wondered, what's his plan? He poured every ounce of strength into his arms for the next rep, but this time, his face began to contort under the crushing pressure. Sweat poured down his forehead as he realized he was struggling against an almost impossible weight. Seeing his trainee starting to stall, Du Hanso suddenly slapped him hard on the back and roared in encouragement. Under that intense pressure, the big guy gritted his teeth, mustered all his strength to heave the barbell up, and let out a fierce shout of determination. After completing the challenge, he slammed the weights onto the ground amidst the thunderous applause of the muscle squad. Du Hanso didn't stop there. He stepped up and increased the weight to a staggering 360 kilograms. Using just one hand, he performed a one-arm deadlift, and casually declared it was too easy. The muscles in Du Hanso's arm bulged and tightened against the iron bar under the extreme tension. The intensity of the session quickly ramped up to insane levels, eventually reaching 14 tons. In the middle of the vast arena, Du Hanso stood tall and imposing, lifting a massive weight alongside his teammates as thousands of warriors below cheered at the top of their lungs. Amidst the soul-crushing fatigue, the muscular man strained to keep his grip on the bar, his breath coming in ragged gasps as panic began to set in. What the hell am I even doing? Watching his own muscles twitch and cramp violently, he started to get scared. Had his body finally pushed past its breaking point, right then, Du Hanso rushed over, gave him a heavy thwack on the back and screamed, "Go, go, 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 go." Pushed to his limit, the big guy snapped back in frustration. "Stop talking crap, there's no way I can lift this." The chant of "go, go, 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 go" echoed through the arena from the thousands of spectators. Gritting his teeth, his face twisted by the weight of 1,000 pounds, the man let out a desperate cry. "It's impossible." Just as he was about to give up, a hand rested gently on his shoulder to steady him. Du Hanso quietly handed him a lever belt, a specialized powerlifting belt that could be flicked open with just one finger. After tightening the belt, the man regained his composure and stood tall on the high platform. Surrounded by the relentless roar of the crowd, he focused every bit of his energy for the final set. Du Hanso appeared behind him again, lightly touching his back to offer a technical tip: use a mixed grip. He personally demonstrated the hand placement to optimize the pull, and the man gave a sharp nod of understanding. With just that one small adjustment, it felt like he had unlocked a whole new level of power. The atmosphere grew so thick with tension, it was hard to breathe as the go count began. The muscles in the man's back coiled like solid rock, radiating an intimidating pressure. He took a deep breath and channeled every bit of his life force into his trembling hands. Du Hanso and the muscle squad cheered like madmen, creating a wave of heat that swallowed the entire stands. The man gritted his teeth so hard they began to bleed. He continued to push with insane force under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes. Once the bar reached the top, the man declared firmly, "Easy." Du Hanso walked over looking at his teammate who was drenched in sweat and bleeding from the effort, and gave a casual, "Hey man." The exhausted man looked up, his eyes full of doubt. Immediately after the record-breaking number was announced, leaving everyone in shock, 14.5 tons. After that, the grueling powerlifting training continued without mercy. Members of the muscle squad gave it their all, hoisting heavy bars amidst the screams of the crowd. However, Stone Ore, who had the weakest resolve, was the first to be defeated and forced to quit. He collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air, as his teammates watched, and was quickly carried away on a stretcher. Right away, another terrifying challenge was set, with the weight reaching 20 tons. The air at the training ground was hotter than ever. Du Hanso gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face as he poured everything into the final rep. He took a deep breath, his vascular hands gripping the iron bar as if he wanted to crush it. Under the weight of thousands of pounds, Du Hanso's muscles swelled violently. The massive barbell slowly rose as everyone held their breath. Standing tall like a god of strength, Du Hanso completed the exercise perfectly amidst a brilliant aura. About 1,000 years ago, in the dungeon of the deceased, a heavy dark atmosphere filled the air. Sitting on a throne surrounded by flickering blue flames, the dungeon boss the Lich quietly stared into a glowing spellbook, and sensed that an intruder had arrived. With eyes glowing red and radiating murderous intent, he coldly ordered his legion to kill them. Legions of skeletons immediately obeyed, charging forward frantically with weapons in hand to destroy the stranger who dared to step foot there. However, the appearance of this hero was beyond anything the monsters could have imagined. Facing the skeletal army, the hero stood tall with bulging muscles and a distinctive pale complexion. Against such extraordinary physical power, the dry bones were completely helpless, unable to leave even a single scratch on him. One skeleton soldier froze in shock as he watched his comrades get crushed by flesh as hard as stone, thinking to himself, "Damn, he's fierce, so beautiful." Even the monsters wanted to ask for his workout routine. Though they were under the Lich's absolute control and couldn't speak, a skeleton soldier wearing a red scarf couldn't hide his admiration and blurted it out. Seeing that the enemy was interested in his gains, the hero began to strike, powerful bodybuilding poses practically glowing with pride. The skeleton soldier even started excitedly mimicking the hero's poses, right there in the middle of the battlefield. Suddenly, a sword slammed into the hero's back, with a dull thud shattering the friendly atmosphere of their workout. The truth was, the Lich's power was absolute. He used his magic to strip away the Skeleton Legion's will, forcing them to continue the attack. Seeing his potential gym bros turned into mindless machines, trembling uncontrollably, the hero's expression turned to one of pure annoyance and rage. Refusing to let the Lich carry on any further, the hero struck, completely annihilating him, smashing his throne and crushing the Lich's skull into tiny fragments. The skeleton soldiers were finally free. One walked slowly out of the fading blue smoke, leaving behind the shadow of the one who had once controlled him. That was Ben, the one who had just returned from the dead. His hand wrapped in white bandages gripped a staff that radiated a mysterious pressure. To rebuild his kingdom and reclaim his lost skeletal soldiers, Ben quietly headed into the deep forest to officially join the Grand Assembly. Suddenly, the red scarf skeleton turned to his master and asked, "Wait, hey, didn't you say you wanted to cut down on the extra weight from eating too much?" Standing before him was a member of the muscle squad, wearing a monocle, who asked back blankly, "What do you mean, eat and lose weight at the same time?" The giant looked worried and explained, "If I don't eat, I'll lose my gains." Looking at the sweet cake on the plate, Skelly couldn't help but feel skeptical. "I don't think eating cake is going to give you gains, man." His pride wounded the musclehead, let out a furious roar. "Hey, you're the one who said you wanted to learn how to bulk up," Skelly just replied, nonchalantly. "I meant muscle, not fat." The nutrition debate sounded like two rival magic schools having a verbal smackdown. Suddenly, a brilliant blue aura flared up, taking the shape of a massive, shredded arm. Skelly pointed at it and declared firmly, "I'm talking about the muscle on the inside." Seeing this unbelievable sight, the musclehead froze mid-bite, asking with a tremble, You can actually see my muscles," Skelly answered sincerely. "Of course. How could I miss all your sweat, blood, and tears, sir?" Those words left the giant speechless and overcome with emotion. Until now, his body had been nothing but a target for mockery. He remembered standing next to real bodybuilders, only able to awkwardly make excuses when asked about his abs. Abs? Oh, they're just hiding because they're shy. Even when grinding at the gym, he still faced suspicious looks from his students. "Coach, are you actually good at lifting? Like for real?" Back then, he could only scream in frustration, "I told you I'm good at this." He'd furiously slap his stomach, insisting with absolute certainty that all his muscles were just completely buried under a layer of fluff. But miraculously, through the eyes of that little skeleton kid, all his hard work was finally being seen. The Muscle Corps member flexed with pride, feeling his efforts sink deep into his very marrow. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the shadows. "Found you," followed by a bony finger pointing straight at the target. A massive block of ice erupted from the ground, freezing everything in sight. A muscle warrior yelled in panic, "Get back," as he and little Skelly scrambled to escape the danger zone. The Red Riding Hood, Skeleton's eyes went wide. He was terrified of the destructive power closing in from behind. Gulo was completely frozen, leaving his teammates to scream in despair, "Oh no, Master Gulo." A mysterious figure perched on a high peak, watched silently, and asked loudly, "Do you have any idea how long I've been looking for you?" It was the Bone King, his eyes glowing a fierce red. He wondered how on earth his mind control magic had been broken so easily. Little Red Riding Hood Skelly was shaking like a leaf. His teeth chattered uncontrollably under the powerhouse's threat. The Bone King glared at him, vowing to uncover the truth by ripping it out of that little skeleton's body. The Bone King unleashed his gravity field magic, creating razor-sharp ice pillars to seal off the area. However, he immediately froze in shock. He saw glowing blue spirits working out, actually lifting weights right in front of him. He stammered in disbelief. Summoned creatures. These muscular entities were practically sparkling. They synchronized their breathing perfectly during their workout. A massive shout erupted, as a guardian spirit put everything into lifting a giant barbell over its head with godlike strength. As soon as the set was finished, a hail of dumbbells was launched with bone-shattering speed. The dumbbell toss secret technique was unleashed, delivering thunderous blows. The Bone King could only let out a pained shriek. Looking down at the defeated foe, the other guy mockingly noted that the king seemed like the former CEO of this place. He boldly questioned whether hunting down employees who escaped such an exploitative company wasn't a bit too cruel. Life as a skeleton is pretty dull after all. Every day, they just aimlessly shamble through the dungeon, having no clue what to do until they run into a living being and attack. Even if they're smashed to pieces, it doesn't matter, because magic will just bring them back to continue that pointless loop. They're like employees chasing KPIs without even knowing what a KPI is. But suddenly, one skeleton started flexing and posing with pure hype amidst a shimmering halo. It wasn't wandering aimlessly anymore. It began walking with purpose, which gradually turned into a jog, then a full run, calling it running. Just like that, it spent its days sprinting through the dungeon's dark halls. On the first day, its kneecaps started to ache. It realized cartilage is a finite resource and had to be used sparingly. From that point on, the dungeon officially shifted into hellish gym cardio mode. By the second day, it tried to fix its running form. Realizing that stomping hard made its knees throb, it started lifting its knees higher and landing on its midfoot. The pain eased up significantly thanks to this new technique. Before long, a running crew was born. Tons of other skeletons started following and mimicking its every move. They copied every single motion, creating a massive running army right in the heart of the dungeon. However, not everyone could keep up with the training plan. One skeleton suddenly tripped, slamming into the ground with a dry crunch. Red Riding Hood Skelly turned back silently to see his comrade shattered into pieces. He thought to himself, "You're running all wrong." He looked at the pile of bone shards on the floor, his jaw clicking as he struggled to squeeze out the words, "foot," "position." Those were the first words born from the genuine care the skeleton soldier felt for his comrade. He rhythmically demonstrated the mid-foot strike technique while sprinting like a madman. In the distance, Gulo and Skelly were facing off against a mysterious entity in a black robe. Gulo quickly analyzed the factors for victory. In a clash between mages, technique, casting speed, and mana capacity are everything. Since Gulo's magic was so versatile, he figured the enemy would find him impossible to predict. He decided to go all in with a relentless assault. Gulo roared gravity magic and unleashed his ultimate move, the Tower of Babel. A massive pillar of purple energy erupted, crushing the robed figure under terrifying pressure. Yet the enemy just silently dragged his staff along, completely unscathed. The old man nonchalantly claimed that the basic principles of magic are the same everywhere. The Bone King looked down on him, thinking such mediocre magic was child's play to break. He started gathering a blinding light and declared, "Now it's my turn." A freezing chill radiated out as he prepared to cast his frost magic. The Bone King boldly challenged his opponent to try and stop the incoming hit. Instantly, the blizzard technique activated, creating a wall of razor-sharp ice. The ice wall surged forward at breakneck speed. Even in this life-or-death moment, Skelly was still busy shouting, "Land on your midfoot." He and Gulo ran for their lives to dodge the ice pillars. Witnessing this bizarre behavior, the Bone King was left dazed, wondering what the hell was actually happening. Seizing the moment the opponent slipped up, Gulo yelled at the top of his lungs, "Now's the time, ultimate skill, dumbbell toss." The Bone King screamed in agony as the relentless assault hammered him. The old man swung his staff like a madman, but his target had already vanished from his sight. The little skeleton with the red scarf was using a mid-foot landing technique to boost his speed, leaving his enemy in the dust. Seeing this, the Skeleton King was so pissed off, he literally started grinding his teeth. This wasn't just a simple escape. Every single stride the little skeleton took was carefully calculated, dripping with massive amounts of mana. Gulo watched from a distance and realized the little guy was using this mana-infused footwork to completely mess up the Skeleton King's power buildup. The massive Skeleton King looked down at his palm, where the tiny skeleton soldier was still sprinting with everything he had. The onlookers started to panic. They realized their opponent was an entity on the same level as a Dan Master. A shocking truth was revealed. The Skeleton King's power was actually on par with Hanso. A sudden violent collision sent the little skeleton flying into the air. Gulo broke into a cold sweat, staring in horror, as a massive blue magic circle suddenly materialized on the ground. The little skeleton was running like crazy along the lines of the magic circle, leaving Gulo in total shock. He screamed when he realized the skeleton wasn't just running aimlessly, he was literally drawing a massive magic matrix. For a spell on this scale, the amount of mana and stamina required must be absolutely astronomical. But then the little skeleton's eyes suddenly erupted with intense blue flames, marking the beginning of his Phase 2 state. The little skeleton explained that as long as he keeps up this high-intensity workout for over 30 minutes, his body starts feeling weightless, filled with pure, absolute bliss. Gulo just stood there frozen, watching the little skeleton blur past him in a trail of blue fire. After hearing that, he just wanted to ask, "Is this just cardio, or did you literally turn on cheat codes?" The little skeleton smirked, showing off his pearly white teeth in a moment of pure adrenaline. He admitted that at times like this, he usually feels a serious lack of confidence. And that lack of confidence was because he wasn't sure he could even stop himself. The Lich gripped his staff tightly, silently realizing that he wouldn't be able to dispel all of this magic. Glowing red magic circles suddenly appeared, surrounding the members of the muscle army. With a sharp wave of his hand, the Lich summoned massive pillars of ice that tore through the lava-red ground. The decisive strike was completely neutralized. Taking advantage of the opening, the muscle warrior and the tiny skeleton quickly launched a lightning-fast counterattack. The two of them moved in perfect sync, gliding over the jagged ice to close in on their target. They managed to snag a glowing purple potion, proving that this unlikely duo was actually a dream team. Alone, you're just anyone. Together, you're second to none. Suddenly, a bony hand delivered a powerful punch straight to the muscle warrior's chest, making him stagger. He stood there with a blank expression, while the tiny little skeleton rained a barrage of punches down on his stomach. The little skeleton looked up with an incredibly serious face, as if he were carrying out some grand sacred mission. Immediately, a system notification popped up to confirm it. The hero's mood was definitely not great. A knight galloped at full speed through the lines of soldiers, heading straight for the commander. A soldier, his body covered in wounds, carefully handed over a child and reported, "My lord, I have brought the young master back safely." The lord in the blue cloak turned around, stunned, unable to believe the sacrifice his subordinate had made. The loyal soldier whispered through his tears, My lord." The lord rushed forward and grabbed his comrade's shoulders, his voice choking up as he said, "I can always have another son, but a loyal subject like you, there is only one in this entire world. How could you forget that?" Surrounded by his troops, the commander tightly held the soldier's hand and told him, "For my sake, don't ever do this again." That is the power of recognition. When a person's worth is truly cherished, they can value others even more than their own lives. But anyway, back to reality. A member of the muscle army stood tall, like an immovable mountain, letting the tiny little skeleton punch his gut over and over. Suddenly, the skeleton king with the crown on his head let out a wicked laugh. "Are we having that much fun, just playing around?" He boastfully claimed that controlling the mind of a skeleton was easier for him than walking up a flight of stairs. The little skeleton's eyes suddenly flared with an eerie blue fire falling completely under the control of the skeleton king, lurking in the back. Facing this threat, the muscle warrior silently gathered his strength, radiating a high-pressure purple aura as he prepared to strike back. He unleashed his ultimate skill, the dumbbell toss. A barrage of glowing dumbbells went flying at the enemy at breakneck speed. The skeleton king calmly dodged them, mocking that while he was a bit surprised at first. These techniques were way too basic. He looked bored, claiming these attacks were only making him sleepy. Instantly, the king swung his staff, summoning massive ice pillars that pierced the ground, crushing all resistance. Sharp shards of ice pelted the muscle warrior relentlessly. But strangely enough, they only made dull thudding sounds upon impact. No injuries, nothing. The skeleton king stared in total disbelief, wondering, "This is weird. Why am I seeing their shadows overlapping like this?" No matter what he threw at them, it was useless. A massive muscle warrior charged straight ahead, ignoring the ice shards shattering against his chest. His reckless assault caught the opponent completely off guard. In a split second, his giant hand clamped down on the enemy's head. He roared the name of his technique, one-arm dumbbell press, and used his overwhelming strength to slam the opponent into the ground like a lightning strike. The massive impact caused the earth to shatter, leaving the scene buried under a thick cloud of gray smoke. Panicking, the skeleton king activated his frozen barrier, trapping himself inside a deep blue ice sphere for protection. Gulo looked down at his own hands, which were slowly being encased in ice, and remained silent. Inside his ice sphere, the skeleton king nervously thought to himself, "After I was defeated, that one time, I kept thinking, what if that guy comes back? Or what if his descendants find this place?" He thought about how quick frozen chicken breasts always stay fresh, so you can enjoy them any time. But the skeleton king was dead wrong, because that only works for muscles that aren't alive anymore. Gulo looked at the ice shattering on his hands and declared, "That only applies when muscles aren't moving." The muscle fibers in his arms began to contract violently. They radiated an extreme heat that melted the ice instantly. Gulo confidently concluded, "But for muscles that are in motion, there's no such thing as being frozen. It's so hot." His entire body was steaming the intense heat, completely overwhelming the cold of the dungeon. If we're only talking about freeze resistance, I even surpassed Du Hansen Nim with a body that is a perfect combination of fat and muscle. The ultimate technique, Marling Press, was activated, crushing the bony guy underneath, who only had time to let out a cry of pain. Not stopping there, a powerful stomp, like a blow from the heavens, made the enemy scream in complete helplessness. A purple aura enveloped him, as the muscular warrior continued to rain down attacks from the air. A deafening collision erupted. He sat triumphantly on top of his opponent and declared, "This is the power of Gulo." Gulo stared intently at the defeated enemy. He demanded, "Are you ready to lift the mind control magic now?" The enemy could only stare back with wide, terrified eyes. Letting out desperate cries for help, the old Bone King trembled and begged, "Yes, yes, please, spare my life." Gulo watched silently and began to toy with him, wondering what to do for a replacement. He laughed out loud, pleased with himself because he was also torn. However, Gulo's body was suddenly frozen solid right as he was laughing arrogantly. The old king stood towering beside the block of ice. He coldly announced, "I am not pleased at all." The old king gritted his teeth, repeating that his opponent had stirred up bad memories. He firmly decided to deal with this arrogant fool immediately, but the small skeleton suddenly jumped up and rushed forward. It used its own body to block the blow for him. The king was stunned, realizing the mind control magic hadn't been broken at all. On the ground below, the little skeleton soldier was still trembling uncontrollably. Seeing his subordinate's reaction, the old king suddenly realized something. "Ah, so you want to get back to the laboratory quickly, do you?" He gave a sinister smile and declared loudly. Since there were many experiments to be done, the two of them would set off immediately. Meanwhile, Gulo was still trapped tightly in the ice. Helpless tears began to stream down his frozen face. Deep within a dark cave, a mysterious ritual was taking place with a glowing red magic circle and flickering candles. The one kneeling inside was a demon. From a nearby rock crevice, two strangers were secretly watching his every move. The orange-haired man confirmed that their target was Diamond. This was their chance to complete the commission to kill the demon. He unsheathed his weapon, recalling that the demon race's weakness was a fear of straight lines. He decisively chose to rush out and attack first on his own. Seeing his teammate about to act, his companion worriedly called out Luke. As Luke charged forward frantically, he proudly introduced his new treasure that he'd just acquired from the gym dungeon. He launched himself into the air, aiming straight for Diamond, who was sitting silently within the magic circle. Luke roared for the demon to die, then yelled out the name of his technique, ABS. A giant AB roller was swung up high. With the force of 1,000 tons, the weapon aimed straight for his opponent's head. But just as the blow came down, Diamond casually blocked it. Diamond stopped the roller effortlessly with one hand. He stood up silently, his face full of annoyance and contempt. He sneered that a worthless piece of trash would dare to ruin his ritual. Luke was now completely defeated. He lay sprawled on the floor, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Diamond looked down at the defeated man with a cold glare and asked loudly. He asked if he was prepared to die. Seeing Luke in imminent danger, the remaining teammates hiding behind the rock frantically discussed using the angel's weapon immediately. The captain asserted that there was no other way to turn the situation around. He ordered the entire team to charge out and attack. The captain roared the name of his ultimate skill, Angel Sing, and launched a barrage of weight plates that flew like discs of death. The red-skinned demon with long, majestic hair stood still and took the hit. Seeing this, the group of adventurers couldn't hide their smug expressions. One of them cheered. Yeah, dungeon items really are something else, but their joy was short-lived as the demon closed in. He suddenly appeared right in front of them, his eyes glowing brightly. He unleashed a thunderous counterattack that shattered their confidence. The two remaining adventurers could only stare wide-eyed in horror. He smirked, his eyes darkening as he calmly announced, "I've just had a good idea." His eyes glowed eerily as he declared, "I will use you as sacrifices." He laughed sinisterly, asserting that this way even useless beings could become useful. Leaning in close to their horror-stricken faces, the demon asked in an icy tone, "Isn't this fun?" Amidst the rubble, an adventurer weakly woke up. He clutched his aching head and asked dazedly, "Ugh, what happened?" The horrifying memory flooded back, making him tremble. The demon looked off into the distance where the red magic circle was shining brightly. His teammates were being used as sacrifices there. The demon walked leisurely, carrying a motionless body on his shoulder. He glanced at the one who had just woken up and warned, "It'll be a pain, so don't run too far. You can't escape." Luke gritted his teeth in fury and roared, "Don't be ridiculous." It turned out that before the heist, he had asked carefully how to use the treasure. In his memory, his master told Luke that using the ABS roller was very simple. Back in the present, Luke began to activate the item. He frantically pushed the roller forward, but his entire body immediately began to shake violently. Luke's eyes widened in sheer terror as he screamed in helplessness. He just couldn't stop the trembling. Watching from a distance, that demon quietly observed the struggling figure, wondering if he'd gone mad from pure terror. Luke felt like his stomach was taking 1,000-pound punches one after another. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain, screaming that every last bit of mana in his body was being drained dry. Even though he was drenched in sweat, and his body felt like it was about to fall apart, Luke told himself he couldn't give up, not when his teammates were counting on him. He braced himself and let out a thunderous roar to muster his strength. Dee stood by the magic circle filled with doubt, since she couldn't feel even a spark of mana coming from that bizarre behavior. Luke gasped for breath, wheezing that this was a level of pain no ordinary human could ever endure. He looked down at the roller and kept wondering why, despite all his effort, no magical effect had appeared. Luke realized with a shock that since Gulo was a mage, he started to suspect that the real reason for his exhaustion was a lack of mana. With the measly mana pool of a rogue, Luke questioned if he could even use this item a single time. His strength was fading, his breathing grew ragged, but his hands still desperately clung to that ab roller. He wondered in a daze, could this be the mana backlash torturing his body? Luke's whole frame shook violently, sweat pouring off him in buckets with every agonizing movement. Just then, Hanso's voice barked out sternly, "Don't let your lower back arch." Hanso stepped closer, his face lit up with excitement as he continued to egg him on. "Feel those abs contract all the way, don't you dare slack off." Luke felt like he was floating in the vastness of deep space, where every push drained his very life essence. Hanso began to count rhythmically. 1, 2, 3, 4. Luke gritted his teeth, his face contorting from the extreme torture of the workout under that intense supervision. Finally, the truth about the dungeon item called the AB slide was revealed. It turned out a very special summoning spell had been cast on it. The gym master Hanso appeared like a giant, wearing a beaming smile as he placed a hand on Luke's head, as if praising him for that incredible effort. Well, that's the end of the video. Smash that like button, guys, so Bear can bring you even more awesome series. Thanks for watching, and see you all later.